They went out together to greet him. Lin Qingji was walking over, followed by a bodyguard and 2 assistants. Uncle, aunt, you're still up? Xue Ling shook her head. Not yet. Qing, why are you here so late? Is something wrong? Qing Tianyuan patted his back and said warmly, come on, let's talk in the living room. Lin Qingji smiled and explained, I just got off the plane. Chong asked me to bring back some gifts and also the engagement present for big brother and sister-in-law. He told me I had to deliver them early. That rascal. Xue Ling scolded with a laugh. It's not urgent. He didn't have to make you come over so soon. Qing Tianyuan said kindly, long flights are exhausting. You shouldn't always do as he says. You could have brought them when you came for a meal, or just had someone deliver them. No need to come yourself. Lin Qingji smiled. It's no trouble. I wanted to see you both anyway, so I brought them over. The 3 of them sat down in the main living room. Lin Qingji asked, Grandpa and Grandma have gone to bed, right? They're asleep, Xue Ling replied. Yang Yong's kids all went to bed after 9. With elders and children in the house, everyone has to go to bed early. Lin Qingji chuckled, I used to go to bed early too, usually before 11. But ever since Chong went abroad and we're in different time zones, I've started going to bed around midnight. I had to catch a flight today, so it's even later. Stay at Xinyuan tonight, Xue Ling suggested. Have breakfast with us in the morning before you get busy. That way, we can chat a bit more. Yes, Qing Tianyuan added warmly. Qing, you'd just be alone if you went home. It's livelier here. Lin Qingji nodded with a smile. All right, I'll accept your hospitality. Chong's room is empty anyway, so I'll just settle in there. Xue Ling laughed. Good, it's settled then. Qing Tianyuan asked with concern, are you hungry? After a long flight, you must be tired and hungry. Not really, Lin Qingji replied. Xue Ling quickly got up. Wait here. There are still 2 bowls of soup in the kitchen's warming cabinet. I'll bring you one. It's a light winter melon soup, not greasy at all. Lin Qingji nodded repeatedly. Thank you, Auntie. No trouble at all. Xue Ling soon returned. Lin Qingji drank the warm winter melon soup as he chatted with them. After a while, he got up to settle in. Xue Ling arranged 2 guest rooms for his assistants. The bodyguard insisted on standing guard outside and refused to rest, so she didn't press him. In the 3rd son's room, Lin Qingji found his pajamas and toiletries. He quickly showered, changed, and lay down on the big bed, surrounded by familiar scents. He checked the time, guessing that the 3rd son was probably in class, and sent a rare selfie in pajamas. These past few years, his parents hadn't been back to the country much, spending most of their time vacationing abroad. Whenever he returned to the old house, it always felt cold and empty. But now, things were different. He could come to Xinyuan. Here, he had family to chat with, people who cared about him, and even a bowl of hot soup waiting. This feeling, it was as if he'd gained another home. A warm, caring home. He closed his eyes and fell asleep with a smile. Maybe because the place was so familiar, he drifted off quickly into a deep, peaceful sleep. Most people at Xinyuan spent the night lost in sweet dreams, but not Xue Ling and Qing Tianyuan. Just as they were about to fall asleep, Xue Heng called, instantly banishing any trace of drowsiness. Xue Heng explained anxiously that he had been trying to call Xiao Han since evening, but her phone had been switched off the whole time. Now, it was almost midnight, and her phone was still off. The moment Xue Ling heard this, she sensed something was wrong. Her phone's been off this whole time? Have you tried any other ways to reach her? Her laptop, iPad, anything, did you try them all? Xue Heng replied, nothing. I tried WeChat, QQ, no response from any of them. Qing Tianyuan leaned over, frowning. Could they still be on the plane? If they're on a flight, the phone would have to be off. Xue Heng hesitated, then said quietly, maybe. I'll try calling again a bit later. No. Xue Ling immediately voiced her doubts. Xiao Han and that man took a domestic flight today, not an international one. Even if they went to the southernmost island, they should have arrived by now. If they went north, they'd have arrived hours ago. Young people these days can't go anywhere without their phones. How could she still have it off after landing? No matter how I think about it, it just doesn't add up. Shueheng couldn't help but ask, "You're sure it was a domestic flight? Not international?" "Absolutely," Shueling replied. "Xiao Huzi was there too. You can ask him if you don't believe me. Call and find out exactly which flight Xiaohan took. Don't waste any time." Shueheng agreed and hung up. Qing Tianyuan's expression changed slightly. He asked uncertainly, "Honey, it really was a domestic flight this afternoon? You saw it clearly?" "I did," Shueling said. "It was definitely headed to the domestic terminal. I used to travel for work a lot, so I know the capital airport pretty well. My eyesight isn't what it used to be, but the signs are huge. I couldn't have misread them." The couple exchanged a glance, both feeling a sense of foreboding, though neither dared to say it out loud. Cheng Tianyuan tucked the thin blanket around her and whispered, "You try to sleep. I'll wait for Ah Heng's call." Shueling gave a wry smile. "How could I possibly sleep now?" Cheng Tianyuan paused mid-motion, then lay back down beside her. "Let's just wait then. Hopefully, it's just a false alarm. Maybe we just mistook someone else for Xiaohan this afternoon." "Let's hope so," Shueling murmured, eyes narrowed. "If our kids had grown up in ordinary families, we wouldn't have to worry so much. We're not super rich, but we do have some assets. If the kids aren't careful, they could easily attract the wrong kind of attention. Look at Xin Yuan. Our security is pretty good, right? Qing's bodyguards always have at least one person with him, protecting him 24/7. I heard that ever since he was born, his security detail was set, and they rotate every 5 years to make sure he always has the best, most capable professionals." "How do you know that?" Qing Tianyuan asked, intrigued. "Did third brother tell you?" Shueling shook her head. "No, I heard it from Manin and Ah Chao. They're in the business, so they probably got the info from industry insiders." "Oh," Cheng Tianyuan said softly. "Ah Qing isn't an ordinary person. Of course his family would be extra careful." Shueling lowered her voice. Xiaohan never had bodyguards around her. She's always been used to her freedom. But Ah Heng and Ah Huan are both worth a lot. The sanatorium alone has investments of 2 or 3 billion, plus another billion or so in land. For ordinary people, that's astronomical. Ah Huan's kids have always kept a low profile, but not Xiaohan. She's sensitive and does whatever she wants, not very careful. She might let slip details about our family's wealth without even realizing it. If the wrong person overheard, it could be dangerous. Maybe she's just dating someone and doesn't want the family to know? Qing Tianyuan guessed. "Don't get too worked up, it might not be kidnappers." Shueling sighed. "I hope not. But we have to be prepared, or we'll get caught off guard. After what happened with Ran Ran, I can't help but be on edge." That incident had terrified the whole family, and Shueling was left with lingering trauma. But with both elders and children to care for, she had to force herself to stay strong. Cheng Tianyuan quickly changed the subject. "By the way, has the engagement party for the eldest been settled with the wedding planner?" "The plan's been set for a while," Shueling explained. "I let Ran Ran and the others pick everything themselves. Enin doesn't like anything too flashy or lively, so they're keeping it simple and cozy." Ran Ran agrees, he just wants it warm and intimate, no other requests. It's their engagement party, so they should make the decisions. Cheng Tianyuan reminded her, but the wedding at the end of the year should be grander. Ran Ran is our eldest son, after all. There are certain social obligations we can't avoid. Third brother probably won't have a big wedding in the future, and second and fourth are already married. "I think so too," Shueling said with a wry smile. But Enin doesn't want anything too showy. She even told Ran Ran she'd rather elope, just register the marriage, pack a small bag for the honeymoon, and call it done. Ran Ran tried to persuade her, saying it's a once-in-a-lifetime event, and he didn't want her to feel shortchanged. But she doesn't feel that way. She just wants it simple, no extravagance. "It's not about extravagance," Cheng Tianyuan reasoned. "Marriage is a major life event. It's worth spending on, no need to be frugal now. Besides, Ran Ran is the eldest son. His wedding sets the tone for all future family events. That's part of his responsibility." You're right," Shueling nodded. "But we can't just tell Enin that directly. She's not officially part of the family yet, so we can't dump all that responsibility on her." Ranran's been handling most of the family's social obligations in recent years anyway. It's better if he talks to Anan about it. They're close, so it'll be easier to discuss. Then you should remind Ranran, Chung Tianyuan said. All right, Xue Ling agreed. Let's get through the engagement party first, then I'll find a chance to talk to him. Just as she finished speaking, her phone buzzed loudly beside her. Xue Ling glanced at it and quickly answered, putting it on speaker. Xue Heng explained that he had called to check and found out that Xiaohan had taken a flight to South Island at around 3 p.m., arriving at about 7 p.m. I asked who was traveling with her, but the person at the info desk didn't know. They just said the flight landed safely, no unusual incidents. But if she landed at 7 and it's past midnight now, why hasn't she turned her phone on in all these 5 hours? Chung Tianyuan was secretly anxious, but he didn't want to jump to conclusions. He could only try to reassure them. Don't worry too much. Maybe her phone just ran out of battery or broke. Xue Ling frowned and asked, do you have the phone number of any of Xiaohan's close friends or roommates? No, Xue Heng gave a wry smile. Xiaohan doesn't like to share things about her friends or her life at school with us. She also never brings friends home. Ever since we moved to the nursing home area, she's been complaining that it's too quiet here. So far, she hasn't brought a single friend or classmate over. Their daughter was sensitive and had a bit of a temper, so she didn't have many friends, and it didn't seem like she had any close confidants either. She didn't like to share her life with her parents, and likewise, she didn't like to share family matters with others, especially anything about her parents. Xue Ling pressed on, what about her dorm's phone number? Don't tell me you don't know that either. What about her counselor's number? Her homeroom teacher's? I have her homeroom teacher's number, Xue Heng replied. But not her counselor's. Still, it's so late now, wouldn't it be inappropriate to bother her teachers out of the blue? When their daughter was in elementary and middle school, he always kept in touch with her homeroom teachers. But ever since she started college, aside from dropping her off at the school gate every week, she wouldn't let him get involved in anything else. College professors only teach. They rarely have any contact with parents. Xue Ling thought for a moment and said, let's first find out who she went to Nandao with. Xiaohan's a university student now. The teachers don't keep track of what students are doing, where they go, or who they're with. College students are adults, not kindergartners. Even if we contact 1 or 2 teachers now, they might know even less than we do and be just as clueless. It was almost 1 a.m. now, and it really wasn't appropriate to disturb others in the middle of the night. Besides, they didn't even know what Xiaohan had gone to do, nor could they be sure she was actually in danger. If they panicked and started making a fuss, it might be making a mountain out of a molehill. So far, it was all just their own worry and suspicion, with no real evidence. They couldn't just go around asking for help and stirring up a commotion. Moreover, Xiaohan was already a bit prickly by nature. If they made a big deal out of this, and it turned out to be a false alarm, she'd probably get into a fight with her parents, complaining that she didn't even have the freedom to go out with friends. Xue Heng couldn't help but ask, how are we supposed to find out? The airport staff wouldn't tell me who she was sitting with. I really have no way. Wait a moment, Xue Ling said in a low voice. I'll ask someone. Xue Heng knew she had her ways and quickly asked her to do so. Hurry and ask. I'll wait for your news. After hanging up, Xue Ling quickly dialed a friend's number. Thankfully, they were old acquaintances, otherwise, she'd feel bad disturbing someone at this hour. Xue Ling thanked her friend repeatedly and explained the situation, but her friend just laughed and said it was fine, and to wait a few minutes. 5 or 6 minutes later, Xue Ling got a name and a contact number. 10 minutes later, she found out that this person was from X County, N City, Nandao. The number was reachable, but when she called, the other party probably saw it was a strange number and hung up. Chung Tianyuan asked curiously, is this one of Xiaohan's classmates? Someone from her class. No, Xue Ling explained. This person is 5 years older than her. The records show he only has a junior high education and isn't a student. Chung Tianyuan immediately grew tense. Who is this guy? Why is he taking Xiaohan to Nandao? If he were a student, It'd be one thing, but if he's some criminal with bad intentions. Don't worry, Xueling said quietly. We have his name and number. He won't dare do anything rash. We'll try calling Xiaoan again in the morning. Cheng Tianyuan picked up his phone and called Xueheng. After a long while, Xueheng finally answered. Xueheng explained that he was driving to Xinyuan. He felt uneasy and anxious, didn't dare tell Cheng Tianfang, and knew he wouldn't be able to sleep anyway, so he decided to drive over and wait for Xueling's update. Since you're already on the way, I'll tell you when you get here. Drive safe. Xueheng agreed and hung up. Cheng Tianyuan said gently, Honey, Hung is on his way here. Do you want to try and get some sleep? I can go out and keep him company. I can't sleep at all, Xueling said with a bitter smile. Until we know Xiaoan is safe, I doubt any of us can sleep. Cheng Tianyuan sighed helplessly. All right, let's go out and wait then. Xueling reminded him, don't go near Mom and Dad's room. The elderly sleep lightly. If they're woken up, they won't be able to get back to sleep. Cheng Tianyuan agreed, and the two of them took a long way around, entering the main hall from the back garden. They had some water and chatted quietly. Xueling called the security guards at the gate to let them know Xueheng was coming and asked them to turn on more lights in front of the garage. It's a strange place to park, and it's late at night, better to give them a heads up. Unexpectedly, after the car was parked under the guard's direction, Xueheng hurried out, but in his rush, he tripped and fell with a thud. The security guards were startled and quickly rushed over to help him up. Cheng Tianyuan and Xueling heard the commotion and hurried outside. Oh my God. Are you all right? Did you hurt yourself? Does it hurt? Are you okay? Xueheng grimaced, pressing his chest. I fell pretty hard. It hurts here. Cheng Tianyuan frowned. Could you have broken a rib? Does it hurt a lot? My whole body aches, Xueheng gasped. Feels like my insides have all shifted. Xueling quickly said, help him inside to the main hall. Be careful not to bump into anything. I'll go get Ran. Okay, Cheng Tianyuan replied. Xueling hurried to her eldest son's room and knocked on the door. A moment later, Cheng Huanran opened the door, still groggy. Mom? What's wrong? Xueling quickly explained. Put on your pajamas, wash your face to wake up, grab the medical kit, and come to the living room. Your Uncle Heng just fell at the door and got hurt. What? Cheng Huanran instantly sobered up and said calmly, okay. I'll bring the kit right over. Soon, mother and son rushed to the living room. Xueheng was lying on the sofa, supported by others, frowning and clutching his chest, looking pale. Cheng Huanran quickly came over to check on him. Xueheng cooperated with the examination. After checking, Cheng Huanran said, don't worry, there's no sign of broken bones. But you did fall pretty hard, so your internal organs probably took a hit. It's going to hurt a lot right now. Tomorrow it might hurt even more. You might even feel pain when you talk or cough. Ran, give me something for the inflammation, Xueheng said with a wry smile. Your uncle's getting old, can't take it anymore. Cheng Huanran agreed and suggested, I'll give you some anti-inflammatory and swelling medicine first. When great uncle wakes up, he can prescribe you some herbal medicine. In 3 or 4 days, you should be fine. Xueheng gave a wry smile and nodded. All right, let's go with that plan. Xueling, standing to the side, couldn't help but scold him. How do you even manage to fall just by walking? I was worried you'd rush while driving, so I specifically asked security to turn on all the lights near the garage. It was bright as day, the ground was smooth and flat, not a single bump, and yet you still managed to fall like this. Xueheng smiled bitterly. I don't know either. My head feels a bit muddled. Cheng Tianyuan spoke up for him. Hung is probably just too worried about Xiaohan. She's on his mind, so he wasn't paying attention and tripped over his own feet. What happened to Xiaohan? Cheng Huanran asked suspiciously. Xueling frowned and explained the whole situation to her eldest son. We still don't know the details. Xiaohan's phone is still switched off. So, what do we do now? Xueheng asked anxiously. Can we locate this man, Huang Sihai? Cheng Tianyuan replied, yes. As long as we have his phone number and there's a signal, we can track him down immediately. Then let's try to find him. Shueheng couldn't relax, explaining, young people these days can't go long without their phones. She's been on the southern island for hours now. How could her phone still be off? What if something's happened? Let's try to locate her, and if we can't reach her, we'll call the police right away. Seeing how nervous he was as a father, Shueling quickly arranged for the on-duty bodyguard to contact a professional for the phone tracing. All right, let's wait for news. Cheng Huanran couldn't help but ask, is this guy Xiaohan's boyfriend? Shueheng shook his head. I don't know. Cheng Huanran thought for a moment, then asked a classmate. With that, he hurried out. Cheng Huanran also felt his mother had been gone a bit too long, so he quickly followed. Unexpectedly, Shueling wasn't in the main kitchen, but in the surveillance room up ahead. Cheng Tianyuan searched the huge kitchen and, not finding her, ran out to the back garden in a panic, but there wasn't a soul in sight. Dad, Cheng Huanran called out. Mom's in the surveillance room. Don't worry. The back garden's not well lit. Watch your step. Cheng Tianyuan hurried back, frowning and glaring at his eldest son. You could have said so earlier. It's late. Stop shouting. If you wake the elders or kids, you'll be the one to blame. Cheng Huanran ducked his head, muttering a defense. I just found out myself. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't be bothered to argue and hurried off to the surveillance room. The surveillance room was lively at the moment. Not only was Ah Chao there, but Kong'an was helping out too. Cheng Tianyuan and his son saw the crowd gathering and both secretly felt that something was wrong. Wife, why did you come over here? Mom, you've been gone from the living room for ages. Dad was really worried. Cheng Huanran deliberately emphasized the word worried, then shot a resentful glance at his father. Shueling didn't even look up as she retorted, it's late at night. Where could I possibly go? I'm just at home. What could happen? Only little girls get tricked into running thousands of miles away by a few sweet words. That's not me. Cheng Tianyuan coughed awkwardly. Ahung gave us such a scare just now, I'm getting jumpy. As long as you're okay. I thought you were still over by the big kitchen. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Shueling couldn't help but ask, where's Ahung? Hung Uncle's chest is hurting. He can't move around yet. Cheng Huanran lowered his voice. He's in the living room. Mom, any progress? He craned his neck to peek at the tablet in Kang An's hands. When she ignored him, he quickly scooted over, eager to ingratiate himself. If his wife ignored him, he'd just have to take the initiative. Shueling frowned and explained, A Chao found out that guy's no good. He uses his looks to pull wealthy women or rich ladies for money. He's probably had his eye on Xiaohan for a while now. Xiaohan has been transferring him money bit by bit and even bought him a lot of valuable things. He just turns around and sells them on second-hand or luxury resale markets. Cheng Tianyuan frowned as soon as he heard this. How's Xiaohan now? Have we found her whereabouts? Her phone showed a signal half an hour ago, A Chao replied. Most likely it was out of battery or broken, which is why it was off for so long. Cheng Huanran breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she hasn't been kidnapped or trafficked by some criminals, we can figure out the rest. Not necessarily, Kong'an said gravely. This guy doesn't have a proper job. He drifts around dating sites and gaming platforms, seducing girls into relationships. He's got a dozen or so accounts flirting with women at the same time, living off their transfers, food deliveries, and expensive gifts. Sometimes he sells off these virtual lover accounts for profit. Each one goes for 300 to over 1,000. If he can sell lovers online, he might also be capable of luring your cousin to the mountains and selling her. Cheng Huanran's heart, which had just settled, clenched again. He stammered, then let's call the police. There's no time to lose. It's already been over 10 hours. Shueling waved her hand. Don't panic. From what we know, he hasn't done anything seriously illegal. He doesn't seem like the type to go too far. He's probably just after money and maybe a bit more. Besides, he took Xiaohan openly from the airport to the southern island, under surveillance the whole way, and his identity was used to buy the tickets. If anything happens to Xiaohan, he won't be able to get away. So, he probably won't dare do anything reckless. Cheng Huanran frowned. How did Xiaohan get targeted? Did she leak her information? They met in a game, Kong'an replied. A niche game, kind of like a marriage simulation. What? Qing Tianyuan was baffled. Marriage simulation? What's that? Qing Huanran scratched his head and explained, some young people like to play house online, calling it a way to see if they're suited for marriage. Like online dating, getting married virtually, then living together online, doing all the daily chores and stuff. Not many young people are into these sites, mostly bored singles or older folks looking to settle down. For someone like Chung Tianyuan, this kind of game was just bizarre. He couldn't wrap his head around it at all. How can you turn daily life into a game? What's so similar between a game and real life? Isn't this just a scam? Xiaohan, honestly. Why can't she just live her life properly? Does she really think messing around online will make things better? She's either naive or foolish. Xueling gave a wry smile. Young people stuff, how could we possibly understand? That's why they say we're old, right? If we can't keep up with the trends and new ideas, we'll be left behind by society. Isn't that what being old means? Qing Huanran stifled a laugh. These days, even we who try to keep up with the times can't understand what young people are thinking. People used to say every 10 years was a new generation, like the 80s or 90s kids. But now, people say there's a generation gap every 3 years. Just a few years apart, and you can't understand each other. Don't exaggerate. Kong'an shot him a look and whispered, if you put it that way, aren't we generations apart, old man? Qing Huanran. Enough. If this kept up, he and his wife would be separated by several generations. Chen Tianyuan hurriedly brought the conversation back. When did they start? How long has it been? Kong'an replied, according to their communication records, about 4 months. Qing Tianyuan did some quick math. Ahung said Xiaohan barely came home during summer break, probably because she was with this guy. Right, Kong'an explained. They met up almost every day, movies, shopping, outings. And most of the time, Xiaohan paid. He created this image of a dutiful son, said all his money went home to pay for his parents' medical bills, so he had no savings and lived frugally. He showed her a few photos, and she believed him, sending him several transfers of 1314 and 520. Qing Tianyuan couldn't help but curse, that silly girl. She'll believe anything anyone says. She's always been naive and innocent, Xueling sighed helplessly. She's matured a bit over the years, but she still knows nothing about how complicated people can be. Ahung and the others have always protected her too well. How could she know how cruel the world can be? Still uneasy, Chung Tianyuan reminded, let's call the police. That guy's no good, and he's taken her too far away. If she suddenly can't be reached, maybe he's stopping her from contacting her family. He might have ulterior motives. For Xiaohan's safety, we should call the police. Let's wait a bit, Xueling said quietly. Don't be rash. And don't make things too tense or you'll scare Xueheng. Chao stared at the screen and explained, that man has over a dozen bank cards and several phones. That's his turf over there, it's not easy to act rashly. Plus, judging from his recent communication records, he's just after Miss Xiaohan's money. He probably won't dare hurt her. How can you be sure? Qing Huanran asked curiously. Why take Xiaohan all the way to the southern island? Any idea? Chao replied, most likely. He wants to show Miss Xiaohan his real, living conditions to win her sympathy and gain her trust. Qing Huanran frowned and asked, the place they're at now, it seems it's still some distance from his actual home. Chao nodded. It's a relative's house. It's definitely another one of his tricks. Qing Huanran said darkly. Most likely, his family isn't poor enough, so he found people to help him put on a show. Kong'an nodded in agreement. That's probably it. He contacted his cousin earlier and asked him to find an elderly woman to pretend to be his mother, someone from the village who doesn't speak Mandarin, and she had to be paralyzed, too. All just to scam Xiaohan out of more money? Qing Huanran snorted, taking advantage of a girl's sympathy for his own gain. I can't stand these shameless freeloaders. No one likes a freeloader, especially one with no bottom line, who won't even let a few hundred yuan slip by. He's the kind of scumbag who'll even sell off the accounts of girls he failed to squeeze money from, just to make a little extra. Calling him a jerk is almost too kind. Chung Tianyuan waved his hand. It's the middle of the night, don't make a racket. Honey, since Xiaohan's phone is back online, hurry up and call her. No, Xueling said. If we step in, it won't have nearly the same impact as the police catching him in the act. Xiaohan is too impulsive, she trusts a stranger's words far too easily. If we don't use this chance to teach her a real lesson, things like this will just keep happening. Sometimes you have to learn the hard way. It's 1,000 times more effective for an outsider to teach her a lesson than for us to nag her as family. Cheng Tianyuan felt a pang of guilt, but he had to admit his wife made sense. All right, then let's call the police. Some lessons are harsh, but the results are more than worth it. If you protect your child too much, you only slow down their growth, there's no benefit to it. It's like when a child is learning to walk. If you're always afraid they'll fall and never let them try, you're only holding them back. And when you finally let go, they might fall even harder. This isn't the first time Xiaohan has secretly dated behind the family's back. When she was a naive teenager, of course the adults had to shield her. But now she's in college, an adult. The family has given her plenty of freedom, but she's still so naive, with no sense of caution. At this point, she needs to stumble a few times, or she'll never learn. Xueling suggested, just in case, let A Chao and the others keep monitoring his phone and communications. Tomorrow, we'll decide whether to call the police. Even if he gets caught, the punishment won't be that severe, Cheng Huanran analyzed. At most, it's fraud, and the amount isn't large, he won't get a heavy sentence. Right, Kongan said calmly. It's not human trafficking, so it's not a major crime. But Xiaohan will get a lesson, and probably have to deal with a few months of heartbreak. Qing Tianyuan frowned. So we're just going to stand by and watch Xiaohan keep getting tricked by this punk? Of course not, Xueling shook her head. But if the amount involved was huge, the punishment would be heavier. Scumbags who cheat girls out of their money and feelings shouldn't get off easy. Exactly, Kongan agreed. Cheating someone out of money can ruin lives, but emotional betrayal can leave scars that last a lifetime. Emotional wounds are often overlooked. Even the fairest judge can't measure them, and even the best psychologist can't quantify the damage. Whether the victim recovers, or ever does, depends entirely on their own luck and resilience. If they can't move on, the harm can be as devastating as any crime. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but warn, if we go too hard on her, I'm worried Xiaohan won't be able to handle it. She's always been sensitive and fragile. What if she can't take the blow? She's not a teenager anymore, Cheng Huanran replied quietly. She's 20 now, not a little girl. If she can't handle a little heartbreak, how will she ever fall in love, get married, or start a family? Kongan, not yet married to Cheng Huanran and not that close to Xiaohan, didn't feel it was her place to comment. She just glanced at her mother-in-law, signaling her husband to stay calm and let the most decisive person make the call. Cheng Huanran nodded gently. A day or two won't make a difference, Xueling said, watching the constant stream of WeChat messages on the tablet. That little punk has his eye on a new housing development on the outskirts of the capital. He's already paid the deposit, but hasn't been able to scrape together enough for the down payment these past few months. He thinks if he has a house and a car in the capital, he'll be able to scam even more girls and make more money. That's why he spent money to come south and hire people to help him put on this act. He's really invested in this scam. If I'm right, Xiaohan will send him even more money as soon as she gets back. That's when we'll call the police and hand over evidence of him scamming other girls, so he really gets what's coming to him. Good. Cheng Huanran agreed. Let's do as Mom says. But Cheng Tianyuan hesitated. How could Xiaohan possibly have that much money? She doesn't have that much cash, Xueling explained calmly. She'll make excuses to borrow from a Heng and Afong, and then sell off any valuable jewelry or accessories she has. Cheng Tianyuan. A Chao, thinking Cheng Tianyuan didn't believe it, helpfully added, Miss has been selling second-hand items for the past 2 or 3 months. The most frequent was 2 designer bags and a bracelet in a single week. Cheng Tianyuan was even more speechless. So that's what's been going on. How did Heng and Afong raise their daughter? She's been secretly selling luxury goods to support a gigolo, and they had no idea. Looks like she really needs to learn a hard lesson this time, or who knows what trouble she'll get into in the future. None of her uncles or aunts know about this, Chung Huanran said helplessly. They're all in the dark otherwise, this would have come out long ago. Xue Ling handed the tablet to Kongin, then turned to her husband. Better a short, sharp pain than a lingering one. If she's going to learn a lesson, it might as well be a tough one. If she doesn't fall hard, she'll never wake up. Okay, Chung Tianyuan finally agreed. Let's go to the main living room and talk to a Heng so he doesn't keep worrying about Xiaohan. Xue Ling gave a wry smile. Even if we tell him, he'll still worry. That's what being a parent is, endless worries. Let's go. Qing Tianyuan took his wife's hand and walked out. Xue Ling turned back and instructed, those who need to rest, go rest. If you can sleep another 3 or 4 hours, don't stay up all night. Okay, Qing Huanran replied. Kongin nodded gently. Watching their parents leave, Chung Huanran yawned and put his arm around Kongin as they headed back to their room. Kongin walked slowly and asked, "Are you going back to sleep? There are still more than 2 hours until sunrise." Qing Huanran acted coy. "Sleep with me, or I won't be able to fall asleep." Nonsense. Kongin pursed her lips and chuckled softly. "How do you fall asleep every night? Do you take sleeping pills?" Qing Huanran grinned mischievously. "I can only fall asleep after looking at your photo and thinking about you. Otherwise, I toss and turn and can't sleep for ages. I can't sleep anymore." Kongin followed him into the bedroom, tilting her chin slightly. "You sleep by yourself." Qing Huanran pulled her into his arms and kissed her. "No, I want you to sleep with me." So clingy. Kongin tried to dodge, but he pushed her onto the bed, making her laugh softly. "I went to bed early last night, so I'm not sleepy now." Taking advantage of the moment, Chung Huanran stole a few kisses, murmuring, "There's still more than 2 hours. How about we get some morning exercise?" "No way." Kongin giggled. "It's that special time of the month." Qing Huanran awkwardly withdrew his hand, but still managed to sneak in a few more kisses. "Special time? Oh, right, it's been another month, what bad timing." Kongin pushed him away and ordered, "Hurry up and sleep. You have work tomorrow. The more you sleep, the better you'll feel." "It's fine." Qing Huanran hugged her as they lay down, pulling the thin blanket over them. "I don't have to go to work until 9. There's still plenty of time to nap." As he spoke, his hand gently caressed her lower abdomen. "Does it hurt? Are you uncomfortable?" Kongin nestled in his arms, eyes half closed, and whispered, "It's a bit sore on the first day, but it's fine by the second. The medicinal food you prepared for me, I've been eating it for more than half a month, and it's actually pretty effective." "Of course." Qing Huanran lifted his chin proudly. "Your husband has been a doctor for so many years, it's not for nothing. If you count from when I started studying medicine, it's been over 10 years. Kangin closed her eyes and smiled, resting her hand on his chest. "With you around, I'll never have to pay to see a doctor again." Qing Huanran kissed her smooth forehead. "That won't do. You're not allowed to get sick, but if you need money, I'll give you as much as you want." Suddenly, Kongin remembered something and looked up at him. "Your mom asked me, have we picked out our wedding home yet?" Qing Huanran shook his head. "I don't have any preference. You decide. I have quite a few properties under my name. Most were given by my mom, and some by my grandparents. Pick whichever one you like, and we'll renovate it however you want. Just make a decision when you're ready." Kongin hesitated. "Do we really have to move out? You want to stay at Xinyuan?" Qing Huanran explained gently, "My mom's idea is to pick a big house nearby and renovate it however we want. After we get married, we can have our own space as a couple. When you have kids and need help from the family, we can move back to Xinyuan." Kangin fell silent, thinking it over. Qing Huanran continued, "When our kids get older, we can move out again if we want. That's what my second brother and his wife did. They used to live together outside, and my parents didn't interfere at all. Later, they had kids before getting married, twins, actually, so my mom had them move back to Xinyuan so she could help take care of Xiao Xiao during her pregnancy. My mom told them that once their kids are older, they can move out whenever they want. Even now, if they want to move, that's fine. Everyone in the family has their own property. My parents never interfere with where we live or go. Kong En's eyes flickered, and she whispered, your parents must be the most open-minded parents among wealthy families. Exactly. Qing Huanran smiled. They've always been very open-minded and give us the freedom to make our own choices. Of course, if we make mistakes, they won't just sit by and do nothing. Kong En thought for a moment and tossed the decision back to him. Why don't you decide? Cheng Huanran gently pinched her waist and replied dotingly, I listen to my wife in everything. If you tell me to go east, I'll never go west. If you say north, I'll never go south. Important decisions like this are all up to my dear wife. Kong En laughed. Is your family all run by the women? I thought your parents always discuss things together. I'm different, Cheng Huanran said seriously. I love my wife just like my dad does, but I'm willing to give up all my say. Whatever my wife wants, I support 100%. No way, Kong En refused directly. You're just trying to shirk responsibility and dump everything on me? If you slack off and I have to take out. Haha, Cheng Huanran was amused. What, I don't even get the chance to be a henpecked husband? Kong En chuckled. What's so great about being in charge? Would you really let me shoulder all that responsibility alone? It's just our little family, Cheng Huanran shook his head. It's not a big burden, it's just a bit of sweetness between us. Kong En thought for a moment and said softly, let's be like your parents. Whatever happens at home, we'll discuss it together. There's no need for one person to make all the decisions. Oh, Cheng Huanran teased, moved by my parents' loving couple mode. Kong En nodded without hiding it. I don't like the whole wife rules the house or husband rules the house thing. I think couples should be equals. The relationship is maintained by both sides, not just one, and no one should be the center of everything. The way your parents get along makes me envious. No matter what happens at home, they always discuss things together, listen to each other, and show mutual respect. Not only that, they even consult the elders and discuss things with the kids. Maybe that's why you all go to them when you have something on your mind. Exactly, Cheng Huanran agreed. For as long as I can remember, most family matters have been decided by my parents together. When my mom was busier, my dad took the lead, but he never made decisions alone. He'd always consult my mom and the elders about anything important. Our family gets along so well because of that. When everyone respects each other, relationships are naturally good, right? Kong En said warmly, I think no matter how smart or wise someone is, they can't avoid making mistakes forever. When emotions run high, it's hard to make calm decisions. Your mom really respects others, even though she earns more than your dad. She insists that they're both heads of the household. It sounds simple, Cheng Huanran commented, but it's not easy to do. First of all, my dad really loves his wife. Even if my mom wanted him to listen to her all the time, he'd be happy to. But my mom never did that. Also, my mom's financial status is much higher than my dad's, but she shares decision-making power with him. In the past, my dad contributed more to the family, and my mom was always grateful for that. Their relationship has stayed strong for so long largely because they appreciate each other's efforts. Kong En asked curiously, so, sir, you're grateful to your wife too? Because of finances? Cheng Huanran explained, it's more than that. My dad is grateful to my mom for working so hard to support the family financially, but also for going through so much to give birth to several children for him. When my mom was pregnant with the third and fourth, I was already quite grown up. I remember she had to stay in the hospital for quite a while, and by the end, she couldn't even walk. Her belly was so big it was almost scary. While my mom was in the delivery room, I saw my dad secretly crying. Was it a difficult birth? Kong En asked with a frown. Cheng Huanran shook his head. Yes. Aunt Chun was also in the maternity ward at the time. She had just lost her child, was abused by her husband, and was so desperate she wanted to jump off the building. My mom saw her and managed to save her in time, but in the process, she ended up hurting herself and went into premature labor. It was really dangerous. Everyone in the maternity ward was worried sick. Kong En lowered her eyes and said, so your father felt that your mother risked her life to have children for him. He felt sorry for her, and that's why he's so grateful. Most men think it's only natural for women to have children, never stopping to consider how much pain their wives have to endure to bring a healthy child into the world. Only a man who truly cares about his wife will be grateful for the sacrifices she makes to continue his family line. Cheng Huanran narrowed his eyes and said quietly, "My mom never acted like she was something special just because she earned a lot of money. She's always been grateful to my dad for taking care of the elders and the kids, for keeping the household running smoothly. They understand and appreciate each other's efforts. That's the only way a family can be harmonious and stable without constant upheaval." Kong'an replied softly. "A happy family always has many reasons for its happiness. And an unhappy family, naturally, has many reasons for its unhappiness. For such a big family to get along so well, your parents deserve a lot of credit." "That's right," Cheng Huanran said. "Both my parents are generous and open-minded, never petty. No matter if it's my dad's relatives or my mom's, they always make sure everyone saves face." "Face?" Kong'an couldn't help but ask. "What do you mean?" "Your maternal grandparents." Cheng Huanran shook his head. "Not just them. For example, I grew up living with both sets of grandparents, my mom's and my dad's. There was never any difference. My parents treated both sides equally and with great respect. Actually, my maternal grandparents relied on my dad even more than on my mom. When my paternal grandparents were alive, they adored my mom. Even if my mom had some minor disagreements with the elders, she'd just keep it to herself and let my dad handle it. She's not the type to hold grudges. Once something's over, it's over. That's why they got along so well with both sets of grandparents. Your mom and your paternal grandma, they never had any mother-in-law/daughter-in-law conflicts?" Kong'an asked curiously. "Not even a little?" Cheng Huanran chuckled. "How could there not be? Conflicts are bound to happen when people have different opinions. But as long as one side knows where to draw the line, things won't escalate. My grandma was a very traditional rural woman, kind-hearted and gentle, but nowhere near as knowledgeable as my mom. My mom would often just let things slide, pretend she didn't see or know. If there was a minor disagreement, she'd quickly back off or ignore it. That's how she avoided any real conflict." Kong'an praised. "That's because your mom is wise and understanding. She knows how to give in." "It's also because my grandma was kind," Cheng Huanran explained. "They're both good people who cared about each other, so most of the time they could see eye to eye. My grandma never put on airs as a mother-in-law, and my mom respected her deeply. Relationships are mutual. If only one side keeps giving, it doesn't mean much in the end, and it won't last." Kong'an nodded approvingly. "Your mom really does have a wonderful personality." Cheng Huanran kissed her forehead and laughed softly. "So you don't have to worry about having any mother-in-law issues with my mom in the future, rest assured. 100 times over." Kong'an had never worried about that. She said, "I don't have much family. Seeing how harmonious your family is, I really envy it." She had met plenty of people, including the most elite and powerful, but families as close-knit and warm as the Chengs were truly rare. One of the main reasons she was first drawn to Cheng Huanran was because of the loving atmosphere in his family. Cheng Huanran laughed softly. "You're already part of our family now, so there's no need to be envious. Just wait, soon others will be the ones envying you." Kong'an was amused by him and said quietly, "As long as your mom doesn't look down on me for being from the countryside, I'm happy." Cheng Huanran quickly shook his head. "My dad's from the countryside too, and his hometown is even poorer than yours. Back in the day, whenever any of my dad's poor relatives or old neighbors came to visit, my mom always made sure my dad didn't lose face and tried her best to help them. When she was selling houses, she'd give big discounts to those from my dad's hometown. As long as someone came through my dad, my mom would never let them leave empty-handed. She's never had any of those bad habits like looking down on people because of their background. Otherwise, she wouldn't have traveled all the way from the capital to marry into a rural village over 40 years ago." "I know," Kong'an said, a little embarrassed. "I was just joking, don't take it seriously." Cheng Huanran couldn't help but explain, "You have your own strengths. I care about you as a person, not where you're from or your family background." If I wanted to marry someone from a matching background or with similar interests, I could have done that long ago. I wouldn't have waited all this time for you. Kongin couldn't help but laugh and asked, "Waited for me? You stayed single just for me?" "Mr. Chung, that's a bit too sweet, don't you think?" Cheng Huanran grinned. "I was waiting for the one woman who could truly move my heart, and you're the only one. I've waited so many years. Anyone can vouch for that." Kongin pursed her lips and smiled quietly. Cheng Huanran couldn't help but ask, "Honey, should we move out or stay here at Xinyuan?" "You go first, what do you think?" Kongin said. "We should learn from your parents and make decisions together." Cheng Huanran nodded. "I'd prefer to stay at Xinyuan. For one thing, we don't have to cook or hire cleaners. For another, the house is lively, and there are lots of kids around. Both of us like a lively atmosphere and love kids. If it's just the two of us in a big villa, it'd feel too empty. If we want some time alone, we can go out after work, have our romantic moments, and just come back to sleep. Here, we always have the freshest food, no need for takeout, and you don't have to cook." "I can't cook," Kongin interrupted, shaking her head. "I can only make noodles and porridge, nothing else." Cheng Huanran tried not to laugh. "That's fine, it doesn't matter. We have a chef here, so you'll never have to worry about cooking." "Any other reasons?" Kongin pressed. Cheng Huanran let out an and spoke honestly. "I've lived here for quite a few years now. If I suddenly had to move out, I'd probably find it hard to let go." Kongin lowered her eyes in silence. Cheng Huanran hurried to explain, "That's just how I personally feel. It doesn't represent both of us." "You asked, so I'm just telling the truth." "Honey, I'll listen to whatever you say. If you want to move out, I'll go with you without a word of complaint. My parents would totally support us. They wouldn't interfere at all. If you don't know how to cook, we can always come back here for meals in the mornings and evenings and have lunch at the company cafeteria. As for housework, we can hire a part-time cleaner or even a live-in housekeeper. There's no need for you to do it yourself." "No," Kongin smiled slightly. "I don't want to move out either. I want to stay here at Xinyuan." Cheng Huanran breathed a sigh of relief, but still seemed a bit uncertain. "Really? Then why did you suddenly hesitate just now? Are you still worried about something?" "It's okay, we're just discussing it. If you have any thoughts or concerns, just tell me, I'm listening carefully." Kongin lowered her voice. "I'm just worried. If too many people live here at Xinyuan, will your parents be too tired? It seems like Xiao Xiao and her family aren't planning to move out anytime soon. If we move in too, won't your parents find it too noisy?" "Of course not." Cheng Huanran chuckled. "If that's what you're worried about, then you really don't need to. We're at work during the day, only home in the mornings and evenings. Besides, third brother is abroad and won't graduate and come back for at least 2 more years. Fourth sister's already married and only comes back every couple of weeks, so there's not much to worry about there. Right now, Xiao Xiao and her family live on the other side of the house. Even if they're noisy, it won't affect us." Kongin blushed and said softly, "But if we have a baby soon, won't your parents be overwhelmed?" "My mom's already got it all planned out," Cheng Huanran explained. "She told me before, if we have a baby and want to move back in, she'll turn the guest room next to mine into a nursery. Also, fourth sister's study is pretty much empty now, so it can be renovated into a playroom. If we have more kids, fourth sister's old bedroom can be converted too. My sister's courtyard house is just behind here, only a few steps away. Even if they come back, they won't be staying overnight. My mom said there's still some empty land in front of Xinyuan. If we really need more space, we can build another house. There's over an acre of land set aside for future use, right by the front gate. Plus, the second floor is still empty. There are more than 10 rooms up there." "No need, there's plenty of space," Kangin said softly. "Most families live 3 or 4 generations in a place barely over 100 square meters. Xinyuan is so spacious. Even if everyone moves back and has more kids, there'll still be enough room." "Exactly," Cheng Huanran agreed. "Even if second brother and his family don't want to move out, once the kids get older, they can move up to the second floor. My mom said unless each of us has more than 10 kids and everyone needs their own room, there'll still be enough space." Kongin couldn't help but laugh. Who could possibly have that many kids? That'd be too much to handle. Chung Huanran gently stroked her cheek and whispered, let's aim for 3 boys or girls, either is fine. If you'd like, we can try for 4, just to match second brother's family. No need for more than that. Kongin shot him a look, feigning annoyance. Xiao Xiao only gave birth twice, but had twins both times. There's no way we'll be that lucky. It's possible, Chung Huanran interrupted with a grin. There are a lot of twins in my mom's side of the family. Xiao Xiao's family too, that's why she had twins twice in a row. I've got my mom's genes, so it's possible for us as well. The odds are much lower, Kongin shook her head. There are no twins in my family. Cheng Huanran raised an eyebrow teasingly. No worries, the more times we try, the better the odds. All right. Kongin blushed and gave him a playful punch. Stop changing the subject. So it's settled then? We're not moving. I'll do whatever you say, Cheng Huanran replied obediently. Kongin nodded, then go tell your mom and the others. Cheng Huanran glanced around. If that's the case, my mom will probably want to renovate my room and the balcony outside. There are still a few months until the end of the year, so there's plenty of time. No worries, we'll let the place air out after the renovations before moving in. In the meantime, we can stay in fourth sister's room. No need, right? Kongin shook her head. Everything still looks new, and the style is nice. The balcony and bathroom are spotless. Nothing looks old at all. That won't do, Chung Huanran explained. Getting married means things should look new. You might be okay with it, but I'm not. This is the standard Xinyuan decor. Before, I didn't care. But now that I have a wife, my mindset is different. We should make some changes. Don't worry, your husband will make sure you live comfortably and happily. As for the style, we'll wait for the designer to come up with some options, and then we can choose together. Kongin didn't insist. All right, I'll leave it to you. Cheng Huanran kissed her cheek and said, I'll talk to Mom about it later. She knows plenty of professional designers. She'll get it all arranged for us. It's a small space, so it won't take more than a couple of weeks. Kongin couldn't help but remind him, enough talking. If we keep going, it'll be morning soon. Aren't you going to sleep? Cheng Huanran pulled her into his arms and whispered, I can't sleep if you're not with me. Aren't I with you now? Kongin said, half exasperated, half amused. Come on, go to sleep. We've got a ton to do tomorrow. Cheng Huanran had no choice but to close his eyes obediently. At 7 in the morning, Lin Qingji, who never slept in, opened his bedroom door looking refreshed and energetic. The bodyguard at the door lowered his voice. Young Master Qing, Madam came by earlier. She said when you wake up, please go to the main dining room. They're waiting for you to have breakfast. Lin Qingji nodded calmly. Just then, his assistant hurried over and respectfully handed him a glass of water. Lin Qingji waved him off. I've already had some. Ah, Qing. Shui Yang called out from the opposite hallway, yawning. Morning. Have you eaten? Want to eat together? Lin Qingji smiled and walked over. Not yet. I was just heading to the dining room. He noticed Shui Yang was yawning nonstop, looking a bit pale, and his hair was still damp, as if he'd just showered. Lin Qingji couldn't help but ask with concern, Did you just get back? Yeah, Shui Yang replied with a wry smile. I got woken up by Arnhead's call in the middle of the night. I went out to help past midnight and only got home after 6. Just showered. There's a meeting at the company this morning, so I'll have to catch up on sleep at noon. No time to nap now. Lin Qingji explained, I got here a little after 11 last night, chatted with uncle and aunt for a bit, then went to bed. I must have missed you. What happened with Xinji? Need a hand? Shui Yang gave a wry smile. Actually, it's not about Tai-Tu, it's about Duo. Lin Qingji raised her eyebrows slightly, waiting for him to continue. Shui Yang explained, Last night I got a call and rushed out in a hurry. I didn't want to disturb anyone else, so I left through the side door. Duo got into a fight last night, almost caused a big mess. Coincidentally, I know the guy he hit, so Tai-Tu called me over to help mediate. We managed to smooth things over and settle it privately. He hit someone? Lin Qingji recalled Zheng Duoduo's usual calm and gentle demeanor and asked, What happened? What could make someone so level-headed lose control? Shui Yang sighed bitterly. It was Sister Xiaotong's fault. Her company is in urgent need of funding, so she's been out everywhere looking for sponsors. A few pretty women going out to seek sponsorships. It's inevitable that some men with bad intentions would try to take advantage. Xiaotong didn't actually suffer any losses, but she got scared. Duo was furious and went straight over to beat that guy up. The man threatened to call the police and have Duo arrested. Tai-Tu rushed over, hoping to settle things privately. Since I'd done some business with that guy before, Tai-Tu called me in the middle of the night to help talk him down. After a lot of talking, he finally agreed to settle. Tai-Tu sent him a big red envelope, then dragged Duo home. I drove myself back. By the time I'd showered, it was already this late. I just want to eat quickly and get to the meeting. Lin Qingji nodded lightly. Settling it privately is best for everyone. Yeah, Shui Yang agreed. If the police got involved, Duo would definitely be in trouble for assault, and if it blew up, it could even make the news. Besides, even though Xiaotong wasn't actually harmed, if word got out, it wouldn't sound good. The fight already happened and the anger's vented. What matters now is handling it cleanly. Lin Qingji responded calmly. Zhang Duo does seem a bit impulsive. But in a situation like this, losing your cool is understandable. Shui Yang gave another wry smile. His own wife almost got taken advantage of. He was furious, went straight to the guy's house, and beat him up without a word. Good thing Aunt Chun saw him leave and immediately called Tai-Tu, or Duo would have been arrested by now. He'd probably be trending online already. Lin Qingji said quietly, he represents a lot, even the reputation of the whole Tianshu group. Some things really can't be handled impulsively, or the consequences could be huge. Tai-Tu told him the same thing. Shui Yang shook his head. Once he calms down, he'll figure it out. The two chatted as they walked, and only when they reached the dining hall did they realize there was an extra guest this morning, Shui Heng. Everyone greeted each other and took their seats. Lin Qingji noticed that Shui Ling and Cheng Tianyuan both looked tired and a bit puffy-eyed, as did Shui Heng. She immediately sensed that something must have happened last night. Shui Yang yawned twice, started eating quickly, and recounted what had happened to Shui Ling. Shui Ling frowned. What about Xiaotong? Is she okay? She's fine, Shui Yang replied. Honestly, maybe it's good for her to learn a lesson. She's not a little girl anymore. How can she not know about these nasty workplace rules? Cheng Tianyuan glanced at his second son. She's always dealt with old clients at the group. The kind of people who can meet Duo wouldn't dare try anything. It's not that she doesn't understand. Maybe she just thought there weren't many people like that and let her guard down. Shui Yang rolled his eyes and lowered his voice. Her company's about to go under. If she doesn't get more funding, it'll be over by the end of the month. I wonder if Duo will hold out until the last minute. I'm really curious. Papa Shui was anxious, gesturing with his chopsticks. So, Duo's not hurt, right? He didn't get beaten up, did he? Shui Yang shook his head. He's fine. Just his fist is a bit swollen from hitting the guy. What do you mean, hold out until the last minute? Cheng Tianyuan asked. Shui Yang grinned and explained, Duo never supported Xiaotong starting that company. He said it wouldn't last a few months. Sure enough, his prediction is coming true. Her company's visibly about to collapse. I wonder if Duo will let his feelings win out in the end and give her some money because he can't bear to see her upset. Shui Ling answered without hesitation, he won't. Not necessarily, Shui Yang teased, blinking. King Yu of Zhou once lit beacons just to make his beauty laugh. He didn't care about the fate of the country. Duo's not short on money. What he cares about most is his wife's happiness. Sometimes, the more rational a person is, the more likely they are to act on emotion at moments like this. You think Duo is like you? Shui Ling teased. He's way more rational than he looks. Only someone like you, who can't see the whole picture, would think otherwise and brag about it, too. Shui Yang. That's right, Shui Heng chimed in. Having worked with Zhang Duo, he knew him well. Duo can shoulder a huge group by himself. He's not the type to let emotions cloud his judgment. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but remind them, he's been waiting for Xiaotong's company to fail, so she'll give up and come back to work with him. She refused, so now he wants her to hit a wall, so she'll finally come back willingly. Shui Yang shrugged and joked, why give up being the boss's wife just to struggle as an entrepreneur? Sometimes I really don't get how women think. Do they have to build something themselves to feel capable? To have face? Duo dotes on her and takes care of her, but she always thinks her talents will be wasted if she doesn't have a chance to prove herself. It's just a master's degree, right? There are tons of master's grads in the capital. That's not the point, Mama Shui wiped her mouth and said gently. She's still young. People who haven't been knocked around by society or really suffered aren't quick to accept reality. It's not like anyone's asking her to be a housewife. Shui Yang complained. She always thinks she's so great, like companies are fighting over her. Duo wanted to bring her into the group, at least he could look after her there. But she refused, saying it would hurt her pride, that she could do it on her own, didn't need Duo's so-called help. Well, now she's hit a wall. Maybe this will be a wake-up call. Full of youthful vigor, Shui Ling smiled. That's what the phrase means. If every young person was calm, humble, and steady, there wouldn't be so many crazy stories, right? She's still young, there's still time for everything. And luckily, being young means not having too many worries. Shui Yang laughed and couldn't help but look at Lin Qingji. I bet Qing never had a reckless youth or a hot-blooded phase. Everyone laughed, their eyes naturally falling on Lin Qingji. He smiled gently and said in a warm voice, as long as you've been young, you've surely been reckless and impulsive. I'm no saint, so I'm no exception. Really? Shui Yang teased, you look just like a saint. Like you're above all worldly concerns. Ha ha. Lin Qingji paused with his chopsticks, then smiled. My mouth is full of sweet, sour, salty, and spicy flavors. What could be more worldly than that? Throughout history, sages have always been lonely. I'm not someone who can stand loneliness, so I could never be a saint. Everyone burst out laughing. Taking the opportunity, Shui Ling asked, Qing, did you sleep well last night? Come over for meals whenever you have time, and you can stay the night too. There are plenty of people here. One more pair of chopsticks won't make a difference. All right, Lin Qingji nodded. I'd love to come every day. Eating and chatting in such a lively atmosphere, I feel like I could eat an extra bowl. Qing Tianyuan said warmly, then come often. Xinyuan is your home too. Your family, there's no need to be so polite or reserved. Lin Qingji picked up a shrimp dumpling with the serving chopsticks and placed it in Qing Tianyuan's bowl, saying softly, Uncle, try this. The shrimp dumplings are especially fresh and tender today. Qing Tianyuan smiled kindly, all right, thank you. Meanwhile, Shui Yang was still telling his grandparents about Zheng Duo and his wife. He explained, Tai Tu dragged him back home. Who knows, maybe they'll have another argument when they get back. No need to argue, Shui's mother said. Xiaotong is a smart girl. After suffering a loss, she'll naturally reign in her pride. Shui Yang shook his head. That's not certain. She's changed a lot lately, always talking about feminism, and her tone is pretty aggressive. If she hadn't become like this, Duo wouldn't be so troubled. Shui's mother replied, no matter how she's changed, she's still his wife. He's willing to risk his life for her. Xiaotong isn't stupid. She'll know who truly cares about her. Shui's father couldn't help but sigh. Environment really does have a big impact on people. When you're not yet mature, it's easy to be influenced by those around you if your will isn't strong. If you make a bad friend and learn a hard lesson, so be it. That lesson cost tens of thousands. Shui Yang muttered. Shui's father chuckled. Luckily, it was only a small mistake that cost some money. She has a long life ahead. Maybe experiencing some setbacks and the real hardships of society will be good for her. Like your mom said, she's young. There are plenty of chances to start over. A couple of small mistakes don't mean much. At least she only lost a bit of money and didn't suffer any real harm. Duoduo's doing well financially now. He can afford to let her make a few mistakes. But she can't go too far, Shui Yang said. Too much trouble will hurt their relationship. Shui's mother, however, was confident. She explained, they've been together for years, it's not just a short fling. Besides, Duo isn't some hot-headed young guy who'd impulsively get divorced. And they have such a cute little child. Without kids, it's easier for a couple to break up. But once there's a child, even arguing loudly makes you worry about scaring them. Exactly, Shue's father said warmly. Ah-chun raised Duo well. Duo. He didn't have a happy childhood, so he values family all the more. Shueyang couldn't help but ask curiously, Grandpa, what exactly did Duoduo's birth mother do back then? Did his parents really get divorced? Yes. Shue's father thought of his old friend and sighed. His mother gambled away the whole family's money and never repented, spending all her time in casinos. She was never home, never looked after the kids, and the house was a mess. His father tried to pay off her debts, but in the end, even their home was lost to gambling. He had no choice but to divorce her. He just wanted to give the kids a warm, stable home, so he endured for as long as he could. Shueyang nodded, half understanding. For the sake of the kids, parents always think it over and over. They won't get divorced unless there's no other way. That's right, Shue's father smiled. That's how it is. Even though Duo complains to you all about what Xiaotong does wrong, he's actually very calm inside. Unless she does something truly unforgivable, he'd never mention breaking up with her lightly. He suffered a lot as a child. He'd never let his own child go through that. Besides, things are nowhere near that bad. Shueyang finally understood and said, so he just needs to talk to us, vent a bit. I almost took it seriously. Of course. Shue's mother laughed. When you're angry, everything about the other person seems wrong. You can't take what's said in the heat of the moment too seriously. Got it, Shueyang nodded repeatedly. Shue Jilian hadn't seen his son in days, so the two of them chatted quietly as they ate. Why do you look so pale? Didn't sleep well last night? Shueheng forced a wry smile, but kept his expression gentle as always. It's nothing. I was woken up by a phone call in the middle of the night and couldn't get back to sleep. The air was nice this morning, so I decided to go for a drive. After a while, I got hungry and came here for breakfast. His father was getting on in years, and he didn't want to worry him. Since Xiaoan wasn't in any immediate danger, there was no need to mention it and make the old man anxious. But Shue Jilian was only half convinced. Is that all? You look worse than just tired. And why can't you move your arm properly while holding your chopsticks? Did you hurt your arm? No hiding it from you. Shueheng gave a bitter smile. I took a tumble earlier and banged myself up a bit. My chest is a little sore. Ranran told me I should get you to prescribe me some medicine, so I don't end up aching all over. Hearing this, Shue Jilian quickly said, Eat first, fill up. I'll take a look at you afterward. Thanks, Dad. Shueheng felt a warm glow in his heart. Even though he was getting older himself, in front of his father, he was still the younger generation, still instinctively seeing his father as his support. That feeling was wonderful. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think of his precious daughter. No matter what, your own child is always your treasure. She might be immature, sometimes rebellious or disobedient, but she's still your flesh and blood. Even if she's going against you, you just can't bring yourself to be truly harsh with her. So be it, no matter how angry you get, you still have to clean up her messes in the end. After all, he was her support and shelter. After breakfast, Lin Qingji said his goodbyes and left for work, leaving behind a pile of gifts. Not only did all three elders get something, but even the little kids in Shueyang's family each got a present. Shue Jilian laughed kindly. Chong even brought me some supplements. Look at this. The color's just perfect. Shueheng, distracted, urged, Dad, could you prescribe me some medicine? There's a Chinese medicine pharmacy at the nursing home. I can pick it up and brew it myself. Hearing his request, Shue Jilian had no choice but to check his pulse, then had him lie down for a thorough examination by the most professional orthopedic doctor. There's nothing seriously wrong, the doctor said, but since you don't usually exercise much, you'll probably be sore all over tomorrow. I'll prescribe you some medicine to help you feel better. Shueheng quickly fetched paper and pen for him. Dad, hurry up. I'm in a rush to get back. Shue Jilian eyed him suspiciously and asked, What's the rush? You eat your fill and then want to run off? Is the nursing home really that busy? Look at you, all anxious like a monkey. Shueheng scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. Well, things really have been busy lately. I barely slept last night. I just want to get back, finish my work quickly, and catch up on some sleep this afternoon. All right then. Xue Zhilian didn't insist on keeping him. He picked up the pen and paper and said, "When you get back, tell Ah Huan that I'll be staying here for a while longer. If you're free on the weekend, come over for a meal and chat with us." "No problem." Xue Heng grinned. "As long as you're happy, you can stay as long as you like." Xue Zhilian rolled his eyes at him. "Easy for you to say, since I'm not staying at your place, not eating your food, and you don't have to keep me company. Some son you are." Everyone burst out laughing. Chung Tianyuan couldn't help chiming in, "Then let me say it, okay? Uncle Zhilian, you can stay as long as you like. Whatever makes you happy." Xue Heng exclaimed, "See, even my brother-in-law says so. He's already volunteered to take care of you. How could I possibly object?" "Of course you're happy about it." Xue Zhilian teased. "You can't wait for me not to come back, so you can relax." "No, no." Xue Heng shook his head quickly. "Having an elder at home is like having a treasure. Sure, it sounds easy, but deep down, I'll really miss you." "Miss me?" Xue Zhilian laughed. "Treasure, huh? Who throws their treasure out the door? Not even weeds get tossed out so easily. Let's be clear, it's me who doesn't want you all, not the other way around. After putting up with you for decades, I deserve a break." Everyone laughed again. Father Xue patted Xue Heng on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Your dad doesn't want you all anymore. Now he just wants to stay here at our Xian Yuan. No need for you to keep him company or look after him. You're probably thrilled, right?" "Of course." Xue Heng joked, "Only you and Auntie don't mind my dad being a grumpy old man. Anyone else would have chased him out with a broom by now. He's been here for over half a month and still won't leave. Even if you kick him out for a few days, he'll pack up and come right back." Cheng Tianyuan teased, "We wouldn't dare complain about Uncle Zhilian. He doubles as our family doctor and still gets his pension. He's capable and has money. We're more than happy to have him." "Oh." Xue Heng joined in the banter. "So by that logic, my dad's a real hot commodity." "Oh. Is it too late to take that back?" "Too late." Cheng Tianyuan laughed. "What's said is said. If you don't want such a great dad, he's ours now." Xue Heng shook his head. "Next time we come to pick him up, we'll probably need a whole parade and a fancy sedan chair, or else we won't be able to bring him home." Everyone laughed again. A while later, Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan walked Xue Heng out. Xue Heng lowered his voice. "If there's any news, let me know right away." "Ah Chow just said they've booked a flight back to the capital this afternoon," Xue Ling explained. "It's a little after 4, so they'll arrive at the airport around 7. There shouldn't be any danger. As for the rest, we'll take it step by step." Xue Heng nodded. "As long as she's safe, we can work out everything else." "Let's hope we can wrap this up soon," Xue Ling said quietly. "Every extra day the child is being deceived is another day we have to worry. That kind of man is a ticking time bomb. He could go off at any moment around Xiaohan." Xue Heng couldn't help muttering, why did he have to target Xiaohan? She's probably just too easy to fool. Otherwise, why would that jerk single her out? "It's not just Xiaohan," Cheng Tianyuan explained. "Didn't Ah Chow and Anan find out? That guy's dating several girls at once, using the same tricks on all of them." Xue Ling had a different view. "Of course, Xiaohan is part of the reason. As the saying goes, flies don't land on seamless eggs. Sometimes she posts pictures of new designer bags or shoes on Weibo. Each one costs thousands or tens of thousands. No ordinary student could afford that. She's left an opening for bad people to exploit. Otherwise, that guy wouldn't have come after her." "That girl," Xue Heng said helplessly. "I've told her so many times not to flaunt her wealth. But no, she posts it online for everyone to see. It's so frustrating." Xue Ling shot him a look and said quietly, "Try to pay more attention to her when you have time." I do," Xue Heng said, half laughing, half crying. "But she's grown up now and wants her own space. I'm in a tough spot. I'm afraid she'll get mad if I check her Weibo or Moments." Cheng Tianyuan suggested, "Take a peek now and then don't ignore it completely. Young people these days have all sorts of ideas. If you don't keep an eye out, they'll run wild like an untamed horse." All right, Shueheng nodded, then seemed to remember something. Wait, you guys, do you check too? Xue Ling shook her head. No need to sneak around. In our family, no one blocks us from their moments. We can just open it and look. The kids don't mind us seeing. Chung Tianyuan added, maybe they just don't feel the need to hide things from us. Of course, if there's something they really don't want us to see, they just don't post it. Shueheng couldn't help but envy them, saying softly, I can't believe your kids are all grown up and still willing to share everything with you. It's really rare. Communication is key, Xue Ling reminded him. Don't be unsupportive and don't forbid everything. As long as it's not dangerous or a big problem, let them go, but that doesn't mean you let go completely. Kids are like kites. You have to let out the strings so they can fly higher and farther, but you also have to keep a firm hold. If you let go completely, they'll crush. Shueheng nodded lightly. I get the gist. Take it slow, Xue Ling said softly. There's no rush. Xiaohan will see that guy's true colors sooner or later. She might be really upset, so try to comfort her instead of criticizing her. Got it, Shueheng replied. You guys keep an eye on things for me. I'll head back now. Oh, and about my dad. Don't tell him yet, Chung Tianyuan interrupted. Xiaohan isn't in any real danger, so there's no need to worry the elders. Shueheng gratefully shook Chung Tianyuan's hand, then got in his car and drove away. In the following days, Xi Yuan began preparations for both the Mid-Autumn Festival and the engagement ceremony of Cheng Huanran and his fiancée. Although Xue Ling was busy with important matters, she didn't let up on keeping tabs on Shuehan and that Huang Sihai. She continued to have Kong'an and Chao follow up on the situation. Sure enough, after Shuehan returned to the capital, she sold off the remaining limited edition handbags she had. She sold them all? Xue Ling frowned and asked, for how much? I remember she was carrying a red bag worth over 100,000 yuan when she last came to Xian Yuan. How much can it fetch second-hand? She only got a bit over 30,000, Kang'an replied calmly. Even if it's a limited edition from last season, once it hits the second-hand market, you're lucky to get a fifth or a quarter of the original price. Xue Ling shook her head helplessly. So how much did she end up with? Chao answered, just over 100,000 in total, and she immediately transferred all of it to Huang Sihai. Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, what about Huang Sihai's other women? There's no way Han is the only one sending him money, right? There are others, Chao explained. He's got about 500,000 on hand now. But judging from his WeChat records, he's still pestering Miss Biao for more money. She's the one he's invested the most effort and money into. Xue Ling thought for a moment and said, according to a Heng, Han only has 1,000 or 2,000 for living expenses at most. She won't have any big money left. Let's wait and see. He's about to make a big move soon. Originally, they thought they'd have to wait until after the Mid-Autumn Festival to catch him red-handed, but unexpectedly, the very next day, Shuehan found an excuse to ask her father for money. Shueheng said he was strapped for cash lately, and even the money by Cheng Tianfang's side had been borrowed by him, so he didn't have that much to spare at the moment. Han grew anxious and said she needed 200,000 yuan, and she needed it transferred today. Shueheng asked her what it was for. She stammered and said she'd taken a fancy to a limited edition brooch that cost over 500,000, but she didn't have enough pocket money. Shueheng told her to use her credit card for now and promised to pay it off for her at the beginning of next month. Unexpectedly, his daughter said that wouldn't work because her credit card was already maxed out. Shueheng asked what she'd bought to max out her card. Han couldn't come up with an excuse and could only make up a story about spending too much while out having fun. Shueheng was furious, scolding her for neglecting her studies and wasting money. Han grew more anxious and pleaded for the 200,000. Shueheng flatly refused, saying the sanatorium needed to purchase a very expensive piece of medical equipment, at least 5 million yuan. The finance office's funds couldn't be touched at the moment, so he'd have to cover it personally for now. Han pouted and said the brooch was beautiful and she loved it so much she just had to buy it, or she'd never have another chance. Shueheng told her that if the sanatorium couldn't keep running, They might not even have food to eat in the future, let alone luxury brooches or limited edition handbags. Not only that, he also warned Cheng Tianfang not to give their daughter any money and even carefully instructed his younger brother and sister-in-law. Han didn't dare ask her elders again, so she turned to her cousins, including Cheng Huanran. Her cousins were all worth billions, so lending her a few $100,000 was nothing. She first asked Cheng Huanran for 1,000,000 yuan. Cheng Huanran asked what she needed such a large sum for all of a sudden. Having grown up in comfort, Han didn't think 1,000,000 was a big deal and made up a story about wanting to buy a beautiful antique. Cheng Huanran asked what kind of antique, warning her not to get scammed, since that business is full of traps and not everyone can handle it. Han mumbled that there was nothing to worry about, saying it was an auction house introduced by a friend and that experts had authenticated it. With his mother's approval, Cheng Huanran readily transferred 1,000,000 yuan to his cousin, but said he'd be following up on the money to make sure she didn't waste it or get tricked. Han quickly said there was no need, vowing she wouldn't be scammed. Cheng Huanran didn't say much, hung up, and immediately reported everything to Xueling. "Mom, is it time? Should we call the police?" Xueling said quietly, "No rush. Let's wait a bit longer." Early the next morning, Huang Sihai took over 1,000,000 yuan to the housing center, signed a contract, and paid the down payment in one go. A Chao couldn't help but ask, "Madam, isn't it time yet?" "He's already spent the money." Xueling shook her head. "No rush, let's wait a few more days." With all his money tied up in the house, Huang Sihai was back to his usual penniless self. He continued to scam other girls, going on frequent dates. Since Han had given him such a large sum, he didn't want to ask her for more right away, so he focused his sweet talk on the other girls. Han noticed that after getting the money, he kept making excuses about being busy and stopped spending time with her or asking her out. She grew dissatisfied and began to suspect he was only with her for the money. Now that he'd gotten it, he was turning his back on her. While she was feeling uneasy, she suddenly received an anonymous message. The sender claimed to be Huang Sihai's girlfriend and said they were about to buy a house and get married, warning Han to back off and stop getting involved with him. Han was thunderstruck, dazed for a long time before she finally came to her senses. She hurriedly took a leave of absence from school. She went straight to Huang Sihai's rented apartment, only to find him answering the door half-dressed, with the place in a complete mess. Despite Huang Sihai's frantic explanations, Han didn't believe a word. Another girl stormed out of the apartment, demanding to know what Huang Sihai's relationship with Han was, shouting that she'd bought him luxury watches and cars, and this was how he repaid her. Han was completely stunned. At that moment, several police officers arrived looking for Huang Sihai, saying someone had reported him for large-scale fraud and asking him to cooperate with their investigation. Huang Sihai was taken away by the police, utterly dejected. Han realized her sincere feelings had been completely misplaced and was heartbroken. She sat in a milk tea shop for most of the day, crying her eyes out. After she'd finally calmed down a bit, 2 police officers found her and told her that Huang Sihai had scammed her out of over 1,000,000 yuan. Not only that, there were more than a dozen other girls who'd been similarly deceived, with total losses in the hundreds of thousands. They hoped she would cooperate with the investigation. That night, Xueheng and lawyer, he went to the police station to pick up Han. Han's eyes were swollen from crying, and she was in a daze. The moment she saw Xueheng, she threw herself into his arms and sobbed her heart out. Xueheng didn't say much. He just gently comforted her, without blame or scolding, and quietly took her back to the sanatorium. He got her 2 days off, plus the mid-autumn holiday and the weekend, giving her a full 5 days to recover. Fortunately, Han hadn't fallen too deep. Especially after hearing with her own ears that the scumbag was dating multiple girls at once, at the peak, more than a dozen, her anger and resentment far outweighed her heartbreak. After 3 or 4 days, she gradually calmed down. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Xueheng took her to Xian Yuan to attend Cheng Huanran and Kang An's engagement ceremony. Even though Cheng Huanran was overjoyed, He didn't forget to play dumb and pretend he didn't know anything. Xiaohan, today's cake was specially ordered by a Qing from a world-class pastry chef, famous both at home and abroad. You love desserts, so don't miss out later. Looking at her cousin, who was beaming with pride and satisfaction, Shuihan couldn't help but recall how confident she'd been when she borrowed money from him before, swearing she'd never be fooled. Now, she felt so ashamed she couldn't meet his eyes. Okay, thank you, Brother Ran. Shuiheng patted his nephew on the shoulder and laughed. Congratulations. Get engaged first, then married. Hurry up and bring your beloved girl home. Thank you, Uncle Heng. Cheng Huanran's eyes crinkled with happiness, his face full of joy. Shuihan's gaze flickered. She couldn't help but think of Huang Sihai, who had once held a glossy brochure for a luxury apartment complex, full of excitement about settling down in the capital, buying a house, and marrying her as soon as she graduated, so she could be the lady of the house. Looking back, she realized just how foolish she'd been. If he were a responsible man, he should have worked hard to buy a house and marry her. He claimed it was for her, but in the end, she was the one paying the bill. What kind of for her was that? Thinking of this, she felt both angry and sad. Angry at herself for being so stupid and getting played by a jerk, and sad that she couldn't even tell the difference between genuine affection and empty promises. Qing Tianfang walked over holding a bouquet of flowers, her voice gentle. Ran, I walked slowly, and when I turned around, they'd already gone inside. Here, these are flowers I grew myself. I wish you both a lifetime of love and happiness. Thank you, Auntie. Cheng Huanran quickly took the bouquet, happily praising, Auntie, your flowers are beautiful. So much prettier than anything from the flower shop. Qing Tianfang's eyes crinkled with a smile as she looked at her especially handsome nephew tonight, and she couldn't help but shed a few tears. I still remember when you were just born, and in the blink of an eye, you're all grown up and getting married. How does time fly so fast? Shuiheng teased from the side. Ran's a bit slow. If he'd gotten married right after college, he'd already have a bunch of kids by now. The oldest would be in their teens. Look at Yang, he already has 4 kids. Ran's not exactly quick. Qing Huanran burst out laughing. Life begins at 40, Cheng Tianfang said with a loving smile. This is the best age for a man. As the saying goes, a man at 40 is in full bloom. Ran's found his match at just the right time, and from now on, his life will only get brighter and more beautiful. Thank you, Auntie. Qing Huanran bent down to hug her and said warmly, we're getting married at the end of the year. If you have time, please come and help out. If my health allows, I'll be there every day, Cheng Tianfang said, patting his back with a gentle smile. Go greet the other guests. We're all family here, we can take care of ourselves. Cheng Huanran agreed and hurried off with the bouquet. Watching her cousin's tall, elegant figure, Shuihan couldn't help but ask, Mom, I remember Ran had a girlfriend before, and they dated for years, right? Cheng Tianfang lowered her voice. She was from out of town. They broke up in the end, just weren't meant to be. Shuihan fell silent, lost in thought. Shuiheng added quietly, life isn't that long, but it isn't that short either. All kinds of people come and go. Those who are meant to stay will stay. Those who aren't are destined to be just passing visitors. Qing Tianfang said softly, there's nothing wrong with dating. Only by dating can you know if someone's right for you. Ran's first girlfriend just wasn't a good match for him. In the end, they weren't suited to build a life together, so they went their separate ways and found other people. Shuihan murmured, no, still looking troubled. Qing Tianfang urged, come on, let's go greet the elders. Yes. Shuiheng suddenly remembered, it's been days since I've seen Dad. Where is he? Let's go find him. Qing Tianfang couldn't see clearly, so she put on her glasses. No matter how bright the lights are, with so many people, all I see are shadows moving around. Oh, I see him. Over there. Dad's sitting under that tree. Shuiheng finally spotted him too and lifted his chin. Let's go. Let's go say hi to the old man. Shui Jilian was fiddling with a walnut in his hand when he saw the 3 of them approach. He quickly called his granddaughter over. Look. Grandpa saved your favorite milk pudding for you, 2 cups. Shuehan smiled and took them, thanking him. The old man looked her over and couldn't help but ask, you look thinner. Has your schoolwork been too stressful lately? No, Shuehan avoided his gaze. The weather's just been too hot lately, so I haven't had much appetite. Shue Jilian smiled kindly. The cafeteria food can't compare to home, of course. But when you're out in the world, if your classmates can manage, so can you. Eat well and sleep well, and you'll have the energy for your studies. Your health is your greatest asset. Only by taking care of yourself can you do everything else well. I understand. Shuehan's eyes shimmered with tears as she replied softly, thank you, Grandpa. At first, she'd been miserable, even refusing to eat or drink. Now, looking back, it was laughable. She wasn't the one at fault, so why should she punish herself? The jerk who lied to her and took her money, he was the one who deserved to be punished, not her. There was no need to make herself suffer by not eating or drinking. She had so many people who loved her, wise and caring elders, doting parents, uncles and aunts, so many people. It was just one failed relationship. She could chalk it up to being blind. Why dwell on it? Even her outstanding, handsome, gentle cousin had failed in love before, so what if she was just an ordinary girl with average looks and grades? Seeing her eating happily, Shue Jilian coaxed, these were kept chilled, so they're a bit cold. 2 is enough, don't eat too many at once. I had the chef make extra, so you can take some home later. Even if you love something, you have to show a little restraint. There'll be more tomorrow and the day after, no need to eat too much at once. Shuehan nodded obediently. Shue Jilian gently stroked her hair and said warmly, you have a long life ahead of you. Take good care of your health and love yourself well. Shuehan's eyes shimmered with tears. I understand, Grandpa. Grandpa was right, her life was still so long. Why torture herself over one mistake, one moment of blindness? Starting tomorrow, no, starting right now, she would forget about that jerk and return to her normal life. Not only that, she would be more positive and cherish the people who loved her and herself, even more. Shue Jilian nodded in satisfaction. Good girl. After watching his daughter weave through the crowd and return, Shuehan immediately noticed a change in her demeanor. The gloom had lifted from her face, and she was even chatting and laughing with her cousin Xiao Xian. He felt a weight lift from his heart. Lingling, he said, clinking glasses with Xue Ling beside him and lowering his voice, you are right. We really needed to bring her somewhere lively. Xue Ling smiled confidently. Of course. No matter how bad your mood is, just sitting with familiar people and chatting for a while can distract you. Before you know it, you start to feel better. Shuehan frowned and explained, I didn't say anything to her, didn't scold her. I didn't say much to Afang either. I gave Xiaohan plenty of space. She seemed grateful for that. I was a little worried before, but now I see there was no need. Xue Ling nodded gently. That's the first hurdle passed. Making mistakes isn't the end of the world, the key is how you fix them. You and Ah Fong should use your time with her to help her build the right views on love and marriage. Where you need to be strict, don't let things slide. Shuehan agreed, lowering his voice. I explained this to Ah Fong over dinner a couple of days ago. I said the child is growing up, and now is the time for her to start thinking about relationships and marriage. Our own marriage failed, but just because we're disappointed in marriage doesn't mean we should pass on the wrong ideas to our daughter. She understood and said she'd work with me to instill the right values in her. Xue Ling chuckled. That's good. Shuehan pressed on, so what's going on with that scumbag now? Can Xiaohan get her money back? Not so fast, Xue Ling replied. The police are still investigating and gathering evidence. I heard he's scammed more than 20 girls, some from out of town. They have to verify each case before handing it over to the court. Shuehan frowned. That many? Wasn't it a dozen before? Now it's over 20? That's even worse than Ximinqing. That's why he's called a super scumbag. Xue Ling snorted. He conned girls out of their money to live in luxury, drifting from one to another for money and sex. Men like that are pathetic and spineless. He can't be let off easy. Shuehan couldn't help but ask, over 20 girls, and none of them noticed? Didn't Xiaohan get fooled too? Xue Ling shook her head. What's even worse is that he sold the accounts of girls he couldn't squeeze money from to strangers. It's bad enough he used them, but he even put their personal information at risk. Xue Heng was dumbfounded. That despicable? It's true, Xue Ling explained. Some accounts sold for 100 or 2, sometimes 3 or 4 bundled together. Xue Heng was so angry his teeth ached. What a bastard! Playing with feelings, cheating for money and sex, and even selling people. Feelings? Xue Ling scoffed. Scum like him doesn't have feelings, he only cares about profit. The girls he conned are the real victims. They gave their hearts and their money, and in the end got nothing, maybe not even their privacy. He needs to be punished severely. Xue Heng cursed. Scum like that is no better than a heartless murderer. I should get others to sign a petition. Don't, Xue Ling cut him off, lowering her voice. The fewer people know about Xiaohan's situation, the better. First, she's sensitive and cares a lot about what others think. If word got out, her pride wouldn't let her handle it. After all, it's not something to be proud of. Second, it concerns the reputations of other girls, too. Better to keep it low-key. Xue Heng frowned. So, we're just going to let him off easy? What are you worried about? Xue Ling shook her head. It's not up to us to let him off. That's what the law and judges are for. Leave it to the professionals. Ordinary folks like us just need to cooperate. Xue Heng fell silent, a little embarrassed. Xue Ling lowered her voice further. Talk to Ah Fong and tell her not to keep buying Xiaohan so many limited edition luxury goods. Instead of fancy bags, it's better to buy her gemstones or gold. Start saving up a dowry. Bags and designer shoes wear out and lose value quickly. But gemstones and gold hold their worth. If anything unexpected happens in the future, she'll have something to fall back on. All right, Xue Heng replied with a wry smile. Some of those. I bought myself. I didn't think too much about it. I just wanted to make her happy. Xue Ling shook her head. No more of that. From now on, save up and buy her precious stones or gold, and get her a safe deposit box. Xue Heng nodded, taking the advice to heart. Xue Ling explained, my family used to be very frugal. Except for Xiao Xian, who got spoiled by Xing. None of the others cared about brands, they preferred practical things. Even Xiao Xian has changed now, saving money and only buying jewelry or antiques as investments. Day to day, she goes for comfort and practicality. But we don't know much about jewelry. Xue Heng couldn't help but say, should I ask Xiao Xian for help? Don't worry, Xue Ling replied. You can learn anything. As long as you buy from reputable auctions or dealers, it's fine. If you're really unsure, just buy gold bars from official sources, you can't go wrong. Xiao Xian's new to the field, still a rookie. If you really need advice, ask Ah Qing. He's the real expert. Xue Heng couldn't help glancing over at Lin Qingji, who stood elegantly nearby, tall, poised, with a cool, aloof air. He's not an ordinary person. I wouldn't dare bother him. By the way, he seems to attend every event at Xinyuan these days. He's been around so much, we're getting used to him. I can stay calm now, but before, we didn't even dare get close. Xue Ling shot him a look. Why so formal? He's family now. Practically another son to us. Xue Heng stared at her like she was crazy, lowering his voice. What's gotten into you today? Are you so happy you've lost your mind? I've never heard you talk like this. Do you know who he is and who we are? You're really bold. Xue Ling had to explain, he's Lao San's partner. They're planning to get married next year. Xue Heng was dumbstruck. Xue Ling patted his shoulder and whispered, don't be so shocked. Ever since he started coming to Xinyuan, he's been serious about joining our family. His parents have visited too, and we've all agreed. Oh. Xue Heng still couldn't quite process it. Xue Ling sighed and smiled, her tone a mix of emotion and humor. So don't think my kids are all easy and don't need parenting. I've worried plenty and stumbled over hurdle after hurdle. Being a responsible parent is never easy. With that, she clinked glasses with him, took a sip of champagne, and turned to walk away. Xue Heng took a big gulp, then hurried off to find a seat. He needed a moment to process everything. Laughter and cheerful chatter filled the back garden as guests came and went, but Shueheng sat off to the side, lost in thought. Seeing her son sitting alone in a corner, not moving or mingling with others, Shui Jilian walked over with a plate of cake. Try this. It's a masterpiece by a top pastry chef, truly extraordinary. Every bite is rich and fragrant, not too sweet or heavy, yet it leaves a lingering sweetness on your lips. Shueheng took the plate. Thanks, Dad. He took a bite, his eyebrows rising in surprise before he nodded repeatedly. This is delicious. It leaves you wanting more, the kind of taste that makes you wish you could keep eating. With that, he quickly polished off the rest of the cake. Shui Jilian smiled fondly. Xiaohan loved it too. She had 3 pieces and still wanted more. Lingling said she's saving a big piece for breakfast tomorrow, so she doesn't get too full tonight. She's always had a sweet tooth, Shueheng replied dotingly. With cake this good, there's no way she'd miss out. Shui Jilian explained. Qing specially commissioned this cake from a famous pastry chef. It was only finished after 6 this afternoon. The ingredients are super fresh, and the design fits the romantic theme of the engagement perfectly. Did you not see it earlier? Shueheng hesitated. I was busy chatting with Lingling and didn't make it over there. All those flashy things the young people like, I guess I just don't appreciate them the way I used to. Nonsense. Shui Jilian said. You're never too old to learn. You might not like new things, but you should still learn to respect them and acknowledge their place. Shueheng's eyes flickered. He lowered his voice. Dad, do you know about Chong and Qing? I know, Shui Jilian interrupted. Wu Ji told me. Shueheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Uncle Wu knows too? Really? Lingling actually told him? She's really brave, telling even her uncle about something like this. She didn't have to, Shui Jilian said quietly. Anyone paying attention would know. It's not just us, the younger ones have figured it out too. Qing and Chong haven't tried to hide it, they're open about it. Your uncle and aunt aren't senile, they can see what's going on. Shueheng gave a wry smile. How come I never noticed? Chong and Qing don't really look like a couple to me. Some things aren't just about appearances, Shui Jilian said calmly. If your powers of observation were really that sharp, you wouldn't be so clueless about so many things. Chastened by his father's words, Shueheng didn't dare argue. Lingling and her husband probably went through a lot before agreeing to this. After all, not everyone can accept something like this. If it were him, he figured he'd go crazy. Maybe even fly into a rage and try to stop it. He doubted he'd ever be able to accept it. Shui Jilian nodded. Of course. But in the end, they accepted it, didn't they? Yuan and Lingling are more open-minded and tolerant than you, and they're better at accepting things. Maybe, Shueheng muttered. Shui Jilian shot him a look. Maybe? The facts are right in front of you and you still don't believe it? Children aren't their parents' property, they're individuals. It's a parent's job to guide them as they grow, but what kind of person they become isn't up to us. If you can't accept it, what then? That's because Lingling has more than one child, Shueheng said gloomily. If Chong were her only son, there's no way she'd agree. Shui Jilian thought for a moment, then countered, even if she didn't agree, what could she do? If he's determined, would making a scene and turning the house upside down help? The elders would be miserable and helpless, the young ones would be hurt and stubborn, what good could come of it? Lingling and Yuan figured it out, their children have to live their own lives. If it's not something you should interfere with, it's better to let go and give them your blessing. Shueheng was at a loss for words. I guess there's just nothing you can do. If you look at it from another angle, maybe it's not so helpless, Shui Jilian said. The kids are adults now, not 3-year-olds. They have their own minds and lives, and you can't stop them even if you try. If you keep opposing them, you'll only push them, and their partner, further away. But if you're open-minded and accept them, you gain another son. Look, Qing is always here at Xinyuan for every big or small event. His parents are overseas most of the time, so Xinyuan has become his second home. He's filial to the elders and gets along well with his siblings. Isn't that just like having another son? If you put it that way, Shueheng nodded quietly. Then accepting it is definitely better than opposing it. Xue Jilian smiled and asked, if there's a better choice, why not take it? Xue Heng couldn't help but sigh. It's not easy to make that choice, though. True, Xue Jilian admitted. If it were me when I was younger, I might not have been able to accept it. Xue Heng looked over at Lin Qingji, who was eating cake with Cheng Tianyuan not far away, and said softly, if you can't accept it, you lose a son. If you can, you gain one. As long as the kids are happy and doing well, that's what matters most to parents. Most people can't do it, Xue Jilian said with feeling. Some parents care too much about appearances, about what others think, about the family's reputation. Most parents want what's best for their children, but their methods aren't always right. Xue Heng said quietly, Qing is an outstanding person and a good match for A Chong. They're even planning to get married and might find a way to have kids in the future. In that sense, they're no different from the other siblings. They will, Xue Jilian replied. I heard they're planning to do IVF abroad and hope to have 2 or 3 kids. They'll have a family just like anyone else. Xue Heng nodded. Then, it really is pretty much the same. Xue Jilian said softly, you have to look at things from different perspectives. Don't get stuck on just one way of seeing things. I understand, Xue Heng said, taking the lesson to heart. Xue Jilian added, Xiaoan said she wants to stay over tonight and go back to the suburbs tomorrow evening. The nursing home is too quiet and there's no one her age to play with. It's rare for everyone to be together, so let her stay. Dad, Xue Heng said, half amused, half exasperated. It's Mid-Autumn Festival, a major holiday. Aren't you going back? Nope, Xue Jilian shook his head firmly. I haven't had enough of staying here yet. Xue Heng couldn't help but point out, I get that Xiaoan wants to stay because she has no friends her age at the nursing home. But over there, you're surrounded by other seniors, you're not lacking company. But the food there can't compare to Xinyuan. Xue Jilian patted his legs and stood up. Enough talk, I'm off to get some baked sea cucumber. We've got 2 chefs here tonight, and it's all buffet style, just help yourself. I'm going to eat. Xue Heng. Well, that's a perfectly good and reasonable reason. Cheng Huanran and Kang An's engagement banquet was absolutely perfect. The ceremony was simple and heartwarming. The couple exchanged rings, then shared a kiss and an embrace. Surrounded by laughter, applause, and well wishes, the newlyweds leaned close to each other, their faces radiant with happiness and joy. There weren't many outsiders present. Aside from a few of Cheng Huanran's close friends and colleagues, everyone else was family. Xuezong arrived with her daughter and young grandson, along with Xue Heng's whole family and Zheng Xiaoi. Everyone knew each other well, so there was no need for formalities. People simply ate what they liked and chatted in groups, feeling relaxed and at ease. Xiaoi, I haven't seen Ah Huan today, Xuezong asked with concern. Don't tell me he's working overtime again tonight? Zheng Xiaoi gave a wry smile. He really is working overtime. This morning, his old supervisor at the People's Hospital called him in. Apparently, a critically ill male patient was transferred in last night, and the case is very unusual. They wanted Ah Huan and a few other specialists to consult and hopefully perform surgery tonight. He's still in the operating room helping out, there's just no way he could make it. Even after early retirement, there's no such thing as leisure, Xuezong said with a smile. If he can help, he should. A doctor's duty is to save lives. After so many years as a surgical specialist, healing people is second nature to him. Zheng Xiaoi chuckled helplessly. He says as long as he's still breathing, he has to uphold medical ethics. He can't help much anymore, but he'll do whatever he can. Xuezong replied warmly, luckily, he has such a capable wife like you holding down the fort at home. Ah Huan is truly blessed to have married someone as virtuous and competent as you. Oh, not at all, Zheng Xiaoi said, embarrassed, waving her hand. Xuezong glanced around, then couldn't help but ask, Xiaoi, why didn't your brother Duo come today? Zheng Xiaoi's eyes flickered, but she quickly regained her composure. His child isn't feeling well, so they didn't dare come. My nephew is very attached to his aunt and can't be apart from her even for a moment. So the whole family couldn't make it, and they asked me to bring a gift for Huanran and Kang'an. Xuezong nodded in understanding. That's how it is with little kids. Just getting out the door takes a ton of preparation, and there's even more to do when you get home. My grandson is still little. It's not easy to come and go as you please. Zheng Xiaoyi smiled and asked, Sis, did you need something from my brother? It's just a small matter, Xuezong explained. A former colleague's son is running a supermarket here in the capital. He wants to find a more direct channel to buy from the group. Lingling said he could just talk to Duo directly, no need to make it complicated. Since Duo isn't here, I'll call him tomorrow to set something up. After all, we've been colleagues for decades. If she's asking for my help, I have to explain things personally. I can't make the decision myself, but I can at least make the introduction. Zheng Xiaoyi quickly said, That's fine, just call Duo tomorrow. Xuezong had to look after her grandson, so she didn't linger long before heading off. Ahu's whole family was there. The two kids ran around playing with Xiaoshuang and the others, and in the blink of an eye, they'd already disappeared into the crowd. Wang Qing looked a bit uneasy and motioned for her daughter to keep an eye on them. Her daughter nodded repeatedly and hurried after the children. Ahu took Wang Qing's hand and sighed. Young people these days really know how to be romantic. Balloons, flowers, big beautiful photos, and those dreamy, cozy lights. It all looks so wonderful. Romantic and beautiful, Wang Qing said with a smile. Ahu gently stroked her hand, raising his eyebrows teasingly. We didn't have any of this back in our day. How about we throw a party for our 50th wedding anniversary? Wang Qing shot him a look and shook her head. Shameless. Ahu burst out laughing. We just didn't have the means back then. When we were young, just being able to wear a new suit and serve a few good dishes was considered grand. Most ordinary families just put up some red wedding banners, handed out a bit of candy to the neighbors, and that was it. Look at things now. Times are so much better. Of course, their son Xiuhu said, scrolling on his phone and munching on grilled shrimp. Society keeps progressing, and people's happiness just keeps going up. If things were still as tough as in your day, what would be the point of working so hard? Each generation should be happier than the last. That's how it should be. Ahu couldn't help but ask his son, What do you think? For our wedding anniversary. Great idea. Xiaohu interrupted. I support it. Sis will definitely support it too. Don't worry, there are professional teams for this now. All you have to do is provide the venue. They'll handle everything else. We won't have to lift a finger. Ahu was overjoyed. Qing, did you hear that? The kids are all for it. It's settled then. We're already old, Wang Qing said, a bit embarrassed. Isn't it a bit silly? Isn't it embarrassing? Xiuhu shook his head. Mom, young people have their own kind of romance, but seniors deserve their own special kind too. Older folks' anniversary parties are usually about warmth and happiness, not as flashy as Huanran's. Don't worry, they'll send us a plan to review, and if you're happy with it, we'll go ahead. All right, Wang Qing agreed with a smile. Something elegant. Xiuhu immediately promised, don't worry, we'll make it full of books and culture, elegance, everywhere you look. Wang Qing glanced over at the newlyweds and said softly, You're still young, even younger than Huanran. It's time you found someone. Xiuhu's smile froze for a moment, then he snorted. Mom, I'm really busy these days. Dating is for young people with time and money. I'm a father of two. My career's not going anywhere. I've got aging parents and young kids to take care of. Where would I find the energy to chase women? Wang Qing's face fell, and her smile disappeared. Life still has to go on. Ahu was startled and quickly tried to smooth things over. Qing, don't be upset. It's not that he doesn't want to date, it's just that the new club is finally picking up and he needs to focus. A man should put his career first. Besides, these things are up to fate, right? If he meets the right girl one day, even if we wanted to stop him, we couldn't. Wang Qing's expression softened a little. By then, Xiaohu had already slipped away, not even his shadow in sight. Wang Qing couldn't help but sigh, no one has a partner. My son doesn't have a wife. My daughter can't get married. Her son may be divorced, but at least he'd been married and had two adorable, mischievous grandsons. Her daughter, on the other hand, just couldn't seem to get married. She'd even gotten engaged and was preparing for the wedding, but still ended up breaking it off. Whenever Wang Qing thought about her precious daughter Wan Yun's repeated romantic setbacks, she couldn't help but shed tears. Ahu hurried to comfort her. Don't be upset. Matters of love are unpredictable, right? But the old matchmaker up there has it all figured out. Who ends up with whom, who's destined to be together, it's all fate. You're sighing here, but who knows, maybe Xiao Yun's destined one will show up tomorrow. Wang Qing choked up. Why are you trying to cheer me up? I'm not just trying to cheer you up, Ahu said with a wry smile. You know our family's tradition. I didn't even meet a girl until I was over 30, and even then I got played. When I married you, I was almost 40. Times are different now. There are single women everywhere, even older ones. Our Xiaoyun isn't old at all. She's still quite young. You really don't need to worry about her. How can I not worry? Wang Qing huffed. They're all single. Ahu felt the same pain in his heart, but he had to keep Wang Qing in good spirits and maintain a positive attitude, otherwise, it wouldn't be good for her health. Ah Qing, you really don't need to worry. Xiaohu said that most of the people at the club are boys. Besides Xiaoyun and 2 other girls, the rest are all young men. He even said that quite a few of those young guys are interested in our Xiaoyun. It's probably just that our Xiaoyun has high standards, so she's still being selective. But she should pick someone she truly likes, right? You can't rush these things. Wang Qing eyed him suspiciously. Really? Why would I lie to you? Ahu laughed. If you don't believe me, you can ask Xiaohu yourself. But don't ask Xiaoyun, our girl is shy, you know she won't say anything. Wang Qing's expression softened a little, but she still grumbled. She's not that young anymore. Still being picky. Hey now, Ahu replied, why shouldn't our Xiaoyun be picky? She's pretty, well-educated, and capable at work. A good girl deserves to choose. If she doesn't pick carefully, I'll have to help her. The guy's character, family background, they all have to be worthy of our Xiaoyun. Busybody, Wang Qing sighed. As long as he's good to her, that's enough. Ahu nodded repeatedly. Of course. Everything else can be SOSO, but being good to her, loving and cherishing Xiaoyun, that's the most important thing. Look at Ran and Anan over there. They're not young either, but they still manage to find each other in this big world. What a stroke of fate. Wang Qing noticed he was changing the subject and wasn't too pleased. If there's fate, that's great. But ordinary people can't be too picky. Ahu quickly nodded. Don't worry, I'll have Xiaohu talk to her. Wang Qing added, our son needs to find someone too. Ahu's eyes flickered and he lowered his voice. Of course he does. But isn't he busy right now? We should get the family's finances in better shape first. Wait until the kids are a bit older. Otherwise, it's hard to settle down, right? Wang Qing's eyes reddened again when she heard this. Ahu hurried to comfort her. It's a happy day, how can you cry? If Ayuan and your sister-in-law see you like this, they'll think you're not feeling well. Wang Qing closed her eyes and said nothing. Ahu leaned in close and whispered, a real man has to focus on his career. One failed marriage isn't the end of the world. If I hadn't been tricked back then, how would I have ended up with such a good wife like you? Xiuhu is still young, and he already has kids. No matter when he finds someone in the future, he'll always have children by his side. In that sense, he's already better off than I was. Ah Qing, try to think positively, don't be so pessimistic. Sigh, Wang Qing choked up. I've had a failed marriage too, why is it so hard for all of us? Ahu gently stroked her back and said softly, it just means you haven't met the right person yet. It happens to a lot of people. Meeting the wrong one just teaches you what kind of person suits you, what kind of partner you should look for. Just think of it as gaining experience. Nonsense, Wang Qing scolded. Ahu burst out laughing. Yes, I'm talking nonsense. Just then, little Xiuhu came running over with a big plate in his hands. Grandpa, Grandma, time for cake. Ahu hurried over to steady the little guy as he rushed up. Don't run. Remember what Grandpa taught you? Don't run when there are lots of people around, and don't run when you're carrying something. Little Xiuhu shouted excitedly, it's yummy. Grandpa, this cake is so delicious. He then scooped up a big piece and held it up high. Ahu, worried the cake would spill, bent down and took a bite. Delicious. Really good. Little Xiuhu giggled happily, then trotted over to Wang Qing's wheelchair. Grandma, quick! You have to try it. It's really good, I promise. Wang Qing struggled to move her chin and opened her mouth. Little Xiaohu had to lean in, stretching his chubby arm to feed her. Wang Qing got a bit of cake on her lips, but still managed to force a smile. Little Xiaohu blinked and asked, Grandma, is it good? Wang Qing smiled with joy. It's good. Little Xiaohu quickly handed the big plate to Ahu, dancing with excitement. Over there. There's barbecue too. Dad and my little brother are waiting to eat the grilled wagyu. I got a piece of lamb chop. Grandpa, do you like lamb chops? Ahu chuckled fondly. Grandpa can't eat too much meat. You go ahead. This cake is more than enough for us. Okay. The little guy ran off again. Ahu held the plate in one hand, his eyes following the little one until he reached Xiaohu's side, then he returned to Wang Qing. Come on, let me feed you a bit more. This cake really is delicious. Wang Qing took a few more bites, then smiled contentedly. Our grandson, he's so good to us, such a sweet boy. Ahu's eyes crinkled with affection. Yes, we raised them ourselves, they're close to us and they love us. You have to take good care of yourself, so you can enjoy the happiness of our children and grandchildren. Wang Qing smiled and nodded. Seeing her smile again, Ahu breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Come on, have a couple more bites. Wang Qing struggled to move her head and asked, Where's Lingling? She's busy, Ahu replied with a smile. Tonight's main characters are Ranan and Anan, but the busiest ones are Ayuan and your sister-in-law. Look. They're over there entertaining guests. Wang Qing smiled. Don't call her over, let her work. Ahu agreed. Xueling really was run off her feet. She finally managed to sit down for a break and asked her daughter to get her a glass of water. But Xue Xian came back with a cup of cold juice. Xiaxin, Xueling called, but her daughter had already run off. Luckily, Qin Xinji heard and hurried over. Xueling asked him to get her a cup of warm water, smiling wryly. I'm getting old. If I drink something cold, I'll get an upset stomach. Okay, I'll be right back. Qin Xinji quickly ran into the living room and soon returned with a cup of warm water. Xueling took it, thanked him, and drank half the cup in one go. Qin Xinji sat down beside her. Xueling put down the cup and asked directly, Taitu, are Duo and her husband still fighting? Qin Xinji replied with a wry smile, they're still at it. Xueling shook her head and whispered, none of their family showed up, so I had a feeling something was wrong. Duo loves a lively atmosphere and has always been close to Ranan. If she wasn't really upset, there's no way she'd miss Ranan's engagement party. Qin Xinji knew he couldn't hide it from his mother-in-law, so he told the truth. They've been talking about divorce these past few days. It's that serious? Xueling frowned. What happened this time? Didn't you all help them settle things last time? Why is it flaring up again? Qin Xinji shook his head. We settled it, but Xiaoting's issues haven't really been resolved. So the two of them have been bickering nonstop. The only reason things have quieted down a bit these past couple of days is because their child got sick. The child's okay, right? Xueling asked with concern. Is your mom helping take care of him? Qin Xinji replied, he's got a cold and a fever, crying all the time. My mom has to look after her wailing grandson and worry about the two of them at the same time. She's in a terrible state, both physically and emotionally. Hearing this gave Xueling a headache. She rubbed her temples. Why didn't you say anything? And Duo, honestly. Things have gotten to the point of divorce, and she's still trying to tough it out. Qin Xinji explained helplessly, it's not that I didn't want to say anything. I just figured there wasn't much we could do to help. Besides, you've all been busy with Ranan's engagement party. Duo probably didn't want to add to your troubles or spoil everyone's good mood. In truth, he felt a lot of sympathy for his brother. Xiaodong was practically obsessed at this point. She was fixated on being successful, convinced that Duo didn't want her to start her own business and didn't support her career. That only made her more determined to prove she could make it on her own. Even though she'd just hit a wall recently and nearly suffered a big loss, Xiaodong still refused to see reason. As a husband himself, Qin Xinji could empathize with his brother's pain and frustration, but there wasn't much he could do to help. So, what exactly happened? Xueling pressed, frowning. They're talking divorce? They haven't even been married that long, and their child is barely over a year old. What are they thinking? Have they both gone mad? Qin Xinji gave a bitter smile. Pretty much. Duo looks terrible these days. He used to be all smiles and jokes, but now you barely see him crack a smile. When the child got sick the other day, he just took leave and stayed home. I've known him for years, and I've never seen him so down and depressed. It's that bad. Xueling was puzzled. How come no one at the company told me? Qin Xinji replied, he's been going to work as usual, except for taking leave that one day. Every position at the company has its set routines, and everything's running smoothly, so no one would bother to disturb you now that you're retired. Xueling asked with concern, Xiaodong still refuses to give up on her new company? And Duo won't just let her lose a bit of money as a lesson. That's what I tried to suggest, Qin Xinji explained. Xiaodong's company is full of problems. To really make it work, she'd need a few more professional managers, invest at least 10 million more in development, and then spend a few million on marketing. Maybe then she could scrape back some of the money. But she's obsessed, convinced that every effort will pay off, and refuses to give up until she hits a wall. So I advised Duo to just invest 1 million and let Xiaodong stop being so anxious and stressed. But Duo refused? Xueling asked. Qin Xinji nodded. Last time, Xiaodong almost got herself into trouble looking for investors. Duo was furious. He told her to file for bankruptcy and stop wasting time. Xiaodong called him heartless and cold, said she didn't need his help anyway. She accused him of undermining her and dragging her down. The argument escalated, and before anyone knew it, they were saying, fine, let's just get divorced. Then they impulsively filed for divorce online at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Oh my god. Xueling could hardly believe it. Xiaodong and Duo, have they both lost their minds? How could Duo agree to a divorce? He's never been the impulsive type. It was Xiaodong, Qin Xinji shook his head. Duo isn't impulsive and he doesn't want a divorce. Xiaodong filed for it herself and said if he wouldn't agree, she'd take him to court. Xueling couldn't help but ask, do Tongzi and Qinlan know about this? Are we the only ones in the dark? She remembered how, back when they went to Rongqing to propose marriage, she'd promised Tongzi and his wife that the two would be happy together for life. Now, just 2 or 3 years later, they were already talking divorce. How is she supposed to face her old friends? No, Qin Xinji replied. Only my mom and I know. I haven't even told Xiaoxin. Duo isn't the type to gossip, and now that he's the group's CEO, any bad rumors could affect the company's stock price. With so many people working under him, he has to be extra careful. I've also tried to get Xiaodong to calm down, but she just says she's too busy to worry about family matters right now. Xueling had basically gotten the picture. Xiaodong still comes home at night, right? My mom says she comes back every other day, Qin Xinji replied. But she sleeps in the guest room, and Duo stays in the master bedroom. They act like strangers, completely ignoring each other. Xueling snorted. How childish. Qin Xinji couldn't help but laugh. I think so too. I've warned Duo not to push things too far. Xiaodong seems on the verge of a breakdown, so now's not the time to go head-to-head with her. You did the right thing, Xueling praised. When people are fighting, they're too busy being angry to think straight. Only those around them who stay calm can talk sense into them. It's not easy, Qin Xinji explained. My mom wanted to ask for your help ages ago, but with Ranan's engagement coming up, she didn't dare bother you. I was planning to tell you tomorrow anyway. Xueling laughed helplessly. This is all because of pride. Xiaodong is too eager to prove herself, too desperate for validation, so she's rushing things. That's how young people are, Qin Xinji analyzed calmly. Of course, her environment has a big influence too. All the women around her are into feminism, talking about just dating and not marrying, not having kids to avoid trouble. It's all pretty strange. Xueling sighed softly. Society's progressed so much, everyone's glued to their phones, communication is instant. Young people's ideas change by the day, even by the hour, with new trends and opinions popping up all the time. There are all sorts of ideas out there. You have to carefully pick what's right for you. Shinji frowned slightly and said quietly, Mom, speaking of strange ideas, I need you to talk to Xiaoxin too. Xueling asked curiously, what's going on with Xiaoxin? Shinji lowered his voice. She says she doesn't want to have kids yet, maybe not ever. Huh? Xueling was stunned for 2 seconds before asking, she doesn't want kids? Why? Shinji gave a wry smile. She spends all day watching videos about pregnancy and raising kids, and it's really scared her. She's worried pregnancy will ruin her figure, that having and raising kids will make her age faster. She's afraid of postpartum depression, anxious about all the troubles and worries of raising and educating a child. In short, she's scared of having kids right now, so she doesn't want to try for a baby and is even considering being dink, double income, no kids, in the future. Xueling rolled her eyes. If every woman thought like her, wouldn't humanity have gone extinct by now? If having and raising kids were really that easy, then whenever people mention the word mother, their first reaction wouldn't be to call it great or noble. If all mothers only cared about their figures, didn't want to go through the hardship of pregnancy, and disliked the exhausting, trivial work of raising kids, where would the next generation come from? How would humanity have reached a population of 8 billion? Shinji explained, feeling a bit wronged. Mom, I've given her plenty of freedom and time these past years. She's younger than me, and I didn't want her career to be held back by kids at such a young age, so we plan to wait 2 or 3 years after getting married before having children. I never said I didn't want kids. You know that. I know. Xueling nodded gently. Most people get married to have children, build a family, and continue the family line. I agree with that. Being single certainly has its freedoms and ease, but most people still follow the usual path, falling in love, getting married, having kids, and raising a family. That's how humanity has continued from generation to generation. Those who don't settle down are often seen as outliers or eccentrics, and there's never been any widespread social acceptance or advocacy for everyone to remain single. Who knows about the future, but at least for now, I've never heard of it. Shinji smiled. I'm pretty traditional. I just want to build a happy family with the person I love, have children and grandchildren, and enjoy a lively, harmonious home. Xueling sighed helplessly. She's the youngest in the family, not as mature or steady as her older brothers. She's always changing her mind, easily swayed by what she hears. You two haven't been married that long, you might need to give her some more time. Out of all the kids, it was the fourth who worried them the most. They thought that after getting married and settling down, she'd become more mature, but it turns out her nature hasn't changed. Shinji explained, my mom's been urging me not to wait too long, since it's not always easy to get pregnant when you want to. So I'm thinking of not using contraception anymore, just letting things happen naturally. If she gets pregnant, we'll take care of the baby and have the child. If not, we won't stress about it, just go with the flow. But now she suddenly says she doesn't want kids because she's really happy with her current job and family life, and she's afraid having a child will mess everything up and change her life's path. Heh, Xueling snorted. First time I've heard her be so thoughtful. Did you tell her things will work out when the time comes? There are families all over the world having kids, and not everyone's life falls apart, right? Shinji instinctively glanced at his beloved wife and lowered his voice. She won't listen to me right now, and I don't want to force her. So, you want me to talk to her? Xueling asked. You haven't had a proper discussion with her? After all, her daughter was grown and married now. She didn't want to interfere too much. If it was just a discussion between husband and wife, she shouldn't butt in. Shinji explained. We've talked about it several times, but she won't listen. She says she thinks being dink is pretty good. Did you tell her our family can't accept that? Xueling said. Never mind the older generation. Your dad and I are already 1,000% against it. Shinji looked a bit awkward and glanced over at Lin Qingji before quickly looking away. She said you and Dad have always been very open-minded parents, and even if you can't accept it at first, you'd come around soon enough. She also said, since you accepted Lao San and a Qing, she believes there's nothing you two can't handle. Xueling. Chen Xinji hurried to explain, Mom, she didn't mean it sarcastically. She just thinks you're not ordinary parents, that you're broad-minded and open to new things and ideas. How is that the same? Xueling was secretly annoyed, her tone growing sharper. Did you tell them Lao San and a Qing plan to have several kids in the future? Huh. Chen Xinji chuckled. Really? Lao San and a Qing decided. Xueling nodded emphatically. Yes, they've already decided, maybe as soon as next year or the year after. They're even using IVF to have their own children, while she's perfectly able to have kids and wants to be dink. She's always loved competing with her third brother. Why not compete with him on having kids? If she can have 4 or 5, then Lao San will have fewer than her. Chen Xinji looked a little embarrassed and said quietly, I couldn't bear to let her go through that much, 2 at most. I'm not greedy, just want 2 kids of our own, that's enough. Keep trying to talk to her, Xueling reminded. You two can take your time, but Duo and Xiaotong's situation is urgent and needs to be handled quickly. No rush, Chen Xinji said. I just wanted to let you know, and hope you and Dad can talk to Xiao Xin when you have time. She always listens to you too. If you're against it, she won't dare insist. Don't worry, Xueling promised. I'll find a chance to scold her. Chen Xinji couldn't help but remind her, Mom, she doesn't want me to. I know, Xueling said calmly. I'm just asking you about Duo and Xiaotong, nothing else. Thank you, Mom, Chen Xinji said with a grateful smile. Xueling gently reminded him, since you're thinking about trying for a baby, make sure to talk to the family doctor about what you need to pay attention to. No matter how many kids you have, we want healthy, happy children, right? Of course. Chen Xinji nodded. I'll get in touch soon. Xueling lowered her voice. Taidu, Xiao Xin is still young and not very mature. Even though she's married, she's still our daughter. It's our responsibility as parents to guide and advise her. It doesn't end just because she's married. If she ever does anything out of line, you have to let us know right away. Don't cover for her. And no, I won't. Chen Xinji said, a little embarrassed. Xiao Xin is great, just a bit mischievous, nothing else. Xueling chuckled, then finished her water. When you spoil her, you have to know your limits. Marriage isn't about controlling each other, but you do need to keep things in check. It's not about control or pressure, but you can't just let things slide. Chen Xinji seemed to half understand, but nodded anyway. Thank you, Mom. I understand. The engagement banquet didn't end until 11. Guests left one after another, and the family members also returned to their rooms to rest. The 2 protagonists of the night, however, were still full of energy, faces glowing with happiness and eyes brimming with affection. Zheng Huanran held Kang An's hand as they laughed and chatted, walking up to Xueling. Mom, Anan and I are going out for a bit. Xueling guessed the young couple probably had more fun planned, so she smiled and said, Be careful on the road. You've both been drinking, so don't drive yourselves. Let old Chen take you. Kang'an blushed and said quietly, We'll be back early. No need, Xueling laughed, shaking her head. Come back whenever you want. No need to rush. Go have a romantic time. Off you go. Zheng Huanran grinned, wrapping his arm around his blushing fiancé as they set off sweetly together. Xue Xian, who had drunk a little, was never good with alcohol, and her drunken antics weren't great either. She wobbled and whined, asking Chen Xinji to carry her home on his back. Naturally, Chen Xinji was happy to oblige. He squatted down and let her climb on. Xiao Xian giggled, sometimes playing with his hair, sometimes tugging at his collar. Chen Xinji smiled indulgently and coaxed her, Be good, don't squirm around. Careful you don't fall. I won't. As soon as Xue Xian heard fall, she quickly hugged his neck. I'd never let myself fall off. Chen Xinji's eyes crinkled with laughter as he carried her over. Mom, we're heading back to the courtyard house. Xueling nodded and reminded them, Come over for breakfast tomorrow morning. She knew full well her daughter couldn't cook. Luckily, They lived close by and had chefs to prepare every meal. Otherwise, if she had to rely on her daughters-in-law to cook, she'd feel bad always inviting the young couples over to freeload. Qin Xinji agreed. Xiao Xian pouted and whined, "Mom, I want soup dumplings and egg rolls fresh out of the oven, and crispy." "Got it." Xueling waved her hand as if shooing mosquitoes. "Go to bed already. Can't handle your liquor, but still drink. You're just asking for a scolding." Qin Xinji quickly and steadily carried his little wife away. Xue Xian pouted in grievance. "Mom sounded like she was scolding me just now, boo-hoo." There, Qin Xinji soothed. "Mom's just worried too much alcohol is bad for you." But Xue Xian was already dozing off against his neck. Qin Xinji chuckled helplessly, slowed his pace, and strolled leisurely toward the courtyard house. "Mom," Shui Yang called out as he tidied up, "there's still a bunch of wine over here. What should I do with it?" Xueling hurried over and instructed, "Put away the unopened bottles. Take the open ones to the kitchen and see if they can use them for cooking. If there's any left in the bottles, you can have them if you want." "Of course I do." Shui Yang grinned. "I've got good use for them." Xueling nodded. "All right, take them all. No need to waste anything, do whatever you want with them. And don't drink and drive." Got it, Shui Yang laughed. "I'll have Chao Ji drive me." Xueling couldn't help but remind him, "Don't come back too late. Xiaozhu has a bit of a cold these days. You're busy during the day, but at least help out at night so Xiao doesn't get too tired." It was chilly in the mornings and evenings in autumn. Kids were mischievous and active. If they sweated and caught a breeze, they'd catch a cold in no time. It wasn't the nannies or Xiao's fault, they did their best. The real problem was kids' low immunity. You just couldn't prevent it. "Okay," Shui Yang agreed. "The kids are in bed by 10. I'll be back in about an hour, not too late." Xueling didn't ask where he was going, just turned to instruct the cleaning staff to be careful with the things. Qing Tianyuan saw the Xuezong family out, but when he returned, he couldn't find Lin Qingji. "Wife, have you seen A Qing?" Xueling replied, "He went to rest early in San's room." "Why, what's up?" "Mom was looking for him earlier," Cheng Tianyuan explained. "I helped Ehu take Wang Qing home, and when I came back, I couldn't find him." "Oh," Xueling said. "Before the banquet ended, I saw Mom chatting with him in the living room. They talked for quite a while." "All right then," Cheng Tianyuan said gently. "You've been busy all day. Go get some rest. I'll take care of things here." Xueling was indeed exhausted. She reminded him, "I've already transferred the overtime pay to the workers' manager. There's still a lot of fruit in the corner. Give each of them a share before they leave. It's a holiday and we made them work overtime. I feel bad about it." "Okay." Qing Tianyuan patted her back and said softly, "Go to bed early. I might sleep in tomorrow, so you'll have to help out when Mom and Dad get up." Xueling smiled gently. "No problem." It had taken a whole day to prepare the banquet, and cleaning up took several more hours. Cheng Tianyuan watched the cleaning staff leave and realized it was already past 3 in the morning. There were still cars missing from the garage, probably the eldest and second sons. Cheng Tianyuan reminded the security guard on duty, then went to rest in the study. He was getting older and didn't sleep as soundly as before. If he went into the bedroom now, he'd wake Xueling and she wouldn't be able to fall back asleep. So he decisively went to the study next door. Early in the morning, Xueling went to her parents' room. She helped her mother put on a light jacket and curiously asked, "Mom, what did you and Qing talk about last night? You two chatted for ages." Her mother struggled to comb her hair and replied, "I have some gold bars I kept in the bank's safe deposit box. I want to take them out and have them made into jewelry for the younger generation. I asked Qing to recommend a real master craftsman, someone who can make stylish designs the young people will actually like." "You really go all out." Xueling laughed. "Not only do you insist on giving gifts, you want to make sure everyone likes them." "Of course," her mother teased. "The younger generation are all little ancestors now, you have to pamper and spoil them." Xueling said seriously, "Just give them to me, I don't care about the design. You can just hand over the gold bars and save on design and labor costs." "Forget it," her mother said bluntly. Why would I give them to you? I'm making them for my great-grandchildren. Xueling chuckled, then turned to pour a glass of warm water for her father. I'm heading out after breakfast. The back garden was cleaned last night, so it's still wet. You can only walk in the main hall and front corridor, okay? Her father asked suspiciously, Where are you going? I heard Duoduo's child is sick, Xueling replied. I'm going to check on them. Her father's eyes flickered and he said softly, We haven't seen Duoduo in days. Keep an eye on him. Last time he was here, he didn't look too well. I know, Xueling said, not wanting to elaborate. She changed the subject. You two go to the living room first. Uncle Julien should be up by now. I'll go knock and check. After breakfast, Xueling took her bodyguard and hurried out. Xueling didn't go straight to the company to find Zheng Duoduo or Xiaotong. Instead, she headed directly to the upscale apartment. Originally, Zheng Duoduo had bought a courtyard house near Xinyuan, with his younger brother Qin Xinji helping out financially. At first, it was meant to be their marital home, and they also hoped the family could live closer together to look after each other, so Zhuochun wouldn't have to run back and forth all the time. Later, when Xiaotong started her graduate studies, the commute from the courtyard house was too far. Zheng Duoduo couldn't bear to see her rushing around every day, so he planned to buy a small place near her university as a temporary solution. When Xueling heard about this, she advised him not to waste money and lent them a luxury apartment nearby to stay in for the time being, saving them the trouble of buying and renovating another place. Both Zheng Duoduo and Xiaotong were extremely grateful. First, they were still paying off the courtyard house, and buying another property would have been a financial strain. Second, renovations take time, and being able to move straight into a fully furnished apartment was simply perfect. So, they moved in, bringing the child and Zhuochun along as well. Xueling owned quite a few properties in the capital, and since she'd handled them herself, she still remembered roughly where they were and found her way there easily. It was already past 9 o'clock. Zheng Duoduo had left for work, and only Zhuochun and the nanny were home with the child. Zhuochun greeted Xueling warmly and personally made her a cup of Biluokun tea. Madam, I didn't know you were coming, so I didn't prepare anything. Why are you calling me Madam again? Xueling said with a laugh. Did you forget? We're in-laws, equals. Just call me by my name. Zhuochun smiled and shook her head. Old habits die hard. Sorry, I'm just used to it. It's hard to change. Xueling replied gently, Take your time. Change it slowly. Is it really such a big deal if I don't? Zhuochun teased with a smile. What, if I don't change, we're not in-laws anymore? Xueling burst out laughing. It's just a form of address. Whether you change it or not, we're still us. You're still Sister Chun, and I'm still Xueling, nothing's changed. Zhuochun liked Xueling's straightforwardness best. She smiled and patted her hand. That's right, we're still us. Now that we're family, we're even closer. Even if we weren't related, we'd still be like family. Xueling squinted at her, feeling a pang of sympathy. The kids have been worrying you lately. Look, you've lost weight again. I'm fine, Zhuochun shook her head. I'm getting older, so it's not good to be too heavy. Don't worry, ever since I recovered from my illness, I've been feeling much better. I'm just an old woman. It doesn't matter what happens to me. It's the kids, making you worry too. Zhuochun was a smart woman and immediately guessed why Xueling had come. She sighed deeply. It's my own shortcomings, I haven't been able to ease the tension between those two. I told Duoduo to ask you to help talk to Xiaotong, but he refused, saying you were busy with Ranran's engagement and he didn't want to trouble you. He did that on purpose, Xueling said, hitting the nail on the head. He's upset with Xiaotong and wants to push things to a head between them, so he doesn't want us to interfere too much. That's why he didn't come to me for help. Zhuochun gave a bitter smile. What good does it do to make each other suffer? They're both just making themselves miserable. I really don't know what to do with them suddenly being so stubborn. Xueling glanced at the child playing with blocks and asked with concern, I heard the little one was sick. Is he better now? Somewhat, Zhuochun explained. He had a fever the day before yesterday and a low fever yesterday. Luckily, he woke up today without a fever, but he's still not as energetic as usual. Duo hasn't been working overtime lately. He comes straight home after work to help with the child. He brings home whatever work he can, so he's been spending more time at home and with the child. Xueling couldn't help but ask, does Xiaotong come home much? Not really, Jua-chun said softly. She's only been back twice in the past week or so. And even when she does come back, she sleeps in the guest room and won't talk to Duo. Xueling asked again. Yesterday was the Mid-Autumn Festival, a traditional holiday for family reunions. She didn't come home. No, Jua-chun sighed. The nanny went home for the holiday in the afternoon, so I made a few nice dishes and called Xiaotong to ask her to come home for dinner. She told me she had to work late and couldn't make it. She said she'd come see the child once she finished her work. Xueling pressed, what about Duo? Didn't he call her? No, Jua-chun said quietly, eyes reddening. They've been at a standoff for days. At one point, they even talked about divorce. I've been so worried I can't sleep. Xueling frowned. I was shocked when Shinji told me about it. I didn't expect things to be this serious between them. Jua-chun sniffled and wiped away a tear. Madam, we've known each other for so many years, and you've watched Duo grow up. He may not be my biological son, but he's as good as. I raised him myself, so I know him well. Duo may not be outstanding, but he's definitely not the irresponsible type. I'm not just bragging. You raised him very well, Xueling praised. No need to brag, it's just the truth. Jua-chun looked a little embarrassed and said softly, it's not that I'm blindly defending my son just because I'm his mother-in-law. I'm a woman too, and I've known what it's like to have an unhappy family. I wouldn't wish that on anyone else. I just want the kids to be happy, that's all. Honestly, I think Xiaotong's thinking has gotten a bit extreme lately. She added nervously, Madam, Xiaotong is a beautiful and capable girl. I've always liked her. I'm not targeting her, and I'm not trying to act like a domineering mother-in-law. I'm just speaking honestly. Maybe I'm not in the best position to say this, but I mean no harm. I know, Xueling quickly reassured her. I understand what you mean. You're just stating the facts, not lecturing her as a mother-in-law or picking on your daughter-in-law. Jua-chun breathed a sigh of relief and said softly, yes, you know me. Knowing others is intelligence, knowing yourself is wisdom, contentment is wealth. I'm very satisfied with what the kids have achieved in their careers and family. It's just, we elders may think this way, but young people don't always see it the same. Xueling nodded in understanding and said gently, we're relatives, but also family. You know I've never liked beating around the bush. Sister Chun, tell me, what exactly is Xiaotong doing wrong? Up until now, I've only heard Duo's side, but he's too close to the situation. You, as an onlooker, can see things more clearly and in detail. That way, I'll know how to approach it. Jua-chun gave a small, grateful smile. Thank you, madam. The more I think about it, the more I feel you're the best person to talk to Xiaotong. In fact, you're the only one who can get through to her. Why do you say that? Xueling asked curiously. Jua-chun nodded firmly. Downtown cafe. The bustling city center is never short of excitement. Even outside of rush hour, the streets are still packed with cars and people coming and going. Perhaps the prices at this upscale cafe are just too high, or maybe it's not yet time for meals or coffee, but there are only a handful of customers inside, making the place feel a bit deserted. Xueling sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, leisurely stirring her mocha as she watched the young people hurrying along the street outside. It wasn't that she particularly liked coming to places like this, but the person she was meeting happened to be nearby. Since the cafe was quiet and not crowded, it was a good spot for a proper conversation. She didn't drink coffee, she usually preferred tea, so her visits to cafes were few and far between. Now that she was older, strong coffee with its intense flavor and stimulating effect often left her unable to sleep, sometimes for the entire night. So after just 2 sips, she set her cup down. Not far away sat a young couple, both attractive and well-dressed, stylish in appearance. Unfortunately, the young man wore a dark, sullen expression, while the woman's eyes were red as she quietly sobbed. The cafe's music played at a moderate volume, sometimes melodious, sometimes somber, but it couldn't quite cover up the couple's deliberately hushed argument. "What is this supposed to mean?" "What do you mean by this?" the woman demanded. "Is it really about the bag?" "What I want is for you to care about me, to show me you love me. You can clearly afford it, so why wouldn't you buy it for me? Now that you've finally bought it, why are you giving me attitude? If you're so unwilling, then don't buy it at all." The young man replied irritably, "So if I don't buy it, that means I don't care about you? That I don't love you enough? Fine, yes, I can afford it. But I can't spend all my money on buying you bags. I still need to eat, to socialize, to save up for a house. If I don't have a house or a car, would you still marry me? Sure, I make good money now, tens of thousands a month, but if I don't save, when will I ever be able to buy a place in the capital? Housing prices are so high now, just saving for the down payment is hard enough." The woman, feeling wronged, said I liked it because all my colleagues and friends have one. And I really do like this bag. I've been thinking about it for months. It's beautiful, and carrying it would make me look so elegant and classy. Why can't you think about it from my perspective?" "Enough," the man said in a low voice. "I just want to ask you one thing. Do you want to marry me or not? I'm dating because I want to find someone to build a life with, not just for fun, and I'm certainly not some playboy. I'm almost 30 now. I want to settle down, not keep messing around." The woman sniffled. "We're not even married yet, and you're already treating me like this. If this is how you are, I really don't have any confidence in us." "Then let's break up," the man said coldly, then stood up. The woman froze for a moment, thinking she'd misheard. It wasn't until she saw his resolute figure walking away that she realized what had happened, and hurriedly got up to chase after him. Xue Ling glanced at their departing backs, then lowered her eyes and took a sip of coffee. "Aunt Ling," a soft voice called. Xue Ling turned to see Xiao Tong, dressed in a high-end business suit, her hair perfectly styled, makeup a bit heavy, and standing in sexy high heels, smiling warmly at her. "Sit," Xue Ling said with a gentle smile. "I hope I'm not disturbing you by asking you out at this time?" Xiao Tong sat down across from her and shook her head. "Not at all. I just finished a meeting and there's nothing else at the office." Xue Ling looked her over. Though her makeup and outfit were impeccable and glamorous, the heavy makeup couldn't hide the fatigue in her eyes and the exhaustion beneath them. Xiao Tong looked a little embarrassed and said softly, "Auntie, what brings you here?" "My company's just across the street. I only just saw your message and rushed down right away." "Have you been waiting long?" "Not at all," Xue Ling replied with a smile. "I was just enjoying the view while I waited. The city center has changed a lot, and it's changing fast. We used to live over by Ronghua Mall, and in the blink of an eye, so many years have passed. The city center gets a new look every few years. If you don't come often, you might even get lost." Xiao Tong nodded. "I've been working here for almost a year, and I still get lost sometimes." Xue Ling couldn't help but sigh. "I can't believe it's almost a year since you graduated. Time really flies." Xiao Tong gave a faint, awkward smile and explained, "I only graduated in June. I finished my thesis early. I started my business last summer, so it's been almost a year now." Xue Ling chuckled. "Sorry, I'm getting old, I can never remember exact dates." Xiao Tong quickly shook her head and called to the approaching server, "A strong coffee, please." The server replied and hurried off. A moment later, a cup of rich, dark coffee was brought over. Xue Ling glanced at it and couldn't help but ask, "Isn't that too strong? Would you like some sugar or milk?" "No need," Xiao Tong replied. "I'm used to it now, and I like it plain. Strong coffee is great for staying alert. It was hard to get used to at first, but after a while you just get used to the taste." Xue Ling noticed the dark circles and puffiness under her eyes, something even heavy makeup couldn't hide, and felt a pang of concern. "Xiao Tong, I came here today especially to see you. I've been busy with the elders and kids at home, so I haven't paid enough attention to you all. Last night, when Ran and Ainin got engaged, neither you nor Duo showed up. I was worried something had happened, so I went to your apartment this morning and found out you two have been having some serious issues. I was really surprised and saddened to hear that." "I'm sorry," Xiao Tong said, eyes red. Auntie, it's our fault. We made you worry. Xueling asked gently, why didn't you come to me? Remember when you married Duo, I promised your parents I'd look after you, and since your family is far away, I told you to treat our home as your own. I meant every word. Xiaotong, have you forgotten that? Or did you think I was just saying polite things to reassure your parents? No, of course not. Xiaotong shook her head quickly. I know you really care about me. Ever since I graduated, you've always looked out for me. Xueling couldn't help but ask, then why, when you and Duo ran into such a big problem, didn't you come to me? I can't promise I can solve everything, but I can at least listen, right? Let me try to help, to mediate between you two, can't I? The glamorous young woman across from her lowered her eyes, stirring her coffee gently. Auntie, please don't misunderstand. It's not that I didn't want to come to you, and it's not that I don't trust you. Xueling smiled softly and asked then why. Xiaotong hesitated, wanting to speak, but stopping herself. In the end, she let out a long sigh. I don't even know how to explain it to you. Anyway, there are a lot of problems between us, and they're pretty serious. Xueling nodded gently, her voice warm. Let's not talk about how serious the problems are for now. You need to ask yourself first, do you still love Duo? Xiaotong was stunned, then lowered her beautiful eyelashes. Love or not? It's all been worn away by the petty squabbles and cold standoffs of daily life. Xueling couldn't help but find this funny and asked, how many years have you two been married? Not even enough to count on one hand, right? How much petty squabbling could there be, She was already past 50, had been a grandmother for years, and felt she was qualified to comment on so-called family trivialities. Hearing this young woman speak like that, she couldn't help but feel a familiar sense of youth knows not the taste of sorrow, but for the sake of new verses, pretends to be sad. Xiaotong looked a little embarrassed and said softly, Auntie, if I'd known marriage would be such a mess, I wouldn't have gotten married at all. Being married is just so exhausting. Especially after having a child, there's all kinds of anxiety and frustration. I really can't take it sometimes. Whenever I think about that home, I can't help but regret it. If I hadn't rushed into marriage and rushed to have a kid, things wouldn't have ended up like this. So, what exactly is it like now? Xueling asked curiously. What's so bad about it? Xiaotong replied in a low voice, on the surface, everything looks fine. We have a house, a car, a child, and even a nanny and our elders to help take care of the baby. Xueling nodded and asked, so what are you missing? Xiaotong was taken aback, then shook her head. There's nothing missing at home, and he doesn't seem to lack anything either. But I'm different from him. He has his own career, while I'm still struggling. The mansion is his, the luxury car is his, everything is his. It feels like I have nothing here. Some people envied her for marrying such an outstanding and wealthy husband. But she herself had never really felt this so-called good fortune. When they were dating, everything was fine. He had his strengths, she had hers, both were excellent and happy in their own ways. But after marriage, everything changed. She seemed to be labeled as Mrs. President Zheng, no longer herself, but just an accessory to Zheng Duo. Xueling couldn't help but laugh and countered, how can you say you have nothing? The courtyard house is your marital home, and it's under both your names. The luxury car was bought before you got married, so it doesn't count as joint property. But the annual dividends and salary bonuses he gets from the group, you have a share in those. That's just the material side. What about your mother-in-law? Are you not included there? Does she treat you badly, doesn't care about you? And your son? You carried him for 10 months and gave birth to him. Are you saying you don't have a share in him either? It might not sound like much materially, but just that courtyard house alone was worth several $100 million. In recent years, land prices had skyrocketed, and high-end courtyard houses in the capital changed in value every year, to the point of being dizzying. That courtyard house was their marital home, and from the start, her name was on the deed. Before buying it, Zheng Duo had insisted that, even though it was bought before marriage, Xiaotong's name had to be added, because her family was from the south, far away, and he was worried she wouldn't feel a sense of belonging in the capital. Xueling couldn't quite understand and couldn't help but ask, what's wrong with you, child? Is it that Duo doesn't give you enough security? Or are you just overthinking things? Xiaotong's eyes flickered, and the corners of her eyes began to redden. Auntie, I just feel like I can't afford to let my guard down. He's very good to me. He can give me so much, and I could easily hide behind him and live comfortably as a housewife. But my parents raised me, and if I don't try for myself, don't take advantage of my youth to fight for my own career, I just can't accept it. I want to stand on the same level as him. I don't want him to look down on me. Duo looks down on you? Xue Ling was half amused, half exasperated. What makes you think that? No wonder things had gotten so tense between them. There were such deep differences. At first, she thought it was just Xiaotong's insistence on starting her own business, but now it seemed there were many other reasons at play. Xiaotong replied, Auntie, as long as he and I are in different positions in our careers, our social status and class will never be the same. He always thinks our company won't last, always thinks I have to follow behind him, or I won't accomplish anything. If that's not looking down on me, what is it? That's blatant contempt, not just looking down on me. Xue Ling frowned slightly. Duo isn't that kind of person. Zheng Duo might be a bit two-faced, gentle and refined on the outside, but actually shrewd and calculating, but he was definitely not the type to look down on his wife. She was confident about that. After all, she'd watched him grow up and trusted him. He is. Xiaotong choked up. He thinks he's so great, thinks everything he says and thinks is right. When I wanted to start a business, he just kept opposing me. Later he said he didn't object anymore, but that was just lip service. Deep down, he still thinks the same way. Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, you wanted to start your own business, and in the end he supported you, didn't he? But he didn't really support me. Xiaotong retorted angrily. He says one thing and does another. He never actually helped me. I'm so busy with the company, I can't take care of the house and the child. He's never tried to understand, just blames me for not balancing things, scolds me for not knowing what's most important. Xue Ling handed her a tissue. Thank you, Auntie. Xiaotong took it, feeling even more aggrieved, and tears streamed down her face. Xue Ling thought for a moment, then asked gently, Xiaotong, are you under a lot of pressure right now? And then, Xiaotong wiped her tears and said softly, the company's been running at a loss. The app we developed is mediocre. We've had to redo it several times, and it's still not good enough. The company's cash flow is really tight, and lately I've been busy looking for investors. Xue Ling's eyes flickered. Duo hasn't helped you financially, has he? He doesn't help, so what? Xiaotong said in a low voice. He's not the only rich person in the world. I didn't ask him, and he didn't offer. He knows how hard things are for me. He's just trying to make me look bad. Make me admit defeat. Make me hide behind him and do some trivial little things. One day, I'll make him see me in a new light. Xue Ling couldn't help but laugh. You two are husband and wife, not rivals or enemies. Why are you competing with him? What are you trying to prove? I've heard of couples being like bickering rivals, but never heard of husband and wife as enemies. I'm not trying to compete with him, Xiaotong argued. I just want to prove myself. Xue Ling asked curiously, prove your own abilities at work. Yes, Xiaotong explained. There can't be too big a gap between a husband and wife, or problems will crop up sooner or later. There's a huge gulf between his career and mine. If I don't catch up a bit, he'll just look down on me even more. Xue Ling found this hard to believe. Who told you that? It couldn't have been Duo, right? No, Xiaotong replied. That's just how I feel. There's a ton of stuff like this on social media. I'm not the only one who thinks this way. Xue Ling felt a headache coming on and frowned. Stop reading all those random public accounts. Those people make money off clicks and views, using sensational headlines to attract readers like you. You have to live your own life. Other people's opinions are just for reference. They might not suit your marriage at all. Xiaotong's gaze flickered, and she mumbled, Auntie, there really can't be too big a gap between us. Besides, I've already graduated. If I don't work hard while I'm still young, it'll only get harder as I get older. Don't make yourself anxious, Xue Ling said with a sigh, feeling sorry for her. Xiaotong, what's going on with you lately? You look exhausted, you don't speak clearly, and everything you say is full of anxiety and restlessness. Xiao Tong was momentarily stunned, then shook her head. No, I'm fine. Xue Ling didn't argue, just smiled gently. Don't be in a rush, and don't be so quick to deny it. Let me tell you a few stories, okay? Xiao Tong nodded lightly, her eyes drifting to the phone on the table. Xue Ling continued in a warm voice, if you're pressed for time, I won't tell stories. I'll just talk about the people and things around us, all right. Xiao Tong managed an apologetic smile. It's fine. It's lunchtime now, I don't have to rush back to work. Auntie, go ahead. Xue Ling thought for a moment, then said, I don't know where you young people get these ideas. Maybe it's all kinds of messy information channels, or maybe it's just some people's personal opinions. Let me remind you, one person's view doesn't represent everyone. What kind of gap can there be between a couple? Education? Family background? Career? Social status? Xiao Tong said softly, all of those, I guess. Xue Ling smiled. In the past, people cared about marrying someone of equal status because they were afraid the couple wouldn't get along, that the gap would be too big to bridge. In my opinion, you and Duo are well matched. You had the same level of education at first. Later, you went to grad school, while he gained more work experience, so you each have your strengths. In terms of family, he can't compare to you. He grew up in a complicated, single-parent family. Your family is happy and simple. His family is in the capital, yours is in a small southern city, so in terms of location, he has the advantage. So, both families have their pros and cons. Xiao Tong couldn't help but say quietly his career is so much more successful than mine. It's not that big a deal, Xue Ling replied. He started out working at the airport. The job wasn't hard, and the pay was just average, not wealthy by any means. After your internship, if it weren't for Duo helping you, you'd just be a regular employee at the company, making maybe 10,000 a month. Even with your graduate degree, your salary would be around 10 or 20,000. Xiao Tong disagreed, lowering her voice. But he has you to help him. Xue Ling nodded. Yes, but you have him to help you too. In that sense, you're the same. My starting point is higher, so Duo benefits from that. If you're by his side, you'll rise with him. That's why Duo insists you keep working at the group. Xiao Tong was stunned. Xue Ling went on, you spent a few years at the group, so you understand the semi-competitive culture there. With your experience, if Duo hadn't helped you, you'd have started as the lowest level intern, not right behind the CEO. Ability matters, but a platform is a platform, it's not the same as ability. If I'd promoted someone else instead of Duo, he'd just be an ordinary employee now. In the end, you and he aren't that different. The gap you're talking about isn't as big as you think. Xiao Tong was at a loss for words, unable to process it for a moment. Xue Ling continued, I didn't make it on my own either. I stood on my father's shoulders, relying on the foundation my parents built, and worked my way up step by step. When I just had Ran, I was busy every day selling clothes, making just a few cents here and there. When I came to the capital pregnant, with my family in tow, even the place we stayed was arranged by my mother. I was about your age back then, more or less. She paused, taking a sip of coffee to moisten her throat. These days, social media loves to talk about people making $1 million a year or tens of thousands in monthly bonuses. You see this stuff on your phone all the time, but you don't stop to think if it's real. In reality, those people are extremely rare. They're the top of the pyramid. Don't think making money is that easy, and don't think you're so far behind others. Progress happens step by step. You can't just grit your teeth and push yourself and expect to leap to the top overnight. Xiao Tong lowered her gaze, seeming to take it in. Maybe it's because I spent a few years at the group. I was always around high earners, and my phone is full of stories about people like that. I guess I started to believe it. Xue Ling smiled. The capital is one of the biggest, most prosperous cities in the country. But have you ever counted how many big groups like ours there are here? Only the top executives at those companies make that kind of money. How many people can that be? Xiao Tong mumbled, not many for sure. Xue Ling nodded. Exactly, not many at all. If I'd let Yang Ong or Xiaoxin take over instead, Duo would at most be a high-level manager, making a few $100,000 a year. That apartment you two have, how many years of not spending a dime would it take to buy it? And Duo bought a villa, too. How many years would that take? Have you ever calculated it? Xiaotong said awkwardly, probably would take several lifetimes. Xueling chuckled. That's why I say, Duo is just standing on my shoulders, just like I stood on my parents' foundation. He was just lucky to have a higher starting point, so he's ahead of you for now. If he had to rely on himself, he'd probably be gray-haired before he could become CEO. You're a fresh graduate, and you're comparing yourself to a CEO standing on 2 generations worth of foundation. What are you thinking? Of course you'll feel anxious and upset if you compare yourself to him. Xiaotong blushed with embarrassment and stammered, I'm not as lucky as him. I don't expect to reach his level. I just want to have my own career, to be independent and not have to rely on him. Xueling nodded in agreement. That's a great idea. But don't you think you're a bit too anxious right now? Driven by this determination to prove herself, she'd ended up at odds with her husband of many years, and even neglected her adorable young son. Wasn't that going too far? Xueling herself was a bona fide career woman, but she always reminded the younger generation around her not to neglect family or loved ones, so as not to leave regrets in life. No matter how busy she was, she never dared overlook the importance of teaching her children or caring for the elders. No matter how hectic things got, she always made sure to set aside some time each day for her kids, her parents, and her husband. Relationships require time and effort. If you neglect them, you might never make up for it, and it could become a lifelong regret. A career is certainly important for both men and women. It's indispensable. But life can't be all about work. Love, family, and relationships are just as important and irreplaceable. If you only chase after your career, fall out with your husband, and can't take care of your family or children, that kind of unbalanced lifestyle is simply wrong. Sooner or later, you'll lose even more. Xiaotong was momentarily stunned, then gave a bitter smile. Auntie, it's not that I want to be anxious, it's just the environment. Everyone around me is giving it their all to succeed. Even if I don't want to move forward, I get pushed along, I don't have a choice. Her classmates and colleagues were all working hard. There was no reason for her not to keep up. The environment was like this, even if she didn't want to move, she'd be pushed forward by the tide. Xueling couldn't help but laugh. Xiaotong, I'm not trying to rain on your parade. I've been there, I've fought and struggled, so I know how hard it is to make money. If it weren't for the foundation my parents laid for me, and the fact that I happened to catch the country's golden era of development, I wouldn't have what I have today. You're not a local here in the capital, you don't have many resources, and there's no one to lend a hand. Just relying on your own passion and hard work, it's really tough to succeed. It's not that success is impossible, just that the odds are low and the cost is extremely high. She hadn't looked into the projects Xiaotong's company was working on in detail, but she'd heard Duo and Yangyang talk about it. Neither of them were optimistic because Xiaotong's company lacked both solid technical support and a professional operations team. In the fiercely competitive business environment of the capital, passion and confidence alone just aren't enough. Xiaotong's eyes reddened instantly, her voice choked. Auntie, I really didn't expect it to be this hard. There are just so many difficulties. Solve one problem today, and there's another tomorrow. Everything's a mess. We're severely short on funds, and I have to do all kinds of work. I'm already trying my absolute best. I know, Xueling said softly, her heart aching. Auntie understands. Back in our day, we could get away with being reckless, and it was easier to make money. But things are different for your generation now. Everything's digital, the technical requirements are higher, and so is the need for capital. Xiaotong, what I'm really trying to say is, don't put so much pressure on yourself. Xiaotong choked up. But I can't stop. I'm riding a tiger and can't get off. If I give up halfway now, the company will definitely go under, and everything will have been for nothing. There's no turning back, we can only keep going. Xueling frowned. If your app succeeds, when do you expect it to turn a profit? How will you attract users? How will you make money? When do you expect to break even? Xiaotong shook her head slightly. The future's still unclear. If it works out, we should be able to make money in a few years. Sigh. Xueling couldn't help but sigh. Do you know how many apps are on the market right now? Have you done your research? If an app can't turn a profit quickly, the landscape will be completely different in a few years. Technology is developing so fast now. If you have the tech, you launch immediately. If it doesn't work, you pull the plug right away to minimize losses. If you don't have confidence in making money in the next few years, where will your company's operating expenses come from? You're already short on funds. How will you survive the next few years? For a company to keep running, without a steady flow of capital, relying solely on employees' passion and hard work. How long can that last? Never mind everything else. Just look at the sky-high property prices in the city center and the equally expensive office rent. Just the fixed costs of rent and salaries. Without funding, how can you possibly manage? Xiaotong looked lost and helpless. We've been desperately trying to find sponsors, but so far, there's been no news. Xueling gently reminded her, if this project were really promising, you wouldn't have to go looking for sponsors. Investors would be lining up, hoping to get a piece of the pie. There are plenty of investors in the capital, and many of them are loaded. If no one's investing, it's probably because they're not optimistic about your project. She paused, then added softly, Xiaotong, it's great for young people to have drive and ambition. It's good to work hard, but you can't just charge ahead blindly. Xiaotong hesitated, then asked quietly, Auntie, did Duo talk to you about this? Is it because he doesn't think the project is promising, that he's not investing? Not just that, Xueling explained. Duo and I are both business people. The nature of business is to pursue profit. People come and go for profit. If there's no benefit, of course a business person won't invest. That's one reason. Another is that Duo still has debts to pay. Isn't there still a big sum owed to Taitu for the courtyard house? Even though his friend paid up front, Duo still has to save up to pay him back, right? Xiaotong couldn't help but ask, how much does he still owe? His year-end bonus and dividends are pretty substantial. Xueling shook her head. He can't pay it off in the short term. I think Taitu helped him out with about 100 million. Even with company bonuses and dividends, Duo will need to save for several years. Xiaotong lowered her eyes and said softly, I thought he just didn't support my entrepreneurship and wanted me to give up and go back to him. He's just worried about you, Xueling said. He's grateful I gave him such a good platform to show what he can do. In the same way, he hopes you'll stand by his side and that he can give you a better starting point so you don't have to fight so hard on your own. Xiaotong turned her face away, her eyes red. He only ever mocks me. If he could talk to me the way you do, things wouldn't have gotten to this point. Xueling couldn't help but point out that just shows there's not much communication between you two. He's at fault, but so are you. Xiaotong couldn't argue, she couldn't find a reason to. Over the past year or so, she really hadn't liked sharing her true thoughts with Zheng Duo. She always felt that a woman should have her own ideas and opinions, and that if she talked to him too much, she'd end up being led by him. Xueling gently reminded her, talk to him more. Duo has a sharp tongue, but he's always been like that, you know him well. Zheng Duo had always been sharp-tongued, not just in the business world but in daily life too. His words could be biting, and he was shrewd and calculating. After years of dating and marriage, she should know him very well. Xiaotong replied softly. I haven't talked to him in a long time. Xueling gave a wry smile. That won't do. If a husband and wife have to tiptoe around each other, can't talk openly or communicate more, then who else can you talk to? She and Cheng Tianyuan had almost no secrets between them. They always talked about everything and never deliberately hid anything from each other. Especially when big things happened at home, the two of them would always discuss it seriously to make sure they were on the same page. Husband and wife are supposed to be one. Being too clear-cut isn't good, but being too muddled isn't good either. Xiaotong was momentarily speechless, staring at her bitter coffee as tears fell. I don't even know how he ended up like this. Auntie, my heart is really a mess, and so tired. Seeing her like this, Xueling felt a pang of sympathy. You've always been very smart. You just got a little lost and made a mistake. Luckily, it's not too late to fix things now. Xiao Tong seemed thoughtful, but it looked like she still hadn't realized exactly where she'd gone wrong. Auntie, do you think it's really hard? Xue Ling was taken aback, then smiled gently and asked, "What's hard?" Xiao Tong whispered, "Being a woman." Xue Ling finally understood and nodded quickly. Of course it's hard, very, very hard. It was as if Xiao Tong heard her own heart's voice and she started sobbing. Before I got married, I never thought it would be this hard. But after getting married and having a family, I had to study, get pregnant, and start a business. I'm afraid of falling behind, afraid of being left behind by others. When I focus on one thing, I can't take care of another. Everything's a mess, and in the end, it feels like I can't do anything well. Xue Ling gently patted her hand and said softly, "Don't cry, Auntie understands." Auntie, was it this hard for you back then? Xiao Tong choked out. Did you ever think about just being a housewife? Xue Ling shook her head. When the kids were little and my career was just starting, it was really tough. But I'm not cut out to be a housewife. Like you, I have a strong drive for my career, so I never thought about going home to be a housewife. But I did have it a bit easier than you. Back then, society wasn't as anxious or stressful as it is now, so I had plenty of time to build my career. You're luckier than me too, Xiao Tong said quietly. Uncle Cheng has always supported your work. Xue Ling nodded. That's true, but you're lucky too. Actually, as long as the timing is right and the project is good enough, Duo will support you in the future as well. The reason he's against your current startup is because the project isn't good enough. It's too hard to make it succeed, not because he's against you starting a business. Do you understand? Xiao Tong couldn't help but ask, really? Is that what he said? Xue Ling explained, I'm not familiar with your company's business, but Duo and Yangong both looked into it seriously and felt it didn't have long-term prospects. He told me it's not that he doesn't support you, but that this project just isn't viable. It'll only lose money and exhaust you. Xiao Tong grumbled, then why didn't he say so earlier? He did, but you were caught up in the excitement and didn't listen, Xue Ling said with a smile. Young people are passionate and stubborn about their ideas. That's their biggest trait and also their biggest flaw. Xiao Tong blushed and stammered, Auntie, so you mean? I mean you should reconsider your plan, Xue Ling explained. If it's really too hard and you can't keep going, it's better to let go early and get out before you lose even more. There's no such thing as guaranteed profit in business. If you lose, get out quickly, don't let yourself get stuck in a quagmire. Cutting your losses in time takes real determination and courage. It's a tough, but rational decision. Xiao Tong seemed to be weighing the pros and cons. Auntie, but if I don't seize this chance to work hard? Xue Ling gently shook her head. You're still young, and there will be plenty of opportunities to start a business. There's no need to rush. How many people in this world can make a fortune on their own while they're still young? Most people have to take it step by step, accumulating bit by bit. There are geniuses, but not many. She paused, then added, if you don't want to go back to Duoduo's side because you're afraid of being overshadowed by him, then don't for now. The group can't run without him, but you've been away from the company for years and it's still doing fine. If you have something else you're interested in, you're free to pursue it. But Xiao Tong gave a bitter laugh. Right now, I don't have anything else. I don't even know what I want to do. Xue Ling comforted her, that's okay, don't rush. Look at our Xiao, she wanted to work too, but the kids at home needed her, so she gave the opportunity to Yangong and stayed home to take care of the children for now. But she didn't waste her time, she studies economics and management whenever she has free time. Yangong lets her manage some of his properties and shares, so she's not just his supportive wife, but also his partner at work. Xiao Tong, don't put so much pressure on yourself. Xiao Tong's eyes flickered, but she still hesitated. Auntie, honestly, I can't bear to leave my son, he's still so little. But so many people around me keep warning me to be careful. They say if I go home and become a housewife, have one kid after another, I'll slowly lose touch with society, get left behind, and end up just a nanny. When the kids grow up and have their own friends and studies, and my husband has his own career, I'll be left with nothing, or even get resented or abandoned by my husband. Xueling smiled gently. I already said, it's just temporary. You have ambition, and sooner or later you'll find the right career and start over. Whether you lose touch with society or get left behind depends on you, not your husband or kids, and certainly not anyone else. Xiao Tong was stunned for a moment, then suddenly smiled as if a weight had been lifted. Auntie, I think I understand now. Xueling smiled kindly. You're a smart girl. You just needed a little guidance and you'd figure it out. You're still young, and you have plenty of time to seize every opportunity. Don't rush and don't be anxious. You're already ahead of your peers, and your partner can give you an even higher platform to develop. So, have confidence, know when to hold on and when to let go. Xiao Tong nodded eagerly. Xueling treated Xiao Tong to lunch, then got in her car and headed back to Xian Yuan. On the way, she tried calling Zheng Duo, but couldn't get through. The automated message said his phone was switched off. So she called his office landline instead, but it was the secretary who answered, explaining that he was in a meeting. Xueling frowned in confusion. Isn't it lunchtime right now? The secretary didn't recognize her voice and didn't realize she was the chairwoman, so he just politely explained that it was an impromptu meeting and asked if she wanted to leave a message. Xueling thought for a moment and replied, no need, I'll be there soon. With that, she hung up and instructed her bodyguard to change their route to the group's headquarters. There weren't many cars on the road, so half an hour later she arrived at the entrance of the company. She took the executive elevator upstairs and noticed that no one tried to hitch a ride with her. Halfway up, she got off and detoured to the mid-level offices. The employee offices were quiet. Most people were either resting or glued to their phones. She didn't go in to disturb anyone. Noticing that several familiar executives weren't around, she smiled wryly to herself and headed up to the top-floor conference room. As expected, Zheng Duo was in a meeting with more than a dozen senior managers. Xueling could only smile helplessly and turn to Zheng Duo's office instead. The male secretary was typing away at his keyboard. When he saw her, he immediately stood up to greet her. Chairwoman, hello. What brings you here at this hour? Please have a seat inside. Xueling replied warmly, I'm just here to look around, nothing urgent. The secretary respectfully poured her some tea. Xueling thanked him and casually asked, having meetings during lunch break? Why aren't you in there helping out? The secretary replied, the assistant is in there. I still have some meeting minutes to finish up, so I didn't go. Seeing how unfazed he was, Xueling couldn't help but ask, have you all started holding meetings at lunchtime now? Doesn't anyone rest during the break? The secretary looked a little embarrassed. Mr. Zheng said recently that everyone should stop working overtime and try to finish things early so they can leave on time. But there's still the same amount of work, so if we want to leave on time, we have to shorten our lunch break a bit. Some important meetings are in the morning, and some have been moved to lunchtime. Xueling nodded gently and said, I'll just wait here for Duo. Go ahead and get back to work. Don't let me hold you up. No, not at all, the secretary said, a little flustered. It's really no trouble. I can just work a bit faster later. Xueling put down her teacup and explained, I'm a bit tired from the drive and want to close my eyes for a bit. Go on, don't worry about me. The secretary nodded and quietly closed the door behind him. Xueling really was a bit tired. She rubbed her stiff neck, leaned back on the sofa, and stretched. She'd been busy until late last night and hadn't slept enough. Normally, she'd take a short nap at home, but today she'd been out all day with no chance to catch up on sleep. Luckily, the leather sofa was comfortable enough for her to doze off for a while. She napped briefly and soon woke up. Zheng Duo still hadn't returned. Outside, she could hear the secretary's keyboard clacking away, clearly still hard at work. She got up and paced around the office, glancing at Zheng Duo's desk. Lingjia. Zheng Duo came in with a spring in his step, smiling in surprise. What brings you here? What kind of wind blew you in today? Xue Ling turned around and saw him carrying a stack of documents. His assistant behind him also loaded down. "You're not even taking a lunch break. What are you all up to?" Zhang Duo replied, "Just a quick meeting." Seeing how nonchalant he was, Xue Ling couldn't help but laugh. "Do you really have to push yourselves this hard? Working through lunch? Isn't that a bit much?" Zhang Duo sighed helplessly. "Efficiency is just too low. Things keep getting dragged out and wasting time. Otherwise, we wouldn't need to hold meetings during lunch." "Low efficiency?" Xue Ling raised an eyebrow. "Really?" Zhang Duo nodded. "It's true. Before, some employees would work overtime all the time, sometimes even late into the night. And it's not even the busiest time of year yet, there's not that much work to do. After I looked into it, I found that a lot of departments have employees with procrastination issues. Tasks that could be done quickly get dragged out until the end of the day, and then they have to stay late. So I had the admin department notify everyone. Work ends at 5, and the office lights go off at 6 sharp. It's worked pretty well. There's a lot less overtime now." Xue Ling chuckled. "So you just banned overtime and told everyone to finish their work before the end of the day, and if they can't, they have to use their lunch break to catch up?" "That's not it," Zhang Duo said, coming over and rolling up his sleeves to massage her neck. "I told them to be more efficient and try not to work overtime. Everyone should leave on time in the afternoon. If someone's too slow, they can use part of their lunch break to catch up. Lunch break is usually 2 hours. Taking an hour occasionally is no big deal." Xue Ling laughed. "Some people are just naturally slower or less responsive. Isn't it a bit harsh to expect everyone to keep up? You can't treat everyone the same. There are always special cases in such a big company. What's it like to have a strict, workaholic boss?" Xue Ling had never worked under Zhang Duo, but she could imagine it wouldn't be easy. If your boss is working like crazy, can you really slack off under their nose? Even if you get away with it for a while, it won't last. And having such a driven boss puts a lot of pressure on the staff. If someone more capable and with a higher starting point than you is working so hard, what excuse do you have not to try your best? "There are exceptions," Zhang Duo explained. "I've already said, if you really can't finish, you can stay until the lights go out, but you can't stay for hours. If one person works overtime, the whole office has to stay open, the lights, the AC, the break room, even the hallways. Low efficiency and procrastination don't just slow down the team, they waste company resources. If you really can't finish, take it home. And if you really can't keep up, then resign." Xue Ling laughed. "Has anyone resigned because of this?" "No," Zhang Duo replied. "Most people have stopped procrastinating and can get their work done." Xue Ling nodded approvingly. "Being able to leave work on time is the best. If you work too long, your motivation drops and your efficiency goes down without you realizing it. Try to be efficient and leave on time. Overtime isn't a good habit, so avoid it if you can." "Exactly," Zhang Duo said. "That's why we moved some meetings to lunchtime, to improve efficiency." Xue Ling laughed. "Most of the senior managers aren't young anymore. You should give them enough time to rest." "We do," Zhang Duo explained. "Lunch meetings never last more than an hour. That still leaves them with over an hour to nap. Besides, a lot of people don't really rest during lunch. They're just on their phones, watching shows, or chatting. If they use that time to get work done, they can leave on time in the afternoon and do whatever they want." After being a boss for so many years, Xue Ling knew very well that most employees, to some extent, have the urge to slack off at work. It's just human nature, not really a question of right or wrong. Zhang Duo explained, "If you push them, say a few words, at best it works for a few days. If you stop pushing, things go slack again. It's always like this. I looked into it carefully. Many departments have no real need to work overtime so often, but employees still like to stay late." "For a bit of overtime pay?" Xue Ling asked. Zhang Duo replied, "Partly, yes. But some of it is just procrastination. Mostly, it's because when the higher-ups haven't left yet, the employees don't dare leave either. They'd rather hang around the office, pretending to be busy and hardworking to win favor with the bosses." Over time, more and more people started doing this, and now outsiders think our group is super aggressive, always working overtime. "Really?" Ling asked. How long has this been going on? That many people? She knew that sometimes employees needed to work overtime, but she'd always thought those were just special cases. Zhang Duo snorted. There are several in every department, so it adds up. It's been like this for the past couple of years, especially bad in the first half of this year. That won't do. Ling praised. Your decision is a good one. We don't need employees who love working overtime. We just need efficient, high-performing ones. Exactly. Zhang Duo frowned. I've brought this up in meetings several times, but it hasn't had much effect. Middle and upper management all say it's a good idea, but regular employees don't dare agree. If their supervisors are working overtime, they don't dare leave on time. Even if they have nothing to do, they'll pretend to be busy and stay in the office until their boss leaves, sometimes even purposely leaving later. No wonder you called a meeting with the management. Ling chuckled. You have to solve it at the root to really change things. Right, Zhang Duo said. Anyway, the lights and power go off at 6. If you can't finish your work, take it home. I've given them plenty of freedom to arrange their own time and space. If they can't adapt to that, there's nothing more I can do. If even this doesn't work, then they'll just have to resign. Ling emphasized, labor laws are very clear on this. We can't let overtime become part of our company culture. What we should pursue is working efficiently and leaving on time. Yeah, Zhang Duo said, I don't like working overtime these days either. If I really can't finish, I'll just take it home. Once the kid's asleep, I'll find time to finish up. That way, I get to spend more time at home with my mom and with my son. Ling teased with a laugh. No need to spend time with your wife, She is super busy. Zhang Duo snorted. She's surrounded by people every day. She doesn't need me to keep her company. Ling couldn't help but laugh. That's not quite right, you know. Lingjia, you knew all along, didn't you? Zhang Duo lowered his voice. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come all this way. There's nothing urgent at the company. If you made a special trip, it must be about our personal issues. Ling patted his hand and sighed softly. You two really don't know how to handle things. Lingjia. Zhang Duo sat beside her, his voice rising unconsciously. She's just impossible. Only women think that after getting married, they're always right. No matter what, they have to be right. The wife never makes mistakes, only the husband does. What kind of nonsense is that? It's not just toxic, it's sick. Ling struggled to hold back her laughter. Zhang Duo couldn't help but get worked up, full of indignation. Just because of marriage, a woman becomes her husband's god. After marriage, I have to listen to her about everything, or else I don't respect or love her enough. She wants to start a business, I don't agree, and she keeps blaming me for being selfish, saying I look down on her abilities. If I really thought that, why would I have married her? She says she's starting a business for the sake of our marriage and family stability, but now she's hardly ever home, can't take care of the house or the kid, and I'm supposed to be grateful and give her a round of applause. Ling couldn't help but laugh and cry. All right, calm down. Lingjia, her thinking is really toxic. Zhang Duo was still fuming. That lousy company has no future, doesn't even have a clear goal or a way to make money. How could it possibly succeed? Was I wrong to try to stop her? She always muddles things together and won't listen to my explanations. In the end, I just stopped talking to her, no point arguing more and more. So now you're both giving each other the silent treatment? Ling asked, amused. You ignore her, she ignores you? Zhang Duo nodded gloomily. Ling smiled and, has this Cold War and lack of communication solved anything? Lingjia, I really need your help. Zhang Duo pleaded. You're a business superstar, she's always looked up to you as a role model. If you point out the truth, she'll finally believe that company is a hot potato, and if she doesn't drop it soon, she'll get burned. Ling chuckled quietly. Zhang Duo kept begging, sis, please help me out. Honestly, I can't take it much longer. It's torture. Other people's wives start businesses and it's great, but my wife's startup is killing me. I'm traumatized, body and soul. Ling burst out laughing. It's that bad? So why don't you just swallow your pride and make it up to her? Zhang Duo answered gloomily. She's the one in the wrong, but I'm the one who has to apologize. She's sick, and I'm the one who has to take the medicine, is that right? All right. Xueling scolded with a laugh. Nonsense. What kind of comparison is that? Be careful, if Xiao Tong hears you, she'll get mad again. Zhang Duoduo muttered. Even if she doesn't hear, she's already mad. Xueling slapped his thigh, laughing and scolding, quit complaining. She's just overthinking things for the moment. Don't blow it out of proportion like it's the end of the world. She even brought up divorce. Zhang Duoduo was both angry and helpless. She even threatened to file for divorce if I don't agree. That's what makes me the angriest. After all these years together, after all this time married, she just throws out the threat of divorce. That's even harder to accept than if she yelled at me or hit me. Sis, it really breaks my heart. Seeing the usually calm and collected President Zheng so flustered, Xueling felt a pang of sympathy. But now wasn't the time for sympathy. I've got the whole picture now, Xueling said, unable to hold back her question. But there's one thing I really don't get. I've been wondering about it. Zhang Duoduo raised an eyebrow. Sis, what is it? Xueling asked in confusion. How did you let your relationship get to this point? That's not like you at all, Zhang Duoduo. Zhang Duoduo was at a loss for words, stammering and unable to answer. Xueling narrowed her eyes and sized him up, asking, what's the real reason? Tell me the truth. Well, Zhang Duoduo lowered his voice. She's not the type to compromise easily. I thought if she hit rock bottom, she'd finally come to her senses. Instead of persuading her to give up, it's better to let her give up on her own. Nonsense. Xueling scolded sternly. You know perfectly well she's not someone who gives in easily, yet you let her stumble along, gritting her teeth and pushing through? The more you do this, the more anxious and miserable she'll feel, and the less likely she'll be to give up. Zhang Duoduo looked thoughtful and stammered, I just wanted her to give up completely. She only did so well in the company before because I was there to protect her. But she thinks she's so capable. She needs to face reality. Xueling rolled her eyes at him and shot back, and has she faced reality? All she knows is that you're cold and unsupportive, that you don't back her entrepreneurial dreams. You've left her isolated and helpless, and now she's angry and resentful towards you. When people get angry, they lose their heads. She's even brought up divorce. Doesn't that show you how serious this is? I was wrong, Zhang Duoduo admitted right away. I really was too stubborn about this. You. Xueling scolded, you're usually so clever, but when it really matters, you mess around like this. People's hearts can't take this kind of torment, not tests, and certainly not coldness. Zhang Duoduo tried to defend himself, embarrassed, but I can't help her. She doesn't want my help either. Is that really what she thinks? Xueling pressed. Really? Are you sure? If she truly had no hope in you, she wouldn't want your help at all. Zhang Duoduo was momentarily stunned, then said, I admit it, I was being petty too. For a grown man, you're something else. Xueling said. You're always bragging about how your wife is someone to cherish and spoil, but when it counts, you get all sulky and cold. You say one thing and do another, how hypocritical. Yeah, Zhang Duoduo whined, don't be like that. I was wrong. I'll change right away. Xueling gave him a sidelong glance and asked, Xing would never support you doing this, right? Didn't he try to talk you out of it? Zhang Duoduo answered honestly, I didn't tell him much, so he only knows bits and pieces. I talked to Yang before, and he actually supported me. Yang. Xueling was speechless. You boys never come up with anything good when you get together. Everyone's situation is different. Xiao grew up in the national team, trained strictly from a young age, so she's independent and tough. Xiao Tong, on the other hand, was doted on by her parents growing up. She's always been pretty and smart, with great grades, so deep down she's proud and hates to lose. Did you ever consider that Yangzhang's wife and yours have completely different personalities? No, Zhang Duoduo replied quietly. Xueling continued. Xiao was always breaking new records, so she knows there's always someone better out there. She's humble and curious by nature. Xiao Tong is different. Even when she knows something's impossible, she'll grit her teeth and fight until she's battered and bruised. She's a proud girl. You can't pressure her, you have to gently help her see reality, go along with her temper, smooth her ruffled feathers. Understand? I get it, Jung Duo said admiringly. Yeah, you really are wise with age. You're way more perceptive than I am. Ling snorted, that's because I'm older than you. No. Jung Duo flattered, you're our ageless goddess, forever young, beautiful, smart, and wise. Ling chuckled, all right, enough with the flattery. Save that energy for coaxing your wife. Marriage is a partnership. In the old days, the husband was the head of the household, but times have changed. The husband leads, yes, but whether your wife keeps pace with you or holds you back depends on how you lead. Got it, Jung Duo said with a wry smile. I miscalculated and picked a fight with her. That's why things got so bad. The worst part is you didn't even realize it. Ling pointed out. You need to look at things from all angles, not just fixate on one idea. You may be smart, but no one can be smart forever. Even sages can be wise their whole lives and muddle-headed for a moment, let alone us ordinary people. Jung Duo nodded, taking it to heart. I'll really learn my lesson this time. I'll go find her right away. Ling smiled slightly and explained, I had lunch with Xiaotong today and talked with her for a while. Take her somewhere romantic, coax her properly, and treat her to her favorite food. Don't forget to bring flowers to apologize. Thank you, Jia. Jung Duo was deeply grateful. I figured you came because of us, but I didn't expect you'd already talked to Xiaotong. Thank you. Ling said gently, she knows she's at fault too, but she won't admit it, especially in front of you. She's a proud girl, so give her a way out and save her pride. Then you won't have to keep fighting or giving each other the cold shoulder. As a man, you should be flexible for your family, your child, and your mother. Oh, okay, Jung Duo agreed. With Sisterling's advice, he was sure things would go much smoother this time. He smiled wryly. Because of our issues lately, my mom's had a rough time. She hasn't slept well at night and still has to help take care of the kid during the day. Mom always used to say, a harmonious family prospers. He never really understood it before. But now that he had his own family and all the arguments and sulking with his wife, not only did it ruin his mood, but the elders and kids suffered too. Now he finally understood the deeper meaning of those words. Ling shook her head and smiled. At our age, we shouldn't be making Mom worry anymore. Take this as a lesson and don't let it happen again. I wouldn't dare, Jung Duo said. Once I coax Xiaotong home, my mom will be happy again. Ling stood up. All right, I should get going too. Matchmakers have to run back and forth, and so do peacemakers. Back when I introduced you two, I even had to make a trip to Rongqing. Who'd have thought that after you got married, I'd still have to play mediator? I promise, never again. Jung Duo said solemnly, patting his chest. Ling patted his shoulder and said warmly, I'm happy to help you guys, except for settling fights. Jung Duo grinned and took her hand. Jia, let me see you out. Ling shook her head. No need. I know where the elevator is. You don't have to run up and down with me. You've got half an hour left of your lunch break, right? Go take a nap, even a short one. You'll feel much better this afternoon. Jung Duo felt a warm glow in his heart and quickly agreed, okay, I'll listen to you. That night, Jung Duo drove Xiaotong back to their upscale apartment. Juechun saw that they had reconciled, chatting and laughing together as if nothing had happened, and she finally breathed a huge sigh of relief. Their son hadn't seen his mother for several days, so he threw himself into her arms, calling out Mommy over and over. Xiaotong hugged the little guy, her eyes unconsciously turning red. That night, the two of them took care of their child together, coaxing him to sleep, and talked quietly for a long time before finally going to bed in the middle of the night. The next morning, Xiaotong still had to go to work. She explained that the company was in too much trouble, and she needed to persuade a few partners to apply for bankruptcy to cut their losses as soon as possible. Jung Duo was all for it, almost raising both hands in agreement. He offered, if you have any problems, consult the group's legal team. I'll let them know in advance. If there's anything I can help with, just say the word, my dear wife. Although she didn't really need his help for now, Xiaotong felt so happy hearing him say this that she almost floated out the door, smiling as she left for work. After seeing them off, Zhuo-chun quickly called Xue-ling to thank her. Then, she contacted her younger son to share the good news. Qin Xinji had just woken up and was genuinely happy for them after hearing the update. No matter what happened, as long as it's all cleared up and resolved perfectly, that's what matters. Zhuo-chun agreed, saying, I asked Madam to help talk to Xiaotong. She's been through it all herself, started her own business, and done big deals. Plus, Xiaotong's family is far away, and the only people she knows well here are Madam's family. So I could only ask Madam for this favor. Qin Xinji explained that as soon as Xue-ling heard the couple was having serious problems, she got extremely worried and would never just stand by and do nothing. Now that it was over, there was no need to bring it up again. Xiaotong kept saying she wanted a divorce, but it was probably just out of anger. Duo was being stubborn this time, but in the end, he's the one who suffered most. Zhuo-chun chuckled. People have to learn some hard lessons before they really understand what's right. Qin Xinji reminded her again, Mom, since you're living with them, try not to pry too much. They need their space. I know, Zhuo-chun replied. I just take care of the house and the child. I don't dare ask too much about anything else, and I certainly don't say much. Qin Xinji said softly, your son is the one you raised, so you can scold him if you want, but a daughter-in-law is different. Xiaotong is a bit proud, you can't point out her faults to her face. Of course not, Zhuo-chun laughed. She's a good daughter-in-law. I only care for her, I wouldn't do anything else. Confident in his mother, Qin Xinji didn't nag further. He just reminded her to take care of her health, especially since the seasons were changing, and to be careful when going out in the mornings and evenings. Zhuo-chun told him to bring Xiao Xian over for dinner on the weekend, saying she'd prepare all of Xiao Xian's favorite dishes. Qin Xinji hesitated, saying he couldn't confirm the time yet and would contact his mother closer to the weekend. Zhuo-chun reminded the couple not to overwork themselves and to take care of their health. Last time I saw Xiao Xian, she seemed to have lost a little weight. You need to make sure she eats more, and don't let her stay up late all the time. Staying up late is really bad for your health. Try to sleep earlier. Qin Xinji gently agreed, told his mother to take care of herself too, and then hung up. With Duo and Xiaotong's issue finally resolved, it was time for things to move forward for him and Xiao Xian. But no matter how long he waited, there was still no news from Xue-ling's side. Qin Xinji wasn't impatient. He knew Xue-ling must have her own plans, so he kept waiting patiently. More than half a month later, the couple was woken up early in the morning by the sound of a ringing phone. Except for the closest family, everyone else's calls were set to silent. At first, Qin Xinji thought it was his early rising mother, but when he grabbed the phone and glanced at it, it was actually Cheng Huanran calling. Half asleep, Qin Xinji answered, hello, and was immediately startled awake by a loud, excited voice blasting through the phone. Anin is pregnant. Anin is pregnant. Ironhead, Grandpa, Grandma, Mom, and Dad are all over the moon. They said we're celebrating tonight. Come over for dinner. Big feast, big feast. Don't be late. Before Qin Xinji could even fully wake up or say congratulations, the call had already ended, leaving only the beeping sound in his ear. He couldn't help but laugh, putting the phone aside. Next to him, Xue Xian sleepily snuggled closer, frowning in annoyance. Who is it so early in the morning? Qin Xinji gently stroked her hair and replied softly, it was Ran. He said Anin is pregnant, and the family is planning a big celebration tonight. They want us to come home for dinner. What? Xue Xian's eyes flew open, instantly wide awake, her beautiful eyes blinking in surprise. What? What? Pregnant? Qin Xinji chuckled dotingly and kissed her forehead. Your sister-in-law, the one who just got engaged at mid-autumn, your soon-to-be sister-in-law, she's already pregnant. Your big brother is so happy he called first thing to share the news. It really was good news. Ran wasn't young anymore. He was the eldest in the family, but his love life and marriage had lagged far behind his younger siblings. They'd thought he might never get married, but then he met the right person at the right time, and everything just fell into place. They'd only just gotten engaged, the wedding wasn't even scheduled yet, and now she was already pregnant. That was fast. Shui Xian stared in disbelief. Really? Pregnant? That fast? They've been dating for over a year, Qin Xinji guessed. They probably just found out, most likely got pregnant after the engagement, so it's been a little over a month. Shui Xian's mouth dropped open. No way? Big brother and sister-in-law are in such a rush? Didn't they just get engaged? She'd thought they'd at least wait until after the wedding to start trying for a baby. Who would have thought they'd get pregnant so quickly? Just because you're not in a hurry doesn't mean others aren't, Qin Xinji said meaningfully. They're not young anymore, so of course they want to have kids soon. Actually, I'm even older than Ran. All right. Shui Xian glared at him playfully. Don't drag us into this. They're them, we're us. Everyone's situation is different. What's the point of comparing? Qin Xinji couldn't help but remind her, they're not just anyone, they're your own brother and sister-in-law. Shui Xian pouted. I don't care. Anyway, I'm not planning on it for the next year or two, so don't buzz around my ear about it. Okay. Qin Xinji could only coax her. I'll wait another year or two then. You're the one who has to be pregnant and give birth, so of course it's up to you. Shui Xian giggled and snuggled into his chest. We'll be dinks for now. Let me have my fun and make enough money, then I'll give you 2 little babies. Qin Xinji replied absent-mindedly. Kong'an is pregnant. This is yet another piece of wonderful news for Xian Yuan this year. When Xueling and Cheng Tianyuan found out, they were overjoyed. They immediately notified close relatives and friends, as well as the children at home, telling everyone to come back for a family dinner that evening. Isn't this a bit too soon? Cheng Huanran said a little awkwardly. She's just found out she's pregnant. It's not even the stable period yet. Normally, you shouldn't make a big announcement this early, let alone let everyone know. Xueling shook her head. It's fine. And it has always been healthy. Besides, didn't you say yourself? The ultrasound looks good and stable. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't stop grinning. It is a bit early, but we're just too happy. We didn't think much and just started calling people. It's fine, it's all family, no one's going to gossip. What about Grandpa and Grandma? Cheng Huanran asked suspiciously. Weren't they just here? Xueling replied, they went to the temple to fulfill a vow. When you two got engaged, they prayed to the fertility goddess for you to have a child soon. They didn't expect the wish to come true so quickly, so they had old Qin drive them to the temple to give thanks. Cheng Huanran burst out laughing. Xueling couldn't help but ask, isn't it awake? Don't wake her, let her sleep a bit longer. She's been really sleepy lately, Cheng Huanran explained. I told her to sleep as much as she wants, no need to force herself to eat or drink more. It's still early in the pregnancy, no rush to supplement nutrition, whatever makes her comfortable. Xueling nodded. All right, let's not disturb her. Let her rest. When she wakes up, we'll have the kitchen make whatever she wants to eat. Cheng Huanran agreed, then added, if she hadn't suddenly gotten so sleepy these past few days, we wouldn't have even realized she was pregnant. Yesterday, I noticed she kept dozing off. Even at meals she seemed tired, so I started to suspect there might be good news. Last night, I rushed out to buy a test, and sure enough, she's pregnant. It's been about 2 months, actually. We were careless, only realized after the pregnancy symptoms showed up. It's normal to lack experience with the first child, Xueling said gently. Just be more careful from now on. Cheng Huanran nodded quickly, then asked, will Uncle Julien and the others come tonight? They will, Xueling replied. Uncle Julien said it's a bit cold in the countryside, and running the heater makes the air too dry, so he's already discussed with your 2 uncles to bring their winter clothes tonight. They'll be staying at Xian Yuan for the winter. There'll be 4 of them. Ah Hu's family will come too. Cheng Tianyuan reminded. Ah Qing said he'll be late. His flight might be delayed, so we don't need to wait for him. All right, Xueling said. We'll have the kitchen keep some of his favorite dishes warm, so he can eat as soon as he arrives. Chung Tianuan said with concern. Ching's been on this business trip for ages. He must be exhausted and lost weight. Let's have him stay the night, ask what he's been busy with, and make sure he gets a good meal. Sure, Shueling smiled. We'll see if he has time. He's always so busy. If he can't stay, we shouldn't push. Cheng Huanran couldn't help but get excited, asking eagerly, Mom, do you think we might have twins too? Haha. Shueling shook her head. How could I know that? It's fine, if not this time, try again next time. We have the genes for twins in the family, so the more pregnancies, the higher the chance. Cheng Huanran chuckled. If we have twins too, let's see how Yang Ong keeps showing off. Hey, hey, hey. Shui Yang came swaggering down the hallway with his eldest son on his shoulders and his little daughter in his arms. Big bro. I heard that. Cheng Huanran glanced at him and laughed. So what if you did? Haven't you bragged enough? Shui Yang grinned. If you've got what it takes, have twins like us. 2 kids in one go, 4 kids in 2. At best, you'll just catch up to us. If you manage 3 pregnancies and 6 kids, I'll get down on my knees and let you brag all you want. Nothing's set in stone yet. Cheng Huanran replied confidently. How do you know we can't do it? We're just getting started. Shui Ling took her little granddaughter and went off to play with her. Go find Grandpa. Shui Yang was only too happy to send his eldest son away. Go on. Let Grandpa take you to play. Ching Tianyuan stood up. No, I need to go to the kitchen to prepare tonight's meat and seafood. Shui Yang muttered pitifully. I'm so fed up with them. Finally got a weekend to sleep in, and they all woke up early, chattering away nonstop. Chung Tianyuan chuckled. You think being a parent means you can just sleep in and the kids will raise themselves? Grandpa, the little one, reached out his arms, wanting to be picked up. Cheng Tianyuan had no choice but to carry him off to the kitchen. Shui Yang immediately flopped onto the sofa, grabbed a pillow to prop under his neck, hugged another one, and closed his eyes. Cheng Huanran nudged his brother's big feet and asked, Did you tell Xiao Xiao? She knows, right? She already knows, Shui Yang mumbled with a sleepy smile. We went to bed late last night. You guys were making so much noise, it was impossible not to know. Mom and Dad, and Grandpa and Grandma, probably couldn't sleep from excitement. I couldn't sleep either, Cheng Huanran giggled. I don't know why. I just feel so excited, I can't feel sleepy at all. Besides being happy, I don't even know what else to do. Shui Yang wasn't jealous at all and muttered, Wait till the baby's born. You won't feel this way anymore. Cheng Huanran wasn't worried at all. Were you like this back then? Me? Shui Yang opened his eyes and glared at his big brother, pouting. I wasn't as lucky as you. Back then, I'd just started my business, was in debt, renting a tiny apartment, couldn't even eat well. The thought of raising a kid made me feel cold inside. My first reaction was to ask her to get an abortion and wait until things got better to have a child. Jerk. Cheng Huanran snorted. If you have the guts to get a girl pregnant, you should have the guts to provide for her. If you can't, why didn't you take precautions? If you really didn't want the baby, you'd be hurting both Xiao Xiao and the child. Shui Yang looked aggrieved, patting his pillow. Didn't I come to my senses in time? Mom and Dad scolded me so hard back then, you know how bad it was. Cheng Huanran still felt bad for Xiao Xiao and scolded. Luckily Xiao Xiao didn't blame you, and her parents are understanding. Otherwise, they'd have beaten you up first. You really deserved a lesson. Yes, yes, Shui Yang muttered. That's why I can't relate to your explosive excitement and happiness right now. Go, go, go. Get out of here. Cheng Huanran wasn't about to pass up such a perfect opportunity to show off. He lounged happily on the sofa, crossing his legs with a smug grin. Moments this joyful and explosive don't come often. I have to savor them. Third bro is overseas, fourth hasn't come back yet. You're the lucky one who gets to share this wonderful time with me first. Shui Yang rolled his eyes dramatically, which was probably the best response. Saying that to a father of 4 isn't going to get much of a reaction. Cheng Huanran closed his eyes and started humming a children's song. When the baby can hear, I'll sing to her. Shui Yang rolled over, concern in his voice. Is your new place all renovated yet? You need to get the nursery ready too. At least air it out for a few months beforehand. Renovations start next week, Chung Hwanran explained. We'd already settled on the plans, but didn't expect the baby to come so soon. Mom said we should get the kids' room ready too, so we're combining the 2 rooms next door and renovating them together. That'll be spacious. Shuai-yang couldn't help but ask, are you moving to the back garden side? Cheng Huanran replied, no, it can get noisy over there during the day, and the big kitchen sometimes sends food smells drifting over, which could upset Annen's stomach. For now, we'll move to the apartment opposite my parents. There are plenty of rooms in the house anyway, Shuai-yang said. Just pack up your daily essentials, and you can move right in. Exactly, just need to bring the basics, Chung Hwanran agreed. Shuai-yang scratched his head, lowering his voice. I've actually been thinking about moving out lately. Why? Cheng Hwanran looked at him suspiciously. You're not comfortable living there? After third bro went abroad and fourth got married, a quarter of the huge Xian garden was set aside for Shuai-yang's family and their nannies. There was plenty of space. Everyone understood that since they were married, they needed their own space, so unless there was something going on, people rarely dropped by. Shuai-yang shook his head. It's not that. I just want to try what it feels like to live as a small family on our own. Was this Xiaoxia's idea? Cheng Huanran asked. Shuai-yang pouted. I brought it up first. She's a bit tempted, but she's also worried the kids won't get used to not seeing their grandparents. So she's not ready to agree yet, wants to wait and see. If you just want to try it out, then go for it, Chung Hwanran said easily. If it works out, you can move out for good. No need to crowd into Xian Garden. Shuai-yang's eyes widened. Really? You think so? Why not? Cheng Huanran chuckled. Isn't that what you want? If you want to live independently, just pick a suitable place and give it a try. No need to hesitate. Shuai-yang muttered, how can I not hesitate? I've been going back and forth about it in my head. Hesitate about what? Cheng Huanran asked curiously. Worried your parents won't agree? Or that they'll try to stop you? Shuai-yang thought for a moment and analyzed. I'm not worried about my parents at all. They've always been open-minded. If Xiao and I want to move out, they'd probably agree right away. When we first got married, Mom made it clear Xiao needed to rest during her pregnancy, and the kids needed their help, so we moved in temporarily. Once the kids are older, we can move out and live on our own whenever we want. Exactly. Cheng Huanran replied. So what are you worried about? Money? Nope, Shuai-yang said. Ever since I started the clothing business with a Qing, both Xiaohu and I have achieved financial freedom. As long as we don't splurge, we'll always have money. Plus, Mom already handed over most of my properties to Xiao to manage. Even if I stopped working, our family could live comfortably off those. Cheng Huanran was puzzled. So what's the issue? Shuai-yang admitted honestly, I'm worried Xiao won't be able to handle all the kids on her own. Even with me helping, it's still tough. Don't you have nannies? You've had them for years, just bring them along. They know the kids well, and it's better to have familiar faces. It's not enough, Shuai-yang explained. I'm busy most days, and Xiao doesn't have much free time either. If the kids are always with the nannies, it's not great for their development. The older 2 are in kindergarten, but the younger 2 aren't yet. Cheng Huanran rolled his eyes. Then just wait until they're all in kindergarten. But if I don't at least try, I'll always wonder about it, Shuai-yang muttered. If it was just the 2 of us, we'd never have stayed living at home. At most, we'd come back for meals sometimes. But now, everything revolves around the kids, and we can't really focus on what we want. Cheng Huanran said quietly, once you have kids, your life naturally revolves around them for a while. But they'll grow up, make their own friends and lives, and then it'll be back to just the 2 of you. How many years will that take? Shuai-yang laughed. By then, we'll be an old married couple who's still thinking about romance? Cheng Huanran shrugged. Then I can't help you. You want to have it all: kids, romance, independence. Even the ancients knew you can't have your cake and eat it too. You'll have to figure it out yourself. I can't figure it out, that's why I'm so conflicted. Shuai-yang sighed. I worry the nanny's cooking won't be as good as the family chef's. Worry about security. Worry the place won't be as spacious as home, and the kids won't have enough room to play. Living on our own is a big expense. Even if we can afford it, it's money we wouldn't have to spend otherwise. There's just so much to consider. Cheng Huanran closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, not wanting to deal with him anymore. Annoyed, Shui Yang nudged his arm. What about you? Don't you want to enjoy some couple time before the baby comes? Nope, Cheng Huanran replied. Anin really loves the family atmosphere here. She doesn't have many relatives and is a bit reserved. Xian Garden is lively, and she's much happier here. This is my home, and I'm glad she likes it. Shui Yang was momentarily speechless, then muttered, True, everyone's situation is different. Of course it is, Cheng Huanran shook his head. It's not just Anin, I don't want to move out either. First, there's security, and second, food. I ate in cafeterias and ordered takeout for over a decade, and I'm sick of it. I can't cook, and I'm used to the fresh, delicious meals at home. I can't eat outside food anymore. I could compromise on the living space, but meals are 3 times a day. Just that alone makes me not even want to consider moving. Enjoying delicious meals prepared by professional chefs every day, eating at a regular cafeteria or ordering takeout feels like torture in comparison. As the old saying goes, it's hard to go from luxury back to simplicity. Once you've tasted gourmet food, you just can't stomach ordinary fare anymore. Their palates had all been spoiled by the chefs in the big kitchen. There was no way they could eat out anymore. Especially in the past 2 years, Lin Qing often sent gourmet dishes to Xinyuan every few days. Whenever there was a family gathering, he'd sometimes even send over an entire team of chefs. The ingredients were world-class, and so was the cooking. After eating like this for a while, everyone's taste buds had become impossibly picky. Shui Yang muttered, Xiao Xiao, and I worry about this too. There's always something good to eat at home, and it's all tailored to our tastes. No nanny or housekeeper could ever match the skills of a professional chef. You two should think it over carefully, Cheng Huanran said, unable to offer much advice. Anyway, we're absolutely not moving out. Shui Yang shot him a glare. You and your wife go to work together during the day, and you get to spend all day together in the office. You two have plenty of alone time, but Xiao Xiao and I don't. Ever since their first 2 kids were born, their alone time had basically dropped to 0. And after the 3rd and 4th came along, even the hope of some private time together became a luxury, almost impossible. He worked during the day and often had to work overtime at night. When he left in the morning, Xiao Xiao was usually still sleeping with the kids. When he got home at night, she was either putting the kids to bed or coaxing them to sleep. Ever since they had kids, their world as a couple had completely disappeared. He was still young and energetic, and sometimes he wanted to get close and intimate with his wife, but there was never a chance. Just thinking about it made him feel frustrated. Cheng Huanran couldn't help but remind him, if you two move out, there'll be even fewer people to help watch the kids. You'll have even less alone time together. Huh? Shui Yang got even more depressed when he heard that and muttered, Forget it, I'll think about it again. Cheng Huanran continued, Next year, the 2 little ones will be able to start kindergarten. Then Xiao Xiao will have more free time during the day. You can take her out for something romantic and occasionally ask your parents or someone else to help pick up the kids. If you move out, you'll have to do everything yourselves. Weigh the pros and cons, you should know what to choose. Even though you're living at home now, no one really bothers you guys. That side of the house is basically your own little kingdom. Yeah. Shui Yang thought it over calmly and said, You're right. It's not living at home that keeps us from having romantic time, it's the kids. Exactly. Cheng Huanran snorted. If you don't analyze it carefully, you'll just assume living at home is what's stopping you from being lovey-dovey. But who's really stopping you? Think it through. Shui Yang laughed and scolded, Don't get so smug. Your wife's pregnant now too. In another 7 months, you'll be in the same boat as us. We're not afraid, Cheng Huanran said cheerfully. When I go out, Anin always makes time to come with me, so we can still sneak in some couple time. Shui Yang rolled his eyes and muttered, When the 2 little ones start kindergarten, I'll have Xiao Xiao come help me at the company too. Cheng Huanran lazily patted the armrest of the sofa and said generously, So, what do you want to eat tonight? Just name it. Oh, big bro, you're treating us. Shui Yang laughed out loud. We've got to have some top-grade steak and a few Australian lobsters at least. Qing Huanran was very generous. No problem, I'll arrange it right away. Shui Yang was so excited he whistled several times. Oh, right. Cheng Huanran seemed to remember something. How did that matchmaking thing my friend asked you about go? On the night of his engagement, he'd invited a few old friends over. One of his doctor friends had a younger sister who was 30 and still single, and he was always looking for opportunities to introduce her to someone. That night, he happened to chat with Zaya Huzi and found out he was divorced and single, so he thought he'd play matchmaker between his friend's sister and Zaya Huzi. Since Shui Yang often hung out with Zaya Huzi, Cheng Huanran simply left the task to him. But he hadn't heard anything back, so Cheng Huanran figured there probably wasn't any good news. Otherwise, he'd have heard by now. Shui Yang gave a wry laugh. Him? He's already planning to be single for life. As soon as I brought up introducing someone, he refused before I could even finish. No way. Cheng Huanran frowned. He's so young, he's younger than both of us. If he stays single for life, that's a long, long time. Give him some time. Maybe he just hasn't gotten over it yet. Shan Yu had hurt him too deeply, so Zaya Huzi still hadn't recovered from his last marriage. Shui Yang sighed helplessly. Right now, all he cares about is making money and his kid. He's not interested in anything else. Maybe when his kid grows up and he starts to feel lonely, he'll think about finding someone. But that's not love anymore, Cheng Huanran said with a hint of sadness. That's just finding someone suitable to keep him company. Shui Yang snorted. If he gets to that age, he'll be a seasoned old hand at life, just looking for some warmth at home. When he's lonely, he'll want someone around. There's no way he'll be chasing after flashy, unrealistic love like young people do. Forget it, Cheng Huanran said, giving up. I'll let my friend know. Shui Yang asked suspiciously, your friend's sister probably isn't much to look at, or maybe her job isn't great. Otherwise, why would she be willing to consider a divorced guy with 2 kids? Nonsense. Cheng Huanran explained. She's a doctor too, highly educated, and she runs her own dental clinic in the west of the city. She makes a pretty good income. Shui Yang laughed and said, then she's probably not much to look at. Otherwise, how could she be 30 and still not married with all those advantages? She just has high standards, Cheng Huanran explained. She insists her partner must own a car and a house in the capital, and not just any car or house, but good ones. Plus, he has to make over $5 million a year. Those are her hard requirements. If they're not met, she won't even consider it. My friend heard Zaya Huzi runs a club, so he quietly asked me about him. I told him Zaya Huzi met the requirements, so he pushed me to ask. Shui Yang chuckled. Good thing I got married already, or I'd probably be single too. How many young people these days can afford a nice car and house in the capital? How many make over $5 million a year? Honestly, men with those qualifications wouldn't be interested in her either. Exactly. Cheng Huanran replied. Otherwise, why would she still be anxiously looking for blind dates at 30? Shui Yang said. As soon as Zaya Huzi heard, he shook his head and said he'd never consider getting married again. He might find a girl to have some fun with and take care of his physical needs, but he's absolutely not getting married again. Cheng Huanran lowered his eyes and said softly, he probably still needs some time. Maybe, when he meets the right person in the future, he'll want to get married again. Nothing is absolute. Some things are hard to predict too early. Before he met Anan, he couldn't muster any enthusiasm for marriage, not even the slightest interest in dating. But once that special someone appeared in his life, everything just fell into place. Shui Yang, however, didn't seem very optimistic. He explained, once a person passes a certain age, their heart changes. For men, 40 is still in their prime, but by 50 or 60, it's a different story. Cheng Huanran was much more upbeat. Even if he just finds a companion to spend his days with, that's good enough. Let's hope so, Shui Yang said with a shrug. Anyway, he already has 2 sons. He won't be lonely, and he doesn't have to worry about having no one to see him off when he's gone. Oh, come on. Cheng Huanran laughed and scolded. Can't you say something nice? Can't you wish him well for once? Shui Yang gave a helpless wry smile. Why not? What did I say that was wrong? Elderly people with children and grandchildren aren't likely to end up too lonely, especially if they're wealthy. Once his club takes off, he'll be worth a lot. And when his kids are grown, he won't be that old. He'll have money, free time, and a carefree life. Nothing wrong with that. That's true, Chung Huanran chuckled softly. Little Huzi loves excitement, and he's smart. He won't let himself end up miserable. Shui Yang nodded in agreement. If he didn't have kids, he'd probably remarry and have more. But he already has 2 sons. Between making money and raising them, he's busy enough as it is. Where would he find the time or energy for anything else? For some people, marriage is a pit. Once you've fallen in and finally climbed out, who'd be foolish enough to jump in again? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. It depends on the person. Chung Huanran lowered his voice. People in our family still believe in love. Shui Yang shook his head. Most people stop believing in love after they get married. Honestly, most of my friends say they regret getting married. Hardly any say they're so happy they wish they'd married sooner. Marriage isn't the same as love, Chung Huanran analyzed. Love is about 2 people enjoying each other's company, but marriage brings in a lot of other factors, both families, kids, the daily grind of work and home. You can't set your expectations for marriage too high, or you'll just end up disappointed. Shui Yang didn't quite get it. What do you mean? Don't you look forward to marriage? How could I not? Cheng Huanran explained. Anyone who wants to get married will naturally have expectations, but what they expect varies from person to person. I hope to grow old with the woman I love, raise our children well, and spend our lives together. Some people hope to marry up and achieve financial freedom. Like my friend's sister I mentioned earlier, she wants to use marriage to climb the financial ladder. If her partner lets her down, she'll end up disappointed in marriage too. True, Shui Yang said. People who expect romance might not be satisfied either. Marriage isn't as passionate as dating. Age, work, kids, all sorts of little things distract you. How could passion stay the same for decades, right? That's why most people end up with regrets. Cheng Huanran smiled and shook his head. Actually, the worst thing is that so many people habitually project their own expectations onto others. Pinning your hopes on someone else just makes disappointment more likely. Exactly. Shui Yang grumbled. That's how it goes. The other person isn't good enough, doesn't measure up, there's a whole list of complaints. Then they say, this isn't the life I wanted, get disappointed, get resentful, and start looking for excuses to get divorced. Cheng Huanran spoke gently. If you set goals for yourself and ask less of others, you'll be happier. To put it nicely, it's about being tolerant of your loved ones, doing more and complaining less. That's the only way to have a happy life. If you don't contribute but expect others to, or if you give everything while the other person just takes, problems will crop up sooner or later. Marriage will end up full of cracks. How could it possibly be happy? Right, Shui Yang said with sudden insight. I don't have any demands for Xiao Xiao, and she doesn't put any conditions on me either. I understand how hard it is for her to raise the kids, and she understands how tough it is for me to earn money. We both give, without comparing who does more. That's the only way to be happy. Cheng Huanran nodded. Exactly. In the future, Enin and I will definitely learn from you too. Shui Yang burst out laughing. Cheng Huanran grinned. Don't think I'm joking, I mean it. You two got married a few years before us. You've got plenty of experience we can learn from. There's no such thing as a happy family for no reason, right? Every family has its own way to happiness. You and Xiao Xiao understand and tolerate each other. That's something we should learn. Our parents are even more worth learning from, Shui Yang said, raising his hand and counting on his fingers. They're the type who support each other through thick and thin. Grandpa and Grandma are the mutual love and respect type. Uncle Hu and his wife are the strong man, gentlewoman type. There are all kinds. Cheng Huanran nodded in agreement. Study hard and keep improving. We'll learn from all of them. The way our parents do things is the best model. Shui Yang explained. Xiao Xiao and I want to follow their example, not just in how they get along as a couple, but also in how they raise their kids. Oh, Cheng Huanran asked with a laugh. In what way? Giving kids enough space and freedom? Or in their approach to marriage choices? Shui Yang laughed. Honestly, our family is a breath of fresh air among the wealthy. No arranged marriages, no obsession with marrying into money. Everyone gets to choose for themselves. That's really rare. True, Chung Huanran smiled. Mainly because our parents laid a solid foundation for us, so we have the right to choose and the freedom to make our own decisions. For them, it's not about using marriage to strengthen the family business. If things go well, great, but making money isn't just about piling up more and more. Our parents aren't greedy. They know that love is the best foundation for marriage and family. Shui Yang patted his chest. Honestly, I'm really grateful to our parents. They never used my marriage as a bargaining chip. They gave me the biggest choice of my life. You wanted to be an athlete, and they agreed in the end, didn't they? Qing Huanran chuckled. Your grades weren't that bad back then. You didn't have to go down the sports route. Maybe not top tier, but you could have gotten into a decent university. But in the end, they respected your wishes and let you choose what you loved most. Exactly. Shui Yang laughed. Both my career and my marriage. I chose them myself. No regrets in this life. At that moment, Shui Yang's phone rang. He let out a big yawn before lazily pulling out his phone. When he saw it was his dear wife calling, he hurriedly swiped to answer. Hello? Huh? Oh. I'm in the living room. I'll be right there. Chang Huanran watched as he jumped up and dashed off and couldn't help but ask, something up? No, Shui Yang replied without even turning his head. Just a little something to discuss with Xiaoxiao's family. When Chang Huanran heard it was just a little something, he didn't bother to get involved. He closed his eyes and settled in for a nap. Last night had been so exciting and joyful that he'd barely slept a wink. Now that the place was quiet, he figured he'd catch up on some sleep so he'd have the energy to spend time with his wife. Meanwhile, on the other side of the house, Shui Yang was in a foul mood, especially after hearing his wife lay everything out. His face grew even darker. How did your sister end up with such a weirdo? They're not even married yet, and he's already scheming about this and that. If she really marries a guy like that, she'll be miserable sooner or later. Wang Xiaoxiao gave a bitter smile. I never would have thought little Zhang, who always seemed so honest, would turn out to be so calculating. My sister had no idea. Now they're about to get married, and he suddenly pulls this stunt. Well, it's better she found out now, Shui Yang said grimly. She should lay everything out on the table before the wedding, so she can see his true colors and what his family's really like. She still has time to think it through. If she waits until after the wedding, it'll be too late. Wang Xiaoxiao's eyes brimmed with tears as she fumed. My parents have been endlessly tolerant with him, thinking as long as my sister likes him, nothing else matters. His family sees how generous we are and just keeps coming up with excuses to ask for this and that, never satisfied. Shui Yang put his hands behind his head and asked, So how did you end up splitting the renovation costs? Wang Xiaoxiao replied, At first, they said his parents would buy the marital home, and the two of them would split the renovation costs. My sister didn't want to. She said the house was too far from her work, and it'd be better if he just moved into her place. But his family refused, saying he'd be mocked for marrying into the wife's family. In the end, my sister paid for half the renovations with him. 50-50. Shui Yang asked. Wang Xiaoxiao shook her head. It wasn't that clear-cut. I asked my sister. She ended up putting in over 200,000 yuan, basically all her savings, and my parents chipped in too, otherwise it wouldn't have been enough. Shui Yang frowned. How could it be unclear? With renovations, every material and labor cost can be accounted for down to the last cent. It was all handled by his family, Wang Xiaoxiao said. My sister works and doesn't know much about renovations. She only stopped by occasionally. They kept saying the money wasn't enough, but couldn't explain where it all went. That's why my sister is so upset. For a place just over 100 square meters? Shui Yang scoffed. Just a standard renovation, and it cost hundreds of thousands? The apartment itself is only worth a few $100,000. The renovation cost more than the place itself? I bet that guy paid way less than your sister. Wang Xiaoxiao snorted. When it came to the bride price, my parents said a token amount was fine, no need to follow the trends and ask for a lot. But instead of saying how much they'd give, his family just kept asking how much dowry my parents could provide. My parents were in a tough spot. They'd already spent all their savings helping my sister buy and renovate the apartment, so there wasn't much left for a dowry. Little Zhang said he already had a car, but my sister didn't. Since the marital home was far from her work, he hoped my parents would buy her a car as part of the dowry. In the end, my parents agreed to buy a small electric car worth tens of thousands. Then his family made a fuss, saying the bride price was generous, but the dowry was so stingy. So how much is the bride price exactly? Shui Yang asked irritably. They keep saying it's a high bride price. How high? Wang Xiaoxiao shook her head. They haven't said. They just keep claiming they'll give a lot. My parents said they don't need a bride price, and even if they got one, they wouldn't accept it. But the dowry can only be a regular car, not some luxury vehicle. They want a BMW, don't they? Shui Yang asked. Wang Xiaoxiao curled her lip. Little Zhang said a colleague of his, who also works in the public sector, just got married, and his wife's dowry was a luxury car worth over 1,000,000 yuan. He thinks if my sister only gets a cheap car, his colleagues will look down on him. He wants my parents to buy a BMW or Mercedes. Wants to try. Shui Yang sneered. How's he going to try? Ask your sister to borrow money from you or someone else. Make your parents shell out so he can save face. He sure has some nerve. Wang Xiaoxiao was so angry her eyes turned red. He even said he wants to have a video call or meet with us to discuss my parents' retirement arrangements before the wedding. Shui Yang raised his eyebrows, but didn't object. That's reasonable. If they're really getting married, he'll be part of your family. Your parents' retirement is the responsibility of you two sisters and both your families. It's best to talk it out in advance to avoid future conflicts. Wang Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him. He said that since I'm marrying far away, I won't be able to help take care of my parents. So? Shui Yang retorted. Who is he to say that? Maybe we'll be far away and can't help as much, but we'll do our best. Worst case, we take turns half a year each. When the weather's good, they come north. When it's cold, they go south. Just because we're far doesn't mean we'll shirk our responsibilities. Who is he to talk nonsense? Wang Xiaoxiao snorted. He said that since we can't take care of our parents, we shouldn't expect any share of their property or pensions in the future. He wants my sister to make it clear with me now, to avoid disputes later. My sister was furious and told him I don't care about those things, and neither would you. She told him to stop obsessing over a bit of property and money as if it's the end of the world. Well said. Shui Yang exclaimed. Only useless men fixate on their wife's family's assets. He keeps saying he's not marrying into your family, so why is he so hung up on your parents' property and pensions? He talks a good game, but in reality, what a hypocrite. Wang Xiaoxiao rubbed her forehead and explained. He said that if I really don't care, he still wants to hear your opinion. If we truly have no objections, then we should sign an agreement so we don't go back on our word in the future. My parents were really upset about that. Is everyone okay? Shui Yang asked with concern. Don't let a petty person like that make anyone sick. Wang Xiaoxiao sighed. My mom was so angry her blood pressure shot up. She had a headache all night, and the medicine didn't help much. She only managed to fall asleep at dawn. My dad and my sister took turns looking after her. None of them slept last night. Shui Yang was absolutely furious. How could anyone marry a guy like that? Is your sister blind or something? How could she fall for someone like him? Wang Xiaoxiao sighed helplessly. My sister's actually having a harder time than any of us. She agreed to date him herself, and now they're already talking about marriage. Who would have thought that just as they're about to tie the knot, Zhang would pull all these stunts and upset her so much? She's the one who's most hurt and angry, okay? Shui Yang frowned. Is Mom all right? Has her blood pressure gone back to normal? If not, get her to the hospital right away. Don't delay at home. That's what I said too, Wang Xiaoxiao explained. Dad just checked and said it's coming down. He wants to wait until Mom wakes up and see how she's doing. If she's still not well, then we'll take her to the hospital. Shui Yang couldn't help but say, Why get so worked up over someone like that? The way his family acts just proves you can't marry into that kind of household. Tell your sister to wake up and call it off before it's too late. She absolutely can't marry him. It's not that easy. Wang Xiaoxiao muttered, frowning. She chose him herself, and she really likes him. All I can do is remind her I can't just come out and tell her to break up. They were planning to get their marriage certificate over the National Day holiday. They can't. Shui Yang interrupted loudly. You can't just remind her, you need to calmly and clearly lay out the facts for her. Don't hesitate, just break up now. Once they're officially married, there's no turning back. A man like that has no sense of responsibility, no backbone, and all he cares about is your parents' little bit of property. He even has the nerve to ask your parents to buy him a luxury car just for show. Guys like that may seem honest, but they're actually ruthless. If your sister really marries him, she's in for a miserable life. All right. Wang Xiaoxiao shot him a look and lowered her voice. Don't make such a fuss. This kind of thing needs to be considered carefully. You can't just break up on a whim. They're about to get married. Both families have met and agreed. Money's been spent, and everyone already knows about the wedding. If it falls through now, my sister's reputation will definitely take a hit. Shui Yang shook his head in complete disagreement. They're not married yet, so what's there to worry about? Even if they were, people get divorced all the time. Who says divorce ruins your reputation? What does reputation have to do with it? You get married to be happy, right? Wang Xiaoxiao nodded gently. Of course. Shui Yang snorted. If she stays with someone like that, your sister will only end up suffering and being humiliated. If she can't take it anymore and regrets it later, getting divorced will hurt even more. And that's not even talking about feelings, just financially, she'll lose out. Your family pays for the renovation, but after a divorce, the house still belongs to the guy's family. The bride price isn't much, but the dowry is a luxury car worth hundreds of thousands, which will only depreciate, and after marriage, it'll be joint property. If they split, your sister will lose both emotionally and financially. Wang Xiaoxiao grew more and more uneasy as she listened, hesitating. I'll video call her later and ask what she's really thinking. Shui Yang nodded. Good, your sister's, so it's easier to talk. Just stay calm and help her see that this guy isn't right. Especially with how his family acts, it's disgusting. If she marries into that family, she'll definitely suffer. Wang Xiaoxiao was extremely frustrated and snorted. He even said our family only has 2 daughters and no son, so his family actually looks down on us. If it weren't for my sister's good job, he wouldn't have even agreed to the blind date. Give me a break. Shui Yang cursed. So, what if she has a stable job? What's there to brag about, making a few thousand a month? The more capable someone is, the more humble they are. Only idiots like him show off peanuts like they're watermelons. Wang Xiaoxiao added gloomily, he told my parents that since we don't have a son, all the responsibility for taking care of them in old age will fall on the daughters. And since I married far away, it'll all be on him and my sister. He wants everything made clear before the wedding so he doesn't end up being the sucker. Yeah, right? Shui Yang scoffed. That brat's worried about being the sucker? He keeps talking about a big bride price, but we haven't seen a penny. Your sister's paying for the renovations, but the house is in his parents' name. It has nothing to do with her. And he's the one being taken advantage of? He sure knows how to talk big. Why doesn't he just go to the moon? Wang Xiaoxiao hugged his arm and asked, what about the contract he mentioned? Should we agree to it? No way. Shui Yang said firmly. Your parents' house is a subsidized apartment from their work unit. It's not worth that much now. They're used to living there and all their old friends are nearby. There's a market downstairs, so it's super convenient. That house should always stay in your parents' names. And their pensions are for them to decide. No one else should touch their money. Wang Xiaoxiao nodded. After mom and dad are gone, that apartment will definitely go to my sister. We're all in the capital, so there's no need for us to fight over the old house. We're not fighting for it, but we can't agree to give it to them either, Shui Yang said seriously. Unless they truly take good care of your parents and your parents willingly give them the house, there shouldn't be any contract or forced agreement. My sister would never shortchange them. Wang Xiaoxiao reminded him. But her fiancé might. Shui Yang cut her off. Your sister will definitely be filial, but this guy clearly only cares about the money. With a man this petty, do you really think he'll be generous and treat his in-laws well? Not likely. Wang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but ask, so what do you think we should do? Shui Yang shook his head. Break up as soon as possible and cut your losses before it's too late. If your sister insists on marrying him and they have to discuss elderly care and property before the wedding, then we'll stand our ground. If they treat your parents well, fine. If not, we'll bring your parents to the capital and take care of them ourselves. They won't get the chance. All right, Wang Xiaoxiao said softly, hesitating. I'll talk to my sister alone later. Shui Yang still looked worried. Lay out the pros and cons for her. Tell her not to hesitate. There are plenty of good men out there. No need to settle for someone so greedy. Okay, Wang Xiaoxiao agreed. Shui Yang gently stroked her hair. Still tired? Want to sleep a bit longer? What about the kids? Wang Xiaoxiao shook her head. I should get up. I need to take Xiao Shuang to her early education class later. I'll do it, Shui Yang volunteered. It's the weekend, so I'll handle drop-off and pick-up. That way I can spend more time with the kids. Wang Xiaoxiao smiled and stretched. It's getting late, I'd better get up. I still need to thank my brother and sister-in-law later. Sister-in-law's still asleep, Shui Yang teased. My brother's over the moon, showing off non-stop. Just ignore him, don't feed his ego. Wang Xiaoxiao pressed her lips together and broke into a smile. Big brother and sister-in-law are getting married because of the baby, double happiness. How could they not be over the moon? Crazy, isn't it? Shui Yang chuckled. He's napping in the living room, so let's not disturb him for now. Why don't you go brush your teeth, wash up, and have some breakfast first? Wang Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered as she grabbed his hand. Honey, there's something I want to talk to you about. Shui Yang naturally put his arm around her shoulders and kissed her cheek. Whatever my dear wife wants, just say the word. Wang Xiaoxiao lowered her voice. How about we move out for a while? Huh? Shui Yang raised his eyebrows in surprise. Are you sure? You really want to move? Wang Xiaoxiao nodded and explained, my mom already retired this semester. I'm thinking of persuading my dad to take early retirement too, so he doesn't have to work anymore. His rheumatism's gotten worse. Standing for long periods makes him uncomfortable these days. He only has a few years left before retirement, right? Shui Yang agreed. It's about time anyway. Better to step down early and focus on his health. Wang Xiaoxiao spoke softly, full of concern. Their health isn't what it used to be. When they were younger, it was fine, but in the past couple of years, they've both been diagnosed with high blood pressure and cholesterol. There are all sorts of medications and dietary restrictions now. They're just not as healthy as before. So, Shui Yang raised an eyebrow. You want to bring your parents over here? Is that why you want to move out first? Wang Xiaoxiao nodded gently. I came to the capital for school and training, then got married and had kids. It's been more than 10 years now. Honestly, I'm already a new resident here. I've settled down, but I can't take care of my parents up close. So, I want to invite them over to stay with us from time to time. That way, I can spend more time with them and show my filial piety. They'll be happier too, having more family around. But, Shui Yang smiled wryly. We're so used to living at Xinyuan. The kids might not adjust well after moving out. Especially when it comes to food and living arrangements, nothing can compare to Xinyuan. Wang Xiaoxiao pouted. People can get used to new things. Sure, Xinyuan's environment is top-notch, but the luxury apartment downtown we'd moved to is great too. It's a huge flat, several hundred square meters, with 6 or 7 bedrooms, spacious and bright. There's a big hospital right across the street, a shopping mall downstairs, plenty to eat, play, and shop. If we want some excitement, we just take the elevator down. If we want peace and quiet, we go upstairs. The transport links are great too, bus and subway stations are within 3 minutes. Super convenient. Looks like someone's already done her homework. Shui Yang's eyes flickered and he said softly, the environment does sound pretty good. I'm not worried about much, except for the food. It just can't compare to Xinyuan. No matter when we're hungry here, there's always something to eat. Snacks in the morning and afternoon, late-night bites. 3 meals a day plus treats. Delicious, nutritious, and so convenient. You already work hard taking care of the kids, and if you have to cook 3 meals a day too, it'll be even harder. Wang Xiaoxiao shook her head. We'll just hire another nanny. Housework can be handled by a cleaning lady. She can be part-time. The nanny will take care of the 3 meals and the kids' nutrition. We'll keep the current nanny who helps with the kids, so nothing much will change, and the workload won't really increase. All right. Shui Yang hesitated. Since you've already figured it all out, I'll just go along with whatever you decide. Wang Xiaoxiao watched his expression and couldn't help but ask nervously, You don't want to move out, do you? Heh. Shui Yang admitted honestly, after living here for so many years, I'm just used to it. Plus, no other nanny's cooking can compare to our family chef. I'm just worried we won't get used to the food. Wang Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. Back when we used to eat takeout every day, you never complained. Haha. Shui Yang smiled wryly. But after eating at home for a few years, I got spoiled. It's easy to go from simple to fancy, but hard to go back. Once you're used to gourmet meals, plain porridge and steamed buns just taste bland, right? Wang Xiaoxiao was a little annoyed and muttered, Well, there's no choice. Even if you're not used to it, you'll have to put up with it for now. I'm not moving out for us, it's for my parents. All right. Shui Yang didn't dare argue. Didn't I say? Whatever you arrange, I'll go along with it. Wang Xiaoxiao lowered her eyes and said softly, Even though Xinyuan is big and your parents and grandparents are all wonderful people, living together means you're always running into each other. My parents always feel a bit awkward when they visit, never fully at ease. If it's just our little family, they definitely wouldn't feel that way. Really? Shui Yang asked, a bit skeptical. Did your parents say so? Wang Xiaoxiao shook her head. They'd never say it. Every time, they insist they're happy and comfortable and praise your family for being so warm. But I know how they really feel. I honestly had no idea. Shui Yang apologized with a wry smile. I never realized they were just being polite. Wang Xiaoxiao pouted and sighed. You've barely spent any time with my parents. How would you know? My fault. Shui Yang hurriedly apologized. If that's the case, then let's move. Wang Xiaoxiao beamed. I knew you'd understand where I'm coming from. You're just being a good daughter. Shui Yang smiled. Of course I support you. They raised you, and it wasn't easy. Now you're married far away in the capital, and you don't have much time to be with them. If they're willing to come stay here, I'm all for it. If they feel uncomfortable and can't relax, how could I bear that? Wang Xiaoxiao threw her arms around his neck and kissed him excitedly. Thank you, hubby. I knew you'd support me. Shui Yang, thinking he'd gotten the hint, immediately let his hands wander. Stop it, Wang Xiaoxiao giggled. You still have to take Xiao Shuang to school. Shui Yang rolled his eyes in exasperation and reluctantly let her go. Wang Xiaoxiao reminded him, Find a chance to talk to your parents, so they're mentally prepared, but don't mention my parents, okay? All right. Shui Yang understood her concern. I'll just say the kids are growing up and we want to give them a change of environment. We also want to try living as a small family on our own. Thank you. Wang Xiaoxiao stuck out her tongue and whispered, I don't think your parents will object, but I still don't want to use my parents as an excuse. No matter how understanding and loving her in-laws were, she didn't feel comfortable using her own parents as a reason. Shui Yang gave her a thumbs up. That's the way. Some things are better coming from me, and there's no need to over-explain. I'll leave it to you then. Wang Xiaoxiao blew him a kiss. Shui Yang grinned. Don't worry, leave it to me. Now that sister-in-law is pregnant and they're preparing for the wedding, Mom and Dad's attention will be on them. It's the perfect time for us to slip away and live on our own for a while. That evening, Ahu and his family arrived early. Wang Qing was looking well these days. Dressed in a brightly colored light jacket, she seemed full of energy and kept chatting with Xueling nonstop. Xueling whispered a few words to her, then turned to talk with Ahu for a while. All right, I'll go pick up Uncle Jillian and his family. Ahu, why don't you bring a bowl of bird's nest soup over for Aching to have a bite first? See, it's in that white stew pot over there. Got it. Ahu replied and walked over. Xue Jilian came with his son and daughter-in-law, all of them smiling and cheerful. Congratulations. Looks like you'll be planning a wedding soon. Xue Ling laughed. We'll have the wedding banquet at the end of the year as planned, and a baby's 1-month celebration next summer. You all have to come. Of course. Definitely. I'll eat double. Qing Tianfang looked around and asked with a smile, where's our niece-in-law? Where's Ran? Is her morning sickness bad? Can she eat? Ran's in the main kitchen, Xue Ling explained. She's eating fine, actually has a good appetite, just a bit sleepy, she sleeps over 10 hours a day. She's still napping in her room. I didn't wake her, figured she should rest. Exactly, Cheng Tianfang said kindly. Let her sleep, we shouldn't disturb her. Xue Heng and Xue Huan helped their father carry 2 large suitcases. Lingling, is my dad still staying in his old room? We'll help him unpack first. Xue Ling nodded. The room's always kept for Uncle Jilian. You can just drop the suitcases there, no rush to unpack. Yuan will help Uncle Jilian settle in later. Let's go have dinner first. Master Li is already cooking, and it's getting chilly, food gets cold quickly. Let's head to the main kitchen and sit down. Everyone agreed and headed to the main kitchen in a line. Tonight's dishes were festive, with lots of snacks and trendy dishes, all beautifully made and delicious. Everyone ate to their heart's content. Xue Huan couldn't help but sigh. Nowadays, most Chinese food outside is fast food, nothing refined, and every dish tastes the same. But a professional chef's cooking really stands out. Each dish has its own flavor and looks and tastes amazing. Stir-fried dishes like these are getting rare. Little Huzi said, mouth greasy with food. Big pots, big stoves, high heat, food just tastes better that way. So good. Ahu agreed, yeah, I like this kind of food too. Little Xiuhu and Minihu kept munching on snacks, happily stuffing their faces. Cheng Tianuan grinned, it's all just home cooking. If you like it, eat more. Everyone ate and drank, chatting as they went, occasionally clinking glasses with soon-to-be dad Cheng Huanran, sipping a little wine or tea. The atmosphere was warm and lively. Xiaoxin, there's stewed papaya over there, Xue Ling reminded. When you're done, get some for Aunt Wang Qing and your aunt. Xue Xian nodded. Nearby, Qin Xinji's eyebrows twitched slightly, and he glanced at his mother-in-law out of the corner of his eye. Xue Ling just smiled and gave him a look that said, don't worry. Qin Xinji nodded lightly. After eating, Xue Xian brought 2 desserts over for Wang Qing and Cheng Tianfang. Fang. Ahu called, I'll get you a stool, come sit with your sister-in-law and eat together. It's more fun with more people, and your sister-in-law will enjoy eating more. Cheng Tianfang quickly agreed and sat down with her dessert. Thanks, Xiaoxin. With so many people around, Xue Xian felt awkward leaving right away, so she nestled into a corner on a wooden chair. As Ahu fed Wang Qing, he asked, Xiaoxin, how's everything lately? Is your company's traffic doing well? Pretty good, Xue Xian replied with a smile. Everything's running smoothly and traffic's always been steady. Fans are built up over time. I started early, so I have a solid fan base, which makes things easier. These days, traffic just flows to wherever's hot. The good get better, the bad get worse. My show's educational, spreading culture and artifacts, so it's pretty positive and promotion's been smooth. In business, patience is key, Cheng Tianfang said gently. Positive content is worth spreading. What matters is steady progress, not all that flashy stuff online these days. It just makes me frown. Xue Xian laughed. We've always focused on promoting cultural relics, never chasing cheap popularity. Because of that, fan growth is slow. But the ones who stick around are true fans, they don't just leave on a whim. Basically, our company is educational short videos, all positive content. That's great, Wang Qing said with a crooked smile. Fits your field, putting your strengths to use. Ahu praised, combining our ancestors' antiques with modern internet tech. Now that's impressive. You deserve every penny you make. Are you making a lot? Wang Qing asked with a grin. Xue Xian giggled. It's all right, not bad. Ahu teased, what's not bad? How much is not bad for you young ladies? Is it several 100,000 a month? Qing Tianfang asked. Shui Xian hesitated, pretty much, but I have to spend some on promotion and advertising. I've also started setting aside a portion for charity to build up good karma for the company. Mainly for cultural relic protection, especially in rural areas. That's wonderful, Cheng Tianfang praised. Young people always have fresh ideas. Ahu shook his head with a wry smile. Can't keep up with you youngsters. We're all being left behind by the times, the old wave washed up on the shore. No way. Shui Xian laughed. With your solid foundation, Uncle Ahu, just your real estate alone would take me decades to earn. Ahu gave her a look and shot back. Decades? You're flattering me. You could earn in a few years what would take me a lifetime. Everyone burst out laughing. Qing Tianfang looked at her niece with concern and said gently, making money and building a career is important, but don't neglect your health. Look at you, always so thin. When you were little your cheeks were chubby, now your chin is all pointy. That's the fashion now. Shui Xian giggled. Everyone wants an A4 waist and a skinny beauty look. Luckily, I don't have to be on camera, otherwise I'd have to lose even more weight. People always look fatter on camera, so you have to be super thin, or you won't look good on screen. What the heck is an A4 waist? Ahu rolled his eyes. You're already so thin, any thinner and you'll be skin and bones. Shui Xian explained what an A4 waist and mermaid line were, then added, can't help it, young people just don't like being chubby these days. Nonsense. That's just distorted aesthetics. Ahu scoffed. Who says what's trendy is beautiful? If you ask me, a fuller figure is real beauty. Those skinny, bony types. Not only do they look unhealthy, but hugging them must be uncomfortable. Nobody's asking you to hug them. Shui Xian teased. Everyone burst out laughing. Who burst out laughing? Let me hug you. As if I'd want to. Who wants to cuddle a pile of bones at night? It's way more comfortable to snuggle up to someone soft and plump. Wang Qing glanced at him shyly and muttered, you have no filter. Who laughed even louder. I'm just telling the truth. Aren't chubby, soft little kids the cutest? Girls with a bit of baby fat are even cuter. Xiao Xian's got it all wrong, I need to help her see the light. You can't be too skinny, Wang Qing shook her head. Being too thin isn't healthy, it's actually sickly. Qing Tianfang chimed in, exactly. I really can't agree with young people's beauty standards these days. I just don't get it. Even Xiaohan is always talking about losing weight, which drives me crazy. Being thin doesn't mean you're beautiful, real beauty is being healthy. Ever since her daughter hit puberty, she's been terrified of gaining weight, barely touching meat, and never daring to eat anything high in calories. Losing weight is always on her lips. But honestly, she's not fat at all, not even curvy. Who knows where she heard that her face is baby fat and her legs are chunky, so she's always slathering on slimming creams for her face and legs. Who knows if those things are even safe? All for the sake of being thin, she ignores basic common sense and has gotten a bit obsessed. Right? Who explained, back when I was young, everyone wanted to marry a tall, sturdy girl. No one wanted someone too skinny. Shui Xian giggled and asked, really? But back then, with the economy not so great, there probably weren't many chubby girls, right? Not many, Ahu replied, but that just made them more precious. The older generation always preferred girls who were a bit plump. They thought those girls were the luckiest, had the best fortune, and would be good at having children. If a girl was too skinny, they'd think she was sickly and unhealthy. Shui Xian was skeptical. Seriously? Of course. Who lifted his chin. Ask your grandparents if you don't believe me. Back in my day, everyone liked girls with a bit of meat on them. Qing Tianfang said gently, actually, a lot of health experts say that people with a bit of plumpness are the healthiest. Obviously, being overweight isn't good, but being too thin isn't either. Especially for girls, being too skinny can make you look haggard and even lead to anemia or other sub-health issues. True beauty is healthy beauty. Chasing after an unhealthy, sickly thinness is, in itself, a kind of sickness. It's fine to be slim and healthy, but don't go overboard. That so-called skinny beauty or skeletal beauty is a warped aesthetic that does more harm than good. Who poked at his phone and said, just the other day, I saw a news story online about a girl who got so obsessed with dieting that she developed anorexia. She nearly starved herself to death. Qing Tianfang frowned and shook her head. I bet that's not the only case. Young people these days love to diet but hate to exercise. They're all about lying flat and slacking off. It'd be better to just eat and drink what you want and get some healthy exercise. Healthy beauty. Wang Qing smiled. That's real beauty. Shui Xian grinned. I'm not too bad. I just avoid milk tea, ice cream, and cream, try not to overeat, and only eat until I'm about 70% full at each meal. I don't dare touch snacks or eat late at night. Oh, come on. Hu frowned with concern. If you cut out so much, what's the point of life? Exactly. Qing Tianfang laughed softly. Xing loves you so much, he'd never mind even a little bit. There's no need to put so much pressure on yourself. Shui Xian shook her head with a bright smile. He wouldn't dare. Actually, he wishes I'd put on a bit more weight. He says junk food isn't nutritious or healthy, but there's no need to be so skinny. Eating some tasty, nutritious snacks or the occasional late-night treat is fine. But I just can't bring myself to listen to him. I still think it's better to semi-diet. All the women at work are basically on semi-diets. The moment you relax, you put on a few pounds. That's rough. Hu rolled his eyes. You're so young, why make yourself suffer? You're the one enjoying the food, but it's others who judge your weight. If people think you're fat, that's their problem, not yours. If your clothes are too tight, that's the clothes' fault, not yours. Everyone burst out laughing. Shui Xian gave him a thumbs up. Uncle Ahu, you really have a unique way of looking at things. Hu puffed out his chest proudly. If you ask me, as long as you're not so fat it's unhealthy, everyone has their own kind of beauty. Chubby little kids are cute, that's one kind of beauty. Elderly people with elegance and poise, that's another kind of beauty. Even pregnant women with big bellies, they have their own beauty too. Confident beauty, Wang Qing agreed. When you feel good about yourself, that's the most beautiful thing. Shui Xian nodded perfunctorily, yeah. Qing Tianfang gave her a fond look and said quietly, don't just brush it off, really remember this. These are truths. Live your own happy life and don't worry so much about what others think. As long as you're happy, not breaking the law or going against your morals, there's no reason to deny yourself good food. Xian, youth is so short, you should cherish it. Shui Xian finally took some of it to heart. Wang Qing reminded her, if you're planning to have a baby, you can't be too skinny either. Shui Xian blushed and waved her hands. No, I'm not thinking about that yet. I'm still young, now's the time to focus on my career and go after my dreams. No rush to have kids. When my career is stable and I've saved enough, then we'll think about it. Hu looked utterly defeated. You seem so smart most of the time. How come you're clueless when it comes to the important stuff? What's wrong? Shui Xian looked innocent. Isn't that reasonable? I've only been out of college for a year, and I'll only be 25 soon. Why rush to be a mom? I've heard raising kids is tough, so many challenges and hassles. Sometimes I even think maybe I'll just stay child-free. Oh my god. Hu was shocked. Qing Tianfang and Wang Qing were also taken aback. Xiao Xian, you're joking, right? Are you crazy? It's one thing to work in new media, but how can you get brainwashed by all that stuff? Those weird opinions are just clickbait to attract readers. You can't let yourself be influenced by all that nonsense. Hu eyed her suspiciously. You're joking, right? You can't be serious. Shui Xian shook her head. No, I'm being totally rational. Isn't it great to enjoy life while you're young? People say that once you have kids, you'll have endless worries. When they're little, you worry if they're tall enough, strong enough. When they're older, you worry about their grades and personality. When they're adults, you worry about their jobs, college, getting married, settling down. Worry, and in the end, your kid might not even be filial. After all that hard work, they might just mooch off you and not care about their parents. Honestly, raising a well-behaved pet dog sounds better. The others were left speechless for a moment, then burst out laughing. Qing Tianfang gave a wry smile. You're not even pregnant yet, so why are you worrying about things so far down the line? Exactly. Hu teased. If everyone worried like you, no one would ever have kids. Wang Qing shook her head. Xiaoxin, you've got it wrong. Xue Exine chuckled awkwardly. No, I just think about it sometimes. It's not like I really want to be child-free. Maybe in a few years, I'll want to have a baby. Silly girl. Cheng Tianfang gave her a fond look and lowered her voice. You think getting pregnant is as easy as drinking water? That you can just decide to have a baby whenever you want and it'll happen. Xue Exine looked confused. Isn't it? Look at my big brother and sister-in-law. They got pregnant right after getting engaged, and now they're having a shotgun wedding by the end of the year. Who rolled her eyes at her. That's just your brother and sister-in-law being lucky. There are plenty of people who want kids but can't have them, you know? I saw on the news yesterday that infertility clinics are packed these days. Out of every 10 couples, at least 2 have fertility issues. Having a baby isn't like laying an egg. When it's hard, it's really hard. No way? That's a 20% chance. Xue Exine muttered in disbelief. That high? More than 20. Who replied. Wang Qing moved her hand, struggling to beckon Xue Exine over. Xue Exine hurried over and took her hand. Wang Qing lowered her voice and began to speak slowly. Xiaoxin, don't take everything for granted. Getting pregnant and having a baby is about fate, too. My ex-husband couldn't have children. That's actually the main reason we got divorced. Xue Exine let out a quiet oh and couldn't help glancing at Ahu. Auntie, you have both a son and a daughter, and you're a grandma now. There's nothing to regret. Wang Qing gave a bitter smile. What do you know? Both of us were on our second marriage and we were getting older. Plus, my health wasn't great. I saw so many doctors, took so much medicine, went through so much trouble, and finally had Xiaohu and Shaoan. The pain of all those injections and pills, I still tear up when I think about it. Xue Exine stared in surprise, her eyes starting around. Qing Tianfang leaned in and spoke softly. When you're young and healthy, it's easier to get pregnant. But honestly, it's not something you can just do whenever you want. Back then, Xue Heng and I tried for ages and couldn't conceive. We fought all the time, and after finally managing to have a child, our relationship was already worn out. All because of the baby? Because you couldn't get pregnant. Xue Exine frowned. Uncle Heng always seemed so modern. I wouldn't have guessed. Qing Tianfang gave a wry sigh. It's not that. He's well-educated, not the type who insists on having a child to carry on the family name. But he's the eldest son, and his parents naturally wanted a grandchild, so they'd pressure us. The main thing is having a child is a really important part of a family. If Shaoan had been born earlier, maybe we wouldn't have fought so much and maybe we wouldn't have ended up divorced. Is it really that important? Xue Exine couldn't help but mutter. Qing Tianfang nodded. A child is a big bond between a couple. It's not just about having your own little family. Kids can bring a couple closer, give them more responsibility and a sense of belonging. Feelings can fade over time, but couples with children are less likely to divorce easily. If both people are very independent, once the romance fades, the marriage becomes unstable. That's right. Who chimed in? A lot of people stay married just for the kids. Later, when the kids grow up and you're older, you don't have the energy to run wild anymore, and you just settle into old age together. Without kids, it's easy to just walk away without a second thought. Xue Exine seemed to be wavering, deep in thought. Raising kids, it's so tedious and exhausting. If I have a child, my whole life will revolve around them. What if they turn out disobedient or unfilial? So much heartache. Nonsense. Who interrupted with a laugh. What business is guaranteed to make money? Who can say for sure? Every investment has risks. Having a child is the biggest investment you and Taitu will ever make. Your time, your money, all of it. If you do it well, you'll have filial kids in the future. If not, well, you can only blame yourselves for not investing right. Xue Exine, raising kids is an investment? Actually, that kind of makes sense. Who pointed at Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling not far away. Look at your parents. They had 4 kids. If they'd worried about you all being unfilial or troublesome and decided not to have any, they'd be lonely old folks now. How could Qingyuan be so lively? You wouldn't have your big brothers, and you wouldn't even exist. Shui Xian. Hu went on, who isn't taking a gamble. If I hadn't worked so hard to have 2 kids, where would Xiaoxiuhu and Minniehu come from? Without descendants, if we both got sick, we'd have no choice but to go to a nursing home. We all need water to live, Wang Qing said slowly. But we can drown in water, and we can't live in it. Does that mean we should stop drinking or using water? Qing Tianfang chuckled. Without you kids, how would your parents have grandkids? One generation after another. That's how life goes on. It's lively tonight, Wang Qing said with a smile. Everyone's happy. The arrival of a new life is always the most joyful thing. Shui Xian was still a little hesitant, making one last struggle. But even if I don't have kids, my brothers do. My nieces and nephews won't just ignore me, right? As long as I have enough money, I'm not afraid of not being taken care of when I'm old. Silly girl. Hu scolded with a laugh. Kids you raise yourself are different from those separated by a generation. Your nieces and nephews have their own parents and in-laws to look after. What if you can't count on them? You don't trust your own kids, but you trust your nieces and nephews? I just don't get it. Shui Xian was at a loss for words. Qing Tianfang patted her hand, comforting her. Don't rush. Think it over carefully. Luckily, you're still young and have time to change your mind. If you were already in your 30s, you wouldn't have much time left. You know, after 30, women are considered advanced maternal age. I know. Shui Xian's mind was a jumble, her head spinning. I'll go home and think about it some more. Hu laughed. Don't drag your feet. If you keep putting it off, you'll end up an older mom, and by then it'll be too late for regrets. After Shui Xian walked away, Hu and his wife continued chatting with Cheng Tianfang. Wang Qing still spoke a little slowly, her voice low. It's not like we can't afford to raise kids, or that we can't take care of them, so why be dinks, double income, no kids? When you're older, even if you want children, it might be too late, and that would be a lifelong regret. Exactly. Hu chuckled. If you don't want too many, just have 1 or 2. If we hadn't had Xiao Huzi and Xiao Yuner back then, no matter how much money or free time we had, we wouldn't feel as happy and at ease as we do today. Qing Tianfang couldn't help but think of her own daughter, and gave a wry smile. If it weren't for Xiao Han, I wouldn't have made it. I'd have died in prison. If you don't have something to hold on to or care about in life, it really does feel meaningless. Wang Qing's eyes reddened, and she said softly, when I had my stroke, I heard Hu and the 2 kids crying by my bedside, and it hurt so much inside. Later, when I finally woke up, I told him, if I'd passed away then, he shouldn't be too sad. Luckily, he still has our children and grandchildren by his side, so I don't have to worry about him being too lonely or having no one to look after him. Hey. Hu choked up with a smile. Today's a happy day, let's not talk about sad things. Qing Tianfang quickly wiped away her tears and smiled lightly. Right, let's not bring up sad topics. Sister-in-law was right just now. A new life means so much, it's hard to put into words. Being pregnant and raising kids really is tough. Hu hurried to change the subject. Back in our day, kids were raised with a free hand, and medical care was poor, so many didn't survive. I had a little playmate who died of a high fever at 8 or 9. The older generation had to have several kids, otherwise the survival rate was too low, you never knew how many would make it. Kids nowadays are raised with so much care, and it takes so much time and energy. Plus, young people today are under so much work pressure, so they don't want to have or raise kids. Wang Qing nodded in agreement. Yes. The main thing is the pressure, Qing Tianfang said. Young people graduate at 22 or 23, then it takes a few years to grow at work, and salaries rise slowly. But that's exactly when they need to buy a house, get married, and have kids. With housing prices so high and the cost of living up, the pressure gets overwhelming, and then people just give up or come up with all sorts of strange ideas. Hu shook his head and waved his hand. If you really can't have kids, then there's nothing you can do, right? But as long as you can afford it, as long as you can manage, you shouldn't choose to be dinks. I really can't stand it. I don't agree with it either, Chung Tianfang smiled. The older generation doesn't like these strange new ideas. Besides, Sister Chun has wanted to be a grandma for years. You can't let her down. She dotes on Xiao Xin like she's her own precious child, so at least think of the elders. Exactly, Ah Hu muttered. If you're not married, do whatever you want. But once you're married, you're part of the other family. Some big decisions can't be made by the daughter-in-law alone. You have to consider the whole family, especially the elders, right? Qing Tianfang smiled. Don't worry, Xiao Xin is a sensible and considerate girl. She'll figure it out. She's just been misled by some attention-seeking ideas online and got confused for a bit. There's all kinds of stuff online these days. Ah Hu shook his head and sighed. Some people just mislead young folks. It's really too much. Qing Tianfang said softly, I often tell Xiaohan not to believe everything online, to think more and judge for herself, not to trust it all. There's good and bad, Wang Qing sighed. Information spreads so fast now. Back in our day, to write an article, you had to research, get it reviewed, get approval from the leaders, and sometimes wait ages for it to be printed. To write a book, you'd revise it over and over, spend half a year or even years, and then the publisher would go back and forth with you before it finally got published. Now, you just tap your phone or type on your computer, hit a button, and it's out there for anyone with internet to see. It's great. So convenient. But with less review and oversight, a lot of problems come up too. Exactly, Chung Tianfang explained. There are too many personal opinions and it's easy to lose balance. Especially online, all these so-called experts, every day it's this expert says and that expert says, but do they have to take any responsibility for what they say? Everyone has their own theory, so who are ordinary people supposed to believe? Who's right, who's wrong? How are we supposed to know? I don't listen to any of them. Ah Hu laughed heartily. Saves me the headache of not knowing who to trust. Wang Qing gave a wry smile. I haven't touched my phone in ages. I'm totally out of touch with society. Don't worry, Chung Tianfang patted her phone. As long as it can contact people, receive messages, and pay bills, it's good enough. Haha, that's how I see it too. After the banquet, everyone, full and satisfied, headed back to the city. Chung Tianyuan helped Xue Jilin pack, while Xue Ling settled her elderly parents into rest before finally returning, exhausted, to the main kitchen. The kitchen was already spotless, with only Chung Huanran waiting by the side as masterly cooked porridge. Enin said she doesn't have much appetite after waking up, Chung Huanran explained. Maybe she's afraid of feeling nauseous, so she wants something light. Chung Tianyuan quickly suggested, add a little salt or sugar so it's not too bland. Okay, let's add a bit of sugar, Chung Huanran said. Enin said yes. Oh, Xue Ling exclaimed happily. Maybe it's a girl. Qing Tianyuan laughed. People say sour means a boy, spicy means a girl. What's your theory about sweet things? Girls just tend to like sweets more. Xue Ling laughed. Qing Huanran agreed. Makes sense. Masterly poured the porridge into a big bowl and reminded them with a smile, careful, it's hot. It's just mildly sweet, I didn't dare add too much sugar. Great. Qing Huanran thanked him. Thanks for your hard work, Uncle Li. With that, he carried the sweet porridge back to the room. As Chung Tianyuan and Xue Ling were leaving the kitchen, they saw Lin Qingji approaching, surrounded by bodyguards and assistants, looking a bit rushed. Clearly he'd hurried over. Uncle, Auntie, Lin Qingji apologized. Sorry I'm late. They asked if he'd eaten. Lin Qingji said he'd caught a bit of a cold yesterday and didn't have much appetite. How about some porridge? Xue Ling offered. Uncle Li just made some, and it's still hot. Yes, Chung Tianyuan smiled. We can whip up a couple of small dishes, maybe some pickles or preserved vegetables should help your appetite. Lin Qingji readily agreed. Soon, 2 plates of stir-fried greens and a few small side dishes were served. Lin Qingji ate happily, chatting with the 2 elders across from him. Ah Chung said he might choose eggs from outstanding foreign women and have 2 or 3 mixed-race kids. Chung Tianyuan and Xue Ling were both dumbfounded, exchanging glances with uneasy expressions. A mixed-race child? You mean, one parent would be a foreigner? Lin Qingji nodded. Xueling couldn't help but feel a bit amused and asked, "And you? What do you think? Did you agree to it?" "I'm still considering it," Lin Qingji replied gently. "After all, this is an important matter concerning future generations. I have to think it through carefully." Right, Chung Tianyuan said awkwardly and quietly. Raising children is a major life decision. Of course you have to be cautious. Lin Qingji smiled and asked, "Uncle, Auntie, what about you? Would you agree to it?" Chung Tianyuan and Xueling looked at each other, not knowing how to respond for a moment. Xueling couldn't help but ask, "What about your parents? Would they be okay with it?" If the other side's parents didn't mind at all, they wouldn't feel comfortable openly objecting. The situation with Lao San and Qing was quite unique. Even if they ultimately chose not to have children, it wasn't really their place to say much. Lin Qingji shook his head. "I haven't had a chance to bring it up with my parents yet. But they're very traditional, old-fashioned people. I'm guessing they probably wouldn't be too keen on the idea." "We're not keen on it either," Chung Tianyuan blurted out. "We're all traditional Chinese, used to seeing yellow skin and black hair. If there were a few white-skinned, blue-eyed kids running around, it'd just feel too out of place." Xueling chuckled. "It's not necessarily going to be blue eyes and blonde hair. Actually, there are quite a few mixed-race kids here in the capital." "That's different," Chung Tianyuan insisted. "If you fall in love with a foreign woman and get married, of course you'll have mixed-race kids. That's just how it is. Maybe it's hard for us to accept, but we'd have to. But this is a choice. If you have the option, why deliberately pick a foreign woman?" Lin Qingji picked up on his meaning and smiled. "Uncle, you make a good point. Was it Chang's idea?" Xueling couldn't help but ask. "Has he already made up his mind?" Lin Qingji explained. "He's just suggesting it for now. I'm not really tempted." "Then don't listen to him," Xueling said bluntly. "Tell him we're all against it so he can forget about it. It'd just feel strange to have a few kids who look different mixed in with the rest." Chung Tianyuan nodded. "Exactly. It's not that we're prejudiced against foreign genes. But there's no need to make things flashy and out of the ordinary." Lin Qingji thought for a moment and said, "All right, I'll let him know. We're still just in the discussion and planning stage, so there's no need to rush. We'll talk it over slowly." "That's good." Chung Tianyuan cleared his throat. "We definitely agree with that. If you were struggling, barely able to support yourselves, then not having kids would be understandable. But with your circumstances, you can easily afford to raise a few children. There's no need to go child-free." "Yes," Lin Qingji smiled. "I'm an only child, and our family has been single-line for generations. It really wouldn't be right for me to have no descendants." Hearing this, Xueling guessed how much pressure his parents must have put on him back then. "Qing, you should also discuss it with your parents," Xueling said. Lin Qingji agreed, then asked, "Are big brother and sister-in-law resting already?" "They probably aren't yet," Xueling replied. "Enin has been sleeping a lot lately. She's so sleepy these days that I don't dare wake her for meals. Just now, Ran brought her some sweet porridge." Lin Qingji smiled and explained, "Chang picked out a very elegant brooch. He wants to give it to sister-in-law." "No rush," Xueling laughed. "He can give it to her in person when he comes home for the holidays. The baby won't be born until next summer anyway." Lin Qingji agreed. He quickly finished eating, saying he had work in the morning and wouldn't be staying at Xinyuan tonight. He'd come visit again in a few days when he had time. Chung Tianyuan and Xueling knew he was a busy man and didn't insist he stay, just reminded him to take care of his health and not overwork himself. Lin Qingji left in a hurry with his bodyguard and assistant. He probably rushed over just for this meal, Chung Tianyuan guessed. "If I'd known he was this busy, I wouldn't have asked him to come." Xueling shot him a playful look. "He's part of our family now. With such a big happy event, how could we celebrate without telling him? Of course, we have to let everyone know. Whether they can make it or not is up to them. He came all this way, barely ate, and had to rush back," Chung Tianyuan frowned. "He's already got a cold. How could we let him run around just for a meal?" Xueling knew he was just worried about Lin Qingji and said gently, "It's fine. He knows how to manage his time. We treat everyone the same, send out the invitation, and whoever can come, comes. If they can't, we won't blame them. Chung Tianyuan reminded her, remember to call tomorrow and check on his cold. Xue Ling nodded. The weather's changing lately, big temperature swings between morning and night. It's easy to catch a cold. The other day, Xiao had a runny nose, so I had Xiao make him some children's cold medicine. We also need to look after the elderly. Chung Tianyuan glanced at his watch. It's getting late, let's go back to our room. A few days later, Xue Yang came to discuss moving out with Xue Ling, testing the waters with his mother first. Of course you can, Xue Ling agreed without hesitation. Remember what I said before you two got married? While your child was little and your finances weren't stable, we'd help as much as we could. But if you don't need us anymore, you're free to move out and live on your own. Xue Yang grinned, eyes squinting with joy, and put his arm around Xue Ling's shoulder. I knew Mom would agree. See? Passed instantly. Xue Ling patted his chest and laughed. Living on your own isn't cheap. You'd better work hard and make sure Xiao doesn't have to suffer with you. Try not to let your standard of living drop, okay? Got it, Xue Yang replied with a wry smile. Freedom is great, but it comes at a price. Xue Ling burst out laughing. Exactly. That evening, when Chung Tianyuan came home from work, Xue Ling told him about it. Chung Tianyuan frowned. They're living just fine here, why move out? It's not that they're unhappy here, Xue Ling explained. Young people probably want their own space. They've been living at Xinyuan since they got married. Maybe they want to try being independent. Chung Tianyuan was skeptical. They have the whole west side of the house to themselves, plus the nanny, no one bothers them. How do they not have enough space? It's different, Xue Ling chuckled. Living under the same roof as your in-laws, even if you don't see each other every day, it's still a bit inconvenient. It's fine if they want to move, let them. You agreed. Chung Tianyuan asked in disbelief. You're letting them move out? Xue Ling nodded. I agree. Chung Tianyuan glared at her, displeased, and lowered his voice. Why didn't you discuss this with me first? This isn't something you should agree to so lightly. What's wrong? Xue Ling asked in confusion. Isn't it normal for young people to want their own space? Chung Tianyuan took off his light jacket and said, call our second son over, let's ask him in detail. If he's not prepared or capable of living independently, then he's not allowed to move out. Xue Ling smiled helplessly. What, are you planning to control them for their whole lives? Dear, we're getting old. We can't keep shouldering all these responsibilities. That may be, but we can't just ignore them, Chung Tianyuan said. If the kids aren't ready to be independent and we push them out, we might end up hurting them. If it were just his rough-and-tumble son, he wouldn't care. Let him do whatever he wants, go wherever he pleases, as long as he's not hanging around getting in the way. But now he had a family, wife, son, daughter. Especially with those little ones still so young, nothing could be allowed to go wrong, or they'd regret it for the rest of their lives. What the old father really worried about were his precious grandkids, not his son. After hearing this, Xue Ling could only smile and call their son over. Today, Xue Yang didn't have to work. He and his wife were online, looking to hire a live-in nanny. When he heard his father was looking for him, he hurried over. The moment he walked in, his father's icy stare gave him a fright. Xue Yang's heart skipped a beat. He guessed it was probably about wanting to move out and had upset his dad, so he quickly put on a cheeky smile and went over. Dad, you wanted to see me? Chung Tianyuan shot him a look and snapped, you know exactly why. What's the point of pretending? No, Xue Yang shook his head quickly. I just discussed it with Mom first, planning to talk to you when you got home. Chung Tianyuan frowned. Let me ask you, why are you two so eager to move out? I just want to try living on our own with the kids. Xue Yang licked his lips and smiled. It's not on a whim. We'll be well prepared before moving. Chung Tianyuan asked again, where are you moving to? Downtown, Xue Yang replied. That high-end apartment complex near Ronghua Mall. Chung Tianyuan nodded slightly. That area is not bad. How are you planning to move? Have you arranged for a nanny and bodyguards? Well, we plan to hire 1 or 2 more nannies, Xue Yang explained. We don't need bodyguards or a driver. The security in that complex is pretty good. Both of us can drive, so we can take the kids to and from school ourselves. Chung Tianyuan frowned deeply and turned to his wife. Did he tell you all this? And you agreed? Xue Ling shook her head. No, I didn't ask for details. If I had, I definitely wouldn't have agreed. Then she turned to her son. Yang Ong, hiring extra nannies I can understand. You need someone for cleaning and cooking. You can skip the driver, but how can you go without bodyguards? You're a grown man and can come and go as you please, but what about Xiao Xiao and the kids? Who's going to protect them? Are you out of your mind? Shui Yang stammered, it's not that. We're living in a high-end complex with 24-hour security and surveillance everywhere. There's really no need for bodyguards. Besides, bodyguards are expensive, not something ordinary people can afford. Can't afford it? Qing Tianyuan retorted with a laugh. Then why are you moving out at all? If you can't handle independence, don't force it. No, that's not it. Shui Yang hurried to explain. I just think it's unnecessary. The security is good enough, no need to overdo it. Qing Tianyuan's face darkened. How many security guards does the complex have? How many per shift? You keep saying the security is good, but a few old men who couldn't hurt a fly are supposed to protect hundreds of households. How is that good? Our own security team is professionally trained. The bodyguards are certified pros, and even with 20-odd people protecting our family, there have still been lapses. And you want to rely on so-called building security? They'd had incidents at home before, serious, nerve-wracking ones, and more than once. That's why they had to be extra cautious. Xue Ling chimed in, everything else is up to you, how you move, when you move, where you live, we won't interfere. But when it comes to security, it's not your call. Son, our family has suffered before, you should remember that. This isn't something you can be willful about. The consequences are more than we can bear. That's right, Chung Tianyuan said. If anything goes wrong and the kids or Xiao Xiao get hurt, you'll regret it for life. And we won't forgive you either. Shui Yang was intimidated by his father's fierce glare and quickly gave in. Okay, we'll do as you say. I'll ask Brother Chao to help me find some reliable, experienced people. Xue Ling nodded. That's more like it. We can go along with your plans, but you have to meet our requirements too. Shui Yang pulled a long face and muttered, hiring bodyguards is so expensive. Just a few will cost 200,000 or 300,000 a month. I was just trying to save money where I could. Wrong, Chung Tianyuan said sternly. Security is the most important thing. How can you treat it as optional? All these years, have we ever been without security and bodyguards? You focus on trivial things and ignore what matters most. Shui Yang mumbled, I didn't think it through, I was careless. Are you sure you can afford it? Qing Tianyuan pressed. Besides security, there's the nannies and daily expenses. The kids' education and food can't be cut back or downgraded. Can your wallet handle it? Shui Yang thought for a moment, then nodded. I can manage. The dividends from the garment factory are pretty good, enough to cover it. Qing Tianyuan chuckled. Honestly, if it weren't for a Qing leading you and Xiuhu to make some money, you wouldn't be able to support a family on your own at all. Come on, Dad. Shui Yang laughed wryly. Don't rub it in. I finally managed to save up a little. Now if we move out, I'll be half broke again. Xue Ling, however, wasn't worried at all. Xiao Xiao manages the properties under your name, and she's collecting the rent. If you're short, just have her pitch in. You'll be fine. Qing Tianyuan teased, when your mom and I moved out on our own, the family couldn't help us at all. We haggled with the landlord for ages just to settle on a rent of 20 or 30 yuan. You brat. We've helped you raise your kids for years. Have we ever asked you for a cent? And now you have the nerve to complain to us about money? Get out of here. Shui Yang had no intention of leaving at all. Grinning, he snuggled up next to Xue Ling. Mom, how about we get 2 bodyguards from home to come with us? Would that be okay? 2? That's nowhere near enough. Chung Tianyuan glared at his son and reminded him, you need at least 5. There has to be a rotation and backups. Otherwise, how would that be enough? Do you expect a few kids and Xiao Xiao to always stick together? 5 is the bare minimum. Shui Yang gave a wry smile. 5? If we're talking high standards, wouldn't that be tens of thousands? We have some who earn 100,000, some 70 or 80,000, Xue Ling explained. Like Ah Chao and Xiao Huang, they're already at 100,000. Some promising newcomers start at 50 or 60,000 and get a 10,000 raise each year. Some special experts get 2 or 300,000 or even more. Of course, for the same qualifications, female experts get paid more. Since there are fewer women in this field, rarity increases value. Hearing this, Shui Yang's heart started pounding. He wheedled, "Mom, just say yes, please." "No," Shui replied with a gentle smile, shaking her head. "The security staff at Xinyuan are just barely enough as it is. We can't spare anyone else. If you need, I can ask some acquaintances to help introduce someone, but you can't compete for the ones at home." Qing Tianyuan also disagreed. "If you want to go out and be independent, then show some courage." "Dad," Shui Yang protested miserably. "You're a man, you should understand me." Qing Tianyuan chuckled quietly. "Exactly because I understand. That's why I don't want to solve everything for you. When you two had a child before marriage, if the family hadn't supported you, where would you have gotten your wife and child? We put in money, effort, and care so you could focus on your career. Now that you're finally capable of being independent, why do you still want us to step in? What kind of independence is that?" "Exactly." Shui laughed softly. "When we were young, we not only had to support our own little family, but also take care of our elders. All you need to do now is provide for your wife and kids. We, as your parents, don't add to your burden. Don't you think that's good enough?" Shui Yang muttered, "Financially, it might be a little stressful." "Deal with it yourself," Cheng Tianyuan said, refusing to indulge his son. "The rental income from your properties isn't low. It's normal for young people to feel pressure. Who in this world has it easy? Isn't everyone just toughing it out?" Shui nodded in agreement. "That's right. If you can't even handle the pressure of supporting a family when you're young, how will you have the ability to make it in the world? You still have your parents' help and some basic assets. If you had to rent, raise kids, and take care of them all on your own, wouldn't the pressure be even greater? You can't be too greedy." Shui Yang nodded in understanding. "I get it. Remember, don't let Xiao feel wronged," Cheng Tianyuan reminded him. "According to traditional marriage customs, when you got married, our side should have prepared a separate home for you to live independently. But back then, your business hadn't succeeded yet. Xiao was pregnant with twins, so your mom and I decided to have you live at home so we could help take care of her and the kids." "I know," Shui Yang said, tugging at the corner of his mouth. "It's not that you didn't want to give us a place. This was just the best option at the time." Shui smiled kindly. "Besides, we had our own selfish reasons. It's not our duty as grandparents to help raise your kids, but while we're still able, we want to help out as much as we can. That way, the kids will be closer to us. But we can't leave here, and your grandparents can't be without us, so we had to have you stay at Xinyuan." "I know." Shui Yang hugged his mom and kissed her hair. "How is that selfish?" "That's pure love." Shui smiled warmly. "Even if it's out of love, Xiao has still been wronged. You have plenty of properties in your name, and we have even more." "Oh," Shui exclaimed happily. "Maybe it's a girl." Qing Tianyuan laughed. "People say sour means a boy, spicy means a girl. What's your theory about sweet things?" "Girls just tend to like sweets more." Shui laughed. Cheng Huanran agreed. "Makes sense." Masterly poured the porridge into a big bowl and reminded them with a smile, "Careful, it's hot. It's just mildly sweet. I didn't dare add too much sugar." "Great." Qing Huanran thanked him. "Thanks for your hard work, Uncle Li." With that, he carried the sweet porridge back to the room. As Cheng Tianyuan and Shui were leaving the kitchen, they saw Lin Qingji approaching, surrounded by bodyguards and assistants, looking a bit rushed. Clearly he'd hurried over. "Uncle, Auntie," Lin Qingji apologized. "Sorry I'm late." They asked if he'd eaten. Lin Qingji said he'd caught a bit of a cold yesterday and didn't have much appetite. "How about some porridge?" Shui offered. "Uncle Li just made some, and it's still hot." "Yes," Cheng Tianyuan smiled. "We can whip up a couple of small dishes, maybe some pickles or preserved vegetables should help your appetite." Lin Qingji readily agreed. Soon, 2 plates of stir-fried greens and a few small side dishes were served. Lin Qingji ate happily, chatting with the two elders across from him. Ah Cheng said he might choose eggs from outstanding foreign women and have 2 or 3 mixed-race kids. Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling were both dumbfounded, exchanging glances with uneasy expressions. A mixed-race child? You mean, one parent would be a foreigner? Lin Qingji nodded. Xue Ling couldn't help but feel a bit amused and asked, and you? What do you think? Did you agree to it? I'm still considering it, Lin Qingji replied gently. After all, this is an important matter concerning future generations. I have to think it through carefully. Right, Cheng Tianyuan said awkwardly and quietly, raising children is a major life decision. Of course you have to be cautious. Lin Qingji smiled and asked, Uncle, Auntie, what about you? Would you agree to it? Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling looked at each other, not knowing how to respond for a moment. Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, what about your parents? Would they be okay with it? If the other side's parents didn't mind at all, they wouldn't feel comfortable openly objecting. The situation with Lao San and Qing was quite unique. Even if they ultimately chose not to have children, it wasn't really their place to say much. Lin Qingji shook his head. I haven't had a chance to bring it up with my parents yet. But they're very traditional, old-fashioned people. I'm guessing they probably wouldn't be too keen on the idea. We're not keen on it either, Cheng Tianyuan blurted out. We're all traditional Chinese, used to seeing yellow skin and black hair. If there were a few white-skinned, blue-eyed kids running around, it'd just feel too out of place. Xue Ling chuckled. It's not necessarily going to be blue eyes and blonde hair. Actually, there are quite a few mixed-race kids here in the capital. That's different. Cheng Tianyuan insisted. If you fall in love with a foreign woman and get married, of course you'll have mixed-race kids. That's just how it is. Maybe it's hard for us to accept, but we'd have to. But this is a choice. If you have the option, why deliberately pick a foreign woman? Lin Qingji picked up on his meaning and smiled. Uncle, you make a good point. Was it Chang's idea? Xue Ling couldn't help but ask. Has he already made up his mind? Lin Qingji explained. He's just suggesting it for now. I'm not really tempted. Then don't listen to him, Xue Ling said bluntly. Tell him we're all against it, so he can forget about it. It'd just feel strange to have a few kids who look different mixed in with the rest. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. Exactly. It's not that we're prejudiced against foreign genes. But there's no need to make things flashy and out of the ordinary. Lin Qingji thought for a moment and said, all right, I'll let him know. We're still just in the discussion and planning stage, so there's no need to rush. We'll talk it over slowly. That's good. Cheng Tianyuan cleared his throat. We definitely agree with that. If you were struggling, barely able to support yourselves, then not having kids would be understandable. But with your circumstances, you can easily afford to raise a few children. There's no need to go child-free. Yes, Lin Qingji smiled. I'm an only child, and our family has been single-line for generations. It really wouldn't be right for me to have no descendants. Hearing this, Xue Ling guessed how much pressure his parents must have put on him back then. Qing, you should also discuss it with your parents, Xue Ling said. Lin Qingji agreed, then asked, are big brother and sister-in-law resting already? They probably aren't yet, Xue Ling replied. Enin has been sleeping a lot lately. She's so sleepy these days that I don't dare wake her for meals. Just now, Ran brought her some sweet porridge. Lin Qingji smiled and explained, Chang picked out a very elegant brooch. He wants to give it to sister-in-law. No rush, Xue Ling laughed. He can give it to her in person when he comes home for the holidays. The baby won't be born until next summer anyway. Lin Qingji agreed. He quickly finished eating, saying he had work in the morning and wouldn't be staying at Xinyuan tonight. He'd come visit again in a few days when he had time. Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling knew he was a busy man and didn't insist he stay, just reminded him to take care of his health and not overwork himself. Lin Qingji left in a hurry with his bodyguard and assistant. He probably rushed over just for this meal, Cheng Tianyuan guessed. If I'd known he was this busy, I wouldn't have asked him to come. Xue Ling shot him a playful look. He's part of our family now. With such a big happy event, how could we celebrate without telling him? Of course, we have to let everyone know. Whether they can make it or not is up to them. He came all this way. barely ate, and had to rush back. Chung Tianyuan frowned. He's already got a cold. How could we let him run around just for a meal? Xue Ling knew he was just worried about Lin Qingji and said gently, "It's fine. He knows how to manage his time. We treat everyone the same, send out the invitation, and whoever can come, comes. If they can't, we won't blame them." Chung Tianyuan reminded her, "Remember to call tomorrow and check on his cold." Xue Ling nodded. The weather's changing lately, big temperature swings between morning and night. It's easy to catch a cold. The other day, Xiao had a runny nose, so I had Xiao make him some children's cold medicine. We also need to look after the elderly. Chung Tianyuan glanced at his watch. It's getting late, let's go back to our room. A few days later, Xue Yang came to discuss moving out with Xue Ling, testing the waters with his mother first. Of course you can, Xue Ling agreed without hesitation. Remember what I said before you two got married? While your child was little and your finances weren't stable, we'd help as much as we could. But if you don't need us anymore, you're free to move out and live on your own. Xue Yang grinned, eyes squinting with joy, and put his arm around Xue Ling's shoulder. I knew Mom would agree. See? Passed instantly. Xue Ling patted his chest and laughed. Living on your own isn't cheap. You'd better work hard and make sure Xiao doesn't have to suffer with you. Try not to let your standard of living drop, okay? Got it, Xue Yang replied with a wry smile. Freedom is great, but it comes at a price. Xue Ling burst out laughing. Exactly. That evening, when Chung Tianyuan came home from work, Xue Ling told him about it. Chung Tianyuan frowned. They're living just fine here, why move out? It's not that they're unhappy here, Xue Ling explained. Young people probably want their own space. They've been living at Xinyuan since they got married. Maybe they want to try being independent. Chung Tianyuan was skeptical. They have the whole west side of the house to themselves, plus the nanny, no one bothers them. How do they not have enough space? It's different, Xue Ling chuckled. Living under the same roof as your in-laws, even if you don't see each other every day, it's still a bit inconvenient. It's fine, if they want to move, let them. You agreed? Chung Tianyuan asked in disbelief. You're letting them move out? Xue Ling nodded. I agree. Chung Tianyuan glared at her, displeased, and lowered his voice. Why didn't you discuss this with me first? This isn't something you should agree to so lightly. What's wrong? Xue Ling asked in confusion. Isn't it normal for young people to want their own space? Chung Tianyuan took off his light jacket and said, Call our second son over, let's ask him in detail. If he's not prepared or capable of living independently, then he's not allowed to move out. Xue Ling smiled helplessly. What, are you planning to control them for their whole lives? Dear, we're getting old. We can't keep shouldering all these responsibilities. That may be, but we can't just ignore them, Chung Tianyuan said. If the kids aren't ready to be independent and we push them out, we might end up hurting them. If it were just his rough-and-tumble son, he wouldn't care. Let him do whatever he wants, go wherever he pleases, as long as he's not hanging around getting in the way. But now he had a family, wife, son, daughter. Especially with those little ones still so young, nothing could be allowed to go wrong, or they'd regret it for the rest of their lives. What the old father really worried about were his precious grandkids, not his son. After hearing this, Xue Ling could only smile and call their son over. Today, Xue Yang didn't have to work. He and his wife were online, looking to hire a live-in nanny. When he heard his father was looking for him, he hurried over. The moment he walked in, his father's icy stare gave him a fright. Xue Yang's heart skipped a beat. He guessed it was probably about wanting to move out and had upset his dad, so he quickly put on a cheeky smile and went over. Dad, you wanted to see me? Chung Tianyuan shot him a look and snapped. You know exactly why. What's the point of pretending? No, Xue Yang shook his head quickly. I just discussed it with Mom first, planning to talk to you when you got home. Chung Tianyuan frowned. Let me ask you, why are you two so eager to move out? I just want to try living on our own with the kids. Xue Yang licked his lips and smiled. It's not on a whim. We'll be well prepared before moving. Chung Tianyuan asked again, where are you moving to? Downtown, Xue Yang replied. That high-end apartment complex near Ronghua Mall. Chung Tianyuan nodded slightly. That area's not bad. How are you planning to move? Have you arranged for a nanny and bodyguards? Well, we plan to hire 1 or 2 more nannies, Shui Yang explained. We don't need bodyguards or a driver. The security in that complex is pretty good. Both of us can drive, so we can take the kids to and from school ourselves. Cheng Tianyuan frowned deeply and turned to his wife. Did he tell you all this? And you agreed? Shui Ling shook her head. No, I didn't ask for details. If I had, I definitely wouldn't have agreed. Then she turned to her son. Yang Ong, hiring extra nannies I can understand. You need someone for cleaning and cooking. You can skip the driver, but how can you go without bodyguards? You're a grown man and can come and go as you please, but what about Xiao Xiao and the kids? Who's going to protect them? Are you out of your mind? Shui Yang stammered, it's not that. We're living in a high-end complex with 24-hour security and surveillance everywhere. There's really no need for bodyguards. Besides, bodyguards are expensive, not something ordinary people can afford. Can't afford it? Cheng Tianyuan retorted with a laugh. Then why are you moving out at all? If you can't handle independence, don't force it. No, that's not it. Shui Yang hurried to explain. I just think it's unnecessary. The security is good enough, no need to overdo it. Cheng Tianyuan's face darkened. How many security guards does the complex have? How many per shift? You keep saying the security is good, but a few old men who couldn't hurt a fly are supposed to protect hundreds of households. How is that good? Our own security team is professionally trained. The bodyguards are certified pros, and even with 20-odd people protecting our family, there have still been lapses. And you want to rely on so-called building security? They'd had incidents at home before, serious, nerve-wracking ones, and more than once. That's why they had to be extra cautious. Shui Ling chimed in, everything else is up to you, how you move, when you move, where you live, we won't interfere. But when it comes to security, it's not your call. Son, our family has suffered before, you should remember that. This isn't something you can be willful about. The consequences are more than we can bear. That's right, Cheng Tianyuan said. If anything goes wrong and the kids or Xiao Xiao get hurt, you'll regret it for life. And we won't forgive you either. Shui Yang was intimidated by his father's fierce glare and quickly gave in. Okay, we'll do as you say. I'll ask Brother Chao to help me find some reliable, experienced people. Shui Ling nodded. That's more like it. We can go along with your plans, but you have to meet our requirements too. Shui Yang pulled a long face and muttered, hiring bodyguards is so expensive. Just a few will cost 200,000 or 300,000 a month. I was just trying to save money where I could. Wrong, Cheng Tianyuan said sternly. Security is the most important thing. How can you treat it as optional? All these years, have we ever been without security and bodyguards? You focus on trivial things and ignore what matters most. Shui Yang mumbled, I didn't think it through, I was careless. Are you sure you can afford it? Cheng Tianyuan pressed. Besides security, there's the nannies and daily expenses. The kids' education and food can't be cut back or downgraded. Can your wallet handle it? Shui Yang thought for a moment, then nodded. I can manage. The dividends from the garment factory are pretty good, enough to cover it. Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. Honestly, if it weren't for a Qing leading you and Xiuhu to make some money, you wouldn't be able to support a family on your own at all. Come on, Dad. Shui Yang laughed wryly. Don't rub it in. I finally managed to save up a little. Now if we move out, I'll be half broke again. Shui Ling, however, wasn't worried at all. Xiao Xiao manages the properties under your name, and she's collecting the rent. If you're short, just have her pitch in. You'll be fine. Cheng Tianyuan teased, when your mom and I moved out on our own, the family couldn't help us at all. We haggled with the landlord for ages just to settle on a rent of 20 or 30 yuan. You brat. We've helped you raise your kids for years. Have we ever asked you for a cent? And now you have the nerve to complain to us about money? Get out of here. Shui Yang had no intention of leaving at all. Grinning, he snuggled up next to Shui Ling. Mom, how about we get 2 bodyguards from home to come with us? Would that be okay? 2? That's nowhere near enough. Cheng Tianyuan glared at his son and reminded him, you need at least 5. There has to be a rotation and backups. Otherwise, how would that be enough? Do you expect a few kids and Xiao Xiao to always stick together? 5 is the bare minimum. Shui Yang gave a wry smile. 5? If we're talking high standards, wouldn't that be tens of thousands? We have some who earn 100,000, some 70 or 80,000, Shui Ling explained. Like Ah Chao and Xiao Huang, they're already at 100,000. Some promising newcomers start at 50 or 60,000 and get a 10,000 raise each year. Some special experts get 2 or 300,000 or even more. Of course, for the same qualifications, female experts get paid more. Since there are fewer women in this field, rarity increases value. Hearing this, Shui Yang's heart started pounding. He wheedled, "Mom, just say yes, please." "No," Shui Ling replied with a gentle smile, shaking her head. "The security staff at Xinyuan are just barely enough as it is. We can't spare anyone else. If you need, I can ask some acquaintances to help introduce someone, but you can't compete for the ones at home." Qing Tianyuan also disagreed. "If you want to go out and be independent, then show some courage." "Dad," Shui Yang protested miserably. "You're a man, you should understand me." Qing Tianyuan chuckled quietly. "Exactly, because I understand. That's why I don't want to solve everything for you. When you two had a child before marriage, if the family hadn't supported you, where would you have gotten your wife and child? We put in money, effort, and care so you could focus on your career. Now that you're finally capable of being independent, why do you still want us to step in? What kind of independence is that?" "Exactly." Shui Ling laughed softly. "When we were young, we not only had to support our own little family, but also take care of our elders. All you need to do now is provide for your wife and kids. We, as your parents, don't add to your burden. Don't you think that's good enough?" Shui Yang muttered, "Financially, it might be a little stressful." "Deal with it yourself," Qing Tianyuan said, refusing to indulge his son. "The rental income from your properties isn't low. It's normal for young people to feel pressure. Who in this world has it easy? Isn't everyone just toughing it out?" Shui Ling nodded in agreement. "That's right. If you can't even handle the pressure of supporting a family when you're young, how will you have the ability to make it in the world? You still have your parents' help and some basic assets. If you had to rent, raise kids, and take care of them all on your own, wouldn't the pressure be even greater? You can't be too greedy." Shui Yang nodded in understanding. "I get it. Remember, don't let Xiao Xiao feel wronged," Qing Tianyuan reminded him. "According to traditional marriage customs, when you got married, our side should have prepared a separate home for you to live independently. But back then, your business hadn't succeeded yet. Xiao Xiao was pregnant with twins, so your mom and I decided to have you live at home so we could help take care of her and the kids." "I know," Shui Yang said, tugging at the corner of his mouth. "It's not that you didn't want to give us a place. This was just the best option at the time." Shui Ling smiled kindly. "Besides, we had our own selfish reasons. It's not our duty as grandparents to help raise your kids, but while we're still able, we want to help out as much as we can. That way, the kids will be closer to us. But we can't leave here, and your grandparents can't be without us, so we had to have you stay at Xinyuan." "I know." Shui Yang hugged his mom and kissed her hair. "How is that selfish?" "That's pure love." Shui Ling smiled warmly. "Even if it's out of love, Xiao Xiao has still been wronged. You have plenty of properties in your name, and we have even more." The two bodyguards stepped forward to help with the luggage. Wang Luoluo glanced at the bodyguards' expensive suits, her eyes flickering unconsciously, the smile on her lips growing stiff again. Soon, the group got into the car. The bodyguard drove in front. Wang Xiaoxiao sat in the back, holding her father's hand with her left and her mother's with her right, chatting happily. Wang Luoluo sat in the front with another bodyguard. She gazed out at the dazzling city lights and the bustling traffic, her expression growing gloomier. Mr. Wang asked gently, "Is this the new car Yang bought recently?" "That's right," Wang Xiaoxiao replied with a smile. "He bought it 2 months ago. He said the last one was an SUV, which wasn't always suitable for work, so he got this one. With so many kids, he wanted something with more seats. At first, he planned to get a 7-seater, but in the end, he just went for the business edition." Mrs. Wang looked at the luxurious interior and couldn't help but ask, "This car is so big, it must be expensive, right?" "It's all right," Wang Xiaoxiao replied. He said it was a bit over 2 million yuan, about 2.2 million, I think. Mr. and Mrs. Wang were stunned. "So expensive? This car costs more than a house." "It looks great, but it's just so pricey." Wang Xiaoxiao smiled and shook her head. Yang Ong bought it with his own money. He said that, for cars in this class, it's actually pretty cheap. I don't know much about cars. If he wants to buy it, that's fine with me. Yang Yong's company is doing well, right? Mr. Wang asked. It's doing great, always making a profit. He's really busy, still working long hours. Ever since we moved out, his commute is shorter, so he can sleep in for half an hour more in the mornings. But I have to get up earlier, since the kids' school is farther away now, and there's often traffic during rush hour, so we have to leave by 8. That's not early at all. Mrs. Wang teased. Back when you were training, you'd get up at 6 to go running. Now you leave at 8 and you think that's early. Wang Xiaoxiao giggled and pouted. I can't help it. I've gotten used to sleeping in. Mr. and Mrs. Wang both laughed dotingly. We're both retired now, so we can sleep in sometimes too. Back when we had to go to morning classes, we'd get up at 6 every day. We'd tidy up the house, clean, make breakfast, and go to the market for groceries. If we didn't get up early, there just wasn't enough time. It's different now. No more lesson prep or rushing out to buy groceries at the crack of dawn, so sometimes we just sleep in until we can't sleep anymore. Wang Xiaoxiao said, if there's nothing to do when you wake up, you should just sleep a bit more. Mrs. Wang shook her head. You think we're still your age? If we can sleep through the night, that's already good enough. If we're even a little uncomfortable, we can spend the whole night wide awake. Sleeping in isn't as easy as it sounds. Not everyone can do it. That's true. Mr. Wang sighed. Enjoy your sleep while you're young. Once the kids start elementary school, you'll have to get up early. Kindergarten starts late, but elementary school is at least an hour earlier than when you went to school. You'll have to get yourself and the kids ready, make breakfast, and get them out the door. There won't be much time to spare. Don't worry, Wang Xiaoxiao explained. We've hired 2 more nannies, one for cleaning, one for cooking. I just need to eat with the kids and take them to school. Wow! Mrs. Wang stared in disbelief. 2 more? Didn't you already have 2? Yes, the original 2 are still here. They mainly take care of the younger kids. Yang Ong said they're still too little and need nannies to help, so we didn't let them go. With so many kids, there's a lot of work. Even when the younger ones start kindergarten, we'll still need at least 1 helper. That's not necessary, Mrs. Wang said softly, worried about the expense. Once the kids are older and can eat and bathe themselves, you don't need so many people. Yang Ong works hard for his money. You should save where you can. Wang Xiaoxiao giggled. Don't worry, he says he can handle it. He's mainly worried I'll get too tired. With so many kids and so much housework, we have more help now. Anything someone else can do, we hire them for, so I can have more free time for myself. Yang Ong is really considerate. Mrs. Wang praised. He's a model husband. Mr. Wang nodded in satisfaction. Yang Ong isn't just good-looking, he's outstanding in every way. Most importantly, he doesn't have any bad habits and really cares about you. Hee. Wang Xiaoxiao's eyes crinkled with happiness, her face glowing with bliss. Wang Luoluo sat silently in the front seat, listening the whole time without saying a word. Sensing her younger sister's silence, Wang Xiaoxiao quickly tried to chat with her. But Luoluo was in such low spirits that she said she was tired from the flight and needed to close her eyes and rest. Wang Xiaoxiao instinctively glanced at their parents. The 2 elders exchanged a look with her, signaling not to ask too much. When they reached the city center, the car got stuck in traffic, and it took more than half an hour before they finally made it into the parking garage of the apartment complex. Wang Xiaoxiao led her parents out of the car, walking ahead in high spirits, while Luoluo quietly followed behind. Once inside the luxurious apartment, Wang Xiaoxiao excitedly showed them around their new home. Luoluo looked at the lavish, modern, and artistic decor all around, and seeing her parents' faces full of joy and pride, she felt even more downcast. This place is really well designed. their mother praised. It feels so spacious, looks way bigger than just a few hundred square meters. Wang Xiaoxiao explained, my mother-in-law hired someone to design and decorate this place. She used to rent it out to a friend of hers. Last year, her friend moved out, so my mother-in-law had it renovated again. Later, all the properties under Yang Yang's name were handed over to me to manage, so my mother-in-law stopped interfering. Maybe the rent was too high, so it never got rented out again. I thought, why not just keep it for myself? This really is a great place, their father said, looking out the floor-to-ceiling windows at the bustling cityscape. You can see all of downtown Imperial City from here. When the neon lights come on, it's just like that dazzling, intoxicating city life. Stay here long enough, and you'll probably forget what real, everyday life feels like. Wang Xiaoxiao laughed. Dad, there's nothing to worry about. As soon as you eat something and turn on the TV, the real world comes right back. Her parents burst out laughing. Sitting on the sofa, Luolua watched her parents by the window, then glanced at the two maids busy in the open kitchen. The contrast made her feel even more out of place. Luoluo didn't eat dinner. She just took her luggage and went straight to the guest room. After dinner, Wang Xiaoxiao brought a bowl of bird's nest porridge to her room, only to find Luoluo wasn't asleep but sitting on the edge of the bed, lost in thought. Little sis, are you okay? Wang Xiaoxiao asked with concern. Luoluo shook her head, her expression a bit evasive. I'm fine. Maybe I just got a little airsick. My head was spinning earlier, but I'm feeling much better now. Wang Xiaoxiao smiled gently. Next time you have a long holiday, come visit the capital more often. The more flights you take, the more you'll get used to it. Oh, Luoluo replied absent-mindedly. Wang Xiaoxiao brought the porridge over. You said you weren't feeling well, so I asked the kitchen auntie to make this for you. It's just finished, still nice and hot. The food on the plane is terrible, you must be hungry. Come on, eat a little. Luoluo thanked her and took the bowl. Wang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but ask, are you still in touch with Xiaochen? Has he said anything? We haven't broken up yet, Luoluo answered directly. Wang Xiaoxiao frowned. I just don't think he's right for you. People like him may look good on the surface, but he and his family are just too calculating. Jie, Luoluo cut her off, her eyes full of unspoken grievance. I still need time to think. For now, I'm not planning to break up. Wang Xiaoxiao grew anxious, scolding, a man like that isn't worth you giving up your principles again and again. If he really loved you, he wouldn't be so calculating, always putting himself first. That man is so selfish, he's just not worth it. They're not even married yet, and he's already so calculating, who knows how much worse it would get after marriage. Better to break up now than end up divorcing later and regretting it. Yeah, we met through a matchmaker, not through dating. Luoluo lowered her eyes and spoke softly, you don't understand. Blind dates are completely different from falling in love. When you're dating, you can talk about feelings, about love. But with blind dates, everything, my family background, my education, my job, my income, all gets laid out for discussion, negotiation, and evaluation. Same goes for the other side. My parents and I discuss all those things about him. Only if both sides agree do we start seeing each other, and then we go through the motions of dating. But there's not much spark or romance. It's mostly just going through the motions. You know what I mean? Wang Xiaoxiao was stunned. She and Yang Ong had gotten together through free choice, and Yang Ong was her first love. Maybe because that's how it was for her, and for most people around her, she just naturally assumed it was the same for everyone. She'd subconsciously compared everything to her own experience. Now, hearing her sister say this, she realized she'd been wrong. Luoluo, maybe that's part of it. But this guy still isn't right for you. He's too petty, too calculating, and has no real sincerity about marrying you. It's obvious he doesn't really care about you. Luoluo slowly ate her porridge, speaking softly, I don't really love him that much either. Honestly, I feel like it wouldn't matter if we were together or not. But it's not like I have any better options. Our county is so small, how many departments and offices are there? Everyone knows everyone. The unmarried ones with decent conditions are just a handful. What is there to choose from? There's nothing. There's no need to only look at civil servants. Wang Xiaoxiao reminded her. You could look for a teacher, a businessman, or someone in another profession. You don't have to limit yourself to just civil servants. You're a civil servant, but you could find someone in a different field, maybe even someone whose strengths complement yours. Why not? Luoluo shook her head in frustration. I never thought about it, and I haven't had the chance to meet people in other professions. Think about it. Different jobs mean different holidays, different benefits. The people I'd be interested in probably wouldn't be interested in me. My situation is what it is, not good enough for the best, but not willing to settle for the worst. Civil servants are already the best I can hope for. Wang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but feel sorry for her. Why are you suddenly so pessimistic, Luoluo? Did something happen? Did your in-laws say something to upset you? Did they? No, Luoluo shook her head gently. Yeah, I'm not like you. You made the national diving team and even won big prizes, so you got into Imperial University. But I didn't. My grades were average, so I could only get into a second-tier university near home. Being a civil servant in the county, besides stability, there's nothing great about it. I make just over 3,000 yuan a month, and the base salary only goes up once a year, by just a few yuan each time. But this is already one of the best options I have. It's just like finding a partner, he's already one of the few choices I have left. Wang Xiaoxiao lowered her eyes, unsure how to begin. Across from her, Wang Luoluo ate slowly and continued in a low voice. Sis, we're already people from different circles now, you know? Nonsense. Wang Xiaoxiao grew anxious, saying, no matter where I am, I'll always be your big sister. We'll always be mom and dad's daughters, always good sisters. Wang Luoluo smiled softly, her voice quiet. You didn't get what I meant. What I'm saying is, because of our different careers and marriages, we've become people from different worlds. The way you see things now, I just can't see things the same way anymore, you know. Wang Xiaoxiao shook her head. You're overthinking it. I just happen to be in the capital, and life here is a bit better than back home. It's not just that. Wang Luoluo cut her off, her voice faint. It's not just about money, it's much more than that. Sis, look at us. I'm still hesitating about whether to marry my boyfriend, and you're already a mom of 4. I met my boyfriend through a matchmaker, and what we weigh are things like family background, looks, and jobs. But you and my brother-in-law fell in love. You believe deep down that everyone should experience sweet romance before getting married. But me, I don't think I've ever even tasted what love feels like. Hearing this, Wang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but feel sorry for her little sister. If that's the case, then you definitely shouldn't marry him. Even if you met through a matchmaker, you should still fall in love. If you get along, be together. If not, then don't force it. You mustn't wrong yourself. Wang Luoluo shook her head, eyes red. I don't even know how to explain it, but my heart just feels so unwilling. Back in college, there were guys who pursued me, but I just never felt anything, so I didn't want to say yes. The ones I liked, the ones who made my heart flutter, none of them liked me back. And I never had the courage to go after the kind of guy I liked. Even if I did, they probably wouldn't be interested in me. I mean, I'm just average looking, my major is nothing special, and my school is ordinary too. It's not that I lack confidence, it's just the truth. Seeing her cry, Wang Xiaoxiao quickly handed her a tissue. Wang Luoluo thanked her softly and put down her half-eaten bird's nest porridge. After graduation, I wanted to try my luck in the capital too, but no one even looked at my resume. Even when I took the civil service exam back home, the competition was fierce. If I hadn't been a fresh graduate with a local household registration, and if mom and dad didn't have some connections, I probably wouldn't have made it. For one government job, a dozen college grads fight tooth and nail, and the salary is only 3,000 or 4,000 a month. That's how it is in small counties, it's not just me. Wang Xiaoxiao frowned. You wanted to come to the capital, why didn't you tell me? You were pregnant then, I didn't want you to worry, Wang Luoluo replied. Besides, mom and dad always hoped I'd go back home. There's just the 2 of us daughters. If I came to the capital too, who'd look after mom and dad when they're old? If I could find a job back home, at least I'd be close by to help. You're different. You came to the capital from the start, so it was natural for you to stay. That's why I chose to go back. Wang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but explain, it's hard to find a job everywhere. It's the same here. I know, Wang Luoluo said quietly. I asked my other classmates, and it seems like everyone who went back home is following the same pattern. Wang Xiaoxiao asked suspiciously, pattern? What pattern? Just finding a decent job, Wang Luoluo scoffed. Then finding a partner with a similar job. The families compare and discuss everything. The couple has a bland, ordinary relationship, then get engaged, buy a house and car, get married, and end up living a plain, ordinary life, just like everyone else. Wang Xiaoxiao looked at her thoughtfully and asked in a low voice, Luoluo, you're not willing, are you? That's right. Wang Luoluo's tears fell. I'm not willing. Not at all. I want passionate, romantic love too. I want to find a man who loves me with all his heart, who cherishes me like a treasure. Just because I don't have many options, does that mean I have to resign myself to fate? Sis, I'm so conflicted. Really. I keep telling myself not to aim too high, that with my conditions, this is the best I can do. Everyone around me, even mom and dad, keep telling me to face reality, that he's one of the best options left. If I miss this chance, as I get older, it'll only get harder. But I just can't accept it. We're twins, born on the same day, same month, same hour, both daughters of mom and dad, so why is there such a big difference between us? You became a world champion, you got to fall in love freely and find a great guy, why can't I? If I haven't even tried, how can I just give up? I really can't accept it. But reality keeps reminding me not to overestimate myself. I know lots of girls like me. They used to feel the same way, refusing to settle, but the more they turned down, the fewer options they had, and the worse the choices became. Most of them regret it. I'm secretly scared I'll end up like them. Sis. Wang Luoluo threw herself into Wang Xiaoxiao's arms and sobbed. Do you know how conflicted I feel inside? I'm driving myself crazy. I understand everything you and brother-in-law say, but what can I do? He's like a chicken rib to me now, tasteless, but if I let go, I might not even get that in the future. What should I do? What should I do? Wang Xiaoxiao was frightened by her sister's outburst and hurried to comfort her, forgetting her own tears. Don't panic, don't be afraid. I'll help you think this through. We'll figure it out together. No. Wang Luoluo shook her head, crying. You're already a rich lady now, living in a completely different world from me. The way you think is totally out of touch with my reality. I can't use your perspective. Just one of your cars could buy us 2 houses. My boyfriend cares so much about my parents' old house, but it's not even worth as much as the watch on my brother-in-law's wrist. Sis, what you think, what I think, and what I'm even able to think, they're worlds apart now, do you get it? Wang Xiaoxiao was at a loss, not knowing how to comfort her. Don't cry, calm down first. Maybe my world is different from yours now. But I'm your real sister, your flesh and blood. Luoluo, you know I only want what's best for you. Wang Xiaoxiao coaxed and comforted her sister for quite a while before Wang Luoluo finally calmed down a little and stopped crying. Yeah, I'm tired, Wang Luoluo murmured with her eyes closed. My head feels a bit dizzy. Maybe I really am airsick. Wang Xiaoxiao gave her a few sips of water, then found some motion sickness medicine for her to take. Only after her sister fell asleep did she leave the guest room, still feeling uneasy. Dad and Mom were playing with a few children, with 2 nannies helping out nearby. When they saw their eldest daughter return looking troubled, the couple exchanged glances and gave Wang Xiaoxiao meaningful looks. Understanding their signal, Wang Xiaoxiao turned and asked the nannies to take the children to change into their pajamas and get ready for bed. Each nanny led 2 little ones out of the living room. Watching the kids bounce away, Wang Xiaoxiao finally frowned and looked at her parents. Dad, Mom, what are you really thinking? Her father slowly picked up the cute little toys scattered on the carpet and said quietly, what else can we think? The main thing is that your sister can't get past the hurdle in her own heart. Her mother lowered her eyes and sighed softly. Actually, Xiao Chen's family is indeed calculating and scheming. But honestly, which family isn't these days when it comes to marriage? Wang Xiaoxiao quickly said, if that's the case, then hurry up and persuade Luoluo to break up with him. No, her mother shook her head slowly. They're already engaged, the wedding apartment is ready, and all that's left is the ceremony. You can't just break it off so casually. But you're not satisfied with Xiaochen either, are you? Wang Xiaoxiao pressed, frowning. Her father gave a bitter smile. We're not satisfied, true. But with your sister's situation and our family circumstances, do you think we can find some perfect son-in-law? Her mother sighed softly. Whether we're satisfied or not isn't important. What matters most is how your sister feels. If she doesn't want to break up, it's not our place to bring it up. If she does want to break up, we won't stop her. Wang Xiaoxiao was a bit confused. So, have you made your position clear to her? Have you talked to Luoluo? We have, her mother replied. Before we came to the capital, we told her, everything is up to her. She doesn't need to consider our feelings. If she thinks she can have a good life with Xiaochen, then set the wedding date. If she thinks it won't work and wants to break up, then forget about the money we already put into the apartment renovations. Just break up if that's what she wants. Wang Xiaoxiao couldn't help asking, and what did she say? She didn't say anything, her father explained. But we know what she's really thinking. Wang Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered. What do you mean, you know? She's not willing to let go, her father sighed. You two are twins and look alike, but your personalities are different. Your sister has liked reading novels since she was little, especially romance novels as she grew up. She's more emotional than you, more sensitive and not as optimistic. Her mother added softly, when she graduated and went back home to work, we could tell she was dissatisfied inside, but she stayed anyway. She went on several blind dates, and Xiaochen was the best among them. She chose him herself, and she was the one who took the initiative to date him. We didn't interfere much. But even with Xiaochen, there's still some unwillingness in her heart. Wang Xiaoxiao didn't dare repeat what her sister had said earlier, but she guessed her parents more or less knew. Her father lowered his voice. She's still young, not even 30 yet, or just past 30. When she gets older and the aunts and neighbors keep talking, and she gets a few more hard lessons from reality, she won't be like this anymore. Dad. Wang Xiaoxiao felt a pang of heartache. How can you say that? Her father glared at her. What did I say that's wrong? What's wrong? He's not wrong. Her mother took Wang Xiaoxiao's hand and explained. You're a generation younger, and you haven't seen as much of the world. Xiaoxiao, your environment has always been simple, and your in-laws are wonderful people, so you haven't had a chance to experience how harsh and unforgiving real life can be. You're a lucky girl, but not everyone is so lucky. Her father looked around and said softly, look around. If it weren't for your in-laws working hard their whole lives, how could you be living in such a nice house? Your in-laws are outstanding people of their generation. But have you ever thought how many people can be as capable as them? Your mother and I have worked hard all our lives, but even after scrimping and saving, we could only raise you two and buy a modest little house back home. Her mother gave a bitter smile and shook her head. Xiao, how many CEOs and rich, handsome men are there in the world? How many tall, rich, and handsome guys? The truth is, most people are just ordinary. We're ordinary, and so is your sister. So the best she can do is find a slightly better than average ordinary person. Wang Xiaoxiao fell silent, not knowing what to say. Her father leaned on the sofa to stand up and sighed. When people are young, it's normal to have unrealistic dreams. But after enough contact with reality, you learn to be more down to earth. Life can be harsh and full of helplessness, but everyone has to go through it, step by step. You're lucky, but your sister might not be, her mother said softly. The gap between you two is big, and that makes her feel even more unbalanced. The more it is like this, the more unwilling she feels. Your father and I have worried about it, but there's nothing we can do. Now it's all up to her. Wang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but ask, so what do you mean? Let her be, her father said. Children have their own fates. We can't control everything. When she's learned her lesson, when she has no choice but to accept reality, maybe then she'll be able to settle down and live her life. Her mother's eyes filled with tears. We can say 100 times that it's for your own good, but you might not think so. You might even find it annoying. There's nothing we can do. Maybe you'll carve out your own path, or maybe things will go badly, but we can only let things take their course. Whatever happens, happens. Wang Xiaoxiao's mind was in turmoil, but she still tried to comfort her parents. Luoluo has a stable job, she's pretty, and she gets along well with people. She won't end up too badly, no matter what. Maybe, her father murmured. Don't worry about it too much. Let her be. Her mother, eyes red, choked up. The older you get, the harder it is to find the right man. Forget it, let her make her own choices. If she chooses for herself, even if she regrets it in the future, she'll only accept it if she's the one who bears the consequences. That's her personality. The more we interfere, the worse it'll be. We should just let her be. Wang Xiaoxiao's mind was a mess, and she nodded absent-mindedly. The next day, Shui Yang returned from his business trip. Wang Xiaoxiao went downstairs to greet him and told him everything about her younger sister. Luoluo is still feeling really down. I don't even know how to comfort her. Shui Yang shrugged. Mom and Dad definitely know Luoluo better than we do. Since they've decided not to interfere, we shouldn't either. How can we just ignore it? Wang Xiaoxiao muttered. She's all over the place right now. I have to help her somehow. Shui Yang frowned and shook his head. That's not a good idea. Didn't you hear what Mom said? If this is her own choice, even if she regrets it in the future, she'll have to bear it herself. Don't go giving her random advice. If she ends up regretting it one day, she might even blame you. Wang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but feel anxious. Then what should I do? Should I still try to persuade her to break up? Her sister was already a little jealous of her. She couldn't risk making things worse. Don't persuade her, Shui Yang replied. Just keep your tone and actions consistent with Mom and Dad. Let her decide for herself. Wang Xiaoxiao sighed softly. Honestly, I don't have a good impression of her fiancé. I'd rather she just broke up with him now. Shui Yang shrugged. In my family, we value the person. If my mom were choosing a son-in-law or daughter-in-law, she'd focus on the person's character. Good character and a loving marriage are the basics. It's different for us, Wang Xiaoxiao said quietly. My sister's situation is pretty ordinary, nothing special. My mom said that back in our hometown, Xiaochen is considered a top choice for marriage, not bad at all. Shui Yang waved his hand. Enough, just listen to your parents and let your sister make her own decisions. By the way, have you taken Mom and Dad out to have some fun yet? Not yet, Wang Xiaoxiao explained. They took the train and plane to get here yesterday, so they were pretty tired last night. Maybe it's because they're not used to the bed, but they didn't sleep well. I told them to rest today, and I'll take them out for a walk tomorrow. Luolua's been hiding in her room playing on her phone. She said she'll go out in the evening. Their parents were staying for the new year, so there was no rush to take them sightseeing. They could go out whenever they had time. Shui Yang thought for a moment and suggested, Luoluo has some classmates here in the capital, right? Maybe encourage her to reach out and hang out with them. Not many, Wang Xiaoxiao replied. She said only 2 or 3 classmates came here to work. Shui Yang nodded. That's enough. Encourage her to go out and meet friends. Ask them what life is really like for people who come to Beijing to chase their dreams. See if it suits her, if she can handle it. She's still young, she has opportunities. But whether she can seize them depends on her own abilities. Okay, Wang Xiaoxiao agreed. Over the next 2 days, Wang Xiaoxiao and Shui Yang took their parents and Wang Luoluo out for meals and shopping from time to time. Wang Luoluo finally managed to arrange a meetup with an old classmate, and on the 3rd day, they went out for roast duck together. That night, she came home a bit late. Wang Xiaoxiao had left the door unlocked for her and even made some pear soup to soothe her throat. Wang Luoluo thanked her, took the soup, and slowly drank half a bowl before heading back to her room to sleep. Wang Xiaoxiao noticed she seemed a bit off, and since she didn't look like she wanted to talk, Wang Xiaoxiao held back her questions and quietly returned to the master bedroom. Shui Yang was still awake, sitting on the bed talking to a client on the phone. Wang Xiaoxiao changed into her pajamas and climbed into bed, yawning. Shui Yang turned off the main light, found an excuse to hang up the call, and then yawned and got into bed too. Wang Xiaoxiao snuggled up to him and whispered, "Honey, Luoluo just got back from seeing her old classmates. but she still doesn't seem any happier. Shui Yang mumbled sleepily, of course not. Every year, so many people come to Beijing to chase their dreams, but how many actually make it? Most people work themselves to the bone, struggling for years before they can even afford a place and settle down. Your sister's classmates have only been out of school for 3 to 5 years. They're all in the toughest period. Seeing how her friends are doing, it's only natural she'd start comparing herself. Oh, Wang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but ask, don't you also think that Xiaochen isn't a good match? If my sister doesn't dare to come to Beijing, won't she just end up marrying him anyway? Shui Yang chuckled. Yeah, I don't think he's great. But your sister likes that he has a house, a car, and a stable government job. Didn't I already say? The sooner she breaks up with someone like that, the better. My family cares about the person, not their background or job. But your family's different. You, Wang Xiaoxiao playfully punched his chest and scolded. Why do I feel like you're making fun of my family? Shui Yang quickly shook his head. Of course not. Everyone has different values and perspectives. My family's views are pretty similar, so we rarely disagree. The way your family thinks makes sense too. I'm not saying it's wrong, and I'm definitely not mocking you. His own family was well off, so they could afford not to worry about all those practical concerns. But his wife's family was just average, so naturally their considerations were different. Every family has its own situation and priorities. There's no right or wrong. Wang Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered as she whispered, Today I was thinking, should I just encourage my sister to quit her job and come work in Beijing? She could work at your company or in the pharmaceutical group, start from the bottom and work her way up. I could help her with housing. Let her experience what it's like to chase dreams in Beijing, try a different work environment. Maybe after she's tried it, she won't have any regrets in the future. Shui Yang chuckled softly. You think your sister would be willing to give up her stable government job? Do you really think that's possible? Huh? Wang Xiaoxiao was stunned. She really had no idea. To her parents and sister, a stable government job was more important than anything, almost like it was life itself. If she asked her sister to quit, she'd probably feel even more insecure. Shui Yang was exhausted. He rolled over, found a comfortable position, and fell asleep. But Wang Xiaoxiao tossed and turned, unable to sleep for a long time. In the guest room, Wang Luoluo was also restless. After getting up to use the bathroom in the middle of the night, she drank half a glass of water and didn't fall asleep until after 2 a.m. The next afternoon, Wang Luoluo went out again. Dad and Mom asked if she wanted to go to the suburbs with them, but she said she had plans with an old classmate and wouldn't be back until the evening. Another old classmate? Mom muttered. Is it a guy or a girl? Dad replied gently, she doesn't get to come here often. It's good for her to catch up with old friends. Mom couldn't help but ask, I wonder if Xiaochen has contacted her. Has he called you? No, Dad replied. Mom rolled her eyes at him and complained, he doesn't care at all. Luoluo almost broke up with him, and he's still acting all high and mighty. I think it's a good thing, Dad countered. Isn't it better to see his true colors early on? Mom was left speechless and didn't say anything more. Over the next 2 days, Wang Luoluo was out from early morning until late at night. She'd leave right after breakfast and wouldn't come home until after midnight. Her parents didn't ask what she was up to, letting her come and go as she pleased. Wang Xiaoxiao was still a bit uneasy and asked if she was hanging out with old classmates. Luoluo just said yes, without elaborating. In the blink of an eye, the holiday was over and Wang Luoluo had to return to work. Wang Xiaoxiao asked if she'd booked her plane or high-speed rail ticket. I have, Wang Luoluo explained. I'm worried I'll get airsick again, so I just booked a second-class seat on the high-speed rail. Her father asked, what time's your train? 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, Luoluo replied. Her mother couldn't help but shake her head. You'll get there really late at night. Isn't that a bit unsafe? Why not book an evening train instead, so you'll arrive at your hometown station in the morning? I couldn't get one, Luoluo explained. It's hard to get tickets last minute. I paid extra to snag this one. Don't worry, I'll take a taxi straight home from the station and text you when I arrive. Her father nodded. All right then. It's pretty safe everywhere these days, and there are lots of people at the station. No need to worry too much. Her mother hesitated, then finally asked, "Did Xiaochen contact you? Isn't he picking you up from the station? It'd be safer if someone met you that late at night." Lualua's eyes flickered. He hasn't reached out these past few days. He's waiting for me to give in. I called him last night. I told him we're not right for each other, and that we should break up sooner rather than later. I have records of every payment I sent him for the renovations. Whatever I paid, he'll have to pay back. The betrothal gifts haven't been given yet, so I don't need to return anything. As for the presents he gave me while we were dating, I'll return every single one. There's not much else left to sort out. We'll discuss the details when I get back. Her parents were speechless. Wang Xiaoxiao exclaimed excitedly, "Really? You're really breaking up with him? You finally figured it out?" Luo nodded. "Yes. I've thought it through. He's not the one I'm looking for. Rather than spend my life feeling resentful and unwilling, it's better to break up now. He cares too much about personal gain and is lukewarm toward me. His family always acts superior, and I've never liked that. At first, I thought his circumstances were decent, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized what I really want is a man who cherishes and spoils me, not just someone with a good family and a stable job. I was too focused on practical conditions and forgot the most important thing. Since I picked the wrong person, it's better to end it now before it's too late and I can't turn back. Better to cut my losses." Her father quickly asked, "What did he say? Did he agree?" "He seemed really surprised," Luo replied. "He probably thought I'd never be the one to bring up a breakup, maybe even thought I was bluffing. He said he's been busy lately and wanted to give me some time to cool off. He never intended to break up. But that's just an excuse. I don't believe it for a second. Anyway, I'll break up with him when I get back. I've thought it over. Marriage is a lifelong commitment, and I should find someone who loves me, not just someone with good material conditions." Her mother's eyes flickered, and she couldn't help but remind her, if you really don't like him, there's no need to force it. "But in our hometown, it's not easy to find a good match for you." "I'll just take my time," Luo said, looking truly at ease, a relaxed smile on her face. "He's like a chicken rib to me, tasteless to eat, a pity to throw away. But I forgot one thing. I can't chew bones, so in the end, I have to toss it." Her father nodded approvingly. "That's true. He's got good qualities, but he doesn't treat you well enough. If you only care about his conditions, then pick him. He's one of the best options back home." "No," Luo shook her head. "I've thought about it. The reason I've always felt unsatisfied is that he can't give me a sense of fulfillment or happiness. My job is stable, my family is stable, I already have enough security. I don't need to find a husband with a government job. I was looking in the wrong direction. I need to start over." Wang Xiaoxiao finally found a chance to chime in. "What about your job? Are you not coming to Beijing anymore?" "No way." Luo gave a wry smile. "I met up with several old classmates. They've changed a lot. Some put on airs, some are obsessed with saving face, but some told me the truth. I've been coasting in a cushy government job for years. If I quit now, I'd never be able to handle the fierce competition in Beijing. Even those with better grades and more determination than me are struggling, and I've been a salted fish for years. I just couldn't handle it." Xiaoxiao felt a pang of sympathy and said, "If you're really not satisfied and want to give it a shot, my husband and I can help you. If you come to Beijing, we can arrange a job and a place to stay. You won't have it too hard." "No," Luo shook her head firmly. "Even with your help, I don't have the confidence to make it. You can protect me for a while, but not forever. I can't handle the work environment in Beijing. I'm not cut out to be a drifter. At least I'm self-aware about that." She's been living comfortably in a small county for years, her father said to her older sister. "She really can't handle the cutthroat competition in a big city. Just let her be." Xiaoxiao looked at her sister and finally gave her silent approval. Her mother gave a bitter smile and said quietly, "We're just ordinary folks. We don't have big ambitions. Maybe we feel a bit of regret, but once you see things clearly, that feeling goes away. Being a few years older makes a big difference. If you were only in your early 20s, maybe you'd stay in Beijing. With your sister there, we'd feel at ease. But after so many years of comfort, it really isn't suitable anymore. Honestly, a simple, peaceful life isn't bad at all. The most important thing is to have the right mindset. Luoluo gave a wry, self-deprecating laugh. I even went to check out the small company where my classmate works. It was terrifying. Seeing all those PPTs and piles of reports made my eyes hurt. I really overestimated myself before. If I tried that, I'd never make it. So I'll just keep being a salted fish in my government job and live quietly. Her father smiled approvingly. That's the right attitude. Having the right mindset and attitude is what matters most. Her mother couldn't help but ask, but about Xiaochen, are you really sure? If you let him go, you might not get another chance like this. Wang Xiaoxiao frowned as she listened, protesting in a low voice. Mom, stop acting like Xiaochen is so great. It's not that he's so great, Wang's mother explained. It's just when there's no tiger in the mountain, the monkey becomes king. With his qualifications, he's nothing special in a big city, but back in our hometown county, he's one of the top bachelors. Good family, good job, promising future. It's not just me who thinks he's good, lots of people think he's a catch. No matter how good he is, I don't want him, Wang Luoluo pouted. I've thought it through really clearly. If he's already so petty before we're even married, what will it be like in the future? No matter how good his conditions are, if his character isn't right, I absolutely won't accept him. Before, I was too focused on his qualifications, so I saw him as chicken ribs, not worth much, but hard to throw away. Now I've figured it out. Sooner or later, I'd have to let go, so I might as well do it now. Unlike Wang's mother, Wang's father completely agreed with his younger daughter. That's right. When it comes to finding a partner, it's best to pick someone you truly like. His conditions are good, so it's fine if you choose him, but it's also fine if you don't. You're the one getting married, not me or your mother, so we can't make the decision for you. You were the one who agreed in the first place, and we didn't say anything. Now that you don't want him, we'll still support you. Wang Luoluo let out a huge sigh of relief, smiling with emotion. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom. Then she gave Wang Xiaoxiao a big hug and whispered, Sis, thank you too. Wang Xiaoxiao looked a little embarrassed. I didn't really help you with anything. No, Wang Luoluo shook her head. If you hadn't invited me over to relax, I probably still wouldn't have been able to make this decision. I'd still be lost, stuck in a stable but half-hearted job, wanting to break up but not daring to, afraid I wouldn't find someone better. This trip really cleared my mind. Now I know what I want to do, and I know this man isn't right for me. He really isn't, Wang Xiaoxiao said quietly. I told you from the start, his behavior and his family's attitude are just gross. Your brother-in-law also said a man like that isn't worth it. The sooner you break up, the better. Wang Luoluo nodded. Thank him for me. Sorry for making you all worry. My classmate was right. Since I already have a stable job, I don't need to insist on a partner who's also stable. She also said that people who dare to take risks might bring me a whole new feeling. None of them are married yet. 2 don't even have boyfriends. I'm still young, I still have chances to find someone suitable. Why force myself into a set pattern so early and settle for less? Yes and no, Wang's father said earnestly. Everyone has their own views and their own understanding of marriage. Give it a few more years, and you'll see. Wang Luoluo laughed. Anyway, I'm definitely breaking up this time. Just thinking about it makes me feel lighter. In that case, do as you wish, Wang's mother said, dropping the subject. Actually, she wasn't all that satisfied with Xiaochen either. Since her daughter had made up her mind, there was no need to force it. The next afternoon, Shui Yang and Wang Xiaoxiao drove Wang Luoluo to the train station. Wang Luoluo waved goodbye as she pushed her suitcase, smiling brightly as she walked through the ticket gate, her steps light and carefree. Wang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but sigh. It feels like my little sister's really grown up. Of course, Shui Yang teased. Falling in love, breaking up, those are the best ways to grow up. Wang Xiaoxiao glared at him playfully. What do you know? Don't act like an expert. How many relationships have you even had? How many breakups? And you still dare to act like a love guru. I wouldn't dare, Shui Yang laughed. Wang Xiaoxiao snuggled up to him and asked, "Was it your idea to have my sister meet up with her old classmates?" "Who else's would it be?" Shui Yang grinned. "Why, you don't believe it was my idea. Come on. Don't you have any faith in your husband?" This was nothing. Wang Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly. "It really was a good idea. My sister figured herself out and faced reality, and she was able to adjust her mindset so quickly. In the end, you have to rely on your husband at critical moments," Shui Yang said smugly. Wang Xiaoxiao giggled. Just then, Shui Yang's phone rang. He answered, chatted distractedly for a bit, then hung up. Wang Xiaoxiao asked, "Who was that?" "Something to do with Xiaohuzi." "It's nothing," Shui Yang explained. "A friend wanted me to introduce Xiaohuzi to her. I told her before that he wasn't interested, but she just won't give up. She called again, asking if I could set up a dinner for them. Maybe she thinks she can win him over." "You turned her down?" Wang Xiaoxiao asked in surprise. "Why?" Shui Yang smiled wryly. "Xiaohuzi just isn't into that sort of thing. Last time, even my big brother's friend wanted to introduce his sister to him. She was pretty decent, but Xiaohuzi flat out refused. I talked to him about it, and he just shook his head and told me not to bother him with this kind of stuff anymore. He's really not interested, so no matter how many setups I arrange, it's useless." Wang Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered and she murmured, "He probably still hasn't moved on." "It's mainly because of the two kids," Shui Yang said insightfully. "He spends all his free time with them now. To him, their healthy growth is more important than anything. He doesn't have the time or the mood for another relationship, and he doesn't want to find them a stepmother. He's also worried they'll get hurt emotionally." Hearing this, Wang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but feel sorry for Xiaohuzi. He's still pretty young. He can't just spend his whole life alone for the kids, can he? "What's this?" Shui Yang teased. "You want to set him up with someone?" "Why not?" Wang Xiao shot back. "I have plenty of single friends." "Don't." Shui Yang refused flatly. "It's not that he's picky or doesn't like anyone. He just doesn't want anyone at all. Just a friendly reminder, dear wife, don't waste your energy." But Wang Xiaoxiao suddenly thought of something else and muttered in confusion. "Still, it's strange. Xiaohuzi's already been married and has 2 kids, but he's so popular. How odd." "That's what you don't get," Shui Yang snorted. "A man with money and good looks will never lack women chasing after him." Wang Xiaoxiao. Shui Yang analyzed seriously. "Hey, believe it or not, Xiaohuzi's even younger than me, right at the prime age of 30. He's good-looking, tall, and has a great build. Most importantly, he makes a ton of money. Did you know that since his new club opened, he's landed several big endorsements and ad deals? Making 200 or 300 million a year is nothing for him." Shui Yang boasted shamelessly. Even if he had 10 kids, it wouldn't stop a bunch of women from throwing themselves at him. Wang Xiaoxiao was half skeptical. "Aren't you exaggerating?" "Not at all," Shui Yang explained. "As long as a man has money, it doesn't matter if he's 70 or 80. If he wants women, he'll never lack them. Actually, it's the same for both men and women. As long as you have money, there will always be people drawn to it. Besides, Xiaohu isn't old at all. He's still in his prime." Wang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but ask, "Are there really that many women who want to go after Xiaohu?" "Really?" Shui Yang laughed. "Why, you don't believe it? I know at least 5 or 6 myself. Would you call that a lot?" "Huh? A lot or not?" Wang Xiaoxiao muttered. "Most of them probably have average backgrounds, and some are probably just gold diggers." "No," Shui Yang explained. "There are 1 or 2 who are actually looking for marriage. Their backgrounds aren't average, they're top-notch." Wang Xiaoxiao stared in disbelief. "Really?" "Yep." Shui Yang nodded. "They're interested in Xiaohu's high-end courtyard house and his annual income of over 100 million. These women have their own careers, but nothing huge. They want to find someone who's their equal, so things will be more secure in the future." "More secure?" Wang Xiaoxiao asked suspiciously. "What do you mean?" "They're already thinking about divorce before they're even married." "Exactly," Shui Yang explained. "People with a certain amount of assets and resources are always extra cautious. They won't get married lightly, and they're careful about divorce too. After all, A divorce can cut your assets by a huge chunk. Who wouldn't feel the pain? If you marry someone who's equally matched, you don't have to worry as much about divorce. Unless you're so rich it doesn't matter how many times you get married or divorced, most people are going to think carefully. Generally, the more assets someone has, the more seriously they take marriage and the more they care about finding an equal match. Unless you're as wealthy as Lin Qingji, no matter what happens, he'll always be a super rich man. But a high-quality man like him, with such self-restraint and character, would never let just anyone get close to him, let alone open his heart or get married easily. Shui Yang shrugged. But everyone has their own circle. Ordinary people have no chance of getting into Wei Qing's world. Wang Xiaoxiao chuckled. He's a special case, not a good example. To most people, he's practically a legend. Forget getting into his circle, just hearing his name is rare enough. That's true. Shui Yang shook his head. He really is too unique, not a good example. But Xiaohu is definitely a great marriage prospect. In our circle, he's considered pretty sought after. As far as I know, there are a couple of women who want to go after him, and a couple who have pretty good backgrounds themselves. Those women with good backgrounds going after Xiaohu, is that a power couple kind of thing? Wang Xiaoao asked. What's so good about their backgrounds? Looks and career. Both are pretty good, Shui Yang explained. The friend who just called me is really attractive, late 20s, not that old, keeps herself in great shape, and knows how to make herself look good. She's been around for over 10 years, so she's pretty savvy. She owns 2 apartments here, has a car worth several $100,000, and runs a beauty salon. Her annual income is several $100,000 to $1 million. She's interested in Xiaohu because she wants to level up, you get it. Wang Xiaoxiao was a bit incredulous. Even though Xiaohu has 2 kids, she doesn't mind? Mind what? Shui Yang laughed. She actually thinks it's great that Xiaohu already has kids. She's worried having kids would ruin her figure, and she was thinking about not having any at all. Now that Xiaohu already has kids, she doesn't have to, which is just what she wants, you know. Wang Xiaoxiao nodded. So that's how it is. Exactly. Shui Yang lowered his voice. And with divorce rates so high these days, she's not thinking too far ahead. As long as the guy's got good conditions, she'll go for it first. Even if things don't work out and they split up, she won't lose out. Women like her are sharp and smart. Wang Xiaoxiao sighed, mumbling, people in big cities really are more pragmatic. My sister ended up choosing someone she truly loved, not just someone with good conditions. It's the environment, Shui Yang analyzed. That's just how things are these days. Young people see love and marriage differently from the older generation. My parents are pretty traditional. They were born in the 50s and 60s, and things were simpler back then. Because of their influence, and since our family's financial situation is decent, we don't have to worry too much, so we can just pursue true love and marry for love. Wang Xiaoxiao thought for a moment, then couldn't help but ask, honey, if your family background was average and your own career was struggling, would you ever consider marrying a rich woman? Shui Yang laughed. You mean working hard is too tough, so why not just marry into money? What do you think? Would I? Would you or not? Wang Xiaoxiao pressed. I'm asking about you. Why are you asking me? Shui Yang shook his head firmly. Definitely not. I'm the kind of person who likes to make it on my own, who likes that sense of pride and drive that comes from relying on myself. Not just me, my older brother, 3rd brother, and 4th sister are all the same. No one in my family is a coward. We don't like depending on others. We all like to rely on ourselves. That's true, Wang Xiaoxiao agreed. Big brother worked at the hospital for years before joining the pharmaceutical group. 3rd brother has always done his own art, and Xiaoxin started her own company. Everyone has their own career, no one wants to rely on their parents, let alone on a partner to jump social classes or anything. Shui Yang chuckled. Even my youngest sister, who's the most pampered, doesn't want to rely on her husband, so why would I? If our family didn't have money, if things were just average, with our personalities we'd just work even harder, you know. Yeah, Wang Xiaoxiao agreed. Most likely. Shui Yang squinted, gazing at the blue sky outside the airport, and muttered, Talking about this makes me miss home. I haven't been back to Xinyuan for days. Just mentioning it makes me miss it more. What do you mean, days? Wang Xiaoxiao reminded him with a laugh. We just went there the day before yesterday with my parents for dinner, remember? When your grandparents and parents heard my folks were coming, they invited them over for a meal. We all went together, so it's only been 3 days, okay? Shui Yang rolled his eyes and said dramatically, you don't get it. Missing home is like lovesickness. A day apart feels like 3 years. 3 days apart feels like 9 years. All right, Wang Xiaoxiao laughed. I'll call Mom and tell her we're coming back to Xinyuan for dinner tonight. Good idea. Shui Yang praised. No one knows me like my wife. The cool days of autumn always pass by exceptionally quickly, and before they knew it, the longest season of the year, winter, had arrived once again. After winter set in, Mama Shui fell ill. Shui Ling stayed by her side, caring for her without leaving her for even a moment, and didn't step outside for more than half a month. Things weren't too busy at Cheng Tianyuan's company, so he only worked half-days, spending the rest of his time at home helping to look after the elderly. Fortunately, the family had both an experienced traditional Chinese medicine doctor and a young Western-trained physician, plus a family doctor on call 24/7. Mama Shui's cold gradually improved, though her spirits hadn't fully recovered, and she still looked rather pale. Papa Shui busied himself, helping to care for his wife, his worry evident in everything he did. Shui Jilian tried to distract him by inviting him to play chess, but Papa Shui was clearly preoccupied, sighing every now and then. Jilian, what do you think? Maybe we should go for a checkup after all? Papa Shui frowned and lowered his voice. We haven't had a physical in 2 or 3 years. Who knows if there's something wrong inside? Shui Jilian shook his head. No, I haven't detected anything abnormal in her pulse. Papa Shui pressed, anxious and serious, really? No other problems? It's really just a cold. What else could it be? Shui Jilian burst out laughing, teasing, Wu Ji, you were the one who insisted on not getting checkups before. Now you're the one having second thoughts. Papa Shui looked a bit embarrassed and stammered, you know how it is. At our age, old folks like us, how could a hospital checkup ever come back normal? The equipment is so precise these days, whatever they check, they'll find something. At our age, almost every number is out of range. This is no good, that is no good, a whole list of problems. At our age, how much can really be good anymore? If everything was perfect, we wouldn't be old. Shui Jilian shook his head. You can't look at it that way. The machines may be precise, but there are standards for the elderly. They're not the same as for young people. I'm a doctor, so of course I support getting yearly checkups. I can't say I support it, Papa Shui muttered, lowering his voice. Every time, it's something wrong here, something to watch out for there. The younger folks get all nervous and anxious. One minute they say you can't eat this, the next minute you can't eat that, and it makes me anxious too. It wasn't that they'd never had checkups before, in fact, they used to go every year, sometimes even every 6 months. Shui Wan would personally oversee every checkup and review every report and set of results. Later, Cheng Huanran even stored all the data on the computer or phone, so it could be accessed any time in case of emergencies. Shui Jilian chuckled. That's because your children are so filial. Most ordinary families can't take their elders for regular checkups, they only go to the hospital when something's wrong. In fact, most checkups are only done when a doctor strongly recommends it after surgery or a serious illness. Routine checkups are usually organized by work units, free and with transportation provided. Even though the healthcare system is getting better, most people don't have the habit of annual checkups. The fact that Ling Ling and the others do it for you shows how much they care and how filial they are. That's true, Papa Shui nodded, fully aware. They're all very filial. Each one of them wishes your mother, and I could live to 200. 1,000. Shui Jilian joked. At least. Papa Shui burst out laughing. Shui Jilian explained, actually, most routine checkups only cover the basics. Some minor issues might not even be detected and would need further investigation. As for major problems, it's even less likely they'll be caught precisely. I'd recommend a more thorough checkup once a year. No need, Papa Shui shook his head. At our age, if there's a problem, we deal with it. If it can't be fixed, then we just let nature take its course. We're too old to force things. Xue Zhilian couldn't help but glare at him. Then why were you just regretting it? Weren't you saying you wanted to arrange a checkup for your wife? If it's just a cold, there's no need, Papa Xue said quietly. No point in finding something else. It'll just scare us and the younger ones. Xue Zhilian clearly disagreed. The sooner you find a problem, the sooner you can fix it. We're old machines, there's no way there aren't problems. Papa Xue chuckled. Sometimes, even if you fix something, the person doesn't last much longer. Instead of that, it's better to accept things and keep a positive mindset. Maybe we'll live a few days longer that way. Xue Zhilian knew he was referring to an old friend from their senior university and couldn't help but sigh. Everyone's situation is different. When someone gets really old, sometimes doctors actually advise against aggressive treatment. Just take some medicine to ease the pain, rather than risk a dangerous surgery. Papa Xue gave a bitter smile. He was only just past 80. The doctor said that without surgery, he'd have at most 3 years, but the surgery was risky. His children were all very filial and insisted he go through with it, hoping he'd live a few more years. He refused at first, but couldn't withstand their persuasion and finally agreed. The surgery failed, and he was gone, didn't even have time for last words, and the funeral was rushed. No one expected it to fail. Everyone always assumes surgery will succeed. People always think accidents happen to others, not themselves. That's true, Xue Zhilian sighed. Most people watch the news on TV or their phones and always see themselves as bystanders, instinctively thinking accidents only happen to others. Papa Xue lowered his voice. We're just afraid of ending up like that. If something happens, we'd rather go quietly, without too much pain. You two are fine, Xue Zhilian said seriously. Some minor issues and a bit of aging are inevitable, but compared to your peers, you're both in excellent health. Papa Xue shook his head with a wry smile. That may be true, but we know our own bodies. Every day is a little worse than the last. Don't be so pessimistic, Xue Zhilian reminded him. A good attitude is one of the secrets to longevity. Papa Xue laughed heartily, explaining, I'm just telling the truth. In our 50s and 60s, things felt about the same. But in our 70s and 80s, each year feels different, worse than the last. Then it's each month, and now it's really every day. Xue Zhilian, himself an elderly man, couldn't help but agree. We're the ones who know these old machines best. We can more or less tell what's aging and what's breaking down. Papa Xue waved his hand dismissively. We don't mind. As long as there's nothing major, we won't go to the hospital. Just then, Chang Huanran came home from work. After washing his hands and changing clothes, he came over to visit the elders first. Father Xue asked with concern, How's Anan? Is she feeling better? Much better, Chang Huanran replied. Now, aside from a bit of dry heaving in the mornings, she's not uncomfortable at all. She's just changing her clothes and will come see Grandma in a bit. No need, Father Xue waved his hand with a frown. Your grandma's still sick. Don't let Anan catch anything from her. She's pregnant now, so we need to be extra careful. Chang Huanran shook his head, unconcerned. It's fine. Grandma just caught a chill. It's nothing serious. That's right, Xue Zhilian chimed in. She's got a pretty bad cold, and since she's older and frailer, her recovery is slower. Your grandpa is really worried and keeps secretly thinking she's come down with something serious. No, Chang Huanran emphasized. It really is just a cold. Father Xue gave a wry smile. It's just that she's taking so long to recover, always drowsy and sleeping. A simple cold has dragged on for over half a month. How can I not worry? Chang Huanran patted his shoulder, trying to reassure him. I'll show you all of Grandma's medical records later, then you'll believe me. It really is just a cold, nothing more. That's good, Father Xue chuckled, lowering his voice. I was just worried you all might be hiding something from us. Xue Zhilian burst out laughing. Chang Huanran couldn't help but smile wryly. Grandpa, you and Grandma have always been healthy, no chronic illnesses. Like Uncle Jillian said, it's just that as you get older, your immune system isn't as strong as when you were young, so recovery takes longer. Shui Jillian explained, I told them to keep going for checkups, but your grandpa just won't listen, no matter how much I say. It's fine, Cheng Huanran smiled. If he doesn't want to go, then he doesn't have to. I'll keep checking their blood pressure and temperature every day and do some basic tests on weekends. Plus, Uncle Juan said he'll drop by whenever he can to check your pulses and arrange some medicinal meals for the kitchen to make. Good, good, Shui Jillian praised. That works. Going to the hospital for checkups is a hassle anyway, so much waiting and running around. At our age, it's easy to get bumped or fall, which is even worse. Father Shui smiled kindly. All right, we'll listen to you. You're the pillar of this family now, so us old folks should do as you young people say. Cheng Huanran couldn't help but remind them, I heard there might be a severe cold wave this year, the kind that only happens once in decades. It's easy to catch a cold when it's freezing, so we should be extra careful. Your mom said the same thing, Father Shui replied. I haven't really watched the weather forecast, but she keeps telling me about it. She said she wants to buy a generator and also get someone to clean the fireplace in the living room to get ready for the cold winter. Cheng Huanran asked, puzzled, a generator? What do we need a generator for? Shui Jillian, clearly in the know, explained, your mom and dad are worried that if it gets too cold, there might be power outages. Our house is big and uses a lot of electricity, so they figured it's better to buy 2 generators just in case. If there's a power failure, we can switch them on right away. Can't let the elderly freeze. Oh boy, Father Shui gave a wry smile. The older you get, the more afraid of the cold you become. Sometimes we need to use the heater as early as October, otherwise it takes ages to get dressed and it's easy to catch a chill. Although Cheng Huanran thought his mother was being a bit overcautious, he realized that with such a big house, having backup generators actually made sense. After all, the family could afford it, had the space, and it's better to be safe than sorry, just like the saying, raise troops for 1,000 days, use them for one. A while later, he took Kong'an to visit Grandma. Mother Shui was asleep, so Shui Ling led them to the study. Kong'an noticed her rubbing her hands together and couldn't help asking, Mom, are you cold? Shui Ling smiled wryly. As soon as winter starts, my hands and feet are freezing. Even with the heat on and a sweater, I still feel cold sometimes. The older I get, the worse it gets. Kong'an turned to remind Cheng Huanran, you should buy Mom a few electric hand warmers. Sure, Cheng Huanran agreed quickly. I'll get several and give Grandma, Grandpa, and Uncle Jillian 2 each as well. Shui Ling thought about hugging a warm, fluffy hand warmer on a cold day and immediately accepted the idea happily. Your third brother video called me and said they're having a severe cold wave over there, with heavy snow. Schools are closed, work is suspended, even the power's out in places. I told him to stock up on food and supplies at home. He said his assistants already prepared everything, and they have fireplaces and heating, so we don't need to worry. Cheng Huanran took out his phone, muttering, I think I saw a trending topic today about a once-in-several-centuries cold wave over there. Some places have snow piling up over a meter, even 3 meters deep. The worst part is the power outages, Shui Ling explained. Your third brother said a lot of places have old power lines that haven't been updated, and the cold wave damaged some of them, causing widespread blackouts. Kong'an frowned. No electricity in that kind of cold. That's really bad. Cheng Huanran finally understood why his mom suddenly wanted to buy 2 generators. She must have heard about the terrible situation abroad and wanted to be prepared. Shui Ling explained, the cold wave's been going on for days now. Blizzards and strong winds, the destruction is just terrifying. Your third brother said there's news every day about people freezing to death or getting into accidents, and he sighed about how small humans are in the face of nature's disasters. He's really all right? Cheng Huanran frowned. He's got everything he needs? Mom, you should remind him not to get careless. Don't think that if anything happens, Aiching can just send a plane to pick him up. When the snow and wind are that bad, planes can't just fly whenever they want. Shui Ling replied, he's got several people looking after him. He'll be fine. I'm just a bit worried about your Aunt Xiao. Cheng Huanran asked with concern, "Have you been able to reach her? Is she all right?" "I can't get through," Xue Ling shook her head, frowning. "Your third brother said that since the cold wave hit, a lot of places have lost power and the lines are down. Your Aunt Shell lives in a remote area, so he can't get to her for now. The local police and government have been telling people not to go outside, so he has to stay indoors too." Kongin said, "Staying inside is definitely the safest choice. No matter how urgent things are, it's too dangerous to go out in this weather." Xue Ling nodded. "Yes, I told him the same. He needs to take care of himself first." Cheng Huanran reassured her, "Don't worry, Aunt Zhao's lived there for years. She should know the weather well and will have made preparations for winter." Xue Ling couldn't help but sigh. She still relies on a part-time helper. "In this kind of weather, I don't even know if the helper can get to work on time." For the next 2 days, Xue Ling was unable to get in touch with her old friend, Xiao Jiaxue. She was secretly anxious, an ominous feeling rising in her heart from time to time. She couldn't sleep at night. After 2 nights of poor sleep, her mental state was terrible, and she looked even worse. Others didn't know what was going on, but Qing Tianyuan, her husband, was well aware. "Honey, the blizzard caused poor signal and power outages. It's probably just a temporary communication issue, nothing serious. It's cold, but I'm sure there's heating in the house. She's lived there for years. This isn't her first time dealing with a harsh winter." Xue Ling sighed and said softly, "You don't understand. This is the first time I've had such a bad feeling. I keep getting the sense that something has happened to her." Cheng Tianyuan frowned and pulled her into his arms. Xue Ling sniffled and said, "These past 2 nights, I keep thinking about when we studied together and the books she introduced me to for translation. After we moved to the capital, she'd always come find me for a chat or a meal. The memories are so vivid. I've never been like this before. This really is the first time." Cheng Tianyuan gently patted her back and said quietly, "Everyone comes into this world for a time, long or short, and eventually, we all have to leave. Maybe you're just too worried, and it's making you imagine things. Honey, no matter what, try to think positively." "I'll try." Xue Ling nodded. "I'll try to get in touch with our third son again." That night, Xue Ling managed to reach Cheng Huancheng, but the signal was still bad and the call kept cutting out. Cheng Huancheng said the blizzard had stopped, but the snow outside was so deep they couldn't leave the house. Xue Ling asked if he could contact Xiao Jiaxue or maybe find a way to call the police. Cheng Huancheng said he'd try, but couldn't promise anything. Over an hour later, her son called back and said he'd reported it to the police, but they said they couldn't send anyone. There was a severe staff shortage and a lot of other urgent issues to handle. Cheng Huancheng told her to wait a bit longer. Once the snow was cleared from the roads and highways in the next day or 2, he would go over himself with his assistants and bodyguards to check, and told her not to worry too much. Xue Ling, thousands of miles away, couldn't do anything except remind her youngest son to make sure he was safe before going out. If you can't get out, don't force it. This kind of extreme weather is dangerous. Don't risk it just because your mom is worried. Cheng Huancheng agreed and promised to only go once it was safe. It wasn't until the afternoon of the 3rd day that Cheng Huancheng called again. He said that because some of the country roads were still blocked by snow, they couldn't get through and were staying at a motel halfway. He said the power was still out over there, lots of people were clearing snow, and they were helping too, but progress was slow. Xue Ling told them to be careful, not to stay outside at night when it was so cold, and to find a safe place to rest. Cheng Huancheng reassured her that there were hotels and pubs open nearby, so even if they couldn't get through, they'd have food and shelter. He also had 2 assistants and several bodyguards with him, so safety wasn't an issue. It wasn't until the evening of the 4th day that Cheng Huancheng finally brought news. Unfortunately, it wasn't good news, it was a tragedy. Because of her mobility issues, Xiao Jiaxue had run out of firewood and couldn't go out to get more. She froze to death at home. The worker who looked after her arrived 2 days later and found she had already passed away. The police were called, and her body was taken to the local chapel. Even though Xue Ling had mentally prepared herself, she was still overwhelmed with grief. Chang Huancheng explained with a sigh that Xiao Jiaxue's phone couldn't be charged, so she couldn't contact anyone. With the power out, none of the heating equipment worked, which led to this accident. Mom, the police said Aunt Xiao had a few diaries by her side, with a note inside. She wrote that if she didn't make it, she hoped the police would contact her relatives back in China and have her ashes brought back to the capital for burial. She said she always wanted to go home. Xue Ling wiped her tears and forced herself to ask, "Did the police get in touch?" I have her family's phone number." Cheng Huancheng lowered his voice. "The police already called the number Aunt left before we arrived, but her nephew and niece said they couldn't go abroad to collect the ashes and asked the police to mail them back to China. The police said the paperwork is complicated, and without someone to take over, who knows how long it'll take, it could be forever." Xue Ling pressed her forehead and thought for a moment. "You stay there for now. I'll try contacting her family. In the meantime, ask the police if you can help collect the ashes. She has no relatives over there and not many friends. If possible, when you're on break, bring her back for burial." Cheng Huancheng agreed and said he'd go to the police station right away. Xue Ling rubbed her temples, found Xiao Jiaxue's family's number, and called. She had sold all her assets in China before leaving, even gave her nephew a car, then went abroad. After her husband died, she was very lonely overseas, but with her mobility issues and nowhere to stay in China, she never came back. After a while, Xue Ling hung up, exhausted. Cheng Tianyuan quickly brought her a cup of hot tea and said softly, "Have something warm to drink." Xue Ling took it, blew on it, and sipped twice. Cheng Tianyuan asked tentatively, "So? Did you get through?" Xue Ling nodded lightly. They only asked if she left any inheritance and said the round-trip airfare would cost tens of thousands, which they can't afford. Cheng Tianyuan said quietly she wasn't their own mother, just a distant relative. You can't really blame them. Sigh. Xue Ling sighed. "Let's wait and see what our third son says." Because of the time difference, it wasn't until the next morning that Xue Ling got a call from her son, who had called the night before. Cheng Huancheng said the police agreed to let him collect the ashes as long as he signed and provided ID. There's no inheritance. Aunt Xiao was often sick, and medical care abroad is extremely expensive. She only had her Chinese pension, which wasn't enough to cover living and medical costs. She was struggling, that's why we had to help hire someone to look after her. Later, I paid for her medical bills. She simply couldn't afford it. The house she lived in was very old, built by her late husband's parents at least 60 or 70 years ago. And it wasn't even in her name. The police said they've already notified her husband's nephew to handle the inheritance. After understanding the situation, Xue Ling instructed, if there's no inheritance, we can't count on her nephew. Third son, please help with her funeral arrangements. After she's cremated, bring her ashes back. Since she wanted to be buried at home, I'll make sure her final wish is fulfilled. Cheng Huancheng quietly agreed. The news of Xiao Jiaxue's passing left everyone sighing with regret. Mother Xue had known Xiao Jiaxue well, and when she heard that she'd frozen to death in a foreign country, she couldn't help but burst into tears. That child was always so sturdy and chubby, really adorable. When she was about to go abroad all those years ago, she even came specially to see us. Who would have thought that hurried farewell would be our last? Father Xue sighed. Poor thing, she didn't have any children, not even a single junior to see her off. No kids? Xue Jilian couldn't help but ask, didn't she adopt or foster any children? Cheng Tianyuan explained in a low voice. At first, Xiao Jiaxue was picky, and later, when she started going on blind dates, she just couldn't find the right person. It wasn't until she was in her 40s that she met a foreigner, and they finally managed to fall in love and get married. Both of them were already older, and they never managed to have children. Later, they considered adoption, and it almost worked out, but the child had a disability, so in the end it didn't happen. After she retired early, she followed her husband abroad. We thought they'd come back, but they never did. A few years ago, her husband passed away, and who would have thought that with this recent cold snap, she just couldn't make it. She froze to death at home. Xue Jilian shook her head gently. Without descendants, a person is like duckweed, no roots, no support in old age, and no ties or attachments. Financially, she was fine, Cheng Huanran said quietly. It's not that she had no support. The main thing was that she had no one to care for her emotionally, no one to look after each other. Old age can be lonely like that. Shui Yang curled his lip. Exactly. If your legs aren't working, there's no heating, you can't even get a sip of hot water, and in the end you freeze to death wrapped in your quilt. Just thinking about it is heartbreaking. Qing Huanran shook his head, sighing. No one even went to claim her body. Didn't third brother go? Shui Yang muttered. Luckily, she still had Mom as a good friend. Mom said she wants third brother to arrange a simple funeral for her, bring her ashes back. She also wants to buy her a burial plot in the capital to fulfill her last wish. Cheng Huanran shot him a look and retorted, but what if third brother hadn't happened to be over there? Mom might not even have heard the bad news. If she'd had family or children around, how could she have died like that, with no one knowing? Xue Jilian nodded in agreement. Exactly. If she'd had children to care for her, she wouldn't have ended up like this. If she'd stayed in the country, it wouldn't have been like this, Father Xue sighed. Her children would have at least come to the funeral and brought her ashes home. That's why our generation always says you can't go through life without descendants. Xue Xin, who'd been munching on sunflower seeds, glanced around and happened to meet Qin Xinji's eyes. She pouted a little. Qin Xinji pursed his lips and looked away, then asked with concern, Dad, does Mom need to see a doctor? Maybe we should have the family doctor come by. No need, Cheng Tianyuan said. She just hasn't been sleeping well these past few nights, and she's exhausted. She had some medicine to help her sleep earlier, and now she's sleeping soundly. Your Uncle Jilian said she should feel much better after a good rest. It's nothing serious. Xue Xian murmured sympathetically, Mom's probably just heartbroken. I remember Aunt Xiao Jiaxue and Mom were really close. They'd often eat together, have coffee, chat, and sometimes she'd come by to see Grandpa and Grandma and bring us snacks. I always remember her as chubby. She just got chubbier as she got older. She was Mom's best friend, so of course Mom's really upset. Yeah, Xue Yang nodded. She was always really heavy, probably close to 200 pounds. Her foreign husband was heavy too, Cheng Huanran explained. You couldn't even see his neck, he was round all over, a typical apple shape. I remember once when he was seriously ill, it was Mom who arranged a flight to get him treatment abroad. That really stuck with me. Xue Yang added, and Xiao even did some overseas shopping business for a few years. We got a lot of foreign stuff from her back then. That's right, Cheng Huanran said. She helped Grandpa and Grandma get some health supplements, too. I even asked her to buy some foreign medical books for me when I was writing my thesis. Cheng Tianyuan took a sip of tea. When your mom and I first got married, we were really strapped for cash. Your mom's salary at the newspaper was pretty good, 200 yuan a month. But she still thought it wasn't enough, so she found a side job. She worked during the day and stayed up late translating at night. All those translation gigs were thanks to Xiao Jiaxue. Back then, it was easier for intellectuals to make money, and the pay was good. That's how we saved enough for your grandpa's surgery and started building our house by the river in Rongqing. Later, your mom always said her first pot of gold came from translation, and Xiao Jiaxue was her very first boss. Wow! Xue Yang exclaimed in disbelief. I never knew Mom translated books. She really kept that hidden. Your mom majored in foreign languages, Mother Xue explained. At first, she only knew a bit of a foreign language and nothing else. After she graduated, she married your dad and got a job at the county newspaper because of that language skill. Oh, and your Aunt Wangqing was an editor at that paper too, that's how they met. So that's how it was. Mom was even a foreign language editor. Too bad it's not a dark secret, we can't tease her about it. Father Xue explained, Xiao Jiaxue used to be in charge of foreign language books at a publishing house, so she could introduce your mom to those side jobs. A publishing house, huh? No wonder she married a foreign husband. Qin Xinji, who didn't know Xiao Jiaxue, reminded everyone, let's not keep talking about this. If Mom hears, It'll just make her sadder. Yeah, let's drop it. Wait, when is third brother coming back? It's almost the end of the semester, right? He should be home soon. When he brings the ashes back, Mom will probably be sad all over again. By the way, where are they buying the burial plot? Mom will have to help pay for it. Her nephew said he can't afford it. What can you do? If you help, it's kindness. If you don't, it's not wrong. I heard that when he got married and couldn't afford a car, Aunt Xiao used part of her house money to buy him a car worth over 300,000 yuan. She didn't fuss when giving money, so it's fine not to fuss when it's her turn. Huh. 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 Cheng Tianyuan waved his hand. All right, quiet down, all of you. Your mom knows what she's doing. She's already discussed it with Xiao Jiaxue's nephew and plans to buy a plot next to Xiao Jiaxue's parents. Apparently, there are still spots available, and your mom has already called to reserve one and paid the deposit. He promised that when he goes to pay respects to his elders in the future, he'll also visit his aunt's grave. That's enough. Let's leave it at that, all right? Got it. Okay. After dinner, Shui Yang was getting ready to leave. I've got a social engagement tonight, one I really can't get out of. I'll find time to come visit Mom again tomorrow. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. No need. Your mom's fine, really. You go take care of your work. Don't feel like you have to keep coming over. Shui Yang looked a little embarrassed and gave a sheepish grin. When I heard Mom was sick, I just couldn't stop worrying if I didn't come. I kept getting distracted at work. Cheng Tianyuan could only say, all right, do as you like. Just don't stay out too late tonight, and try to spend more time with Xiao Xiao and the kids. No problem. Shui Yang nodded quickly. Father Shui couldn't help but call out, remember to bring the kids home this weekend. Haven't seen those little rascals in 3 days, and I already miss them. Yes, sir. Shui Yang cupped his hands in a mock salute and dashed out the door. Cheng Huanran was home every day, so there was no need for him to crowd in to see Xueling at this moment. Taitu, you guys go see Mom first. Inan was feeling dizzy earlier and went to lie down, so I'll bring her some pork congee. All right. Qin Xinji nodded. Tell the mom to be we've got things to do later, so we won't go in and disturb her. Cheng Huanran smiled and hurried off. Qin Xinji took Xue Xian's hand and led her toward the master bedroom, gently tidying her slightly messy hair as they walked. Xue Xian didn't really care, tossing her hair. No need to fuss. I've been blow-drying my hair a lot lately, so the ends are all dry and brittle. I'll just cut them off later. Qin Xinji reminded her, just blow it until it's about 70 to 80% dry. That way it won't get so damaged. No way. Xue Xian explained, if I don't dry it completely, I have to go to bed right after, so it has to be totally dry. Qin Xinji chuckled softly. Then just shower earlier. It's fine. I'll just cut it and let it grow out again. Xue Xian shrugged. I like to hop straight into bed all comfy right after my shower. Qin Xinji frowned slightly. If it's bad for your hair, you should try to avoid it. Just shower first when you get home, blow it half dry, and go to bed when it's fully dry. It's not like half an hour makes a big difference. But I like it this way. It's my habit. Xue Xian muttered. I don't want to change. Qin Xinji looked a little helpless. There are good habits and bad ones. If it's a good habit, sure, keep it. But waiting half an hour after your shower before bed isn't such a big deal. Why make your beautiful hair suffer, right? Xue Xian huffed. I'm not making my hair suffer, I'm making myself less comfortable. Anyway, hair grows back, so who cares? Qin Xinji said softly, when you're young, you can be willful with your hair. But when it starts falling out, your hairline recedes, and you go bald, you won't have the luxury to be willful anymore. Hey, Xue Xian pouted. Are you cursing me? There's no baldness in my family, okay? Our hairlines are all fine. Qin Xinji couldn't help but remind her, your parents' hairlines started receding in their 40s and 50s. Didn't you notice? All right. Xue Xian grumbled. Can you say something nice for once? You make such a fuss over every little thing. Qin Xinji defended himself softly, to me, even a few strands of your hair are a big deal. Xue Xian's annoyance melted away at that, and she snuggled up to his arm. Okay. I'll try to shower earlier from now on and do my best not to blow dry myself bald. Qin Xinji chuckled dotingly. Xue Xian gently knocked on the door. When she heard Xueling's voice, she pushed it open and went in. Xueling still looked a little pale, but managed a weak smile. I could hear you humming from far away, humming and humming over and over. Xian, are you naturally short on hums or something? Huh? Xue Xian pouted. Mom, I am not. Hee. If I was born short on hums, I wouldn't hum at all. Qin Xinji smiled warmly. Mom, are you feeling better? We heard you were awake, so we came in to check on you. Much better. Xueling yawned and pointed to the sofa. Sit down. Qin Xinji led his little wife over and explained. Dad asked Masterly to make some plain congee. He'll bring it over once it's ready. All right. Xueling took a sip of water. I'm not really hungry yet, so there's no rush. Qin Xinji said gently, no matter how your appetite is, you should eat a little. That's right. Xue Xian said softly, worried. You've lost a lot of weight these past few days. When Grandma was sick, you lost weight too, and now you look even thinner. Xueling shook her head. It's fine. I'll put the weight back on soon. Xue Xian couldn't help but mutter, Mom, you have to take things easy. When you get sick, we all get anxious. You need to take care of yourself for us. We're the ones you should care about most. How can you say that? Xueling shot her a look, half amused. So as your mom, I'm not even allowed to feel sad unless it's for your sake? Xue Xian giggled. Well, that's the idea, but you don't have to say it so bluntly. You little rascal. Xueling scolded with a laugh. So selfish. Only thinking about yourself. Xue Xian pouted. I am not. Oh, really? Xueling said. People who only care about themselves and their own feelings are either short-sighted or selfish. Xue Xian rolled her eyes at her. Qin Xinji gently patted her hand and said softly, if you don't want Mom to be sad, just say so directly. If you phrase it like that, it sounds like you're threatening her. Xue Xian nodded. All right, next time I'll just say it straight. See, Xinji. Xueling said with a loving smile. He's always so calm and measured in what he says and does. He understands basic human nature and knows the personality of the person he's talking to. That's how he can get straight to the heart of things, move people, and achieve his goals at the same time. Xian, there's a world of difference between just being able to talk and really knowing how to talk. Xue Xian glanced at her husband and nodded obediently. All right, I admit it. I'll work hard to catch up. Qin Xinji just smiled. Mom, I'll remind her. Xueling looked at her daughter, who was nearly spoiled rotten, and shook her head with a wry smile. The road ahead is long. This is going to take a while. Mom, Xue Xian whined, acting cute. But Xueling didn't fall for it and asked directly, how many doses of the medicine Uncle Jillian prescribed have you taken? 3. Xue Xian answered seriously. I'm on the third one now. Xueling nodded in satisfaction. Remember to take it on time, no slacking. A woman's period is a sign of her health. If it's irregular, you have to get it sorted out. Don't take it lightly. It was only when they'd talked about preparing for pregnancy recently that her daughter had quietly admitted her periods were always late, sometimes by half a month or even a whole month, and hadn't been regular for a year or two. Xueling had frowned when she heard that and scolded her for being so careless. If it's not normal, you have to get it treated. How could you drag it out for over a year? But after scolding and getting angry, she immediately went to Uncle Jillian to get a prescription to help regulate her daughter's cycle. That's just how moms are. Even though her children were all grown up and had families and careers of their own, in her eyes, they were still juniors who needed her care. Xueling reminded them, these are all herbal tonics for boosting your energy and blood. Even if you're healthy, you can drink them. You need to pay attention to your own health. But it doesn't taste very good, Xue Xian muttered. It's not exactly bitter. There's actually a bit of sweetness, but honestly, the taste is just hard to describe. Xueling chuckled and teased, if medicine tasted good, would it still be called medicine? It's for treating illnesses, not for being a delicious meal you want to eat every day. If you're so capable, just eat regular food and skip the medicine. Xue Xian. All right, that's definitely something only my own mother would say. No doubt about it. Chinshinji smiled gently. Mom, don't worry. I'll make sure she drinks it properly. Xueling nodded and said softly to her daughter, when you have time, read more books about health and wellness and build up your knowledge. We don't have to follow everything to the letter or be too rigid, but you should at least have a general idea of how to take care of yourself. Xue Xian didn't dare argue and nodded obediently. I was just being lazy before. I thought it was just a couple of irregular cycles and that things would go back to normal, so I didn't pay much attention. But then the delays kept getting longer, and I just thought, well, if it's late, less hassle for me. Xue Ling shot her a look and asked, did you not pay attention in middle school biology? It's called a monthly cycle for a reason. It's supposed to happen every month. If it only comes every 2 or 3 months, can you still call it a monthly cycle? Any abnormal signs in your body could be a sign of illness. Don't think you can be reckless just because you're young. Youth doesn't last long. Don't wait until you're older and left with a bunch of health problems and regrets. By then, it'll be too late. I know, Xue Xian mumbled. I already regret it. That's why I'm correcting it now, right? Luckily, it's not too late, isn't it? Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, has it started to get back to normal? It's been a little over a month, Xue Xian explained. But after taking Uncle's herbal remedy, my complexion has improved a lot. My coworkers have all noticed. I think next time, my period might even come a bit earlier. Keep taking it until things are back to normal, Xue Ling reminded her. If you really get tired of it, you can take a break, like brewing a packet every 2 days and resting in between. Xue Xian nodded eagerly. Okay. Chinshinji laughed dotingly. After about 10 days, she already switched to 1 packet every 2 days. She couldn't take it anymore. Xue Xian glared at him playfully and punched his shoulder. You're so mean. Exposing me in front of everyone, do you want to live or not? Chinshinji burst out laughing. Xue Ling said calmly, do you think I don't know what you're like? I've known all along. Your uncle said he'll give you a new prescription in a couple of days. Then you can just drink it every 2 or 3 days. No need to rush. It's mainly for boosting your energy and blood. If you make it into a soup with pork bones, it'll taste better and be easier to drink. That's great. Xue Xian was overjoyed. Uncle really understands me best. I love Uncle. Chinshinji suppressed a smile. Xue Ling said warmly, you're still young. There's no need to rush into having kids, but you still need to take care of your health. As for having children, just let it happen naturally. Exactly, Chinshinji agreed. That's how I feel too, there's no need to hurry. Xue Xian blushed and said quietly, we're not really taking any precautions now, but I'm definitely not pregnant yet. Xue Ling shook her head. You think getting pregnant is that easy? You've watched too many TV dramas and web series. Those one-night stand, accidental pregnancy storylines, real life isn't like that. Plus, if your periods are irregular, your ovulation won't be regular either, so your chances of getting pregnant are lower. Don't worry, just focus on getting your body back in shape and let things happen naturally. Hee. Xue Xian giggled. Mom, the one-night stand pregnancy trope will never go out of style. Xue Ling laughed. That's someone else's story. No matter how popular it is, it has nothing to do with us. Chinshinji gave his wife a doting look and said quietly, you should watch fewer web dramas and romance novels. They're not realistic at all. Oh, please. Xue Xian huffed. I'll read the 4 great classical novels tomorrow, okay? Chinshinji couldn't help but laugh. Xue Ling changed the subject and asked about Xiaotong and Zheng Duo. Chinshinji replied, Xiaotong's company filed for bankruptcy. She lost about 1 million yuan under her name. Duo helped her pay it off, so she's finally out of it. Xiaotong has been staying home with the kids and hasn't gone out much. Duoduo's giving her time to adjust and is planning to take a long vacation to go back to her hometown with her and the kids. They wanted to take my mom too, but she said no, she wants to come stay with us for a while. That's good. Xue Ling agreed. Xiaotong married far from home, so of course she misses her family. No trip can compare to going back to her parents' house. Chinshinji nodded. Xiaotong was under a lot of stress before, and her mental state was really bad. After some rest, she's looking much better. My mom supports her taking the kids back home for a while. Duo can only stay for a few days, though he can't stay long. That's fine, Xueling said. There are plenty of managers at the company. 10 days or half a month won't be a problem. Duo will handle things, no need to worry. Qin Xinji smiled. He can't sit still anyway. After a few days off, he'll get restless. No need to urge him to come back. He'll come back on his own. Xue Xian explained. Sister Xiaotong said she might stay until the end of the year. When Duo gets his New Year's break, he'll go pick them up, and then they'll all come back to the capital together after the holiday. That sounds good, Xueling nodded. Hearing talk of the New Year and winter vacation, Qin Xinji couldn't help but suggest, Mom, winters in the capital are too cold. Why don't we talk to Aiqing and take his plane to in-country for a vacation during the New Year? Yes. Xue Xian clapped excitedly. But Xueling didn't want to decide right away. She said gently, let's discuss it. We're not like you young people who can just take off on a whim. We have elders and kids to think about. Traveling needs careful consideration. Her mother had been ill for quite a while this time, and her health was getting worse every year. She was prone to getting sick. Let's wait until third brother comes back and discuss it then. Xue Xian suggested with a smile. This time, the whole family should go. Let's have fun at the beach for half a month before coming back. Just then, Zhang Tianyuan came in carrying a big bowl of rice porridge and a hot salted duck egg. These just arrived from Amin. They're super fresh and delicious. Xueling took a bite and praised, it really is good. I suddenly have an appetite. Qing Tianyuan said gently, eat slowly, have some more. Xue Xian immediately started telling her dad about the vacation plans, but to her surprise, Cheng Tianyuan shook his head and said no. Xue Xian frowned in protest. Why not? Didn't we all go last year for our wedding? Cheng Tianyuan smiled and explained, we only went last year because it was your wedding, so we couldn't avoid it. But your grandparents are getting on in years, and all that traveling is more of a burden than a pleasure for them. They have to adjust to the weather, and just when they're finally used to it, we have to rush back home. 1 minute it's hot, the next it's cold. It's exhausting for them, not a relaxing vacation. That's right, Xueling added, picking at a salted duck egg as she spoke. They're fine when they get on the plane, and when we arrive, it's summer, so they just take off their coats and sweaters and get used to it in a couple of days. But flying back here to the capital, it's below zero. They get sick as soon as we arrive. No matter how many layers they wear, the huge temperature difference is just too much for them. Qin Xinji thought for a moment and suggested, how about you all just stay there until spring before coming back? What do you think? No, that won't work, Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. You all have to work, and the kids have school. We're not familiar with things over there, and staying for so long would be inconvenient. Qin Xinji smiled and explained, there's a professional housekeeper over there, plus a few workers. If you want to stay longer, I can hire more professional caregivers to help out at home. The weather is warm, an average of 28 degrees in winter, perfect for a holiday. Staying there long-term would be great for your grandparents and Uncle Jillian. Exactly. Xue Xian couldn't help chiming in. Dad, Mom, Grandpa and Grandma always start coughing every winter, and most of it is because of the heating. Even with humidifiers, the house is still dry. If we could stay there until the 4th lunar month, it'd be good for your health and even better for the 3 elders. That's a long time. Xueling was tempted but hesitated. It's such a long stretch. I'm not sure the elders would agree. Qin Xinji suggested, why not ask them first? You never know, they might like the idea. Last year, Grandpa and Grandma were so happy vacationing by the sea. They were full of energy, and their coughing was much better. Cheng Tianyuan was also tempted and asked tentatively, Honey, should we ask Mom, Dad, and Uncle Jillian? Sure, we'll talk to them tomorrow, Xueling said. Your dad and I don't mind either way, but it really depends on what the 3 elders want. If they want to go, we'd follow them anywhere, even the North or South Pole. If they don't want to, we can't force them. But Xue Xian was unusually confident. They'll definitely agree. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but add, if the whole family's going, we should check with Ahu and the others too. Right, Xue Ling explained. Ahu and Wang Qing are used to being with us. If we all leave for months and leave them behind, they'll have a hard time adjusting. Qin Xinji smiled and nodded. No problem, the more the merrier. Cheng Tianyuan asked his son-in-law carefully, Taitu, is there enough space? With so many of us, we'll need at least a dozen rooms. Don't worry, Qin Xinji replied warmly. There are over 20 rooms upstairs and downstairs. There's a park out back, a lawn, a fountain, and the main gate in front. Walk out the gate and you're at the beach in a minute. There's accommodation for the maids and security too, servants' quarters in the back garden. The environment is pretty nice. Xue Xian suggested, or should we just stay at a hotel like last time? No, Xue Ling refused immediately. If we're staying long-term, a hotel isn't suitable. Too many people, too many germs. I'm worried the elders wouldn't handle it well. Qin Xinji said, our own place is spacious. There's no need for a hotel. Last time we had to host a wedding and entertain guests, so a hotel was necessary. This time it's just family on vacation. Home is better. My mom loves the winters there too, so she can stay and keep your parents company. Even if we come back early for work, your parents will have Uncle Ahu and my mom with them, so it won't be too lonely. Exactly, Xue Xian nodded. Cheng Tianyuan waved his hand. Let's not rush. If the elders don't want to go, it's all moot anyway. I might have to travel there a lot for work at the end of this year and early next year, Qin Xinji said. But nothing's set in stone yet. If things go well, I might have to stay there all through January. Xue Xian asked curiously, is it about that energy development company? Yes, Qin Xinji nodded. I haven't decided whether to invest yet. I need to think it over carefully. Xue Ling perked up at the mention of investment. An energy development company? What kind? Wind power, Qin Xinji explained. There are lots of islands there, and it's windy all year round. I'm thinking of investing in a wind power company. Xue Ling nodded approvingly. Sounds great. The technology here is already very mature. You could just bring it over. It's expensive, Qin Xinji frowned and shook his head. There's no local talent or technology for this, so I have to cooperate with a wind power group from here and discuss a turnkey management model. But the price is way over my budget, so I'm still negotiating. Xue Ling thought for a moment and asked, how much over? The initial investment must be huge, but after that, maintenance and operation costs shouldn't be too high. There's a lot of profit potential. Qin Xinji hesitated and lowered his voice. It's several $100 million over. If the costs are too high, electricity prices will go up too. I want to use low prices to attract locals to use renewable energy, not the opposite. Can you start with a pilot phase? Xue Ling narrowed her eyes and said softly, negotiate with the energy group to do a trial phase first, just pay for the first stage. That way, the risk is smaller and you don't have to invest too much all at once. The more you put in upfront, the bigger the potential risk. Qin Xinji raised his eyebrows and smiled. Mom, that's a great idea. I'll try discussing it with them. I'd thought about it before, but they said the project was too small to be worth the technical and personnel input. But I can try to convince them if the first phase works out, there will be a second and third phase, and they'll get the whole project. Technology and labor here aren't actually that expensive, Xue Ling reminded him. It's still worth investing in. Qin Xinji gave a wry smile. The main thing is, I don't have the technology or the technical staff, so it's easy for others to have leverage over me. Of course, Xue Ling chuckled. But they don't have your connections or your capital. Don't just focus on their strengths and ignore your own. They developed the technology and trained the workers to make money after all. You're their financier, you can be a bit tougher in negotiations. MHM, Qin Xinji nodded repeatedly. You're right, Mom. Talking to you makes everything suddenly clear. Xue Ling shook her head. I was just offering a small suggestion, that's all. It's nothing. Society is developing so quickly these days, we older folks can't keep up anymore. No, Qin Xinji smiled. Sometimes when you're in the thick of things, you can't see clearly. When a senior like you gives advice, I always gain a new perspective. Xueling asked, puzzled. Why didn't you use a bidding process? I picked the company with the best technology, Xinji explained. But afterwards, I felt it was all a bit rushed. The whole thing was handled in a hurry, and the tight schedule made me feel like I was on the back foot. Xueling frowned. Is it because Wenguo's side is pushing you? That's right, Xinji replied. A new industrial park in that area just got approved, and construction is set to start by the end of the year. Electricity demand will spike, and water and power are the basics, so we have to get those sorted first. Xueling thought for a moment and suggested, don't just talk to the group with the best technology. Reach out to the second and third best as well, and then run it as a competitive bidding process. Xinji raised his eyebrows, then broke into a smile. Mom, that's a great idea. Actually, I'd thought about that before. But the person who introduced me to the project is always so flush with cash and insisted I go with the best domestic group, which put me in a passive position. Our domestic technology in this area is already world-class, Xueling said. The second tier isn't far behind either. Advice is fine, but we should act according to the actual situation. Cheng Tianyuan chimed in quietly, where business people and profit is our main goal. If the price is too high, and after all that work and manpower we don't make any money, there's not much motivation. People come and go for profit. If you invest money and get little return, your motivation quickly dries up. Exactly, Xinji said. Once the plan came out, I lost most of my enthusiasm. The first phase alone is close to $1 billion, and there's more money to pour in after that. The investment is huge, and while the returns sound long-term, time is money too. To recover such a massive investment over so many years, I can't help but feel uneasy. Xueling reminded him, if you really decide to invest, use the bidding process. That'll save you a lot of money. I'll think about it, Xinji said, lowering his voice. A friend of mine said he'd try to apply for government subsidies, but it might not work out. I'll push him a bit and also see if I can get someone to put in a good word. If we can get some subsidies, I'll start the bidding process right away. Time is tight, Xueling smiled. Better get moving. Xinji nodded. Off to the side, Xuexian yawned and pouted. Are you done yet? I'm getting sleepy just listening. Xinji gently stroked her hair and asked, shall we head back for now and come see Mom again tomorrow? Okay. Xuexian quickly stood up. Xueling shook her head. No need, I'm fine. No need to come every day. Xinji smiled. We have to come mooch a meal, don't we? Exactly. Xuexian tucked in the blanket for her, grinning. You have a good rest. We'll be back tomorrow. The young couple left hand in hand. Xuexian turned back and called out, Dad, I want salted duck eggs for breakfast tomorrow. Cheng Tianyuan smiled kindly, all right. He went to the kitchen to clean Xueling's dishes. On his way back, he stopped by to check on a few of the elderly folks, finding them all getting ready for bed. He helped adjust the heating and humidifiers, and only after everyone was settled did he return to the master bedroom. Xueling was on the phone, her brow deeply furrowed. Cheng Tianyuan didn't disturb her, just quietly closed the door and changed into his pajamas. A while later, he came back. Xueling was sitting on the bed, hugging the blanket, looking lost and sad, with faint tear stains at the corners of her eyes. Wife. Cheng Tianyuan was startled and hurried over, worried. What's wrong? Xueling sighed softly. Just now. Xiao Xiao called. He said his wife doesn't agree. She hopes I won't buy a burial plot for Jiaxue, but instead send her ashes to a temple or Taoist shrine. Cheng Tianyuan was confused. Doesn't agree with what? She doesn't agree with us paying respects to Jiaxue, Xueling answered quietly. He said after he got home, he discussed with his wife about visiting his aunt's grave during Qiming festival. His wife refused, saying that since his aunt was married off, it's not the natal family's place to pay respects. If we send her ashes to a temple or shrine, we just pay a one-time fee and don't have to worry about it anymore. Cheng Tianyuan frowned. They're all nearby. Would it be so hard to bring a bouquet when visiting the graves during Qiming? It's not hard, Xueling sighed. But they're not willing, because it's not their responsibility. If it were their parents, not paying respects would be unacceptable and people would criticize them. But for a married daughter, it's not the natal family's place to pay respects or remember her. Even if they don't want to, it's not really overstepping. Qing Tianyuan couldn't help but ask, so, did you agree? I haven't agreed yet, Xue Ling said softly. Third brother said Jiaxue actually really wanted to come home, but she was struggling financially, worried her family would ask her for money, and her health was poor, so she never dared come back. Her last wish was to be buried in her homeland. She must have been homesick. I still want to bury her near her parents, so her soul won't be too lonely. Whether anyone pays respects or remembers her doesn't really matter. It's just a bouquet of flowers, whether it's offered or not doesn't make much difference. If you didn't care when she was alive, sending dozens of bouquets after death is meaningless. Right, Chung Tianyuan agreed. Buy the burial plot and let her be close to her parents. Parents always love their daughters. Paying respects to ancestors is something the younger generation does out of their own will. It's not something the deceased can demand. The dead don't care, they're gone. Xue Ling was amused by him and sniffled. Yeah, once you're gone, everything's over. When you die, all is emptiness. I was her close friend, so I'll fulfill her last wish out of affection. It's something I want to do to comfort myself. She's gone, really gone. Qing Tianyuan knew she was still grieving for Xiao Jiaxue and gently pulled her into his arms. Don't be sad, you've done all you could. When you heard she wasn't well, you immediately had third brother go take care of her. All this time, you and third brother have helped with hiring caregivers and paying for medical expenses. You've done your best with a clear conscience. Xue Ling murmured. We'll stick to the original plan. When I'm feeling better, I'll get the burial plot paperwork done. When third brother brings her back, she can finally rest in peace. Qing Tianyuan said, it's cold outside. I'll go with you. Okay, Xue Ling replied, her voice gentle and warm. In the blink of an eye, the busiest time of the year, the end of the year, had arrived again. Kongan was now 4 months pregnant. Although she had entered the stable period, she was still very sleepy, and her energy had only improved a little. Considering her condition, Cheng Huanran discussed with his parents and decided to postpone their wedding until next year, planning to hold the ceremony after the baby was born. Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan both agreed, saying that special circumstances called for special arrangements. There was no need to stick to tradition and risk exhausting the bride, which wouldn't be good for the baby either. The older generation still held more traditional views, feeling it was better to get married before having a child, as that was more conventional. But Cheng Huanran was firmly against it. He explained, getting the marriage certificate is enough. After we register, our families can get together for a meal. Having the certificate means everything is official. As for the so-called grand wedding, that's just a social event for relatives and friends. It's not really necessary, so we don't need to worry about it. Exactly, Xue Ling nodded. Weddings are just for show, for outsiders. For the couple, it's nothing more than spending money for the sake of ceremony and a lot of unnecessary fuss. Inen is already going through a tough pregnancy. We can't make her work even harder just for our family's social obligations. A wedding should be a happy occasion for the bride, not something that wears her out even more. Qing Tianyuan agreed, that's right. Right now, Inen and the baby's health are the most important things. Once the baby is born and Inen has recovered, it won't be too late to have the wedding then. Don't worry, Cheng Huanran said with a smile, making the decision. We'll still have the wedding, just a bit later. As the eldest son, I won't shirk my responsibilities when it comes to family traditions. We're just postponing, not canceling. Seeing that the young couple had made up their minds, the 3 elders couldn't argue and eventually agreed. Father Shui reminded them, Inen may not have many relatives on her side, but we still need to take care of the proper customs. We can't let people say we're rude or disrespectful to the bride's family. Of course, Cheng Tianyuan agreed. Mother Shui also reminded, getting the marriage certificate is basically the same as getting married. All the relatives and friends on the bride's side should be notified, and whatever needs to be prepared shouldn't be skimped on. All right, Xue Ling nodded. Shui Jilian smiled and said, showing enough respect to the bride's family is the greatest respect you can show an. You two are already in-laws now, and with experience, I'm sure you'll handle it even better this time. Haha, Shui Ling laughed. We'll do our best. Cheng Huanran checked the weather forecast on his phone and suggested, next Tuesday the weather will warm up, and Thursday will be the warmest day. How about we register on Thursday? Sounds good, Shui Ling said. If it's warmer, Anin will feel better too. Chen Tianyuan looked at the three elders and asked, do you want to come with us to the Civil Affairs Bureau? Or should we wait for them to come home and then take a family photo together? Then we can have a big meal at home. Sure, the three elders agreed one after another. Cheng Huanran couldn't help but ask, you're not going to take a photo with us at the Civil Affairs Bureau? No, Father Shui said with a wry smile. It's too cold outside. If we go out, we'll catch a chill. Shui Jilian explained, it's either heating or air conditioning here, and we're used to temperatures in the 20s. Going out for a short while is fine, but if we stay out longer, we'll get runny noses and catch colds. It's better to just stay home. Although Cheng Huanran was a little disappointed, he agreed. All right, I'll hire a professional photographer to come and take a family photo for us. Shui Ling smiled. Let your dad and me handle the big meal to celebrate. You're all busy at the end of the year, so leave whatever we can do to us. Thanks, Mom. Cheng Huanran stood up. I'll go online and make an appointment for the marriage registration. If it works, I'll confirm with you. Shui Ling agreed. Cheng Tianyuan asked the three elders again if they wanted to go on vacation to Wengua. We'll come back after the 4th month of the lunar CA. We'll get through the cold winter, the chilly early spring, and the rainy season, and come back just as summer's about to start. Father Shui chuckled. We've already discussed it. Let's go. Really? Shui Ling asked in disbelief. Didn't you say last time you couldn't agree? You've all made up your minds. We're going, Mother Shui muttered. We've been cooped up at home for a whole year. Can't go out in the cold rainy spring, too hot in summer to leave the house, can't catch a chill in the windy autumn, and it's too cold to go out in winter. We thought about it, at our age, how many more trips can we take? As long as you're with us and you're taking care of us, we can go anywhere, even to the ends of the earth. The ends of the earth are in Hainan, Shui Ling teased. That's a tropical place, nice and warm. Mother Shui nodded, that works too. Oh. Shui Ling laughed. Looks like you're really set on going out. You've been cooped up too long. Father Shui looked a little embarrassed, mainly because you'll be with us and the environment there is really nice. Shui Jilian laughed. I'm happy to tag along and enjoy the perks. Cheng Tianyuan and Shui Ling exchanged a glance and both smiled happily. All right, it's settled then. Mother Shui asked curiously, what about Ahu and his family? We talked about it before. They're all coming too, Cheng Tianyuan replied. They said if we go, they'll go. If we stay, they'll stay. The young people and kids will come back for work or school as needed. Everyone started discussing what to pack for the trip. Their bodies were still in the capital, but their hearts were already far away. Cheng Huanran was browsing the Civil Affairs Bureau website when a familiar call came in. Big brother, are you off work? Are you home? It was Shui Yang calling. Cheng Huanran answered, I just got home not long ago. Shui Yang lowered his voice mysteriously. You're not with Mom and Dad, right? Alone? Go find somewhere with fewer people. Cheng Huanran looked around and replied, I'm on the other side of the hallway, behind Mom's study. No one else is here. Shui Yang whispered, good, no one's there. Big bro, do you have some spare cash? Can you lend me 5 million? It's an emergency. Cheng Huanran raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? Can't make ends meet at the end of the year. Sigh, Shui Yang said irritably. Something big happened. The company's a mess right now. The factory keeps demanding payment, the courier company is pressing us, and we haven't paid any of the employees their year-end salaries or bonuses. Everyone's freaking out. Cheng Huanran asked, the clothing company? What happened? Is the cash flow temporarily cut off? Don't even mention it. Shui Yang sounded anxious, lowering his voice. Big bro, I'll explain in detail when I have time. Do you have the money in your personal account? If you do, please transfer it to me right away. I'm desperate. I have it, I'll take care of it now. Cheng Huanran asked him to confirm the account number, then called his assistant. At first, Cheng Huanran thought his second brother just needed to borrow 5 million to tide over a crisis, so he didn't take it to heart. But to his surprise, 2 days later, his brother came asking to borrow money again. What's going on? Cheng Huanran asked. What exactly happened? Shui Yang hesitated. Our company's partner ran off with the money. What? Cheng Huanran was shocked. Who? Weren't there 3 of you in the partnership? How much did he take? Shui Yang looked haggard, his chin covered in stubble. He hadn't had the time or energy to shave. It's always been the 3 of us. Old Zhao, you know him, right? That bastard. He's always been in charge of the finances while I handled sales. Turns out, he started cooking the books mid-year, secretly siphoning off company funds. By the end of the year, he took all the money and disappeared without a trace. Cheng Huanran frowned. Your company isn't small. How could no one notice anything beforehand? With a company that size, it's impossible for someone to cover their tracks so perfectly. He wasn't an accountant, but after years managing a pharmaceutical group, he knew exactly how goods and money flowed. Shui Yang explained, frowning, we've worked together for years and always trusted each other. Sometimes we noticed things were off, but never suspected anything. During the Double 11 sales, we bought a lot of ads and made a good profit. Then Double 12 brought in more money. We thought cash flow was strong, but then the factory and staff started having trouble getting money from finance. At first, Old Zhao said the system was being upgraded and withdrawals would be delayed. We didn't think much of it and just told him to hurry up. Who knew that by year-end, he'd vanish and drain all the company's accounts? You guys were too careless. Cheng Huanran immediately saw the problem. A company unable to pay out money isn't something you can just brush off with an excuse. The finance department can't be run by just one person. He must have had an accomplice. Shui Yang ran a hand through his hair, frustrated, and said quietly, an accountant. She was his mistress. They both disappeared at the same time. Did you call the police? Cheng Huanran asked, frowning. Where did they go? How much did they take? Shui Yang shook his head. We can't call the police. We're still calculating the exact amount, since they permanently deleted some of the data. Right now, it's estimated at over 200 million. Why not? Cheng Huanran asked suspiciously. This is a huge deal. How can you not call the police? If you don't, how will you ever catch them? Shui Yang scratched his head in distress and said quietly, some of the company's accounts are fake. If that comes out, our reputation will be ruined. The company will be finished. Cheng Huanran gave him a sharp look. Fake accounts? What's fake? How long has this been going on? Last year, Shui Yang stammered. Old Zhao told us some numbers needed to look better for when we go public. At first, we refused, said we should do things properly. But he got angry, said the company's future depended on going public and we had to prepare in advance. He's the finance expert, and we didn't really understand, so we left it all to him. Only now, after looking into it, do we realize the accounts are a mess. If this secret gets out, the company will be completely finished. Cheng Huanran was dumbfounded. The company can't even operate, the accounts are a mess, and you're still hoping for a bright future? Shui Yang's eyes reddened. He said quietly, Big brother, you don't understand. We built this company from nothing, poured our hearts into it. We can't just give up. Calm down. Cheng Huanran pulled him into a chair and poured him a strong cup of tea. Don't panic. Tell me exactly what's going on with the company right now. Shui Yang took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Big brother, at first I thought we should call the police right away, but Xiao Jin absolutely refused. He said if we did, Old Zhao and his mistress's affair would come out. Old Zhao is his brother-in-law. He's not trying to cover for him, but he's worried his sister won't be able to take it. She's over 40 and pregnant with her second child. Recently, she found out she has a heart condition and is in the hospital on bed rest and treatment. He's afraid if she finds out, it could be fatal for both mother and child. He doesn't dare risk it, so he wants to wait until the baby is born safely in the spring before dealing with this. Cheng Huanran frowned and muttered, what a mess. Shui Yang sighed helplessly and explained, "We've already hired a private investigator to look for old Zhao. Right now, Xiao Jin is telling his sister that old Zhao is on a business trip abroad." Cheng Huanran thought for a moment and asked, "How much is the company in the red right now?" You can't just throw money at a huge hole out of sentimentality, especially if it can't be saved. Have you thought about that? Right now, we owe tens of millions, Shui Yang said. I don't dare touch the big numbers. The main thing is, we can't delay paying the staff for too long. We have to get salaries and bonuses out first. Many employees have mortgages and car loans. They're under a lot of pressure. We have to settle them down first, then figure out the rest. Cheng Huanran, however, didn't agree with pouring more money in. First, get a clear picture of the numbers, what's real, what's fake. Settle it all. He probably planned to run off with the money for a while and may have set a lot of traps for you. Shui Yang couldn't help but explain, I just want to settle year-end salaries, keep the staff, and maintain basic operations. After the new year, we'll quietly sort out the accounts and then decide what to do. What about the other partner? Cheng Huanran asked. Shui Yang replied, he's put in all his savings and even sold his car. He also thinks we should stabilize the company and keep it running, see if we can get through this. Cheng Huanran couldn't help but ask, how much more do you need? About 1 million, Shui Yang answered. Once we pay utilities and heating, the rest goes to salaries and bonuses. Xiao Jin has put in several million less than me, but he's really done his best. To Cheng Huanran, 1 million wasn't a huge sum. All right, settle the staff first, Cheng Huanran said. I'll have my assistant transfer 1 million to you later. Remember, salaries must be paid, but don't just throw money into every hole you see, understand? Shui Yang was a mess inside, but nodded. Thank you, big brother. I'm afraid of worrying Mom and Dad, and I don't want Xiaoxiao to know, so you're the only one I've told. Cheng Huanran understood what he meant. Don't worry, I won't say anything. But only if you can get through this crisis, otherwise, sooner or later, others will find out. Let's hope we can make it, Shui Yang murmured. A few days later, Cheng Huanran and Kong'an got their marriage certificate. It just so happened that the sun was shining brightly that day, and the temperature had warmed up a bit. Everyone's mood was even more cheerful than the winter sunshine, as they gathered around the newlyweds, offering blessings, giving gifts, and taking photos together to capture the moment. Xueling and Cheng Tianyuan gave Kong'an a pair of gold bangles, along with a golden lock of unity. It's a bit tacky, Xueling explained with a laugh. But at traditional weddings, people love shiny gold. It's all about the good symbolism. Kong'an was delighted and smiled. Thank you, Mom and Dad. I've always liked gold. I'm just an ordinary person who likes ordinary things. I like it too, Cheng Huanran said, weighing the heavy, solid lock in his hand. This thing is really valuable. And the meaning is great. Who wouldn't like it? Shui Xian pouted playfully, I like it too. Why didn't I get one when I got married? Mom, Dad, aren't you being a little biased? Everyone burst out laughing. Xueling had to explain honestly, it's an old tradition from your dad's side. The parents-in-law prepare gold jewelry for the eldest daughter-in-law, symbolizing family prosperity and many children and grandchildren. I especially had this lock of unity made, with cute little lucky babies engraved on it, hoping your big brother and sister-in-law will have lots of children and a harmonious marriage. Oh, I see. Cheng Huancheng teased, you're the youngest daughter, not the eldest daughter-in-law, so of course you didn't get one. And in Taitu's family, you're not the eldest daughter-in-law either, so it's not your turn. Shui Xian. Qin Xinji, standing nearby, chuckled dotingly, no worries. If you like it, I'll have a few made for you. You can pick whatever design you want. Shui Xian quickly perked up and said proudly, who cares about being a daughter-in-law or eldest daughter-in-law or daughter? As long as I like it, my husband will give it to me. But it's not from your parents-in-law. Cheng Huancheng teased again. Isn't the meaning different? Mind your own business. Shui Xian huffed. At least I have someone to give me gifts. You don't even have anyone to give you one. Ha ha. Lin Qingji smiled gently and said warmly, I'll give you one. Cheng Huancheng looked even more pleased and said leisurely, I don't like tacky things, so I'm not interested. If Xian likes it, you can give it to her instead. Lin Qingji nodded. No need. Shui Xian shook her head. That's not necessary. My husband gives me gifts. I'm not into art or that fake highbrow stuff. We're all just ordinary people, so of course we like ordinary things. Qing Huancheng. They'd always loved to bicker since they were kids. Shui Ling still liked to say that even when they were in her belly, they were always fighting. So everyone was used to the two of them squabbling whenever they were together, and no one bothered to intervene. Even Lin Qingji and Qin Xinji just chatted quietly to the side, both wearing gentle, polite smiles. Wang Xiaoxiao and Shui Yang's family arrived last, each carrying a child, hurrying over. Sorry, we're late. We left a bit late, and then got stuck in traffic. Sorry. Qing Huanran called out, no need to apologize. Just punish yourselves with 30 drinks later. Everyone burst out laughing. Shui Ling and Cheng Tianyuan went over to help with the kids. Wang Xiaoxiao quickly pulled a gift from her bag and stuffed it into Kong An's arms. Wishing you 100 years of unity and everlasting love. Shui Yang grinned widely and said, grow old together. May your hearts be forever joined. Lots of children and happiness. Cheng Huanran noticed the dark circles under his eyes, but didn't ask in front of everyone. He just nodded in thanks. Wang Xiaoxiao started chatting with Kong An about pregnancy symptoms. One mom and one mom-to-be, there was no shortage of things to talk about, and they were soon deep in conversation. Shui Yang didn't look so good, standing off to the side like a statue yawning. Lin Qingji had a keen eye and immediately noticed something was off with Shui Yang's demeanor. Cheng Huancheng thought for a moment and explained, it's probably just that the end of the year is really busy for them. Their clothing company is always swamped at year-end, lots of overtime and late nights. They can't really stop until New Year's Eve. That's when business is best and busiest. Lin Qingji's eyes flickered, and he said, he seems to be forcing a smile. Maybe he's run into some trouble. Really? Cheng Huancheng muttered. What kind of trouble could he have? He moved out and has his freedom, his wife and kids are all fine. Maybe it's something at work. Lin Qingji raised an elegant eyebrow and said quietly, most likely. Cheng Huancheng asked curiously, how's the garment factory out in the suburbs doing? I heard business was okay in the second half of the year, Lin Qingji explained. A few days ago, I heard from Akin that some foreign companies delayed their payments, so the last quarter's accounts haven't been settled yet. Oh? Cheng Huancheng asked, so the last quarter's money hasn't come in? And next March, they'll only get the first quarters. Lin Qingji replied, usually, the first quarter is settled at the beginning of the fourth month, and the last quarter of the previous year is settled in January. But this year, there have been continuous blizzards over there, lots of places shut down, and the process has been delayed. Plus, their efficiency is always low, so the last quarter might not be settled until February. Cheng Huancheng couldn't help but guess, maybe after moving out, his expenses shot up and he's feeling the pinch? I doubt it, Lin Qingji smiled. For a high-income, stable family, unless they're spending recklessly, expenses shouldn't be a problem. Cheng Huancheng was still suspicious and guessed wildly. People say the only things that worry a man are women and money. Could it be my second brother's being pestered by another woman? Lin Qingji couldn't help but laugh, giving him a fond look. How should I put this? Do you have too much confidence in your second brother, or not enough? Huh? Cheng Huancheng was amused and explained, I have a lot of confidence in his looks and personal charm. So you don't have confidence in his self-control and sense of family responsibility? Lin Qingji teased. Cheng Huancheng shook his head, no way. No one in our family is the type to be easily tempted. Our sense of family responsibility is as heavy as a mountain, no one could shake that. Their parents had always led by example, teaching them what responsibility meant, what family responsibility meant. They'd grown up in such a warm, loving family atmosphere, surrounded by good influences. There was no way they'd ever betray their family or their loved ones. Lin Qingji smiled gently and said, then you guessed wrong. Your second brother has probably run into some trouble, and it's not easy to solve. Cheng Huancheng finally got serious and nodded. Probably. I'll ask him about it later when there aren't so many people around. Lin Qingji said warmly, "You've been abroad these past 2 years and haven't been home much. Maybe you've neglected your family a bit. Since you're back this time, take the chance to check in on everyone." "Can't help it." Cheng Huanchong glanced at him and said quietly, "Someone's already taken a piece of my heart, so there's less left for everyone else." Lin Qingji laughed out loud. In traditional customs, no matter how grand or lively the occasion, a delicious banquet is always essential. A festival without food and drink just can't be truly joyful. For any family event, whether it's a celebration or a mourning, it always revolves around a good meal. The big kitchen at Xian Garden had been bustling since yesterday, and Lin Qingji's 2 personal chefs had come over early in the morning to help out. After taking photos, everyone cheerfully got into their cars and headed to Xian Garden for the feast. Shui Yang was yawning as he drove, his gaze wandering and his mind elsewhere. Now that Xiao Shuang and his second son were both in kindergarten, only the 2 youngest still needed to be taken out. With grandparents and uncles and aunts around, the 2 little rascals didn't even want their parents anymore. They clung to their grandparents, begging to be held, and rode in the biggest family van. Wang Xiaoxiao was delighted to be free, humming a tune as she sat in the passenger seat. "Honey, look. That electric car is so cute." Shui Yang replied absent-mindedly, Oh, yeah, it's pretty cute." Wang Xiaoxiao thought for a moment and said, "The 3rd and 4th kids will be starting kindergarten soon too. Maybe we'll need to buy another big car then." Shui Yang responded half-heartedly, "We'll see when the time comes. We don't need it yet. No rush." Looking at the extended luxury car ahead, Wang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but ask, "What kind of car is that white one that the 3rd and Qingxiao are riding in? Is it expensive?" Shui Yang was so startled he nearly hit the brakes, hurriedly explaining, "We can't buy that. It's way too expensive." "Why are you so nervous?" Wang Xiaoxiao looked at him suspiciously. "What's the matter?" "I was just asking, not saying we should buy one. It looks super expensive anyway, probably out of our league." Shui Yang rolled his eyes at her and replied awkwardly, "It's not probably, it's definitely out of our league. That's a limited edition Rolls-Royce. Most rich people can't buy one, even if they want to. I heard only super VIPs can even place an order. As for the price, you can imagine." Wang Xiaoxiao didn't know much about luxury cars and had never paid attention to them. "Is it like tens of millions?" "No way, right?" Shui Yang shook his head. "No way, it's just tens of millions. So far, there's only one in the whole capital, and only Qingxiao could get it. That thing is priced in the hundreds of millions. Tens of millions wouldn't even come close." Wang Xiaoxiao. She was stunned for a while, then could only murmur in amazement. The way rich people spend money is just unimaginable for ordinary folks. Shui Yang chuckled and explained, "Their family fortune is in the billions, so of course they can afford a car worth hundreds of millions. It's only us ordinary people who see houses and cars as measures of wealth. For the truly rich, a house is just a temporary stop, a car just a way to get around. Look at Qing, wherever the scenery is best and the weather most pleasant in spring, he has a villa or a holiday home there. He's got properties all over the world, always has a place to stay and people to serve him, never needs to stay in unsafe, unsanitary hotels. That's living. We're just surviving. One word apart, worlds of difference." Wang Xiaoxiao laughed softly, right? "There's a huge gap between surviving and truly living." Shui Yang narrowed his eyes and let out a long sigh. Some people work hard for half their lives, sacrificing their dreams and youth, and still might not achieve the life they want. Even if they try their best and get support from their parents and elders, success isn't guaranteed. People say, "You graduated from a good university, you're different." But honestly, it took their family generations of effort. How could you catch up with just 10 years of study? The gap is too big, it's not something you can just bridge. Wang Xiaoxiao didn't notice his unusual mood and said with a smile, "We don't think like that. Their family has worked hard for generations, so it's fine if we can't catch up. But if each generation works harder than the last, we'll gradually get better too, and eventually live the life we want." Shui Yang snorted, "Depends on the situation. My parents seem to have saved up quite a bit, but once it's divided among us, each only gets a quarter. If we have the ability to grow it, we won't let down the foundation they gave us. But if not, we'll just end up living off what they left. No way, Wang Xiaoxiao said. Each of you has your own career. Sooner or later, you'll surpass your parents. Yeah, right? Shui Yang gave a bitter laugh. Maybe the others can, but I definitely can't. The third and fourth are making money with their own skills. They started with little and are earning a lot. Big brother took over the pharmaceutical group, has more shares, so he earns and gets more. I'm the only one messing around. In the end, I might end up with nothing. Wang Xiaoxiao asked suspiciously, "What's wrong? Why are you suddenly so gloomy? When did you ever mess around?" Starting your own business isn't messing around. No, Shui Yang forced a laugh. I just got a little emotional, that's all. Wang Xiaoxiao didn't take it to heart. She sighed, actually, I'm already very satisfied with our life now. The kids are growing up healthy every day, you're working hard, and I take care of the house and manage your properties. We don't need extreme wealth, just peace and stability, that's enough. Yeah, Shui Yang replied absent-mindedly, we're almost home. The three elders were waiting at home, and Ahu's family arrived soon after. Shui Heng and Qing Tianfang, along with Shui Huan and his wife, each held a bouquet of fresh flowers at the door, laughing and offering congratulations. Taitu. Zheng Xiaoi called out, where's Auntie? Qin Xinji smiled, Mom's in the kitchen making Buddha jumps over the wall. She told me to help bring it over in about 10 minutes. Zheng Xiaoi laughed, then I'll go help Auntie. Duo and his wife are still in Rongqing, but they said they'll video chat later to thank Ran and personally. They also asked me to buy gifts, Qin Xinji explained. Shui Xian called out warmly, Sister Xiaoi. Uncle Huan. Shui Huan patted her on the head and said kindly, you're looking well lately, much better. Thank you, Uncle Huan. Shui Xian replied sweetly, the tonic you gave me tastes great. I drink 2 bottles a day, morning and night, and I feel like I sleep better and have more energy. Shui Huan nodded, his doctor's instincts kicking in. Remember, try not to stay up late. Even if you can't help it, be in bed before midnight. Staying up late is really bad for your health. Okay, Shui Xian agreed obediently. Shui Huan smiled at Qin Xinji, Taitu, I'll count on you to keep an eye on her. Brother-in-law, I know, Qin Xinji glanced tenderly at his young wife. She's been good lately, not staying up till 1 or 2 anymore, and taking her medicine on time. Shui Huan nodded in satisfaction. That's good. By the way, where's the groom? He just came in, Qin Xinji looked around. He's probably in the living room. Shui Huan started walking inside. All right, let's go in too. Actually, Cheng Huanran had dragged Shui Yang off to a corner. Are there more pitfalls waiting for you? Just look at yourself. You're starting to look like a zombie. Shui Yang looked miserable and muttered, is it really that obvious? Do I really look that bad? Cheng Huanran scoffed, your eyes are lifeless, you've stayed up so late your eyes are bloodshot, and your face is pale with a sickly yellow tinge, you look awful. Good thing Mom and Dad were busy playing with the kids just now and didn't notice you. Otherwise, they'd be the ones grilling you right now. I'll just say I caught a cold. Shui Yang reminded him, you have to say you prescribed me some medicine and back me up that it's a stomach flu. I'll say I've had diarrhea for 2 or 3 days, but I'm feeling better after taking the meds, and I should be fine in a day or 2. But Cheng Huanran didn't seem keen to go along with the plan. He asked, is your problem really that easy to fix? Can you actually handle it? On the surface, they both seemed pretty independent, but in reality, they relied heavily on their parents and liked to discuss everything with them. But this time, Shui Yang's issue was clearly no small matter. They couldn't keep hiding it from their parents forever. Besides, the problem wasn't even resolved yet. Maybe their parents could actually help. Hearing this, Shui Yang looked utterly dejected and said in a low voice, that bastard Lao Zhao didn't just dig one pit for us. The company's accounts are a total mess. After sorting through some of them, we found out he'd been embezzling a lot of money by cooking the books. And on top of that, he secretly took out a loan in the company's name, over 30 million. What? Cheng Huanran demanded, how could something this big happen without any of you knowing? Were you not even going to work? Or were you just daydreaming and slacking off the whole time? If you don't keep your guard up, if you don't watch out for others, you're bound to suffer a huge loss sooner or later. And look, they didn't even have to wait. Here was the huge loss, and the worst kind at that. Shui Yang sighed and explained. He said before that he wanted to expand our live streaming platform and needed a big chunk of money. He suggested we try applying for a loan, and if that didn't work, we'd figure something else out. Xiaojin and I both supported the platform, so we agreed right away. He handled the loan paperwork, and we cooperated. Later, he said the bank wouldn't approve it because our transaction records weren't high enough. They wouldn't grant that much money at once. He said he'd try talking to other banks' loan officers and not to give up yet. He's always managed the finances, so we didn't suspect anything. Who knew the loan had already been approved, and before the money even warmed up in our account, he quietly transferred it out the next day. Lao Zhao was his senior from training, and Xiaojin was his best buddy. The three of them started the business together and went through all sorts of hardships side by side. That's why both he and Xiaojin trusted Lao Zhao completely. It wasn't until everything blew up that they realized, far too late, that their brother had stabbed them in the back. And their reaction time was embarrassingly slow. You didn't notice anything? Cheng Huanran couldn't help but question. The accountant and the finance manager were in cahoots, and you didn't realize. That can't have happened overnight. You didn't pick up on a single clue? Are you guys really that slow? Shui Yang looked embarrassed and said quietly, "It's not that we didn't notice. At first, we just thought he was fooling around, couldn't control himself." Xiaojin warned him, but he immediately argued that they were just working late together, nothing inappropriate. I talked to him too, but since we'd been brothers for so many years, I just helped cover for him and never thought to worry about work. Careless. Cheng Huanran scolded, "You were all too careless. The ancients lost Jingzhou because of carelessness, and you guys are about to lose the whole company, years of hard work, because of it." Shui Yang's eyes reddened as he stammered, "Yeah. It's all our fault for not being careful enough. Lao Zhao ran off abroad with that woman. Unless we call the police, there's no way we'll catch him." "You haven't called the police yet?" Cheng Huanran frowned. Shui Yang shook his head. "Xiaojin won't let me. He's worried his sister can't handle it. She's his only sister, and they're really close." "Call the police," Cheng Huanran said firmly. "Let the police help keep it from his sister. If the company goes under, it's not just you and Xiaojin who lose out, it's all the employees. You can't let one person's feelings cause even greater losses. If you're still letting emotions get in the way at a time like this, you're really hopeless." Shui Yang closed his eyes and leaned against a pillar, murmuring, "I'm just so disappointed in him." Losing money is one thing, but what hurts more is losing all those years of brotherhood. It's a pain deeper than heartbreak. Cheng Huanran knew how tough it had been for the three of them to start the business, how they'd gritted their teeth and stuck together through thick and thin. Their bond was truly deep, they'd been through so much together. Feelings are feelings, business is business. You can't mix the two right now. He's already betrayed you, what's the point in talking about brotherhood? Call the police and try to recover whatever you can. It's no use. Shui Yang ran a frustrated hand through his hair and said quietly, "The company's deep in debt. Unless we pour in 200 or 300 million, pay off the factory processing fees, and slowly pay back the loans, we can't even keep the company running at the most basic level." "Don't panic," Cheng Huanran said. "The company's been running for years, the basic structure is solid. It won't fall apart that easily. If you're short on capital and need to turn things around fast, you might have to rely on the live streaming model for quicker profits." Shui Yang explained awkwardly, "That's a lot of money. Unless I sell my properties, I can't just come up with 200 or 300 million overnight." "You're not at rock bottom yet. No need to sell your properties," Cheng Huanran said. "I don't have that much spare cash myself. Why don't you ask third brother? He barely spends any of his money. His entertainment company is making a killing at year-end." Shui Yang raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Third brother? All right, I'll ask him later." Cheng Huanran couldn't help but offer more advice. "His entertainment company made a star out of a young actress this year. I hear she's got great resources." Have third brother ask some of his artists to help you sell products through live streams. Your business will skyrocket. Fourth sister's company is great at new media marketing. You should ask her too. Shui Yang's eyes lit up and he broke into a smile. Right? How could I forget? I've got so many people at home who can help. Cheng Huanran glared at him and said, we're family. If something happens to you, you think the rest of us would just stand by and do nothing? It's understandable not to tell mom and dad so they don't worry, but what's the point of hiding from the rest of us? You think you can handle this all by yourself? If you could, you wouldn't look like a zombie right now. Yeah. Shui Yang nodded. I was so caught up in feeling bad I messed up my head. What's the point of being pessimistic? I need to get moving and solve the problem. Cheng Huanran reminded him again. Also, little Tiger can probably help too. He's bounced back in the second half of the year, and he's got money and a few esports stars who are as popular as celebrities. All right. Shui Yang hugged him excitedly and laughed. You really are the coolest big bro. Thanks. With that, he dashed off, shouting, Third brother. Third brother. After lunch, everyone gathered in the living room to drink tea and chat. The younger folks who needed to return to work said their goodbyes and left one after another. Both children needed their afternoon nap, so Wang Xiaoxiao couldn't stay much longer and urged Shui Yang to hurry up and get ready to leave. But Shui Yang was busy flitting about, chatting with Cheng Huanchong one moment, looking for little Tiger the next, and then seeking out old fourth. Wang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but tease, what's up with him? He looks even busier than the groom himself. How about letting the kids nap in their old room? Shui Ling suggested. If you leave now, they'll probably end up sleeping in the car. There's no heater outside, and the temperature swings aren't good for kids who are sleeping deeply. Let them finish their nap here, have some snacks, and then head home in time for their older siblings to get out of school. Wang Xiaoxiao had no choice but to take the kids for their nap. Qing Tianyuan glanced over at Shui Yang and old fourth, frowning. What's up with second? He looks terrible. Beside him, Shui's father whispered worriedly, I noticed too. He's not just lost weight, he looks awful. It's probably just the year-end rush, Cheng Huanran said lightly, his eyes flickering. He always has to pull all-nighters at the end of the year. Once the busy season is over and he gets some rest and good food, he'll bounce back in no time. Everyone else nodded in agreement. Shui Ling glanced at her second son, but didn't say anything, turning back to chat with Zhua Chun. Sister Chun, how's Xiao Tong doing lately? They keep in touch with you often, right? Zhua Chun smiled. We video chat every other day, and she sends me voice messages from time to time. Xiao Tong is really happy being back with her family. She's even gained 5 pounds recently. Her in-laws took them to her uncle's for a barbecue, fishing, and digging up sweet potatoes. There's something new and fun every day. Duo sends me videos now and then. They all look so cheerful. Shui Ling finally felt at ease and said softly, I'm so glad Xiao Tong was able to get through her rough patch. It's all thanks to your kindness and understanding. Madam, don't say that, Zhua Chun interrupted with a gentle smile. I'm the elder, but there's not much I can do for her. Other than cooking and helping with the kids, I'm not much help. Really, it's thanks to you for talking to her, otherwise, she might not have realized what the real problem was. Shui Ling chuckled. Young people get confused and lost sometimes. It's perfectly normal. If we give them a little guidance and a little patience, they'll get through it. Once she's been through more, she'll naturally learn to rely on herself. Thank you, madam. Zhua Chun patted her hand, then glanced meaningfully at Shui Xian, not far away, and lowered her voice. Xian's health has been getting better and better lately. She looks so much more energetic and her complexion is much improved. I heard from Xiang that you asked Mr. Jilan and Ahuan to help her recuperate. Shui Ling laughed. She never takes care of herself, so that's my failing as a mother. Don't thank me, or I'll feel embarrassed. Nonsense, Zhua Chun replied gently. You've raised all your children so well. Xian is just still young, and her job forces her to stay up late. Now that she's learned to balance work and her health, I can finally stop worrying. Shui Ling apologized softly, you're always worrying about them. Xiaotong had you worried for ages, and now that she and her husband are finally doing well and have adjusted their careers, it's Xian's turn to trouble you. It's nothing, really, Zhuo smiled and shook her head. They're my precious girls. As long as they're happy and healthy, I'm satisfied. Xueling knew how much she doted on her two daughters-in-law, but she couldn't help but remind her again. Sister Chun, don't spoil Xian too much. She's not like Xiaotong. Xiaotong is your daughter-in-law, so it's fine to dote on her. But Xian grew up with you. She knows exactly how to play you. If you spoil her too much, she'll get up to all sorts of mischief. Zhuo Chun's eyes crinkled with affection. It's fine. She knows her limits. No, Xueling shook her head. She has no limits with you and Taitu. Otherwise, she wouldn't act out like this. These days, she just lazes around at home, eating and doing nothing, and you all let her. She's almost old enough to be a mother herself, but she still doesn't know the first thing about running a household or doing chores. Don't do everything for her, let her learn to be more independent. She'd even heard that Sister Chun squeezed Xian's toothpaste for her in advance, prepared warm water for her to wash her face, and even handed her the facial cleanser. You can't keep treating her like a little girl. You'll spoil her rotten. Let her learn to cook, at least make some simple dishes for herself. She can't just keep coming home to mooch off her parents forever, relying on her mother-in-law to cook. Zhuo Chun laughed. Madam, since when did you get so stingy? How can you call it mooching when a daughter comes home to eat? It counts, Xueling said seriously. Right now she's young, and the house is still run by her parents. She can come and go as she pleases, eat whatever she wants, take whatever she likes. But when we're old and not in charge anymore, her brothers and sisters-in-law, or even nieces and nephews, will be running the house. Will she really feel comfortable coming home every day to eat for free? Even if her sisters-in-law are generous, her nieces-in-law might not be. The further the relationship, the more distant people become. Who's going to tolerate an old spinster hanging around her parents' house for free meals? Zhuo Chun looked a bit troubled and said quietly, no need to worry, Taitu can afford to hire a chef. There's no reason for her delicate hands to get greasy in the kitchen. Besides, there aren't many people at home, and they're often out, so there's no need to hire a chef or a maid. She patted her own arm. I'm still strong enough to handle things. I don't get tired, so it's no trouble for me to do everything. The young people are busy and under a lot of pressure at work. I can't help them with that. I don't even understand what they do. They're out there doing big things. I'll just take care of the little things at home. Besides, she's tired enough from work. How can I ask her to do chores when she gets home? Xueling didn't know whether to laugh or cry. See, it's exactly this attitude of yours. That's why she's getting more and more spoiled. Madam, really, it's fine, Zhuo Chun said sincerely. Xian grew up with my love, and I want to keep doting on her. Even if I can't do it anymore, Taitu can still hire help. Unless we absolutely can't manage, we'd never let her do the dirty work. Xueling couldn't help but ask, making a little something to eat isn't exactly dirty or hard work, is it? Sister Chun, isn't it good for her to learn a few more skills? She can't rely on others forever, can she? If she can't mooch off you, she just orders takeout, never even thinks of cooking for herself. It really worries me. It's all our fault for spoiling her so much when she was little. Zhuo Chun covered her mouth, laughing. Madam, do real rich girls ever need to make ginger soup with their own hands? She doesn't have to do it, Xueling insisted, but she has to know how. Zhuo Chun couldn't help but find it amusing and whispered, Madam, if there's no need for her to do chores, why bother learning? Xiaoxin has been pampered since she was little, both Taitu and I couldn't bear to make her work. Xueling shook her head. If you don't plan for the future, you'll soon have worries. She's the youngest in the family and the only girl, so of course all the adults spoil her. Yuan's the same, strict with his sons, but never with his daughter. Growing up, we always had help at home, so she never had to do any housework. She doesn't know how, and neither do her brothers, really. When the kids were just growing up, the family's finances started to take off. Xueling was busy day and night, and Yuan spent most of his time taking care of the elders and the children. Most of the housework was left to Jua-chun and hired help. Later, when the whole family moved to Xinyuan, the place was even bigger, and the elders were getting on in years. So they hired a chef for the meals, a gardener for the grounds, and a housekeeping company for all the cleaning and maintenance. The kids never had to lift a finger around the house, not even their clothes, which were always washed and ironed by someone else. The two eldest boys were a bit better when they went to college, since they lived on campus and had to learn to manage their own lives, doing laundry, cooking simple noodles. They weren't exactly experts, but at least they could live independently. The third and fourth kids weren't so capable, especially the youngest. When she was at university, she was supposed to live on campus, but in reality, Taitu would always pick her up to stay off campus, where a nanny cooked, cleaned, and did her laundry. She was so spoiled she didn't know how to do any chores at all. The third child barely passed. He could do his own laundry and clean, but couldn't cook. That's because they don't need to, Jua-chun chuckled softly. They have more important things to do, no point wasting time on trivial, unskilled chores. Madam, everyone has their own specialty. People like me, who don't have any special skills, can only manage housework and cooking. Their time is precious, it shouldn't be wasted on these little things, and they shouldn't compete with ordinary folks like us for chores. Otherwise, we'd lose our only chance to realize our own value. But Shui Ling didn't agree. She said quietly, she should still learn a bit. She's a bit too spoiled. If she does more housework, she'll understand how hard you work and how tough it is. Only when she learns to appreciate her elders' efforts will she truly be grown up. Seeing how serious Shui Ling was, Jua-chun had to take it seriously too. In that case, madam, I'll try to get her to help out a bit. No rush, we'll take it slow. When she has time on the weekends, I'll ask her to cook with me. She's smart. If she watches and tries a few times, she'll pick it up quickly. But Shui Ling wasn't so confident in her daughter. She couldn't help but laugh. Just make sure you keep an eye on her, otherwise your kitchen might not survive. Her daughter was naturally a bit mischievous and liked to rely on others. With that kind of personality, it was easy to get distracted and even cause trouble. The only reason her daughter's studio eventually became a well-known new media company was because Taitu was always there to advise her, find her the best marketing and management teams. Otherwise, she could never have managed it alone. Her daughter was capable, but her emotional intelligence was sorely lacking. Jua-chun laughed and waved it off. It won't be that bad. Just be careful, Shui Ling said calmly. No one knows a daughter better than her mother. I gave birth to her, I should know her best. Jua-chun couldn't help but tease, madam. If you say that, Taitu might get jealous. Both women burst out laughing. That afternoon, Shui Yang drafted a preliminary plan and snuck off to share it with his eldest brother. Big brother, fourth sis, is willing to lend me her marketing team to help design the best live streaming plan for our company. We all think live streaming is a promising new industry with huge potential. Shuhu was really generous. He said he'd lend me money too, and even asked me to find 2 or 3 sets of good sportswear. Next month, when his team competes, they'll wear them and help promote us for free. He'll even get his best-looking team member to shoot an ad for me. Cheng Wanran couldn't help but ask, what about third bro? Did you talk to him? Shui Yang sighed. I barely got a few words in before he and a Ching rushed off, saying they had something urgent to deal with. But when I mentioned I needed money, he immediately said he'd guessed as much and told me to send him my account number and let him know how much I need. So that's sorted then? Ching Huanran shot him a look. If you need to call the police, do it right away. Don't give up on a company you've worked so hard to build unless it's the last resort. The money's gone, but the company's still intact, no need to panic. If you need help, anyone in our family can lend a hand. Once you get through this, just pay them back slowly. Shui Yang nodded. Yeah, right now it's just a cash flow problem. Nothing else is too serious. I'm going to focus on live streaming next. Get the core team together before the holidays, work overtime if needed. I'm not taking time off for New Year's. I have to make sure every cent of the borrowed money is used wisely and watch every step myself. I can't afford any mistakes. All right, Cheng Huanran reminded him, your target market is young people. During the spring festival, they'll have money to spend. See if you can grab some traffic and make a profit while you're at it. Shui Yang breathed a sigh of relief and said quietly, I'll do my best. Once third bro and Xiaohu's money comes through, I'll pay off the debts and the first loan installment, and that'll take care of the biggest pressure for now. Then I can focus all my energy and money on live streaming. Go for it, Cheng Huanran encouraged him. Every crisis hides an opportunity. If you can get through this, you'll have a chance to start over. Thanks, big brother, Shui Yang murmured gratefully. Thank you. Cheng Huanran punched him lightly in the chest and scolded with a smile, We're brothers, no need to be so polite. If anything happens, big or small, don't keep it to yourself. Talk to mom and dad, talk to your siblings. Mom and dad worked so hard to raise us so we could help each other. That's what brothers are for, to lend a hand when it counts. I was just too disappointed, too upset, Shui Yang said with a bitter smile. I haven't slept for nights, my mind's a mess, I feel like I'm about to break down. I can't even think straight anymore. Luckily you reminded me, otherwise, with my brain right now, I'd just be waiting for the end. Cheng Huanran gave him a look and said quietly, Send your account number to third bro and Xiaohu, then go sleep in the guest room. Once you've caught up on sleep, you'll feel better. All right. That night, after a whole day of lively activity, Xian Garden returned to its usual tranquility. Changing into his pajamas, Cheng Tianyuan saw Shui Ling lazily scrolling through her phone, propped up against the pillows and quilt. He couldn't help but ask, What did Xiao say? Shui Ling replied, She said the second one has been really busy lately, out early, back late, often clutching his phone late into the night, sometimes even staying up till dawn. He says it's because the company is swamped at year-end, and some accounts haven't been reconciled yet, so he's helping out. After taking a nap this afternoon, he seemed in better spirits on the way back, joking and chatting, and his complexion looked a bit better too. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. Sounds like he really is just too busy. Let him be. Shui Ling chuckled. They're not kids anymore, no need to keep such a close eye on them. Even if they make mistakes, let them stumble and learn a few times. It's not like anything disastrous will happen. No one knows their children better than a father. Cheng Tianyuan had a lot of faith in his kids. They all have their heads screwed on straight. They won't get into real trouble. Shui Ling reminded him with a smile, Good people aren't guaranteed a smooth life. Good people don't always meet good people. But they're all grown up now, there's really no need for us to worry so much. Cheng Tianyuan yawned and explained, It's just that he seemed so off, especially that pale face. He looked so bad I could hardly bear to look. It's probably nothing serious, Shui Ling said, still scrolling through her phone. Cheng Tianyuan got under the covers and lay down, closing his eyes to sleep. Shui Ling snuggled over, resting her head against his. San just messaged Xing has to go on a last-minute business trip, and it happens to be to an country. He's asking if we want to head south together tomorrow. Cheng Tianyuan opened his eyes. Isn't that a bit rushed? We can pack in the morning, it should be fine, Shui Ling explained. The passports are all sorted. Over there, it's summer all year round, so we don't need to bring much, just a few sets of short sleeves to change into. Xing's housekeeper has already prepared everything, waiting for us to arrive in a week. We can travel light, everything we need is there. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment. What did the others say in the group chat? Shui Ling replied, No one's asleep yet, they're all popping up to discuss. Eldest said he's on wedding leave, and the group is on holiday too, so he and Anin can leave anytime. Anin said it's expensive to fly the plane back and forth, so it's better for everyone to go together. What about the others? Cheng Tianyuan asked. Shui Ling laughed. Fourth said she still has to work overtime for 3 more days, 2 videos left to finish. She's always the slowest. She knew we were going on vacation. Why couldn't she prepare earlier? Her procrastination is getting hopeless. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. With so many people, it's impossible for everyone to agree all the time. We'll stick to the usual principle, majority rules, go with what most people want. With a big family, so many people inside and out, it was impossible to get everyone on the same page. In the end, The most democratic principle was the only solution. And what is democracy? It's following the will and interests of the majority, with the minority yielding to the majority. Xueling explained. Xinji said he'll be busy for a few more days. He told us to go ahead with the Qing and the others, and he and Sister Chun will fly business class down to meet us later. Everything's ready over there. Someone and a car will pick us up at the airport. Qing Tianyuan said, that works. Hu and Wang Qing should be able to get ready too. Xiao Huzi and Xiao Yun probably still have work, so they can fly over later. Xiao Hu and Minnie who are already on break, so the older and younger ones can go first. Xueling agreed. I'll let Hu know so they can start packing first thing tomorrow. Qing Tianyuan suddenly remembered their second son's family, who had moved out. Will they be able to join us? Xueling replied. Second said he has to work overtime during the new year, so he can't go. Xiao and the kids can come with us. Anyway, Xiao Shuang and the others' kindergarten break starts the day after tomorrow, so a day or two doesn't make a difference. Cheng Tianyuan asked with concern, what about Xiao's parents? Aren't they still here? Should we invite them to come along? Xueling quickly explained. Her mother's mother fell ill, so they rushed home 2 days ago. Xiao mentioned it today. Her grandma suddenly got sick, and her parents were so worried they booked the earliest flight back. I see. Qing Tianyuan asked, is her grandma okay? Xueling shook her head. Still in the hospital, no news yet. Qing Tianyuan reminded her, since Second has to work overtime, and he's always a bit scatterbrained, he definitely won't have time for Xiao and the kids. With the nannies going home for the new year, how can Xiao handle 4 kids alone? If we leave tomorrow, we have to make sure she can manage and help out on the way. Xiao said packing won't be a problem, Xueling said, looking at her phone. She said she can get it done in a morning, and the nannies are still around. San said the flight's tomorrow, so there's a whole day to get ready, no need to panic. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. Then it's settled. We'll handle the elders here, then pick up Xiao and the kids. Xueling agreed. Cheng Tianyuan added quietly, a Fong and a Hung aren't on break yet. They said they'll fly over to join us if they get time, but the exact timing isn't set. They have to coordinate with Huan and his wife, take turns on duty and on leave. Of course, Xueling said. The nursing home is so big and many patients can't go home for the new year. The leadership can't all take leave at the same time. After everything was settled, everyone hurriedly packed the next morning and set off around 10 p.m., arriving at the seaside airport just before dawn. On the plane, they watched a stunningly beautiful sunrise over the sea. Except for a few kids sleeping soundly, everyone else was treated to a feast for the eyes and couldn't stop praising it. Hu had already taken off his coat, down to just a thin shirt. It's getting hotter the farther we fly. I already want to change into short sleeves before we even land. Wang Qing glanced at him with a laugh. Who was it shivering in a down jacket before we boarded? Heh. Hu muttered. Can't help it, the wind at the airport was fierce. I almost got blown away. Xue's parents also started taking off their light jackets, laughing and saying they wanted to change into short sleeves. Xue Zhilian was already planning to sunbathe on the beach that afternoon, saying his youngest son had bought him several pairs of swim trunks. Cheng Tianyuan hurried to stop them, reminding, it's windy by the sea, and it's still early morning, the temperature is still low. Put your jackets back on, Xueling said, half laughing, half exasperated. I don't even dare take off my windbreaker. Spare a thought for the younger one's worries. The elders burst out laughing. Lin Qingji had the attendants bring everyone some hot snacks, thoughtfully saying, there's an elevator at this airport. It'll be ready soon. Grandpa and Uncle won't have to use the stairs, and Aunt Wang Qing won't have any trouble going down either. Oh, that's great. So thoughtful. Let's eat while we wait, just in time, we're all hungry. At that moment, Cheng Huanran, who was looking at his phone, suddenly changed expression. Hey, have you all turned your phones on yet? Nope. Cheng Huanchong pulled out his phone and yawned. I fell asleep as soon as we boarded the plane, and just now I was busy watching the sunrise. Same here. There's no signal, my phone's basically useless. I just tossed it aside and ignored it. Cheng Huanran quickly reminded them, "Hey, everyone, check the news from the capital." Lin Qingji noticed his odd expression and frowned slightly. "Ranji, what's wrong?" Kong'an, seeing her newlywed husband so tense, instinctively felt something bad had happened. She pulled off the thin blanket on her legs and scooted over. Cheng Huanran lowered his voice, frowning. Something might have happened in the capital. There was a news report yesterday afternoon. A young couple suddenly started vomiting blood and collapsed while shopping at a mall. There were a lot of people around, and someone even filmed a video. The paramedics rushed them to the hospital, and a few hours later, the hospital was sealed off. No one allowed in or out. And then, Kong'an asked, puzzled, "Is it that serious?" The whole hospital got locked down. Cheng Huanchong quickly unlocked his phone. "Which hospital? What happened?" Lin Qingji was a bit calmer and quickly guessed, "It's probably an infectious disease, right? Highly contagious." Cheng Huanran lowered his voice even further. "A few of us close colleagues have a small group chat, and we usually chat there. Just now, an old colleague said all the hospital's senior staff and department heads were called into a meeting. Everyone inside is panicking, no one knows what to do. The preliminary suspicion is a highly fatal pneumonia-type infectious disease. It had an outbreak abroad before, killed a lot of people. And those 2 patients had just returned from an outbreak area 3 days ago. Their symptoms and the virus strain are almost identical." "No way." Cheng Huanchong frowned. "What happened to those 2? The fatality rate is high?" "How high?" Kong'an, hearing it was a type of pneumonia, guessed, "It must be really contagious, right? Otherwise the hospital wouldn't be this scared." Cheng Huanran nodded slightly, speaking quietly, "It spreads extremely fast, airborne transmission. The fatality rate is indeed high. People with strong immune systems will still suffer, but for those with weak immunity, more than 1 in 10 die." At first, the patients were sent to 3rd hospital, but the ER doctors there couldn't handle it, so they were transferred to the People's Hospital and immediately put into the ICU. Both of their conditions are very grim right now. "Damn," Cheng Huanchong exclaimed. "That high?" Lin Qingji frowned. "Is there any specific treatment? Is it curable?" "No," Cheng Huanran replied. "This disease has been spreading in poorer countries for a while, but they don't have basic medical infrastructure or pharmaceutical research, so the death rate is extremely high. Developing medicine takes a long time. It can't be solved overnight. We don't have any specific drugs for this disease in our country either. Whether it can be treated is still a big question mark. It depends on how things develop." Cheng Huancheng forced a smile. "No wonder they locked down the hospital. Who knows how many people inside have already been infected." "Exactly," Cheng Huanran explained. "They're sealing it off for now to prevent more sources of infection. The ER doctors and nurses at 3rd hospital have all been quarantined, and even those who were off duty were urgently called back." Lin Qingji couldn't help but ask, "What about before they got sick? Didn't they infect anyone else? Could they spread it before showing symptoms? They collapsed in a mall, and that's a crowded place." Cheng Huanran frowned. "Yes, that's why the hospital leadership is taking it so seriously. One of my colleagues happened to be on duty there. The patient's family said they'd been traveling abroad for over a month, and after coming back, they rested for a day, then went out with friends. In the past 2 or 3 days, they've been to all sorts of busy places, KTVs, big malls, gaming centers, fancy restaurants. My colleague was so scared her face went white and her legs were shaking. It's the end of the year. Everywhere is packed with people. Who knows how many have already been infected?" Everyone's faces darkened as they listened, a sense of dread settling over them. Xueling was helping the 3 elders with snacks, then turned to the wheelchair-bound Wang Qing to introduce the pastries in her hand. Who was happily eating and called out, "Hey, you guys, come eat. These pastries just came out of the oven, best when they're hot." The others turned around one after another, responding absent-mindedly. "We're not hungry, you go ahead. We'll eat in a bit." Cheng Tianyuan helped Xue Zhilian send a message to their family group chat to let their sons and daughters-in-law know they were safe, then led the elders over for some pastries. The 3 elders were excited, planning to rest in the morning, sunbathe by the sea in the afternoon, and have steamed grouper for dinner. All right, Xue Ling said indulgently, laughing. We'll do whatever you want. Cheng Tianyuan explained. Xing said he's hired a local chef and a chef from back home, so we can have Chinese food whenever we want, no need to worry at all. Who laughed? Last time we came for Taitu's wedding, everyone agreed the steamed grouper was amazing. The texture, the taste, absolutely perfect. Agreed, Wang Qing chimed in. I thought it was delicious too. Xue Ling quickly arranged things. The housekeeper is waiting downstairs, whatever you want to eat, just ask her. Who asked curiously, does the housekeeper speak our language? She's a Chinese descendant, Xue Ling explained. Not only does she speak Mandarin, she also speaks Minnan dialect. Taitu said he specifically considered that when hiring her, even gave her a 30% pay raise to keep her. We'll be relying on her for the next couple of months. How old is she? Xue Mama asked curiously. Doesn't she have her own family? Staying at someone else's house every day as a housekeeper. Xue Ling shook her head. She's not married yet. I heard she's in her 40s, a very capable and confident Asian woman. Still not married in her 40s? Xue Mama exclaimed. Do people here all marry late? Doesn't seem like it. Xue Ling smiled and explained. Taitu said the locals tend to marry young, but Chinese descendants usually marry late. Most of them focus on education and careers, and don't like marrying locals, so a lot of them are still single in their 40s, and even stay single for life. Really? That's so strange. The more capable people are, the less interested they are in starting families. Xue Ling quickly reminded, that's her private business. We shouldn't ask too much or it'll seem rude. Don't worry, we know. Got it. The young people whispered among themselves for a long time, and only when the escalator was ready did they hurriedly come over to help the elders. Xue Ling smiled and asked, what are you all talking about, so secretive? Nothing. Qing Huanran quickly shook his head. We just found a really useful app, and we're showing it to everyone. Xue Ling and the others were too busy being excited to notice anything unusual, and happily disembarked from the plane. Everyone filed off the plane in an orderly line, where Housekeeper Lee was already waiting nearby with over a dozen bodyguards and servants. Housekeeper Lee introduced himself respectfully and warmly, then greeted everyone one by one. He waved for the waiting servants to help with the luggage and invited everyone to board the luxury cars. The seaside airport was very close to Qin Xinji's beachfront villa, just a 10-minute drive away. No wonder this country, with its year-round tropical rainforest climate, was so lush and green. The vibrant trees dazzled the eyes, and the cool, moist sea breeze was intoxicating. The children had watched TV on the plane last night and only fell asleep when they were too tired to stay awake any longer. Each of the young adults carried a child, while the elders chatted and laughed together. Ahu looked a bit embarrassed and asked, Ran, little tiger is getting bigger and heavier. Are you sure he's not too heavy for you? Not at all, Cheng Huanran replied easily, cradling the little one in his arms with a smile. You all sit down, I'll take the front minibus. Xue Ling couldn't help but remind him, Mini Tiger is with your dad. You should sit over here. No, it's fine, Cheng Huanran replied without even turning his head. My phone's with an in. Xue Ling couldn't help but laugh. You can't even be apart for a moment. You two are so lovey-dovey. Wang Qing chuckled. If newlyweds aren't glued together, when will they be? The elders all laughed heartily. Once they arrived at the villa, Housekeeper Lee quickly arranged for everyone to settle in. The children were carried to the kids' room to continue sleeping, while the others went to their respective rooms and quickly changed into summer shorts and t-shirts. After sitting on a plane for several hours, the elders stayed in their rooms to rest. Xiao Xiao went to keep the kids company, leaving only the other young adults gathered by the first-floor pool, each holding a phone and chatting quietly. Big brother, any news? Cheng Huanchong asked with a frown. The hospital's official website is completely silent right now. Cheng Huanran didn't answer, still staring intently at his phone screen. Lin Qingji, sitting nearby, spoke gently to reassure them. For a public incident like this, they can't just release information recklessly. Otherwise, it could cause public panic. That's right, Kong'an said softly. If the virus really is the same as the ones spreading overseas, they need to be extra cautious. The hospital can't make decisions on its own. They have to report to the health authorities and wait for higher-ups to decide. Cheng Huanran said quietly, "My old colleague told me that unless things are really chaotic, it'll take at least 3 days, maybe even a week, to figure things out. Right now, the ER and respiratory departments are sealed off, no one can go in or out freely. Some patients' families are making a fuss at the nurses' station because they can't get in or out, and they're complaining to the management. This isn't a small matter, it's going to take time to sort out. We just have to wait and see." "Who are you contacting?" Kong'an asked. "I'm messaging Uncle Huan," Cheng Huanran replied. "He needs to know about this right away. His nursing home is full of frail patients and elderly people with weak immune systems. If the virus starts spreading, they'll need to be on high alert. There can't be any mistakes, or the consequences will be severe." "Absolutely," Cheng Huancheng said anxiously. "I need to contact second brother and Xiaoxin right away. They're both working overtime in the capital. I have to remind them to be careful." With that, he opened Shui Yang's WeChat. Lin Qingji calmly reminded him, "Tell them to buy more disinfectant alcohol and at least a few hundred masks. Airborne viruses are no joke. They need to isolate as much as possible, and masks can help. Also, unless it's urgent, don't go out and definitely avoid crowded places." Right. Cheng Huancheng decided to call Shui Yang directly, but no one answered. Guessing that Shui Yang was probably busy at work, he called his sister instead. But Shui Xian didn't answer either. Lin Qingji couldn't help but remind him, "It's just after 7 a.m. here, so it's even earlier in the capital. Xiaoxin is probably still asleep. Try Xinji, his phone is always on and never on silent." "Okay," Cheng Huancheng muttered as he tapped his phone. "Fourth is always unreliable. Better to call Iron Head." Soon, Xinji picked up. Cheng Huancheng quickly explained the situation and gave all the necessary reminders. "And remember, don't go anywhere crowded. Stay home if you can." Xinji sounded confused, "But we can't just stop working, can we? There's still a week until the new year, it's the busiest time. How can we not go out?" Cheng Huancheng looked helplessly at his big brother. "I'll handle it," Cheng Huanran said, taking the phone and speaking quietly to Xinji. After a while, he hung up. "I told him to buy a ton of disinfectant alcohol and masks right away, and to wear a mask whenever he goes out or comes in. Also, I told Enchun not to go out and to stay home as much as possible. If they have time, they should stock up on food just in case." Seeing his big brother's grave expression, Cheng Huancheng felt even more uneasy. "Big brother, should we remind Xiaohu and the others too? And what about Xinyuan and Aching? Oh man, there are so many people we need to notify. Let's hold off for now," Kong'an said nervously. "Unless we're sure, spreading this kind of news recklessly could cause public panic, and the police might even get involved." "Agreed," Lin Qingji nodded calmly. "For now, don't say anything in big groups, just remind close family to be careful. I'll have my assistant quietly pass the word along. For now, let's just take precautions quietly." Cheng Huanran gave a wry smile and shook his phone. "Luckily, our little group isn't big, and everyone's a doctor or colleague. If word got out, the police would be at our door in no time. Unless there's an official announcement, we can't just go around spreading rumors. Let's listen to Aching for now until things are confirmed. We just need to be careful and take precautions. If it turns out to be real, we'll be even more careful. If not, then it was just a false alarm and we can all relax. After all, a public health emergency like this is no small matter." Cheng Huancheng rolled his eyes and asked, "When will there be an official announcement?" "No idea," Cheng Huanran replied. "We just have to wait, it shouldn't be too long. Luckily, these past few days our family only went to the Civil Affairs Bureau, then packed up and headed straight to the airport. No one went to any entertainment venues or restaurants." "Wait," Kong'an asked nervously, "the airport? Didn't they say that the couple who got sick flew back to the capital 2 or 3 days ago? Could we have been on the same flight?" Cheng Huanran shook his head. "No, my colleague asked their families. They flew into a small airport on the outskirts. The places they visited were mostly big malls and entertainment centers in the city. Only the patients themselves know exactly where they went, but they're both unconscious now. Once things are confirmed, the police will check everywhere they've been and notify anyone who might have been exposed to get tested. Oh my god, Chung Hwan-chung shuddered. Those are all crowded places. One person tells 10 tell 100. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Kong gently stroked her slightly rounded belly, worry etched across her face. I don't even dare to think about it. Just imagining it for a moment is terrifying. Cheng Huanran stepped forward and pulled her into his arms, speaking softly, "Don't be afraid. I'm sure things will be brought under control soon. We're thousands of miles away, so for now, we don't need to worry about infection." "That's right," Lin Qingji added reassuringly. "The dozens of acres around here all belong to XING. There's no need to worry about outsiders coming close. Plus, this is a private coastal area, no complicated personnel will show up." Cheng Huanchong couldn't help but worry about his sister and second brother, who were still in the capital. He said quietly, "I'll send them a message later and remind them not to let their guard down." Lin Qingji reminded them again, if this situation escalates into a public health crisis, it's best not to let the elders know. They're getting on in years, and worrying could harm their health. Just tell them things that will make them happy, don't let them fret. Everyone nodded in agreement. For the next few days, they accompanied the elders on their seaside vacation, while secretly keeping a close eye on news from the distant capital. They also called family and close friends from time to time, reminding them to be cautious whenever they went out. Cheng Huanran scrolled through news updates, anxiety gnawing at him. The hospital's respiratory ward is still only admitting patients, not releasing any. Dozens of new suspected cases have been brought in. Also, one of that couple has already died. The girl is slowly recovering, but the man, he passed away today. Now they're starting to test everyone who might have come into contact with them, directly or indirectly. The hospital's testing department is in chaos, which could increase the risk of infection, but they have no choice. Cheng Huanchong said worriedly, "Taitu said they can't get tickets to come here yet. It might be a couple more days." Kong couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Xian hasn't been running around, right? What about Yangong? They're still wearing masks, aren't they?" Cheng Huanran nodded and explained, "I remind them every day to wash their hands when they go out, wear masks, and avoid crowded places and group meals. They're working overtime at the end of the year, so they're in contact with a lot of people. I told them to use alcohol spray for disinfection frequently and to stay home as much as possible." Cheng Huanchong frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Xiao Huzi said someone at their club has a fever and a bad cough. He made them go to the hospital, but there's no news yet. I hope it's not some kind of pneumonia outbreak." The group exchanged uneasy glances, all feeling anxious. Lin Qingji said quietly, "If XING and the others can't get tickets, I'll arrange for someone to bring them here." "That's not a good idea," Cheng Huanran shook his head gently. "We don't know if they've been exposed to any cases. We have to wait until they're tested and cleared before bringing them over. They're young and have strong immune systems, even if they're unlucky enough to get infected. As long as they get timely treatment, they'll probably be fine. But we have 3 elderly people here, plus Aunt Wang Qing and Uncle Ahu, who has several underlying conditions. They're all in the high-risk group with low immunity. If Taitu or Xiao Huzi accidentally bring the virus here, the consequences would be unimaginable. I'm a doctor, I know how dangerous these infectious diseases can be. We can't let our concern cloud our judgment. We have to calmly weigh every risk and benefit. If people start running around before we know if it's contagious, it'll just extend the chain of infection and harm more people." Everyone's brows furrowed even deeper. Lin Qingji gave his assistant a look, then quietly gave a few instructions. The assistant nodded and quickly left. Cheng Huanchong couldn't help but ask, "What did you send him to do?" Lin Qingji replied, 2 medical equipment factories were about to close for the holidays. I told them to hold off and quickly produce some masks and disinfectant. If an epidemic does break out, we'll distribute them to the public for free and donate some to major hospitals." "Excellent." Cheng Huanran gave a thumbs up and took out his phone. I'll call a few pharmaceutical companies I know and see if they have relevant production lines. I'll ask them to work overtime and ramp up production. Wait. Kongin grabbed his hand, reminding him, aren't we not supposed to spread rumors? The authorities are still downplaying things. If you act so urgently. It's fine, Chung Huanran interrupted. The more we produce now, the more we can help patients later. I don't need to say much, just tell them I'm placing a few urgent orders and need delivery within 10 days. I'll pay extra for overtime. If it turns out to be a false alarm, we'll just donate everything to hospitals. If not, we'll distribute them to the public under the name of the pharmaceutical group. It'll be charity and good publicity for the company. Hearing this, Kangin let go of his hand. All right, then go take care of it. Our home is in the capital. Even if we're far away, we should do whatever we can to help. Cheng Huanchong chimed in, hey, big brother, what about our own pharmaceutical group? Do we have any relevant medicines? If we have our own production lines, we should work overtime too. It's not the right fit, Chung Huanran explained. We mainly produce granules and some anti-inflammatory drugs. There's no specific medicine for this illness yet. Cheng Huanchong ran a hand through his hair in frustration. Nothing else? Like protective suits for doctors or something? No, Chung Huanran shook his head. Chung Huanchong shot him a glare. Lin Qingji pulled Chung Huanchong aside and said, Ranji, call your contacts in the industry. Try to find someone with a large stock of masks or disinfectant. Buy as much as we can. Right? Chung Huanchong nodded. That'll work too. A lot of factories have shut down for the holidays, but there must be inventory. Cheng Huanran nodded approvingly. That's a good idea. I'll get on it right away. 2 days later, Xue Huan called Cheng Huanran and said the situation in the capital was not looking good. It felt like the calm before a storm. Cheng Huanran asked about the sanatorium, and Xue Huan said things were stable for now. He had already banned outside visitors, always finding excuses that the facility was being disinfected. Fortunately, it was the end of the year, so there were very few visitors anyway. Plus, a severe cold front had hit the capital, and the freezing weather kept people from going out to the suburbs, so things were manageable for now. Xue Huan said he wasn't a specialist in this field, but he had gone back to his old workplace and found all his former colleagues overwhelmed. The situation was clearly very serious. He also said the hospital was severely understaffed, and he planned to go back and help, to do his part and get through this tough time with his old colleagues. Uncle Huan. Cheng Huanran said anxiously, what do you mean? Xue Huan explained that the virus had already mutated, was extremely virulent, and highly contagious. Some medical staff had already been infected, so he couldn't guarantee he'd come through unscathed. Don't tell my dad, Xue Huan said in a low voice. Contact the relevant pharmaceutical companies or organizations as soon as possible and order as many professional medical masks and disinfectants as you can. I'm worried all the hospitals here will run out soon. Do it now, don't delay for a second. No need, Qin Xinji explained. We already asked. The community committee here has enough staff and not many residents, so the workload isn't heavy. Other neighborhoods are under more pressure. The medical supplies Ran and bought will arrive in the capital soon, and we'll help distribute them to the communities. They should arrive around 2 p.m., so we'll head out early to meet them. Can you move around freely? Xue Ling asked. Qin Xinji explained. Qing's people have already notified them. We have test certificates and travel permits, so we can come and go as we please. Xue Ling still couldn't help but worry. Make sure to wear your masks and protective gear. Don't let anything happen to you. Mom, we know, Qin Xinji reassured her softly. Don't worry, everything's fine here. Xue Ling gave a quiet and hung up. She knew her son-in-law was downplaying things to comfort her. She was well aware that the situation in the capital was definitely not good. Chang Tianuan frowned deeply and asked, should we just fly back as soon as flights resume? No, Xue Ling shook her head gently. We can't act rashly, the older folks can't handle the strain. Young people might be fine, but in their group, the old were old, the young were young, and there was even a pregnant woman. They really couldn't afford to be reckless. That's right. Cheng Huanran grabbed his father's hand, frowning. This virus is really serious. It's not just the regular flu. The worst part is there's no specific medicine for it, so Uncle Juan and the other doctors are working day and night to find suitable treatments, trying things out. We can't go back now, and even if we could, we shouldn't. Everyone sighed one after another. After a while, Ling frowned and asked, "Do we have any relatives who've caught the virus? You can't keep hiding it from us. We'll find out sooner or later. Just tell me, is there anyone?" Xiaoyan, Cheng Huanran lowered his voice. "But don't tell Uncle Hu and the others. Xiao Huzi has reminded us more than once. She's okay, right?" Ling asked softly, feeling sorry. "Poor kid." Cheng Huanran replied in a low voice, "I've been in touch with her. Her fever's gone now, just some coughing and fatigue. Uncle Juan sent her some Chinese medicine, and she said it's helped with the cough. Her symptoms are mild. She should be able to leave the hospital in a few days." "That's good." Ling breathed a sigh of relief. "No one else, right?" Cheng Huanran looked troubled. "There's also Aunt Chun." "What?" Ling asked anxiously. "Aunt Chun too? Who infected her?" Cheng Huanran had to explain everything. Lowering his voice, she suddenly developed a fever on her second day at the quarantine hotel and was sent to the hospital. "We don't know her condition yet." "Does Taidu know?" Cheng Tianyuan asked with concern. "Does Duo know? Who's taking care of Aunt Chun?" Cheng Huanran shook his head. "Ordinary people can't just go in and out of hospitals right now. It's all up to the medical staff to look after the patients. Taidu knows about it, but he can't get into the hospital." Ling frowned and whispered, Duo has already started his New Year's holiday. He's in Rongqing, right?" Duo flew to Rongqing several days ago to spend the New Year with Sister Xiaotong, Cheng Huancheng explained. Taitu didn't tell him about this, so he wouldn't worry too much. Everything's locked down right now. Even if Duo and the others wanted to come back, they couldn't, and even if they did, they wouldn't be able to get into the hospital. So he just didn't tell them the truth. Ling pressed her forehead and sighed. "Just now, Xinji was still trying to comfort me, saying it wasn't anything serious. Clearly, they're all just trying to keep me from worrying. If things were really fine, her son-in-law would have told her the truth. The fact that he's downplaying it means the situation is far from optimistic." Cheng Tianyuan looked nervously at his eldest son. "Aunt Chun's health is pretty good, right? She should be able to pull through, shouldn't she?" Cheng Huanran's expression was bleak as he spoke softly. "If she were 10 years younger, or if she didn't have any underlying conditions, I'd be more confident. But she's getting on in years, and she does have some chronic health issues. She's also had surgery before. I'm afraid we can't be too optimistic." Everyone listened with their hearts in their throats, not daring to speak. The atmosphere suddenly became oppressively quiet. Cheng Huanran sighed quietly. "Xinji asked me about it, but I didn't dare spell it out. Auntie is in another hospital, and Uncle Juan is already stretched thin. He just can't go help. Besides, Uncle Juan and the others have found that most of the seriously ill patients are elderly, and most of them have underlying health problems. Someone like Auntie, who's had surgery, she's considered high risk. There's no news for now. Let's hope no news is good news. Good people will be safe all their lives," Cheng Tianyuan said quietly. "Sister Chun has always been optimistic, hardworking, gentle, and kind. Heaven won't let anything happen to her. It won't." Ling's eyes reddened and she sniffled. "All right, we basically understand the situation now. Worrying won't help. Let's get moving." "So, what can we do right now?" Lin Qingji said gently. "We're already doing everything we can, sending supplies and medicine, donating money and goods." Cheng Huancheng shook his head. "All the flights are suspended now. There's no way to get back to the capital. Otherwise, I'd definitely go out and volunteer with second brother and Taitu." "Let's donate," Ling said firmly. "We're so far away right now, there's not much else we can do. If you have money, give money. If you have strength, give strength. If we can't help in person, then let's donate." "Yes," Cheng Tianyuan nodded in agreement. "Let's contact the local Red Cross right away." "No," Cheng Huanran quickly interjected. "That would actually make things more complicated. It's better to donate directly to the hospital. Uncle Juan told me that medical supplies are really scarce right now and protective medicines are extremely expensive. Some patients just can't afford those high costs, so the hospital is helping cover them for now, but there's still a big gap. All right, Xue Ling said generously. You know the people at the hospital, get in touch with them right away. I'll transfer some money over from my overseas account. Qing Huanran agreed. Cheng Huanchong quickly raised his hand. Big brother, I want to donate too. Wang Xiaoxiao, who was texting Xue Yang nearby, also hurriedly raised her hand. That night, Xue Ling received an overseas call from Zheng Duo. Sister Ling, I'm about to die from worry. When I left the capital, I'd only heard there was some highly contagious disease going around. I never imagined it would get this serious. I let my employees off 3 days early for the holiday, then bought a ticket south myself. Who knew that as soon as I got here, the whole city would go into lockdown? I was scared out of my mind. I heard a lot of people got infected, and quite a few have died. Luckily, you all went abroad more than half a month ago, otherwise, I can't even imagine what would have happened. Xue Ling felt a surge of relief herself and explained, we were actually planning to come over together at the end of the year for the holidays. But then Qing had to come here on a last-minute business trip, and he talked us into coming along, so we just went with the flow and left early. Who could have predicted this? At the time, they figured they'd be coming for a long vacation anyway, so leaving a bit earlier didn't matter. They packed up in a hurry and left. If they'd stayed behind for the sake of the young people working until the end of the year, they'd all be trapped in the capital now, unable to move with the city in panic. What she was most grateful for was that they'd brought the elderly and children, those with the weakest immune systems, along with them, avoiding this disaster. It was luck and perhaps a blessing from above. Zheng Duo sighed. You all left just in time, so you're not at any risk of infection. My mom's had terrible luck. She stayed home for a few days and thought she was safe, but then went to visit an old colleague who was sick. Turns out that colleague's house was already a hotbed of infection, and my mom got sent to a hotel for quarantine. I could reach her the first couple of days, but after that her phone's been off. Shinji says maybe her phone ran out of battery, and he'll bring her a charger when he has time. Xue Ling didn't dare say anything more, and replied softly, keep in touch with Shinji. We're all too far away to help look after her now. We'll have to rely on Shinji. Sigh. Zheng Duo sighed helplessly. He's swamped. I heard he and Yang are out delivering supplies and stuff, heading out early and coming back late in the freezing cold. It's rough. Xue Ling said, if you can help, go help. In times of crisis like this, someone has to step up, or how else can we win this invisible war? Earlier, her eldest son had been muttering with worry, saying that when he called Uncle Juan, his voice didn't sound right. He was worried he was exhausted or, worse, had caught something from the patients. Uncle Juan and his wife were both doctors at heart. Even though they were retired, they still volunteered to join the rescue teams, earning everyone's respect. She could only hope this battle would be won soon, and everyone could return to normal life. Duo, is everything okay in Rongqing? Xue Ling asked with concern. Are you and Amin's family all right? Zheng Duo replied quietly, a lot of the New Year's celebrations that were planned got cancelled. The TV, radio, and our phones are all constantly reminding everyone not to gather, not to have parties, not to go out. We can't help much with what's happening in the capital, but at least we can follow the rules here. I'm just worried about my mom. I can't really enjoy anything. Take care of the elderly and the kids, Xue Ling reminded him. I've heard older people are at higher risk. Your in-laws and Amin aren't young anymore. You need to make sure they know how to protect themselves and don't get careless. Zheng Duo agreed, then started talking about his wife. Xiaotong says she's been enjoying her time off these past few months, but she doesn't want to get too lazy or she'll never want to go back to work. She hopes to return to the company after the new year. Xue Ling chuckled. She's always welcome back. Once she's back, you'll have another right-hand person. I hope you and your wife will work together and take the company to new heights. Well, actually, Zheng Duo lowered his voice. Sister Ling, there's something I need to tell you first. Xue Ling raised her eyebrows. Oh? What's this? You have some other arrangement in mind. Zheng Duo grinned. Of course, Lingjia, you know me best. I'm the president of the group now, after all. It wouldn't look good to have her working right by my side. People would gossip. She can join the company, but not in a high position, and definitely not close to me, or people will start rumors about her using her relationship for power. Xueling couldn't help but laugh. So? You're okay with her starting from the bottom? Will Xiaotong agree to that? Zheng Duo gave a wry smile. If you ask her, she wouldn't dare refuse. But I can't bring it up myself. As her boss, I could say it and she'd have no choice. But I'm also her husband. When she's happy, I'm her husband. When she's upset, I'm just a coward. Lingjia, I really have no choice here. Haha, Xueling laughed. Have you tried sounding her out? Zheng Duo lowered his voice. No. She's not the same as she was a few years ago. She's more educated now, more confident, probably enjoys being admired by her subordinates. I'm guessing she won't agree. Xueling couldn't help but scold him, half laughing. So you don't want to play the bad guy, and you want me to do it? Seriously? You sure think highly of me. No. Zheng Duo hurried to apologize. Lingjia, I really have no choice. If I say it, she'll probably hate me. You're the real boss of the group. You're her elder and her top superior. She'll listen to you. She'll listen, but she'll be disappointed, Xueling said quietly. Does it have to be this way? Can't she return to her original position? At the group, there were always employees who left to study further and then came back. It was common. Most would return and apply for even higher positions, which made sense since they'd improved their qualifications and skills. Xiaotong had been a special case, carefully nurtured by Xueling herself, starting higher than most. She'd proved herself and achieved great results. Now, her former peers had all moved up, most into middle or upper management. But if she came back and had to start from the bottom, a step below everyone else, how could she accept that? Zheng Duo lowered his voice further. Someone's already taken her old position, and they're doing really well. Besides, it's not good for her to be too close to me. Sis, promoting talent regardless of relationship is fine, but not when the person is your wife. You get what I mean, right? I get it. Xueling laughed. Zheng Duo was half laughing, half crying. Sis, I'm not joking. We can't handle this carelessly, or she'll definitely make a fuss. Xueling suggested, can you do what you did before, keep work and personal life separate? Didn't that work when you were dating? It's different now, Zheng Duo said quietly. When we were dating, she insisted on keeping things separate. But now I'm her husband. Half of my salary and bonuses are hers. Everyone in the company knows she's the president's wife. Things have changed. She can't keep work and personal life separate anymore. Xueling thought for a moment. In that case, you have to consider her status as the president's wife and her self-esteem. At the very least, she should be promoted one level above her previous position. Is that okay? Zheng Duo hesitated. Xueling explained, it's not the first time this has happened in the group. Many people come back after further study and apply for higher positions. She can too. Zheng Duo reminded her she was already at the level of deputy assistant to the president. If she goes up another level, wouldn't she be working right next to me again? She can't be by your side, Xueling chuckled. But can't she be by my side? Huh? Zheng Duo asked suspiciously. You mean, your assistant? Secretary. Xueling thought for a moment. I haven't managed the group's affairs for years. I could only give her an easy, nominal position above your authority, but not really involved. Zheng Duo was curious. Your secretary then? Yes, Xueling said. It's just a little higher than her previous level, and it gives her the face she deserves as the president's wife. All she need to do is check the group's monthly reports and some internal accounts. Officially, she reports to me, but in reality, you're still managing her. Zheng Duo's face lit up. That's perfect. Why didn't I think of that before? Lingjia, you really think of everything. After years of dealing with Zheng Duo, Xueling knew his personality inside out. He knew he couldn't offend his wife, so he wanted Xueling to play the bad guy and assign her a lower position. He couldn't openly give his wife a high position at his side. If he wanted others to accept it, he had to ask the chairwoman to step in. This way, he wouldn't offend his wife, and everyone else would have to accept the chairwoman's arrangement, with no grounds to gossip about the president. Shui Ling saw right through him, but didn't call him out. She just smiled and explained, Xiao Tong is a junior I've always valued and personally brought into the group. I wouldn't just leave her behind. Besides, my secretary is about to retire, so I do need a trusted replacement. I haven't been involved in company affairs for years, and she's been slacking off too, basically semi-retired. Replacing her with Xiao Tong is only natural, not at all abrupt. Zheng Duo kept praising her for her thoroughness. Shui Ling just laughed. All right, save your flattery for Xiao Tong. Make her happy, and maybe she'll give you a second child next year, or the year after. Zheng Duo grinned from ear to ear. That's exactly my plan. Our eldest is almost 2. Wait another year and he'll be 3, just right for kindergarten when the second one comes along. The timing's perfect. I'm just worried my mom won't be able to handle it all. I heard from XING that Xiao Xin isn't using contraception anymore and wants to have a baby too. She's younger than Xiao Tong, so she'll probably get pregnant faster. Then my mom will have a grandson on one side and a granddaughter on the other. She'll be busy, but so happy. Don't worry, Shui Ling reassured him. You two just focus on having kids. We elders will help take care of them. Thank you, thank you. Zheng Duo said cheerfully. Once she's settled back at the group, we'll get started on baby number 2. Work hard, Shui Ling said. Once things settle down in the capital and the group's back in full swing, I'll help you make it happen. Zheng Duo thanked her again. Shui Ling said warmly, we're family, no need to be so polite. Take care of yourselves. I hope everything gets back on track when spring comes and the flowers bloom. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the sea breeze was gentle, and waves softly lapped the shore in endless layers, leaving behind smooth, delicate, wet traces on the sand. Beneath the tall coconut trees, 3 young men were either dozing in hammocks or lounging on deck chairs, chatting quietly. Ranji, it's not that I don't want to help you. Lin Qingji adjusted his sunglasses and said in a low voice, all 3 planes we have are busy transporting donated medical supplies to the capital. There's really nothing available. Cheng Huanran turned his head and glared at him, his voice heavy. Don't try to fool me. I don't believe you. If you don't believe me, you can call and check for yourself, Cheng Huansing said irritably. Since you don't believe it, why are you pestering A Qing? If you've got the guts, jump into the sea and swim back home yourself. Cheng Huanran. Lin Qingji gave a helpless chuckle and held back Cheng Huansing, who was beside him. All right, Ranji is already worried and anxious enough. Don't add fuel to the fire. Cheng Huansing pouted but still shot a glare at his eldest brother, who was lying in the hammock. You haven't been a doctor for years. And you're not even a respiratory specialist. You're a surgeon who resigned ages ago, so what's the point of joining the chaos? There are tens of thousands of doctors and medical staff in the capital. How could they possibly be missing you? Have you forgotten you're now the president of a pharmaceutical group, with a whole team depending on your leadership? Cheng Huanran frowned and shot back. If every doctor thought like me, who would be left to treat the patients? In a crisis like this, even doctors who've been retired for years are stepping up. I'm still young and in my prime, yet I'm hiding out here living in luxury. How could I live with myself? I'd be ashamed. Okay. I'll contact the pharmaceutical companies in the south right away. As the end of the year approached, many factories had already shut down. Fortunately, Cheng Huanran had been in this industry for many years. With the help of his mother and Shui Huan, he'd built up a solid network of contacts and was able to quickly find relevant peers and place several urgent orders for medical supplies. Cheng Huanran said with difficulty, protective suits are the scarcest. The relevant factories have already stopped production and told me the soonest they could restart is in half a month. I bought up their entire stock, tens of thousands of sets, and asked them to try to find workers to come back and work overtime. They said they'd do their best, but couldn't guarantee anything. Most of the workers are from out of town and have already gone home for the new year. It's not easy to get them back on short notice. Lin Qingji nodded gently. For Chinese people, nothing is more important than going home for the new year and being with family. Try reaching out to a few more factories. I've already asked my assistant to look for overseas contacts as well, so we can try to buy medical products from abroad and send them to the capital as soon as possible. That's right. Cheng Huanchong quickly added, we can buy them from overseas too. Let's hurry and buy as much as we can, then ship it all back home. No need for you to go, Lin Qingji said quietly. Let Xian reach out to some friends here. Once we buy what we need, we'll ship it directly home. After all, we're not locals. Regular pharmacies won't sell us much, and we could even cause misunderstandings. Cheng Huanchong agreed. Lin Qingji lowered his voice. The capital has just released an official announcement. They're going to lock down the entire city. Really? The other three were shocked. When was this announced? Just a few minutes ago, Lin Qingji replied. I just got the news. Other than essential workers, no one is allowed to go out. Everyone must stay home for quarantine and testing. Anyone who tests positive will be taken by special transport to the hospital for treatment. Also, hospitals in both the city and suburbs are clearing out space to take in patients. If there are too many, they may even have to transfer patients to nearby cities. Qing Huanran's face grew grave. He whispered, it sounds really serious. I wonder how Uncle Huan is doing. Haven't you kept in touch with him? Cheng Huanchong asked with concern. Is he alright? I messaged him the day before yesterday, Cheng Huanran replied. He only got back to me yesterday. He said the hospital is severely understaffed. Some people have to do testing, others have to treat patients. He's been working nonstop and is extremely anxious. Transportation in the capital has already been cut off, Lin Qingji explained. It's the best and, unfortunately, the only way to prevent the virus from spreading. Kong'an frowned. Will the medical supplies we bought be able to get in? They should, right? They will, Lin Qingji nodded slowly. I'll help arrange it. Also, I have 2 planes under my name that will be refitted to transport urgent supplies. I've just given the order, and I've also asked Xin and the others to help purchase medical supplies and get them to the capital as quickly as possible. Cheng Huanchong asked with concern, what about your parents? They didn't go back to the capital, did they? No, Lin Qingji explained. I video chatted with them earlier and told them not to go back for the new year. You and I have also decided not to return for now. My mom had a coughing fit, so my dad changed plans and took her to a villa in the south to recuperate. The weather there is similar to here, which is good for her recovery. My mom said we shouldn't move around, and if her cough gets better, she and my dad might come find us, and we can spend the new year together. Cheng Huanchong breathed a sigh of relief. All right, we'll wait for them here then. Cheng Huanran, however, was so anxious he paced back and forth, urging, stop chatting and help me contact Lao Er and Xiao Xian. I can't get through to them. I don't know if it's my phone or what. The others quickly pulled out their phones. Cheng Huanran instructed, once you get through, tell them to go back to Xinyuan immediately, don't stay outside. The house is big, and we have plenty of food and supplies, so we don't have to worry about the lockdown. Xiao Xian isn't picking up, Cheng Huanchong said with a frown. Lin Qingji called Shui Yang, and after a while, finally got through. He told Shui Yang to finish up his work immediately and hurry back to Xinyuan. None of us are at Xinyuan right now, so someone needs to be there to keep things in order. Don't worry about going back. If you need anything, just let me know. I have a team on standby in the suburbs. Even if they can't get in, they can use drones to deliver things to you. Shui Yang agreed hurriedly. Cheng Huanchong asked anxiously, what did he say? He's not still outside, is he? Yes, Lin Qingji explained. He said he worked late at the office last night and is still there now. His company is within the lockdown area. Most of the staff have already packed up and left, and he's staying behind to wrap things up. In 2 hours, every intersection in the city will be under control, so he'll head back as soon as possible. Cheng Huanran said worriedly, I hope Xiao Xian is staying put at the courtyard house. Kong'an reminded them, did you notify Xiao Huzi? Should we have him and his sister meet up with Yanggong? There's safety in numbers, they can look out for each other if anything happens. Cheng Huanran tried calling Xiaohuzi again, but still couldn't get through. Unexpectedly, a few minutes later, Xiaohuzi called back. Xiao Yun'er's been infected. We're all considered close contacts. I, along with more than a dozen colleagues, have to go into centralized quarantine. We're all on the bus now and everyone's freaking out. Cheng Huanran's face went pale. He asked anxiously, how's Xiaoyun? What symptoms does she have? Where is she? She's been taken to the hospital for treatment, Xiaohuzi explained. She's in the ambulance ahead. I just contacted Uncle Huan and asked him to look after her, but he said she might not be sent to his hospital. He told her to stay in touch with him and hopes he can help. She's been dizzy and coughing these past 2 days, looks really unwell, and she still has a fever. Cheng Huanran frowned and said softly, don't worry too much. Xiaoyun's always been healthy and young people have stronger immune systems. Xiaohuzi was panicking, his voice trembling. Ranji, are we all going to get it? Is our lives in danger? I heard that some people have already died in the hospital after getting infected, and they were young too. Don't panic, Cheng Huanran took a deep breath and calmly reassured him. Just cooperate with the testing. Even if you're infected, don't be afraid. As long as you follow the treatment, you'll be fine. Xiaohuzi's tone steadied a bit, and he pleaded, Ranji, please keep this a secret for us. I haven't dared to contact my parents these past 2 days. I'm afraid they'll worry. They're old and couldn't handle the stress. When I saw Xiaoyun being taken into the ambulance, my mind went blank and my legs wouldn't stop shaking. I'm terrified. Please don't let them know. Also, I'll need to trouble you to look after my 2 kids. Don't worry, Cheng Huanran said softly. We haven't told the elders anything. The kids have been doing great these past 10 days. Right now, Xiao and the housekeeper are playing with them in the sandpit in front of the house. They're all having a great time. Thank you. I'm counting on you, Xiaohuzi murmured. Kong An's brows furrowed with worry when he heard that Xiaoyun had gotten into trouble. It's been almost half a month now, there must be quite a few people infected by this point. Cheng Huanran hung up on Xiaohuzi and immediately called Qin Xinji. Unlike his usual calm and composed self, Qin Xinji sounded anxious, as he explained that his mother had taken some New Year's goods to visit an old colleague and had since been taken away by ambulance for quarantine. Someone in her colleague's family got infected. Since she had direct contact, she had to be sent to quarantine right away. I'm helping her pack up her things now, and I'll take her to the quarantine hotel in a bit. Cheng Huanran frowned at once, unable to hold back his reproach. Didn't I tell you to remind Auntie not to go out unless absolutely necessary? She's getting on in years, you can't be too careful. Qin Xinji explained helplessly, I did tell her, but then I had to rush off to work. My mom doesn't really watch the news, so she wasn't aware of how serious things are outside. When she heard her old colleague was sick, she just grabbed some fruit and New Year's goods and went to visit. She didn't think much of it. At this point, Cheng Huanran couldn't be bothered to blame him anymore. Just make sure to bring Annie plenty of masks and disinfectant. Tell her to cooperate with the quarantine. She can't afford to be careless. Wash hands often, disinfect everything, and if she feels unwell, she must tell the staff and go to the hospital immediately. Qin Xinji quickly agreed. Worried about his younger sister, Cheng Huanran asked, what about Xiaoxin? Where is she? She's still at the office, but she should be heading back soon, Qin Xinji replied. Cheng Huanran couldn't help but get angry. She's still at work. Do you realize what time it is? Are you all still thinking about making money? I already messaged you both to stay home as much as possible. Why are you treating my warnings like they're nothing? Qin Xinji sighed, frustrated. It's the end of the year, everyone's busy. I was actually planning to contact Qing and have his plane pick us up tonight. But now that my mom's in quarantine, we can't just leave. Cheng Huanran explained, all flights out of the capital were just suspended a few minutes ago. Even if Auntie was fine, you wouldn't be able to leave. Besides, you don't know if you've already been exposed to the virus these past few days. To be safe, you'd better stay put, don't risk bringing it to the elderly and children here. They're not as resilient as young people, they need extra protection. Qin Xinji was startled. Really? All flights are suspended. That's right, Chung Huanran replied. The notice just came out. You were probably driving and didn't see it. Qin Xinji hadn't expected things to get this serious. He'd thought it was just a regular infectious disease, but it had escalated so quickly. Now not only was the whole city under lockdown, even outbound flights were cancelled. Huanran, what if I sent Xiaoxin over to you? There's still over an hour left. I can pick her up and get her out of the city, then she can catch a flight south from another city. But Cheng Huanran didn't agree. He said quietly, don't panic. Now is not the time to run around. You can't put other people's lives and health at risk. Any one of you could be carrying the virus. If you leave now, you might create more chains of infection and endanger others. Qin Xinji quickly insisted, no, we're both perfectly healthy, Xiaoxin's fine too. No, Cheng Huanran reminded him. It's best if you all stay put and quarantine at the Sihiyuan. The safest option is to stay at Xinyuan, where you and Yangong can look after each other. Right now, Qin Xinji was extremely worried about his mother, his mood restless and anxious. All right, I'll contact Xiaoxin and have her come back. I need to bring my mom some daily necessities first. Cheng Huanran reminded him, remember to wear a mask, don't let your guard down. Qin Xinji agreed and hung up in a hurry. Although the younger generation had been trying to keep the truth from the elders, Wang Xiaoxiao and Xueling were always glued to their phones and soon saw the news from the capital. One by one, they grew increasingly concerned. Cheng Huanran explained lightly, we didn't want to ruin your vacation, so we didn't say anything. Besides, even if you knew, there's not much you could do, water from afar can't put out a fire nearby. Xueling frowned. What about Lao Er and Lao Xinji and the others? Are Xiaohuzi and his sister all right? They're all staying put where they are, Cheng Huanran replied. Xiaohuzi and Shaoan are in quarantine for now, but they're fine. Xueling felt uneasy, murmuring, our family is safe, but who knows about everyone else? What about Ahuan and the others? Qing Tianyuan asked anxiously. Have you contacted your aunt? Her health has always been poor, she can't afford to get sick. Cheng Huanran's eyes flickered. The nursing home made preparations early on, no outside visitors are allowed, and everything's fine for now. Auntie's doing well, I've been in touch with her. Uncle Hing is managing things over there. Uncle Huan and Auntie have both gone back to the hospital to help out. Back to the hospital? Xueling frowned. Are they volunteering? Cheng Huanran shook his head. No. The hospitals are overwhelmed with patients and need all the medical staff they can get. Uncle Huan went back to treat patients, and Annie followed to help. Xueling lowered her eyes in silence, feeling a heavy weight in her heart. Qing Tianyuan scolded the younger generation for keeping things from them, then asked about the situation at Xinyuan. Cheng Huanchong replied, second brother is over there. He says everything's fine. Taitu is there too. Xiaoxin and her bodyguard didn't make it back before the lockdown, so they're still staying at her office. Wait. Xueling frowned. Why didn't she make it back? Didn't you warn her ahead of time? Cheng Huanchong glanced at his eldest brother and said quietly, we tried to reach her, so did big brother, but her phone was off. There were a few hours before the lockdown for people to stock up and get ready, but she'd worked all night and was catching up on sleep with her phone off, so she missed our calls. By the time Taitu contacted her bodyguard, their area was already sealed off. They couldn't get out, so they had to stay at the office. Xueling felt a headache coming on and scolded, that girl is such a worry. You warned her before, but she just didn't take it seriously. At a time like this, she's still thinking about work? Why can't she just stay home? Cheng Huanchong hung his head, not daring to answer. Cheng Huanran spoke frankly. Most people in the capital didn't realize how serious things were. I only found out quickly because an old colleague of mine treated one of the first patients. The official news never really said how bad it was. They didn't want to cause panic. Taitu and Xiaoxin were both busy with year-end work and figured no news was good news, so they didn't pay much attention. Qing Tianyuan shook his head helplessly. So foolish. Why didn't they listen to the professionals? Xueling took out her phone and called her daughter. After all, this was her precious child. No matter how angry she was, she couldn't just ignore her. As soon as Xue Xian got her mother's call, her eyes turned red with grievance. Mom, I really want to go home. I'm starving here. Xue Ling asked her what was going on. Was there no food at the company? It's not that, Xue Xian explained. The company has a break room and a small kitchen, and there's plenty of food. The neighborhood committee delivers vegetables and meat every 3 days, so the fridge is packed. But none of us know how to cook. Xue Ling. Mom, Xue Xian sounded utterly aggrieved, lowering her voice. I've already eaten instant noodles for 2 days straight. Now just smelling them makes me want to throw up. I can't eat anymore. Xue Ling scolded her sternly. I told you to learn some basic cooking skills, but you refused. You said you were afraid of oily smoke. Said it was dirty. Regret it now, don't you? Without oil and grease and a little mess, how are you supposed to eat good food? Huh? Serves you right. Xue Xian. Xue Ling continued in a serious tone. It's never too late to learn if you want to. I'm not much of a cook myself, but I can still whip something up to eat. Back in the day, we had to rely on our elders to teach us, and most of the time we figured things out ourselves. Now, you have all sorts of video tutorials and live streams all over the internet. Just open your phone and you have endless resources. If you don't know how, then learn. Get on with it. Xue Xian could only agree reluctantly. Okay. You've got nothing else to do anyway, Xue Ling said. Find something to keep yourself busy so you don't get too bored. Xue Xian quickly explained. It's not that. I still have to work. There are 3 other employees here working overtime, and I have to lead them. Including my assistant, there are 5 or 6 of us in the office. Xue Ling sounded a bit exasperated. I'm glad you're ambitious. As long as you're hardworking and willing to fight for it, there are plenty of opportunities to make money. After all, it's a thriving market economy now. Anyone willing to work hard can find a chance. But with the pandemic so serious outside, you're still leading your staff to work overtime. I really don't know if you're just bold or just heartless. Mom, Xue Xian whined, but it's almost New Year's. The staff get 10 days off, some even half a month. If we don't finish the videos and ads before the holiday and take advantage of the huge traffic during New Year's, how can we make it? Xue Ling couldn't help but give a wry smile and asked in a low voice, but have you thought about your employees? You're only thinking about making big money, but you're putting your staff's health and safety at risk. Is that right? Xue Xian was silent for a moment, then quietly defended herself. I'm working overtime too. I'm stuck here as well. Yes, Xue Ling said calmly, you can be brave, you can risk infection to push forward, but you can't expect your employees to follow you. They have their own families, and their lives aren't just about work. They earn a little hard-earned money from you, but have to risk their lives getting infected. How can you be so heartless? Xue Xian didn't dare argue, murmuring, Mom, I was wrong. As long as you know, Xue Ling said in a low voice. This is an invisible war. The situation outside is extremely serious. Take care of yourself first. Don't make us worry. Xue Xian obediently agreed. Xue Ling continued, it's the new year. If you hadn't made them work overtime, your staff wouldn't be stuck at the office unable to go home. When the lockdown ends, you need to properly reward them, comfort them, and give them a couple of paid days off. Also, learn to cook some noodles or fried rice, just something simple. If you're missing anything, message A Qing. His people can send it over by drone. Xue Xian happily said she'd contact him right away. Xue Ling didn't chat further and quickly hung up. Then she dialed the landline at Xin Yuan. After a while, Qin Xinji answered. He said the 8 employees staying at Xin Yuan for the new year, plus the 2 of them, had all been tested 3 times and were safe for now. Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, does the community need you to help out? Can you help? No. Cheng Huansing sat up, agitated, and raised his voice. How are you hiding? You came here openly with your family on vacation. You didn't run away after the outbreak. You left early in the morning before anything happened. Who said you're hiding? Living in luxury? What kind of word is that? You haven't taken a proper vacation in years. Do you really have to insult yourself like this? Sigh. Cheng Huanran pressed his hand to his forehead in frustration. You just don't understand. Cheng Huansung glared at him. You're right, I don't understand a lot of things I don't get. But I do know you can't just run off right now. Don't make mom and dad worry. Don't make your wife worry. She's pregnant. Can you really let her worry about you? Can you? Cheng Huanran let out a low sigh, his eyes reddening. You don't know. Uncle Huan has already been infected. He can't treat patients anymore. He's lying in a hospital bed, needs a ventilator. What? Cheng Huansing's eyes widened in shock. When did this happen? Huh? Uncle Huan, how is that possible? He's such a skilled doctor. He must have taken all the precautions, right? It's not impossible, Cheng Huanran explained emotionally. Do you know what the hospitals in the capital are like right now? They're packed to the brim. Even the corridors are filled with patients. Uncle Huan only got 2 hours of rest a day, barely had time to eat. He was surrounded by the virus. No matter how careful, he could still get infected. I heard from Auntie that he gave his protective goggles to a younger doctor during surgery. 3 days later, he fell ill, collapsed while treating a patient. His face was covered in blood from the fall. With that, he covered his eyes and sobbed quietly. Uncle Shui Huan had always doted on him, mentoring him for years. He was the elder Cheng Huanran respected and loved most. Now he was sick, and Cheng Huanran could do nothing but watch helplessly. The shame was overwhelming. Cheng Huansing was stunned, frozen for a long time, his mind blank. Lin Qingji, beside them, sighed sadly and pulled him into a comforting embrace. Don't worry. Director Shui will pull through. Heaven won't forsake a kind soul. There are still so many lives that need his healing hands. Cheng Huansing's eyes turned red as he murmured, Don't let mom and dad know, especially Uncle Jilian. Right now, the elders and children were still blissfully unaware of the situation in the capital, enjoying their vacation every day. Shui Jilian was in great spirits. He couldn't catch any fish yesterday, so he went into the water to catch fish and collect shells, having the time of his life. If he found out about his youngest son's real condition, how could he possibly bear it? None of them could help, and even if they were in the capital, they'd be powerless. Rather than having more people worry, it was better to keep it from them. All they could do now was hope that Uncle Huan, being a good man, would be blessed and recover soon. I know, Lin Qingji nodded gently. After a long while, Cheng Huanran, having calmed down, spoke again. I still have to find a way to go back. How? Cheng Huansing frowned. A few days ago, maybe there was a chance you could have flown to a nearby city, then driven into the capital, and tried to get in as a medical worker. But now? So many countries have suspended flights, there's no way back. Cheng Huanran looked quietly at Lin Qingji and said in a low voice, You must have a way. Lin Qingji frowned slightly. There's really nothing I can do right now. The planes are thousands of miles away delivering supplies. They can't just come back for one passenger. Ranji, just wait a little longer. You're not allowed to go. Cheng Huansing exploded, shouting. Even Uncle Huan, with all his skills, couldn't withstand it. How can you go? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Cheng Huanran's tone was resolute. I have to go. You. Cheng Huansing was so angry he couldn't speak. Lin Qingji held him back and turned to try to persuade Cheng Huanran. Ranji, rushing to the front lines to save lives is important, but you've also been working tirelessly to organize and donate medical supplies. That's saving lives too. The method is different, but the intention and outcome are the same. Exactly. You're not a specialist. You can't compare to the respiratory doctors. Cheng Huansing continued to persuade. Let's keep finding and donating supplies. Maybe we'll help even more people that way. Treating patients is important, but so is everyone else's work. Their second brother and Tai Tu were both volunteering, working long hours every day. They were already worrying everyone by being on the front lines. Now this one wanted to rush straight into the most dangerous place. Cheng Huanran lowered his eyes and said nothing. Lin Qingji, knowing he hadn't given up, couldn't help but mention the person he cared about most. Your wife is pregnant and having a hard time. Can you really bear to make her worry about you? If you put yourself in danger, how much pain and anxiety will she have to endure? The hospitals in the capital are in chaos. If you go, how worried will your wife and parents be? Ranji, we know you have a healer's heart, but you're not a doctor anymore, and you're far away. For the sake of your loved ones, please give up this idea. Cheng Huanran's eyes were red, but he said nothing. At that moment, a calm voice sounded. Stop trying to persuade him. Let him go. The three of them turned in surprise to see Kangin, hand resting on her pregnant belly, leaning against a coconut tree with a serene and peaceful expression. The next afternoon, a little after 3, a plane picked up Cheng Huanran mid-journey and sped north at full throttle. Xueling's eyes were slightly red as she closed her eyes and murmured a few words. Beside her, Cheng Tianyuan sighed helplessly. You were the one who agreed to let him go, and Anin was the one who supported him. Now he's finally heading back to the capital, but neither of you dares to see him off at the airport. I really don't know what to say to you two. Xueling opened her eyes and quietly wiped away the tears at the corners. Agreeing and supporting are one thing, but not daring to see him off is another. Cheng Tianyuan stepped forward and took her hand, holding it tightly. At first, I didn't want him to go. But he insisted, and as parents, all we can do is support him. Right now, the capital desperately needs medical staff and volunteers. If everyone is too reluctant to let themselves or their loved ones go help, then who will save all those patients? If everyone does their small part, it could become a mighty force. I hope more and more people join this rescue effort, so the capital can be freed from suffering as soon as possible. Xueling sniffled and said softly, that's how I feel too. Right now, Huan is still unconscious, Xiao Yi is still fighting on the front lines, and so many people still need help. I really can't bear to think about it. It'll pass, Cheng Tianyuan comforted her. Ranran's plane is carrying over 20 tons of medical supplies and medicine. Qing said they're all urgently needed and wants Ranran to deliver them to several major hospitals first and stay in close contact. Xueling glanced around and saw that the elderly and children were still strolling and playing on the back lawn, and she let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness we're still keeping it from the elders. We mustn't let Uncle Jillian know about Alwan. Don't worry, Cheng Tianyuan said in a low voice. They still don't know what's happened in the capital. The TV here is all in a language we don't understand, so the elders are still in the dark. Xueling nodded and reminded him, let's keep our story straight. The group is about to resume work, and Ranran has to go back to host the opening ceremony and get busy again. All right, Cheng Tianyuan replied. Xueling couldn't help glancing upstairs and whispered, even though Anin says she supports him, I'm sure she's worried sick inside. I'll go up and check on her. Cheng Tianyuan stopped her and explained, she just said she was tired and wanted to go back to her room for a nap. Tired? Xueling asked anxiously, her stomach isn't feeling uncomfortable, is it? Cheng Tianyuan patted her hand gently and shook his head. She's probably just feeling down. It's fine, let her rest. There's soup simmering in the kitchen later, you can bring her some and comfort her. Xueling gave a wry smile. It's hard on her. If I were her, I might not have agreed to you taking such a risk. No, you would have agreed, Cheng Tianyuan said with a smile. I know you. Xueling shot him a look and took out her phone. I haven't checked in with the 2nd and 4th yet today. I'll poke Xiaoxin for a chat. Cheng Tianyuan leaned in and urged, go on, ask her. Xuexian quickly answered, her voice aggrieved as she complained about how slowly the days were passing, how bored she was, and how she felt like she was about to go moldy. The company's not big, just over 200 square meters on one floor. Everywhere I go, it's the same desks and walls. Every day, it's just work and sleep. The food is awful. If I don't eat, I'm hungry. If I do, I want to throw up. I even made myself sick with my own cooking. Ugh, it's happened more than once. Xueling couldn't help laughing. Now you see how capable you really are? You can't even take care of your own stomach. Exactly. Xuexian muttered. Turns out cooking is so hard. I'll never waste food again, and I'll never complain about the chefs. It's really tough. I don't want to cook anymore, it's so scary. Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. There's a saying, face difficulties head on, but you're more like retreat when you see difficulty. Xuexian whined, Dad, I almost cut myself chopping things. Why does the pan have to be hot before you add oil? And when the oil's hot and you put in the ingredients, it sizzles and splatters everywhere. It scared me to death. I almost got blisters on my hand, but luckily I rinsed it in time, or I'd have been burned. Xueling snorted. Stop feeling sorry for yourself. You have to be strong, or people will just look down on you. Xue Xian. Cheng Tianyuan nodded in agreement. We're not there with you right now, so you have to learn to be strong. Take care of yourself. Don't make us worry. Okay, Xue Xian mumbled. I know. Cheng Tianyuan said gently, you can learn to cook slowly. It's normal for it to taste bad at first. If it's too salty, use less salt next time. If it's bland, add more. You're all still young, so a bit more oil or salt doesn't matter. Once you get the taste right, then work on the heat, then there won't be any big problems. As long as you can make something to fill your own stomach, that's enough. Xueling couldn't help adding, other people's minimum standard is our highest expectation for you. All right. Xue Xian grumbled. I'm trying my best. Don't worry, I'm getting better every time. It's still not great, but at least it's edible now. When she first started, she'd knock over the pot, drop the spatula in the trash, and end up with burnt rice and mushy vegetables. Nothing was edible. The only good thing was she didn't burn down the kitchen, or she'd have troubled the firefighters. She watched short videos to learn, and went from flustered to calm, already a huge improvement. Today's meal was barely edible, though the taste still needed work. She believed that, given time, she'd be able to make ordinary home-cooked dishes. Anyway, she was bored, so having something to do helped. Her coworkers, including her assistant, were either sleeping or glued to their phones. She couldn't stand being on her phone all the time, so sometimes she played chess, sometimes paced around, and spent the rest of her time tinkering in the kitchen. At least the days didn't feel so slow. Dad, Mom, can I order food from Brother Aching? Xue Xian asked with a grin. Just one meal a day to improve my diet, okay? Cheng Tianyuan smiled. You contact him yourself. If he agrees, it's fine. Yay! Xue Xian cheered. Xueling couldn't help asking, is Xianji still keeping in touch with you? I heard he hasn't been back to Xinyuan these past couple of days. Yeah, Xue Xian explained. He's super busy, barely has time to reply to my messages. He's always in protective gear and a mask, but he still doesn't dare come see me. He says he's been out a lot, in contact with many people, and might be carrying the virus, so it's better not to meet for now. Just be patient, Cheng Tianyuan comforted her. This will pass. At that moment, the phone screen showed an incoming call, Xianji. Xueling smiled. Speak of the devil, Xianji's calling. We'll hang up now and talk to you later. Okay, Xue Xian said cheerfully. I'll video chat with him in a bit. Soon, the screen switched and Chen Xianji's choked voice came through. Mom, I have something I need to discuss with you. Chen Xinji's voice and tone were so strange that it gave Xueling and Cheng Tianyuan a huge shock. Taitu, what's wrong? Xueling asked anxiously. What happened? Did something happen? Cheng Tianyuan asked with concern. Child, are you infected? But the other end fell silent again, as if he was struggling hard to suppress something. After a moment, he finally spoke in a low voice. It's not me, it's my mom. What? Xueling and Cheng Tianyuan exchanged a glance and shouted in unison, what happened to Sister Chun? She's gone. Chen Xinji choked up. I got a call from the hospital. They said she passed away. Xueling was stunned, her mind spinning, her legs going weak as she struggled to stand. Cheng Tianyuan hurriedly caught her, helping her to sit down, and then collapsed onto a seat himself. Gone? Passed away. How could this be? How could this happen? The two of them felt the world spinning, unable to recover for a long while. Chen Xinji took a deep breath and murmured, I don't know what to do right now. The hospital said, we can't go pick her up, and we can't hold a funeral. My head is all muddled. Don't panic, child. Xueling forced out the words, tears streaming down her face as she tried to comfort him. Don't panic, let's think this through. We'll figure it out together. But even as she said this, her mind was blank. She had no idea what to think or what to do. She was completely lost. How could this happen? Not long ago, They were still eating and chatting together, and now she's just gone. How's that possible? Sister Chun was such a kind and gentle person. Even though fate had treated her unfairly so many times, even though she hadn't had much luck, she always lived strong and optimistic, warming everyone around her with her kindness and love. No matter how hard things were back then, she made it through. Now both her sons were grown and had families of their own. It was finally her time to enjoy life. So how could she just be gone like this? Back then, things were so hard, and misfortune nearly killed her, but she managed to pull through step by step. Wasn't this just a tiny, invisible virus? How could she not survive it? No, it must be a mistake. The hospital is probably overwhelmed and mixed up the patients, that's it. Sister Chun said she was going to stay here for a while this time, and that after Xiao Tong took her grandson back to the capital, she'd consider going back to help take care of him. Every time she talked about her grandson, her face would light up with a loving smile, full of happiness and contentment. She was such a kind, optimistic, life-loving person, and she was only in her early 60s. How could heaven be so cruel as to take her away? Xue Ling's head was spinning, and she couldn't help but wonder if she was having a nightmare. Everything around her felt unreal. Qing Tianyuan's hands were trembling as he gripped his phone stiffly. Taitu, don't be afraid. We're all here. Don't panic. Just try to steady yourself. Qin Xinji sobbed quietly, holding back from breaking down completely. After Cheng Tianyuan calmed down a bit, he asked where he was and if anyone was with him, then quickly called Shui Yang, telling him to rush over and meet up with his brother-in-law. Fortunately, Shui Yang wasn't far away. He picked up the nearly collapsed Qin Xinji and hurried back to Xin Yuan. Then, he called his parents. Dad, Mom, it's a special time right now. We can't come into contact with patients who died from illness, and we can't hold a funeral. What should we do? What are we supposed to do? Xue Ling still clung to a sliver of hope and asked, Are you sure it's Anna Chun? Could the hospital have made a mistake because there are too many patients? Sister Chun was always in pretty good health. How could she just be gone? It must be a mistake. Mom, it's real, Shui Yang said heavily. All the ID information matches, and there's video proof. Xue Ling still couldn't believe it, mumbling to herself. How could it be? She was just fine before. She did have some underlying conditions, but nothing serious. She wasn't overweight, didn't have high blood pressure or diabetes, and she was always so optimistic. Her last surgery was just a minor one, and she'd long since recovered. She was really doing fine. Shui Yang couldn't help choking up, his voice low. Mom, the hospital is full of patients now. It's overflowing. So many people are seriously ill, but the hospital just can't take them all. The medical system has already collapsed. Lately, a lot of elderly people have been passing away. Xue Ling couldn't help but sob. Qing Tianyuan's eyes reddened as he held her and tried to comfort her. Lin Qingji and Cheng Huancheng rushed back after hearing the news. It's a mistake, isn't it? Cheng Huancheng asked, his face pale. Cheng Tianyuan let out a long sigh. Xue Ling buried herself in his arms, sobbing quietly. The phone call was still ongoing, and Shui Yang, hearing his brother's question, could only explain it all over again. When Cheng Huancheng was little, Zhua Chun had helped raise him, so he was naturally attached to her and couldn't accept that this was real. No way. It has to be a mistake. Auntie was always healthy. It must be a mix-up. On the other end, Shui Yang fell silent, only letting out a low sigh, full of helplessness and sorrow. Cheng Huancheng stood there in a daze. Lin Qingji frowned slightly, grabbing his wrist and holding his shoulder. Huancheng, calm down. Cheng Huancheng suddenly grabbed his clothes and demanded, Qing, contact the plane that took my brother this afternoon and have it fly back immediately. I want to get on. I want to go back to the capital. I don't believe this damn virus is really that deadly. Damn it. I just don't believe it. Calm down, Lin Qingji coaxed. Don't be impulsive, don't get worked up. How can I calm down? Cheng Huancheng shouted, eyes red. My aunt is gone. She's gone. Uncle Huan's fate is still unknown. He's a top doctor. Even he's fallen. Second brother and Taidu are still in there. How could big brother leave? Get the plane to come back. Right now. Immediately. What are you waiting for? Go. Lin Qingji pulled him into his arms, holding him tightly. Don't panic, don't panic. This is the hardest time. Once we get through it, things will get better. Uncle Huan will be fine. Second brother and Xinji are both okay. Your big brother is fine too. Don't be afraid, don't panic. No matter how hard it is, we'll get through it. Cheng Huancheng's back trembled as he cried softly. Auntie, how could Auntie pass away? Impossible. She said after coming here she'd make me sticky rice cakes, and that since we usually use bamboo leaves back home, here she could use banana leaves. She said fresh banana leaves are such a beautiful, vibrant green, of a really refreshing color. She also said she'd find some yarn the color of tender leaves to decorate my pure white sweater. Every year she knitted me sweaters and scarves, all pure white. Lin Qingji frowned with heartache, gently patting his back. Cheng Huancheng kept talking, but finally, he couldn't say another word. As evening approached, the setting sun cast its glow across the sky, painting the clouds a brilliant red and bathing the earth in a rosy light. 3 elderly people sat on lounge chairs, chatting quietly. Mrs. Shui glanced around and whispered, I don't know why, but I keep feeling like Lingling and Ayuan are hiding something from us. What nonsense. Mr. Shui chuckled and retorted, what could they possibly be hiding from us? Mrs. Shui shot him a glare, unwilling to continue the conversation. Not far away, who was pushing Wang Qing in her wheelchair as they strolled across the lawn, deep in conversation and oblivious to the new topic. Shui Jilian took a sip of tea and nodded in agreement. I have the same feeling. Mrs. Shui quickly leaned in and asked, you noticed it too, didn't you? Yes, Shui Jilian replied seriously. None of the young ones came over in time. Yang Ang said he had to expand his business, Ranan had to prepare for work to start, Xiaohu and his sister had to lead a team to a competition. The others fine, but why didn't Taidu and Xiaoxin come? They, along with Achun, had all planned to come before the end of the year, so why didn't they? It's just too strange. Don't you think so? Mrs. Shui fell into thought and asked, could it be, something happened? Don't talk nonsense, Mr. Shui chided, glancing at her. It's the new year, what could possibly happen? It's probably just a coincidence. From what Ayuan said, Taidu seems to be going through something difficult, so Xiaoxin decided to stay with him. Achun has always been kind and considerate. How could she bear to leave her son and daughter-in-law alone in the capital for the new year and come here by herself? Of course she'd stay with them. Mrs. Shui couldn't help but ask, then what about the others? I already told you, Mr. Shui reminded her. They all have their own things to take care of. But Shui Jilian still trusted her intuition. I still think it's strange, like they're hiding something from us. Well, if they're trying to hide it, then it's not something we're meant to know, Mr. Shui said, always the easygoing one. Since they don't want us to know, it must be for our own good. So, let's just go along with it. It turned out he hadn't missed anything, he just didn't want to let down the younger generation's good intentions. Mr. Shui smiled, relieved. At our age, there's nothing we can really do anymore, and nothing we can worry about. The only way we can help the young people is by taking care of ourselves, staying healthy in body and mind. That's the biggest help we can give them. If they were to fall ill, the young people would have to drop everything to look after them, and their careers and families would suffer. So the only thing they could do was to look after themselves. Sometimes, the more you know, the more you worry. They'd reached the point where almost everything depended on the younger generation. Rather than seeking out trouble for themselves, it was better to keep a positive mindset. Shui Jilian smiled and nodded. You're right. But what if something really did happen? Mrs. Shui hesitated. Are we really just not going to ask? After all, she'd been the head of the household for years, always handling everything big and small. It was hard for her to just ignore things. Mr. Shui couldn't help but ask, they're thousands of miles away, how could you help? How would you even ask? Besides, aren't Lingling and Ayuan still here? If something major had happened, they would have flown back to the capital by now. Still uneasy, Mrs. Shui waved at Ahu. Ahu hurried over, pushing Wang Qing. Mrs. Xue asked if they could keep in touch with Xiaohu and his sister and pressed them to see if anything had happened. We're always in touch. Hu took out his phone to explain. Except for Xiaoan, who's been busy for a couple of days, everyone else is active in the family group chat. Look, Xiaohu just sent us another message. Wang Qing smiled. They're all busy, said there's a big competition. Mrs. Xue asked curiously, was that a last-minute decision? Why didn't they come for the holiday? Yeah, Hu replied. Xiaohu said they didn't expect to make it to the finals, but the other team was unexpectedly eliminated, so their team made it to the top 4 and had to rush to the finals. They said they'd come here for vacation after it's over and pick up the kids for school. For now, they just can't get away. Oh, I see. Mrs. Xue nodded. Hu glanced toward the floor-to-ceiling windows and asked, why? Did you guys notice something too? What do you mean? Xue Jilian asked suspiciously. Hu lowered his voice. Yuan and his wife, haven't you noticed how down they've been these past couple of days? Yes, Mrs. Xue answered quickly. Mr. Xue had noticed too, and said quietly, not just them, even the third child and an seem off. Wang Qing asked curiously, did you ask them? No, Xue Jilian shook her head. They haven't said anything, so it's hard for us to ask. That's why we called you over to discuss. Hu couldn't help but ask, could something have happened? Ranan left in a hurry, and after that, their moods changed. It seems so. Mrs. Xue couldn't sit still anymore and stood up. No, I have to go ask. Come back. Mr. Xue pulled her back, coaxing. If it was something serious, they'd have flown back to the capital already. Why would they still be here? Mrs. Xue was still uneasy and brushed his hand away. Let go. I have to get to the bottom of this. Just then, Hu saw Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling walking over and quickly gestured for everyone to be quiet. They're coming. Everyone fell silent, each with a different expression, waiting for them to approach. Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling noticed the strange looks on everyone's faces. They exchanged glances, guessing that the others must have figured something out. Xue Ling sighed helplessly, knowing their sadness couldn't be hidden for long. She decided to tell them the main point and keep the rest concealed as much as possible. It's not that Taidu and the others didn't want to come. They really couldn't. Sister Chun fell seriously ill. Taidu and the others stayed to take care of her. 2 days ago, despite all efforts, she passed away. The 3 elders were stunned. Hu looked terrified, unable to believe it. What? How could that be? Wasn't Chun always healthy? How did she suddenly fall ill? What kind of illness? How could she just pass away? Wang Qing began to sob quietly. Cheng Tianyuan sighed and waved his hand. I told you, it was a sudden illness. Even if we knew what it was, we wouldn't understand. She was in the hospital for a few days, but they couldn't save her. One moment she was fine, and the next she was gone. Taitu and Xiaoxin are heartbroken and have to stay in the capital. Ranan and Yangong both went to help. This is such a big thing, why didn't you tell us earlier? Mrs. Xue frowned and scolded. Why didn't you go back to help? How can you leave all the funeral arrangements to the young ones? Xue Ling shook her head. We had no choice. I heard this kind of sudden illness is contagious, so Ranan wouldn't let us go back for the funeral. It was a special situation, so the funeral was kept simple, and the ashes were buried yesterday. After hearing everything, everyone fell into a long, heavy silence. After quite a while, Mother Xue wiped her tears and stammered, so that's how it is. We thought you were hiding something from us. It's just too sudden, Father Xue sighed deeply. Such a good person, just gone like that. Xue Jilian couldn't help but lament, birth, aging, sickness, and death have never been things we humans can control. Cheng Tianyuan gently comforted them. Dad, Mom, please don't let your thoughts run wild. This happened so suddenly. We couldn't accept it ourselves, so we didn't dare tell you right away. Please don't overthink it, just take care of yourselves. Xian Ji and Xiao Xian are doing okay, but it'll be a while before they can come over. Ran, Yang, and the others are all fine too. The elderly couple nodded sadly, not daring to ask any more questions. Hu wiped the tears from his face, then crouched down to comfort Wang Qing. Wang Qing was also very close to Zhuo Chun. Always emotional, she was crying so hard her face was streaked with tears. Ahu helped wipe her tears and gently coaxed her. After a while, he slowly pushed her wheelchair toward the seaside to let her get some fresh air. Xueling felt unbearably heavy-hearted. She simply didn't have the strength to comfort anyone else and just sat in her chair, staring at the scenery. In truth, things were far from as smooth as they made them sound. Shinji hadn't even been able to see Jua Chun's body. He could only confirm her identity through some of her personal belongings and ID, and by watching a bit of the hospital's surveillance footage. In the end, all Shinji could do was leave with his mother's ashes. The city was still under lockdown, so Xue Xian couldn't go out to attend her mother-in-law's funeral. She cried so much her eyes were swollen. When Zheng Duo and his wife got the news, they nearly lost their minds, but they couldn't get back to the capital either. Right now, the whole city was sealed off, no one could leave or enter, and people inside couldn't move around freely. Shinji hadn't wanted to bury his mother right away. He didn't want her to leave this world alone and then be buried alone as well. He said his mother must have longed to see them one last time before she passed, and now that they couldn't fulfill that wish, he hoped that by the time of her burial, the capital would have returned to normal, so family and friends could gather to say goodbye. But he couldn't return to Xinyuan, nor could he get into the nearby neighborhood. All he could do was stay in his car with the urn. Xueling and Cheng Tianyuan tried to persuade him not to get fixated on this idea, suggesting that it would be better to let Sister Chun rest in peace first, and then, once things settled down, they could hold a proper memorial for her. Shinji was on the verge of a breakdown. He hadn't slept for 3 days and 2 nights, and his body was about to give out. But he had always listened to his in-laws, so he instinctively agreed. Shuiyang took him around to look for a place, and finally they found a cemetery where they could at least bury the ashes for now. But almost every industry in the capital was paralyzed. There was no one to make a tombstone or handle other arrangements, so everything else had to be put on hold. Fortunately, Xinyuan was separate from the neighborhood behind it, so it wasn't under strict lockdown. Shuiyang drove his family's van out and let Shinji stay in it for the time being. Shinji had 2 bowls of porridge, took a hot shower, swallowed a couple of pills, and then slept in the warm van for a full day and night. When he finally woke up earlier, he called Xueling and the others to say his headache was gone and he was feeling better. Even though his spirits had improved, his voice was still thick with sorrow. His in-laws felt so sorry for him, but being thousands of miles away, there was nothing they could do except urge him to take care of himself. Shinji said Xiaotong had messaged him, saying that Duo had gone to the airport and caused a scene, almost getting arrested by the police. Then he went to the high-speed rail and train stations, but couldn't buy a ticket to the capital no matter what. Everyone told him clearly, every road in and out of the capital was sealed, and no transportation could get through. Zheng Duo broke down and locked himself in his hotel room, crying under the covers. Xiaotong was heartbroken too. She left the kids with her parents and stayed at the hotel to comfort him. Shinji called Zheng Duo and discussed temporarily burying their mother, with the promise that once everyone could gather, they would hold a proper funeral. At first, Zheng Duo just muttered in response, then after a pause, suddenly burst into sobs. He shouted that it couldn't be true, it just couldn't. Shinji sighed and fell silent. Zheng Duo cried uncontrollably, cursing everything and everyone, until finally he just wept quietly. When Shinji was about to hang up, Zheng Duo choked out a reminder for his brother to take care of himself, to make sure nothing happened to him. The situation in the capital was still dire. The hospitals were packed with critically ill elderly patients. Xuehuan was starting to regain consciousness, but his cough was still severe. He prescribed himself some Chinese medicine and used an electric cooker to brew it every day. Cheng Huanran volunteered at the hospital, helping out and taking care of Xuehuan. With Huanran's care and company, Xuehuan's spirits improved a little. Zheng Xiaoi was still busy at work and couldn't look after her husband. When she heard he was finally getting better, she cried her eyes out. Cheng Huanran explained that doctors and medical staff from all over the country were being sent to help the capital, so the pressure on the healthcare system was starting to ease, and he hoped victory would come soon. Xueling squinted at the sea in the distance and murmured, "The thing people fear most is losing hope." Thankfully, hope has finally come to the capital. Cheng Tianyuan knew she was worried about their children in the capital, so he gently took her hand. "We've gotten through even tougher times before. There's no need to be afraid of a little virus. Don't worry, the kids are all fine." Looking at the beautiful scenery before her, Xueling said softly, "Before experiencing disaster and illness, many people don't realize that an ordinary, peaceful life is a blessing. We're always caught up in the trivialities and frustrations of daily life, worrying about this and that. Only after going through hardship do we realize that what we used to value might not have been so important. The most important thing is to be alive, everything else comes after. As long as we're still here, we should count our blessings and cherish the days ahead." Sister Chun was someone who loved life deeply. Her kindness, optimism, and diligence were qualities the younger generation should learn from. She may be gone, but she lives on in all their hearts and memories. Sadness and reluctance are inevitable, but grief will eventually pass. The only way to honor her and the meaning of life is to face the future with a better attitude, living with the same optimism and kindness she did. Xueling leaned on his shoulder and asked, "Where are Lao San and Qing? I haven't seen them these past couple of days." "They've been busy," Cheng Tianyuan explained. "They went to buy medical supplies and medicine, and they're planning to keep donating." Xueling nodded. "Everyone is doing what they can. The elderly are staying safe and resting. The young and strong are helping however they can, whether with money or effort. If we all work together, victory is within reach. It won't be long now."